Pain. Unbearable pain. After the final battle came to an end, the city of Sin had been designated a forbidden zone for humanity. Deathly stillness and the stench of blood permeated the air. Wherever one looked, the entire city had devolved into a hellish purgatory of mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Beneath the collapsed ruins lay buried more than half of humanity's awakened upper echelon, together with the corpses of tens of thousands of powerful calamities. Under the setting sun, the city of Sin had become a soul-seizing, blood-drenched feast. Thump thump. A faint heartbeat unexpectedly sounded again from somewhere beneath the rubble. Ding. Scarlet Feast, 3 days of setting sun's nirvanic rebirth. Host has met the conditions. On the basis of the existing ice-type ability, fire-type ability will now be fused for the host. The sole condition: the host must walk out of this Scarlet Feast alive. The mechanical prompt sliced across Lin Mu's mind, and his body suddenly trembled beneath the ruins. Above the rubble, a bizarre scene was unfolding beneath the waning sun. A woman in a red long dress, skin fairer than snow, walked barefoot among the ruins. Her figure seemed to float, swaying as if she might collapse at any moment. Her red dress was in tatters, countless bone-deep wounds having dried into dark bloodstains, forming a jarring contrast against her alabaster skin. Heh, hee. The woman in red, face deathly pale, let out a few cold laughs. This hypocritical world. Is it right or is it wrong? Are awakened ones inherently righteous and mutators inherently evil? A ridiculous world. A pitiful world. It's utterly rotten. Am I the one at fault? No. The ones at fault are. Before she could finish, her fair calf suddenly jolted to a halt. It was not out of exhaustion, nor because her frail body could no longer support her. A blood-filthy hand suddenly burst out from beneath the ruins, clamping down hard around her fair calf. Under the woman's bewildered and stunned gaze, another hand lunged out, accurately seizing her other fair. What? Impossible. How could anyone still be alive? A storm surged within the heart of the woman, and immediately after, a young man, his entire body covered in wounds and his face smeared with dried blood, used the woman's calves as leverage and hauled himself out of the rubble. I am still alive. Half sprawled over the ruins, Lin Mu's voice was faint. He subconsciously squeezed the sensation beneath his palms. Why did everything beneath his hands feel so smooth and soft? As the thought crossed his mind, his hands involuntarily tightened their grip once more. Do my legs feel good to touch? A cold female voice suddenly drifted into his ears. Lin Mu jerked his head up, only to see a woman in a tattered red dress, her beauty capable of toppling cities. She was staring fixedly at him, eyes brimming with killing intent. I asked you, do my legs feel good to touch? The woman in red spoke even more icily, her murderous intent reaching its peak. Yet at this moment, she was already a spent lamp, a guttering candle. Even walking was the last of her strength. Sorry, but I'll have to borrow your legs one last time. As Lin Mu spoke, his hands immediately slid up to her thighs, intending to use them as leverage to stand. The woman in red, pulled by that force, lost what little balance remained in her frail body and toppled toward Lin Mu. At the instant she fell, her red lips landed squarely on Lin Mu's, their breaths entangling. Both of their pupils shrank violently. The woman's killing intent surged unabated, while Lin Mu was utterly dumbfounded. To wake up to something this stimulating. My first kiss in 24 years, gone just like that. He did not even know whether the other party was an awakened one or a mutator. I will kill you. Without fail. The red-lipped woman immediately turned her body to the side, collapsing beside Lin Mu, panting heavily, her gaze growing ever more frigid. Even when you're nothing but a candle in the wind, you're still talking about killing. Brainless, big-chested woman, Lin Mu muttered weakly. The woman in red clenched her fists, bringing one down on Lin Mu. A punch so feeble it felt more like a tickling scratch. Lin Mu ignored her and suddenly swung his right hand. Domain of ice. Yet nothing happened. An awkward stillness hung in the air. As expected, his body had been pushed to the very brink of weakness, Lin Mu thought with a bitter smile. PFT. The woman in red suddenly let out a soft laugh, her tone laced with ridicule. So it was you. I did not expect that among those few who stood at the pinnacle of the central Zhen court, one would be this young. What's wrong? Even as a candle in the wind, you still delude yourself into wielding power. The woman in red returned his earlier words to him without changing a syllable. Lin Mu fell silent. You know who I am. Lin Mu raised a brow. To have survived the final battle, you must at least be in S-rank mutator. No, at least S-rank, perhaps even. At this point, a glint of cold light flashed through his eyes. Hey, you are rather interesting. Humans all call us calamities, yet you call us mutators. The woman in red narrowed her eyes. Awakened ones and mutators are in the end still human. It is just that after mutators gained the ability to become monsters, they themselves chose to define themselves as monsters, as calamities. Lin Mu looked at the setting sun and sighed, murmuring, was this so-called final battle truly the right thing? Hearing this, the woman in the red dress also raised her eyes toward the sunset, lost in thought. Then, mustering the last of her strength, she staggered to her feet, looking down at Lin Mu from above. I'll tell you a piece of news. Believe it or don't, it's up to you. After the battle ended, some surviving awakened ones while fleeing the city of Sin were all obliterated by awakened ones outside the city. Not a single one survived. What? Struggling, Lin Mu propped himself half upright atop a pile of corpses, his gaze sharp as it locked onto the woman in red, disbelief written all over his face. I told you, believe it or not, that's your choice. The woman in red let out a cold laugh as if she had seen through all the ugliness of the world. Lin Mu fell silent. He knew such a thing was far from impossible. It was just like this final battle. From the moment they stepped into the city of Sin, everyone knew they were walking a road of no return. Yet the National Guardian Envoy had still led half of humanity's awakened ones to the front lines, their silver-white armor dyed crimson in the rain of blood, their raised long swords never once trembling, all for the sake of upholding the word's greater good. But with such fearless dedication to the greater good, not precisely what certain people had hoped for. In the Central Genie Court, 80% of the awakened ones had perished here. What exactly had all that sacrifice purchased? Had it bought the grotesque faces of those popping champagne in celebration? Or the power and personal gain built upon tens of thousands of lives? It's utterly rotten. Lin Mu braced his right hand against a collapsed building beside him, his left hand pressing into the ground, as he slowly straightened his frail body, his deep gaze locking firmly onto the woman in red. The two of them held each other's gaze in silence, as if mutually on guard. Those eyes, the woman in red suddenly spoke. Are you afraid? Tell me, when both sides have lost all their power, who exactly should fear whom? Lin Mu replied in a low voice. So you intend to bully a weak little woman? Lin Mu fell silent. His gaze lingered on her body, ravaged by wounds so deep they cut to the bone, on that frail figure beneath the tattered red dress, swaying as though it might collapse at any moment. His tongue was tied by her sudden counter-question, leaving him speechless. The woman in the red dress let out a soft laugh, then turned to leave. The shredded hem of her dress swayed lightly with each step, yet her figure remained on the verge of collapse. Lin Mu's brows knitted tightly. He swept his gaze around on the desolate ruins. A foul, blood-scented wind whipped up sand and dust, as if determined to bury the city entirely. Without the slightest hesitation, he strode after the staggering woman in red ahead of him. Night finally descended, and the last trace of the setting sun's glow was devoured by a thick shroud of dark clouds. Two broken, battered bodies trudged through a sea of rubble and corpses, finally stopping beside a crumbling wall. Here at least they could lean against it to catch their breath. Zhengguo Envoy. Lin Mu's voice tore through the silence, laced with uncontrollable tremor. He lurched forward and dropped heavily to one knee before a corpse clad in silver armor. The silver armor was already soaked in blood, and the corpse's face was so mangled it was unbearable to look upon. Only the portion above the neck remained, just enough to faintly make out the once familiar features. Moss. Master. Lin Mu's eyes flushed crimson in an instant. His right hand trembled in midair, yet he did not dare to touch that ice-cold remnant. The tremor at his fingertips betrayed his collapse, and the lump rising in his throat nearly choked off his words. As his gaze swept over the other corpses of the Zhani court members nearby, his expression changed abruptly. Those wounds could never have been wrought by the claws or fangs of aberrants. No, these wounds were not inflicted by aberrants. Lin Mu whipped around, his scarlet eyes locking onto the woman in the red dress amid the ruins. She sat languidly on a broken beam, her pale legs visible beneath her skirt, stark against the night. What happened here? And what did you see? Is this the manner in which you beg for answers, eh? The woman in red let out a cold laugh, flicked her skirt, and slowly rose to her feet. So quickly you forget what I just said. You understand perfectly well what I mean. Lin Mu drew a deep breath and slowly straightened his posture, every movement tugging at the wounds raked across his body. Please tell me. My thanks. Oh, what did I just hear? Are you expressing gratitude to a calamity? The woman in the red dress covered her lips with a light laugh. When her gaze brushed past Lin Mu's scarlet eyes, the corner of her mouth curled faintly. What a dull man. She stepped forward, her skirt sweeping over scattered stones, her voice carrying deliberate exaggeration. The scene here at the time was truly spectacular. Endless sandstorms and towering water columns surged into the sky, nearly tearing the heavens apart. A frail woman like me was frightened quite badly, you know. Awakeners of such caliber never even appeared on the final battlefield. So what does your so-called sacrifice amount to? Is it all just a joke? No, you are more like a troupe of abandoned clowns. Sandstorms. Water columns. Those four words pounded again and again in Lin Mu's heart. Suddenly he laughed, a hoarse, frenzied sound steeped in rage and bitter self-mockery. Indeed, what did their sacrifice the faith they guarded with their lives amount to in the end? As the laughter faded, Lin Mu's eyes turned lifeless and resolute. He staggered around and dragged his broken body toward the edge of the ruins. It had truly rotted through to the core. In that ruined body of yours, do you still intend to leave this blood-soaked city? The woman in the red dress spoke, her voice suddenly turning chill. Are you not afraid that the Awakeners outside the city will erase you the instant they lay eyes on you? Or do you still naively believe that the high echelons of Awakeners will restore you to a lofty position because of your once unmatched merits? I do not believe that after this battle your faith will remain unshaken. Tell me, do you agree with me? Chief of the Central Genie, the court-bearer of the title White Reaper. The woman in red propped her chin on a jade-white hand, a playful smile tugging at her lips. She watched Lin Mu's tall, yet tottering back as though admiring a play drawing toward its final curtain. At the very last word, Lin Mu's steps came to an abrupt halt. Boss, you're being a bit stingy, Lin Mu said as he took a sip of water, looking at the boss with a smile. The chicken steak before wasn't this small, right? So I struck the mark. A flash of cold light flickered in the woman's beautiful eyes as invisible killing intent suffused the dead ruins. My faith eternally belongs to myself. In the past, now, and ever after. Lin Mu's voice grew ever deeper. If the world has become boundless darkness, then I shall carve out a path of light with my own flesh. He slowly turned his head, his scarlet eyes meeting the woman in red. SS-class Calamity Red King. Oh. A hint of surprise flashed through the woman's eyes before melting into deeper allure. Since you know who I am, then you should understand. This is the only chance you'll ever have to kill me. Do you not intend to cherish it? After all, right now, I am entirely the picture of a helpless young woman. Heh. Lin Mu let out a cold snort, refused to look at her again, and continued forward on his staggering path. That cold snort and utter disregard finally ignited the woman's fury. Her voice rose sharply, laced with icy killing intent. Hey. So eager to die? In such a rush to reincarnate? You can't possibly be naive enough to think you can walk out of the hunter's circle those Awakeners have drawn around this city. Every adverse predicament in this world arises solely from the inadequacy of those involved. There is no other reason. Lin Mu's voice was calm and his steps did not falter in the slightest. Mist rise. Ning Mo roared. Instantly the gray mist exploded outward, spreading dozens of meters, alive and ravenous, devouring every incoming feather, swallowing even light. At some unknown moment the woman in red had appeared at his side. Her jade-white hand gently caressed his right cheek, her red lips nearly touching the curve of his ear. But what if I decide that you must die right now, eh? You may try. Lin Mu's voice remained utterly level as he reached back and clamped down on the wrist that touched his face. Their eyes met, invisible killing intent colliding in the air between them. In Lin Mu's scarlet gaze, coldness surged. In the woman's eyes, provocative amusement glimmered. You're hurting me. How hateful. The woman in red abruptly changed her expression, her voice turning coy and sugary, her eyes misting as though she were the one wronged. The corner of Lin Mu's mouth twitched despite himself, her face changed faster than the turning of pages in a book. He flung her wrist away, and without another word turned and strode off. My name is Sun Yinha. The sudden words made Lin Mu's steps falter once more. He furrowed his brows, turning back with a face full of confusion. This name was completely inconsistent with her identity as the Red Queen. Moreover, what she called herself had nothing to do with him. And you? Sun Yinha tilted her head to look at him, her long hair cascading over her shoulders, obscuring half of her profile. Lin Mu replied succinctly, and then resumed walking. If you lie to me, I will kill you. Sun Yinha's voice returned to its icy tone. Believe it or not, it's up to you, Lin Mu said without looking back. Only after Lin Mu's figure had completely faded did the smile on Sun Yinha's face suddenly vanish. She clutched her chest violently and coughed. PFF. A mouthful of fresh blood gushed out without warning. She staggered backward, collapsing heavily onto a pile of corpses, kicking up a cloud of stinking dust. Her chest heaved violently, her face as pale as paper, and her once enchanting red dress now looked somewhat disheveled. Just using a trace of the remaining power has left me in such a state. Sun Yinha gasped, her voice weak to the point of being nearly inaudible. She gazed in the direction Lin Mu had departed, a complex light flickering in her eyes as she murmured, Lin Mu. Is it? You must live to walk out of here. Your life can only be taken by me. As her last words fell, Sun Yinha completely closed her eyes, with only the faint rise and fall of her chest proving that her life still lingered. Lin Mu staggered through the ruins strewn with corpses, already oblivious to how long he had been walking. Countless ghastly wounds on his body cracked with each step he took. Blood continued to spatter everywhere, dragging a horrifying trail of crimson across the ground behind him. After a long while he drew closer to the edge of this blood-soaked forbidden zone, yet his mind had begun to grow hazy. In the dimness, a faint glimmer of light appeared ahead. It was the searchlights outside the city sweeping back and forth into the forbidden zone, casting alternating shadows of light and dark among the ruins' broken walls. 3 days have passed, and the one from Shengjing City remains ever so cautious. Suddenly a strong light flashed past him, then abruptly stopped, locking onto him directly. Immediately after, 2 more strong beams converged, illuminating him as if it were broad daylight. It's right in front of me. I cannot fall here. Lin Mu's voice was hoarse as he used the last of his strength to stagger forward. At that moment he resembled nothing more than a blood-soaked figure. Survivor detected. Catastrophe confirmed. Eliminate immediately. A booming voice came from behind the strong light, and within seconds dozens of powerful auras appeared before Lin Mu. Some among them looked disdainful, others indifferent, while some bore fleeting expressions of sympathy. After 3 whole days you managed to drag this broken body to this point. The leader spoke with a tone of contempt, as if looking down upon an ant. How amusing. 10 steps. 9 steps. Lin Mu ignored the other's words and continued to shuffle forward, as if he could see a glimmer of hope. And master. He is. A black-clad man suddenly shrank his pupils, his voice trembling with fear, barely able to form coherent words. As this shocking statement fell, everyone focused their eyes, and a chill instantly surged to the top of their heads. Zhenating, the head of the court. The White Death. Dozens of powerful Awakeners' auras erupted simultaneously, and the air seemed to freeze in that moment. At this moment Lin Mu was only 3 steps away from them. On the blood-soaked face, an astonishing smile unexpectedly emerged. Just 2 steps more, and he would completely walk out of this deathly forbidden zone. What are you afraid of? Just a dying man. The leader suppressed the unease within his gaze, turning vicious. Apologies, Baiju. Thank you for your lengthy conversation. Lin Mu finally exerted the last of his strength and stepped his left foot outside the forbidden zone. Did Baiju ever think that one day he would perish at our hands? The leader of 5th-tier Awakener and dozens of figures behind him simultaneously charged at Lin Mu. The moment his right foot landed, a surge of blazing fire erupted from within Lin Mu. The crimson flames, akin to the judgment fire from hell, instantly turned dozens of black-clad figures to ash. His broken body, enveloped in flames, began to heal at a visible rate, the flesh and blood at the wound regenerating as if reborn. Ice and fire, not bad at all. Lin Mu attempted to mobilize the power within him, but frowned. It only healed my injuries. The power within is surprisingly weak. Never mind, I have plenty of time. Once I recover, the blood debt of Shengjing City must be repaid, and a surge of killing intent churned in his eyes as he raised his hand to violently tear off the human skin mask from his left face. The mask crumbled to dust in the wind, vanishing into particles in the air. It's been 6 years, time to go home. There is no Baiju in this world. My name has always been. After walking a considerable distance, Lin Mu suddenly stopped, turning back abruptly to gaze at the blood-soaked city that had already been designated a forbidden zone. Sun Yinha, is it? Fortunately, this place is near Jiang City, otherwise in my current state, I wouldn't know when I could get home. Lin Mu sighed helplessly as his figure gradually disappeared into the thick night. An hour later, a group of black-clad men sauntered toward the direction Lin Mu had left, their steps leisurely, clearly not taking their watch duty to heart. It's been 3 days, there can't be any living creatures left. Why should we take turns on watch? This lousy task seems endless. One of them complained, his tone filled with impatience. All right, keep it down. Tomorrow is the last day. We finally made it through the hard times. Don't let anything go wrong at this crucial moment. Another quickly hushed him. Sigh, half of the human Awakeners perished here. I heard that Zhenating only has 2/3 of its personnel left now. It's truly tragic. Also, on the day the battle ended, the Central Authority established daylight. Isn't it obvious they want to replace Zhenating? Another person lowered their voice, their tone tinged with regret. You're looking for death. How dare you say such things? Do you want to die or something? The one who had earlier stopped the complaints changed his expression, harshly reprimanding him. I was wrong, I'll shut up. I didn't say anything. That man immediately fell silent, shrinking his neck, afraid to say more. Until they reached the edge of the forbidden zone, everyone was stunned. 3 searchlights pointed in the same direction, and the ground still bore clear scorch marks. What the hell? Such an unprecedented thing. We won't be running into it, will we? Quick, report to Shengjing City immediately. The leader's face turned pale, his voice slightly trembling. A tightness gripped their hearts, and a chill ran down their backs. If the wrath of the Shengjing City Central Authority descended upon them, the consequences would be unimaginable. Even their corpses would be hard to protect. Name: Lin Mu. Gender: male. Occupation. Unemployed. Now that you're awake, let's have a good talk about why you were unconscious in the main road of Onping District. Were you in a hurry to be reborn? If it weren't for a kind-hearted person bringing you here, you would surely have been run over by some reckless driver. And what's with your tattered clothes? Even your underwear is showing. What happened? Onping District Public Security Bureau. In a windowed interrogation room, a 30-year-old officer stared at the young man across from him, his eyes full. Perhaps I was too tired from walking and fell asleep for a bit. As for the clothes, Lin Mu gazed seriously at him. I cut them myself. It's a form of art. You. The officer looked at Lin Mu's innocent expression, nearly cursing out loud. That's the main road. Do you know how many cars pass by during the morning rush hour? What if, and I mean what if you had lost your life? Wouldn't you be scared? Lin Mu scared. Now let's start proving. Xiao Zhang restrained his anger and spoke in a serious tone. The geographical position of Onping District has been very sensitive lately. If you cannot prove you are from Onping District, we will have to regard you as an illegal element and hand you over to the local branch of the Town Control Bureau. Once you enter that kind of place, your life will no longer be in your hands. The officer deliberately emphasized the last part, thinking that once the words Town Control Bureau were mentioned, this kid wouldn't be able to remain calm. But the next moment, he mentally retracted that thought. Because Lin Mu's face showed no signs of fluctuation, as if he hadn't heard the 3 words Town Control Bureau. What's wrong with this kid? Is he a fool? How can he remain so calm upon hearing Town Control Bureau? Don't worry, officer, I'm a good person, my home is right. Bang. The interrogation room's door was suddenly pushed open. A middle-aged man with a cigarette walked in. Xiao Zhang let him go. His family has come to pick him up, and he's an awakened one. You didn't make things difficult for him, did you? No, not at all. Just a simple chat. Xiao Zhang's mind went blank as he carefully observed Lin Mu. About 1.8 meters tall, I must admit he is indeed good-looking, but can someone who could faint while walking really be an awakened? Are awakened ones this week? Director, he just woke up and has family claiming him. Isn't that strange? Is your phone running on 2G? The director shot him a glance. The officer, huh? That kid's photos and videos of him sleeping on the road in those tattered clothes are almost trending in Onping District. All right, hurry and let him go. Don't keep his family waiting. After saying this, the director glanced again at Lin Mu's ragged clothing, his mouth twitching in disbelief at the fashion choices of today's youth. Then he turned around and left while smoking. Officer, can I leave now? Lin Mu stood up. Of course. Xiao Zhang smiled and patted him on the shoulder. Little brother, heed my advice. Take care of your health. Awakened ones shouldn't be this frail. Lin Mu. Outside the Public Security Bureau. A middle-aged man appearing to be in his 40s, wearing an eye-catching floral tank top, large shorts, and flip-flops, was squatting at the door smoking while waiting. Upon hearing a sound of footsteps, the middle-aged man turned around and immediately broke into a big grin, extinguishing his cigarette before throwing an arm around Lin Mu's shoulder. You little rascal, what's going on? Ever since you became an awakened, didn't you go off to St. Capital City to make a name for yourself? It's been 6 whole years since you last came home. You return home with such a bombshell of a surprise. Tisk tisk, just think about how you'll explain this to your mom. I bet she's ready with the frying pan, just waiting to smack you when you get home, haha. Lin Mu's expression stiffened. His dad hadn't changed a bit. He then helplessly said, Dad, why do I feel like you're taking so much joy in my misfortune? Am I even your biological son? Of course. You don't know how much hardship your mother went through to give birth to you. Cough, it was her who gave birth to you. Speaking of which, Lin Yu raised an eyebrow, carefully scrutinizing his son's outfit. I'm asking you, little rascal, is it that I'm too old-fashioned or you're too avant-garde? I can't understand your outfit at all. Are you going for a non-mainstream look? The clothes. Had a little accident, but Dad, you're getting older, yet you still have so much energy. Lin Mu joked. Can we talk about going home first? By the way, how did you get here? I drove. Our family is doing well. We bought a new car last year. Come on, let's talk on the way. Lin Yi pulled him to a black sedan, and after the engine roared to life, he pressed the accelerator and shot off. No need to rush, drive slowly. Dad's driving skills are as smooth as ever, Lin Mu thought to himself. That won't do. Your mom issued a military order. I must take you home immediately. I can't afford to delay. Lin Yi turned the steering wheel, sharply executing a perfect drift. Also, do you think it's easy to get out of the Public Security Bureau? If I didn't give them some extra money, you wouldn't have gotten out so quickly. They could keep you there for a whole day. You need to bribe them. How much? Lin Mu didn't expect that even in a formal process extra money was required. A full $200. Lin Mu, this price is only because you're an awakened. Never mind, son, don't be too upset. How many awakened spend their whole lives stuck at 0 rank? Don't lose heart, gold will shine eventually. If you were just a stone, we'd forever lie flat, indifferent, living one day at a time. Lin Yi specifically consoled his son, worried that his son might be feeling down about his lack of talent. Lin Mu gazed out at the passing street view, noticing the significant changes in Onping District after 6 years. Home is always the warmest harbor, but one thing is for sure: you can't stay forever. By the way, I haven't asked you, little rascal, after 6 years of wandering in St. Capital City, how did you end up like this? When your mom and I saw the video, we were laughing, wondering who that divine figure was, only to take a closer look. Is it really that hard to screw screws in St. Capital City these days? Lin Yi sighed and pressed on. Yeah, it's tough to screw screws in St. Capital City. The factory went bankrupt, and I was laid off, as 6 years wasted. Lin Yu's tone was somewhat sentimental with a hint of sadness. Seeing this, Lin Yi lit another cigarette, saying, "It's okay, how old are you? Even if you stay at 0 rank forever, an awakened being's strength is still greater than an ordinary person's. You can earn a few hundred more a day moving bricks at a construction site. You should smoke less, that's bad for your health." Lin Mu opened the car window, letting the smoke drift away with the wind. "Stop pretending, do you want one? You won't be able to smoke when we get home." Lin Yi directly threw a cigarette from the box in front of Lin Mu. In the holy capital city, the heart of power, 5 elderly men were seated around a round table, their expressions grave, exuding an oppressive aura that nearly solidified the air. The sound of a slow creaking door echoed. A man dressed in black stepped forward with heavy footsteps to stand before the round table, bowing his head respectfully. "A special team has been dispatched to the latest formation of the Baizhou esteemed elders." The elder on the left slammed his palm on the table, causing the hard round table to shatter like a spiderweb, his voice filled with fury. "The people have already escaped. What is the point of this now? This is the first task we assigned you after the establishment of Baizhou. Is this how you repay us?" The elder on the right interrupted sternly. "The remaining high-ranking members of the State Guardian and Zhun Yi Court have been eliminated on the spot. The rest are mere ants not to be feared. But do not forget, there is still one person whose existence must not be compromised." The elder on the left crossed his arms, his gaze icy. "Without him, the complete collapse of Zhun Yi Court is merely a matter of time. Rest assured, esteemed elders." The man in black leaned forward, placing a silver hilt on the table. Strangely, this weapon only had a hilt with no blade. The holy artifact Formless Blade is the exclusive weapon of the chief of Baizhou, discovered on the corpse of the State Guardian, the White Reaper, confirmed dead. The elders on both sides of the table eased their furrowed brows slightly, but the elder in the main seat suddenly narrowed his eyes, meeting the newcomer's gaze. "Qin Jiang, I can help you secure your position as the chief of Baizhou, but I can also make you fall from grace in an instant." Qin Jiang lowered his head even further, his voice increasingly respectful. "Elder, have I done something wrong? Why submit the holy artifact only today?" The elder in the main seat tapped his finger on the table, a flicker of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. "Do not think we are unaware of your intentions. Oh, I can clearly inform you that the holy artifact recognizes its master and is nothing but scrap metal to outsiders. Elder, please hear me out." Qin Jiang's face turned pale as he was about to argue. "Enough, go manage Baizhou well. In due time, the most outstanding awakened ones from various regions will be prioritized in being sent to Baizhou. As the chief, you should present yourself as one. Can't you learn from the predecessor's lessons? What we desire is the unconditional obedience of everyone in Baizhou to you." After the elder on the right spoke, he waved his hand, signaling Qin Jiang to leave. "I understand. Qin Jiang will not disappoint the trust of the esteemed elders." Bowing, Qin Jiang stepped back, and just as he was about to push the door open, the elder's deep voice resonated once more. "When you reach the mid-stage of the 7th level, we will pressure the Holy Capital Research Base to forge a holy artifact specifically for you. But the prerequisite is that you must possess sufficient strength to earn the respect of those old fossils." Qin Jiang's footsteps suddenly halted, a flash of joy passing through his eyes as he turned back, bowing deeply. "Yes. Please rest assured, esteemed elders, my life was saved by all of you from a mountain of corpses. I will not let you down." After the elder in the main seat nodded in acknowledgement, Qin Jiang stepped out, finally leaving the room that had filled him with oppression. Only after walking far did he let out a long sigh, staring into the shadows of the corridor, his eyes brimming with malice. Lessons from predecessors. The path of the head of Zhun Yi Court is not something I can emulate. That is truly beyond my reach. Qin Jiang shook his head and left slowly. Inside the room, the atmosphere remained heavy. "Are we truly doing the right thing?" one elder on the left whispered. "The only 8th level awakened one among humanity has been sent to his grave by us." The elder continued, "The Red King and the Black King, both SS-level Lords of Calamity, have fallen in the City of Sin. We face no threat now, but if the State Guardian were alive, our plans would be hindered at every step." The elder in the main seat spoke solemnly, his gaze sweeping over the four. "As for Qin Jiang, if he does not awaken elemental powers by the time he reaches the mid-stage of the 7th level, he will no longer be qualified to continue serving as the chief of Baizhou." However, just now, the elder on the right hesitated to speak, but was forced back by the sharp gaze of the elder in the main seat. There's one more thing, someone must have intervened. The surveillance outside the exit of Zone C in the forbidden area was completely cut off last night. Perhaps that lucky escapee has already been rescued and is now missing. He's just an unimportant ant. Everyone disperse. As the elder in the main seat finished speaking, the 4 elders in black rose from the round table and left. Once everyone departed, the elder picked up a wine glass and walked alone to the floor-to-ceiling window overlooking the holy capital city below. He raised his glass and poured red wine onto the floor, the crimson liquid spreading across the marble like blood. What a splendid final battle it has been. State Guardian by Jew Court Chief, your era has come to an end. As soon as the words left his mouth, the wine glass suddenly shattered in his grasp and lightning flickered between his fingers. Central Zone E Court Headquarters. After the final battle, this building, which symbolized humanity's defense line, had lost 80% of its combat power, the heavy atmosphere suffocating. On the 32nd floor, the second highest level, a man dressed in a white Zone E Court uniform, tall and imposing, strode through the corridor. He abruptly stopped in front of the innermost door, flung it open, and shouted in a rugged voice, "Have you found? Report Lu Ping and others." Inside the room, the second-class Zone E envoy Shen Rou stood and saluted. Behind her, a wall of screens spread out like a tapestry. The target completely avoided all surveillance, and the subsequent videos have been completely destroyed by us. Lu Ping frowned as he looked at the central screen and said somberly, "If we can't trace his whereabouts, naturally no one else can. That's enough." He turned to Shen Rou, his tone softening. "You've worked hard. It's no trouble." Shen Rou quickly waved her hand, but her voice carried a hint of urgency. After a moment's hesitation, she added in a low voice, "It's just Lu Ping and others. Since Baizhou was established, the most outstanding new awakened ones have mostly been dispatched there. The people below are all saying in private, 'What nonsense about Baizhou and Heizhou.' Even if Zone E Court has only 20% left, it is not something that mere cats and dogs can compare to, not to mention the 3 chiefs under the court chief. But they are still here. To move against Zone E Court, one must see if they have the capability." As he finished speaking, Lu Ping patted Shen Rou on the shoulder. "You should recheck the existing surveillance. It will be a bit tough for you during this time, but once new personnel join, I will ensure you get help immediately." Omping District Wudong Community. Lin Mu pushed open the door to his home, and just as he bent down to change his shoes, a figure rushed into his arms with the wind. It was none other than Lin Mu's mother, Jiang Shuwan. Her figure was graceful, but at this moment she was too flustered to maintain her poise, tightly hugging her son, her voice trembling. "I've really missed you, my dear. Let me hold you properly. It's been 6 years since we last met, and you've grown taller. I have to stand on tiptoe just to embrace you." She released her hold and looked Lin Mu up and down, her eyes reddening. "Although your return is rather disheveled, as long as you are home, everything will be all right." Lin Mu looked at his mother, whose face was filled with worry and concern, and that long-sealed heart of his felt warmth once again after 6 years. "Mom, you look even younger and more beautiful than 6 years ago." Stop with the sweet talk." Jiang Shuwan's demeanor suddenly changed, her expression becoming serious. "The moment for sentimentality is over. Hurry and change your shoes. Explain to me, what on earth is this shabby outfit? How did you end up sleeping on the street?" With that, she turned and strode into the living room, leaving Lin Mu standing in the entrance in a daze. He turned to look at his father, Lin Yi, casting a pleading glance. Lin Yi sighed, patted his shoulder, and lowered his voice. "Son, don't blame your old man for not reminding you your mom just bought a new frying pan and opened it today. Good luck." "No, Dad." Before Lin Mu could finish his sentence, Lin Yi had already quickly changed into his slippers and slipped into the room to escape, as if a moment's delay would lead to him being caught in the crossfire. As Lin Mu walked into the living room, steeling himself to change his shoes, Jiang Shuwan was elegantly seated on the sofa, her gaze locked firmly on him. "Come sit." "Mom, please don't get agitated. It was all an accident." Lin Mu sat beside her with a pained expression. "An accident?" Jiang Shuwan raised an eyebrow, her voice suddenly rising. "What kind of accident could make you come home from Shengjing City in tatters? Didn't you have a phone? Our family is at least middle class. Can't you afford a few sets of clothes? Most importantly, why were you sleeping on the street? Speak. Did you do something bad?" The last few words Jiang Shuwan nearly shouted, clearly reaching her breaking point. Lin Mu took a deep breath, as if making a difficult decision. In the next second, his expression turned gloomy, his voice choked. "Mom, these past 6 years have been terribly hard for me. I struggled in Shengjing City for 6 years, hoping to make a name for myself and make you and Dad proud, but in the end, it all came to nothing. I couldn't even afford a ticket home, had to hitch rides, begging kind-hearted people to give me a lift." He continued, "Just when I was almost home, I was so hungry, I blacked out. I woke up in a strange room, and the people inside interrogated me. You have no idea how panicked I was at that moment. All I wanted was to come home. Oh, why was it so difficult? The outside world is so dark. By the end, Lin Mu's eyes were red, his voice trembling, as if he had suffered a great injustice. The living room fell silent, only the sound of Lin Mu's suppressed sobs could be heard. Jiang Shuan looked at her son's haggard appearance, her tense face slowly softening, a hint of pain flashing in her eyes. How could her most beloved son have suffered so much outside? Just as Lin Mu was about to continue his performance, a warm embrace suddenly enveloped him. Child, I don't blame you anymore. You're a grown man, why are you still crying? Jiang Shuan patted his back, her voice growing gentler. Since you've returned, let's start anew and follow the path we planned. In the bedroom, Lin Yi was peeking through the door, his eyes wide with disbelief. What the heck? Is this really happening? Did my wife just believe that? Rest assured, this time I'll stay home for a while and spend more time with you, Lin Mu said softly, leaning against his. What do you mean by staying for a while? Jiang Shuan's tone became serious again. What other crazy ideas do you have? Cut them out completely. 6 years of freedom is already our biggest concession to you. She turned to shout toward the room. Lin Yi, why are you hiding in the room right after our son comes home? Has there been any news from the school? Lin Mu sat on the sofa, secretly lamenting Jiang Shuan's unpredictable moods are truly just the same as before. But hearing the word school, he felt a sudden weight in his heart, an ominous premonition washing over him. Lin Yi walked out of the room with a smile, quickly approaching Jiang Shuan's side. Everything is arranged. Isn't it a coincidence? Today happens to be the first day of classes at Jiangxing University, and the opening ceremony is this afternoon. Now you have something to do. Go to school properly, and you might not get stuck at the initial stage or faint on the— Wait, what? Me? Go to school? Lin Mu pointed at himself, looking at his parents with a face full of doubt about life. Of course. Who else could it be if not you? At our age, can the school even accept us? Lin Yi said, reaching for a cigarette, but silently withdrew his hand under Jiang Shuan's icy glare. But I'm already 24. Besides, Lin Mu tried to argue, but was interrupted by his mother. No more besides, Jiang Shuan said firmly. Awakened individuals under 25 meet the admission standards of Jiangxing University. I warn you, sending you to school has already drained half of our family's resources. When she mentioned half of their resources, her eyes clearly flickered with a hint of pain before she softened her tone. I don't ask you to be extraordinary, just graduating smoothly and finding a stable job is enough. Yes, you little rascal, the connections at the school for awakened individuals are very important and will greatly benefit you in the future, do you understand? If you could miraculously become a second-tier awakened within 2 years, you might even directly enter the Jina division after graduation. That would be a great honor for our family. If you can reach the 4th tier in the future, you could even participate in the assessments of the Central Jina Court. At this point, Lin Yi clearly didn't believe it himself and shook his head. Of course, let's not think about that. Even if our Lin family's ancestral tomb were to emit green smoke, it would be a struggle. Ouch, wife. That hurts. Lin Yi grimaced in pain. How can you be so lacking in confidence in our son? Jiang Shuan shot him a glare, yet her hand tightened as she pinched her husband's waist. Lin Mu forced a smile. Dad, Mom, can we discuss this? Not possible. The couple spoke in unison, their synchronicity unsettling. When your dad went to the Public Security Bureau to pick you up, Yin had already handed over the money. Jiang Shuan said with her hands on her hips. Let me tell you, this was only possible because your sister managed to pull strings through her connections in Shengjing City. Otherwise, how do you think you could start school on the opening day? Lin Mu sighed silently in his heart. Yin, I really thank you. In the end, he could only lower his head in dejection and compromise. Lin Yi and his wife exchanged smiles, their lips curling up with the satisfaction of a scheme well executed. This girl has truly made it to such a core department. She's quite impressive. Lin Mu frowned, a hint of confusion in her tone. But how come I didn't know about this? Yin and I have been in contact all along. What else could it be for? Jiang Shuan shot him a reproachful glance. Yin is likely trying to protect you. Think about it, she's not even an awakened one, yet she's being sought after by the holy capital. She paused, reflecting carefully, and continued. By the way, Yin also mentioned that several top-tier researchers are eager to take her on as a disciple. Lin Mu was taken aback, her gaze suddenly deep. Yin had such talent in the field of research. After a moment, Lin Mu returned to the long-forgotten room, lying on the bed with her eyes closed to recharge. The memories of the months spent in the final battle, the life and death trials, echoed in her mind. In the kitchen, the sounds of Lin Yi and Jiang Shuan busying themselves could be heard. Honey, your acting skills are getting more convincing. If I didn't know the truth, I might have almost believed it. Lin Yi joked softly while chopping vegetables. If we don't say so, how can our son focus on his studies? Jiang Shuan raised an eyebrow, looking as if victory was assured. If we tell him that getting into Jiangxing University is just a matter of yen, Yin saying the word, would you believe it? As long as we don't see him entering the school ourselves, he will definitely find a way to disappear. She paused, her tone suddenly turning serious. Honey, our son is really still at the 0 stage. When he left the Department of Public Security, I specifically checked. There wasn't a trace of power fluctuation within him. Lin Yi sighed, continuing to chop the vegetables. I thought that awakening 6 years ago was a sign of his extraordinary talent. Now it seems likely he will be completely stuck at the 0 stage in the future. But that's not so bad. At least he and Yin won't be dragged into those life and death matters anymore. Although humanity won in this final battle. Jiang Shuan's movements halted, her gaze drifting towards the window. But with no ruler over disasters, humanity's only 8th stage has perished. The future will only be more chaotic, right? Don't think so much, Lin Yi interrupted her. No matter how chaotic it gets outside, we just need to live our lives well. As long as that brat and Yin are safe, whatever else happens has nothing to do with us. I can rest easy about our son, but it's Yin. Jiang Shuan shook her head with a sigh. The place she entered is anything but ordinary. The holy capital is currently in turmoil, and the establishment of the daylight isn't just an internal declaration of war. And those people above. It's a pity that Zhen Yiting is no longer here. If he were still around, those in the shadows wouldn't dare act so brazenly. Stop worrying so much, Lin Yi said, chopping the ribs into 2 pieces. This is not something we can manage. Besides, Zhen Yiting is not that simple. It's the strongest place for humanity's overall strength. Even if only 2 out of 10 are left, it remains unshakable. Time flies so fast. The 2 kids have grown so much. Jiang Shuan suddenly smiled. I wonder who will get married first. With Yin Yan's looks, those pursuing her could form a long line, Lin Yi scoffed. As for that brat, he does have his looks, but his stubbornness is like that of a mule, completely single-minded. I wonder which girl will be able to handle him in the future. As Lin Yi's words fell, the couple shared a smile. Indeed, but let's not interfere with such matters. Jiang Shuan wiped her hands. The kids have their own thoughts and freedoms. We, no matter what happens in the future, just need to provide them a safety net. So when it comes down to it, we really are getting old. Nonsense. Lin Yi immediately responded, my wife is 18 every year. All right, how old are you to still say such things? Jiang Shuan pretended to scold him, but the corners of her mouth couldn't help but rise, her mood evidently lifted. Lin Yi chuckled a couple of times and continued to chop the ribs. The blazing sun scorched every inch of land in the Forbidden City. The air was permeated with an even stronger stench of decay and rot. A group of figures in black uniforms was slowly moving toward the center of the Forbidden Zone, their steps echoing dully on the cracked ground. The leader suddenly stopped, turned around to survey the team behind him, and spoke in a deep voice. This is our special team's first mission. You all better rein in those disdainful expressions. Sir, can this even be considered a mission? A woman in black raised her hand to cover her mouth and nose, looking at the mountain of decaying corpses around her with undisguised disdain. With this nauseating stench, how could there be any survivors? Yes, sir, how about we just go through the motions and withdraw? Another team member nervously glanced around the shadows. I just have a feeling that this Forbidden City is eerily sinister. What if something truly bizarre appears? Shut up. Just yesterday, a team led by a 5th stage Awakened disappeared without a trace, leaving only a scorched mark on the ground. Your mindset will only accelerate your own death. Stay alert. We are now at the very center of the Forbidden Zone. He paused, his voice growing even harsher. Also, have you all forgotten the chief's orders? Even if they are completely dead, as long as the bodies have not rotted, you are to deliver the finishing blow. As his words fell, dozens of figures in black suddenly fell silent, gripping their weapons tightly as they continued forward. Beneath the broken walls 100 meters away, a woman in a tattered red dress suddenly raised her previously lowered head, her eyes snapping open. They were a pair of blood-red pupils mixed with madness and hunger. She raised a chilling smile, her tongue slowly licking along her pale lip line, as if savoring the bloody scent that was about to arrive. Soon after, the team stopped in an open area 10 meters away from the woman in the red dress. The leader looked around, seeing that the broken walls here were fewer, turned to the others and ordered, "This area can barely be considered a clean space. We will rest for 10 minutes and continue onward. Once night falls, we will return to the holy capital." "Yes, Song Shoei," the team members replied in unison. Song Shou nodded slightly, just about to relax his vigilance, when his pupils suddenly constricted. A vague red shadow flashed from the edge of his vision. "You won't be able to go back now," a crisp female voice rang out like silver bells laced with piercing cold. Before the words fell, a spray of blood had already gushed from Song Shou's neck, hot droplets splattering on the ground. Oh, what a beautiful yet disgusting taste. Song Shou's eyes widened, filled with unwillingness as he crashed to the ground. The woman in the tattered red dress stood barefoot beside his corpse, her lips still stained with warm blood. Song Shoei. The team members' expressions changed dramatically as they all raised their weapons, aiming at the woman in red. Su Nianha extended her tongue to lick the blood at the corner of her lips, her eyes turning an even deeper shade of crimson. A crimson tail wing phantom suddenly erupted from the left side of her back, swaying like flames. How delicious. This king has been waiting for you filthy awakeners for quite some time. The right wing is golden, the left wing is crimson. She is. SS level disaster. Red King. She isn't dead. She is still alive. A man in black recognized the iconic tail wing, his voice stuttering from fear, his weapon clattering to the ground without him noticing. Run. With this terrified shout, a group of figures in black instantly scattered, fleeing in different directions. Run. Hee. Su Nianha chuckled, covering her lips. You are the key nourishment for this king to regain power, so who should I start with first? As she looked at the fleeing figures, the curve of her lips turned increasingly sinister, her gaze growing colder. With each step, she took her jade-like foot left behind a blood-colored lotus on the charred ground, and simultaneously a man in black 100 meters away would suddenly scream in agony and turn to ashes. Moments later, the crimson tail wing behind Su Nianha had gradually transformed from a phantom into a clear, tangible form. She raised her slender fingers to wipe the bloodstains at the corner of her mouth, her scarlet pupils slowly regaining clarity, yet deep within her gaze simmered an unfulfilled desire. Not enough. Far from enough. This filthy blood is too little. The silver bell-like laughter echoed through the ruins, once again laced with a chilling madness. As the laughter subsided, Su Nianha suddenly bit her lip, her expression revealing a hint of naive cuteness. Is that a kiss? Of course, Lin Mu replied, cheerfully scooping rice from his bowl. Dad wasn't wrong at all. You look younger than 18. Alright, eat properly. Jiang Shu shot a teasing glare at her son, yet the corners of her mouth couldn't help but rise. This table is filled with everything you love to eat, yet instead of learning good habits, you've fully mastered your dad's flattery techniques. That's where you're wrong. Lin Yi placed a piece of braised pork ribs into his wife's bowl, grinning widely. What we father and son said are all heartfelt truths. If you were to wear a school uniform and stand at the university gate, you would definitely be the beautiful campus queen that everyone would shout about. Exactly. Lin Mu immediately chimed in. Mom is naturally beautiful, can't we speak the truth? Jiang Shu eyes curved into crescent moons, her smile growing wider. Really? The mother and son replied in unison, their tone resolute. Seizing the moment while Jiang Shu was immersed in joy, Lin Mu clenched his chopsticks and cautiously spoke. Mom, about school. Can we really not discuss it anymore? Lin Ye's raised chopsticks suddenly froze in midair, his peripheral vision darting towards his wife. Jiang Shu's smile vanished in an instant, her gaze turning serious as she looked at Lin Mu. Lin Mu's heart sank, sensing something amiss. Good son, she said slowly, her fingers tapping on the table drawer. Don't make your mother discipline you during such a happy moment. Saying this, she pulled out a brand new frying pan from the drawer, its surface gleaming coldly. Just kidding. Mom, please don't take it seriously. Lin Mu instantly shrank back, waving his hands repeatedly. School is great, I really love school. Jiang Shu's expression finally softened as she placed the frying pan back in the drawer. That's more like it. Mom has been a bit irritable lately, so don't provoke me, okay? Understood. Lin Mu nodded vigorously, his head nearly dipping into the bowl. The air that followed had an oddly eerie silence. The father and son exchanged silent glances, focused solely on devouring their food, even their chewing sounds deliberately quiet, as if the dining table had become a battlefield. Why is it suddenly so quiet? Jiang Shu suddenly spoke up, her gaze scanning the two of them. Am I that frightening? Lin Mu and Lin Yi simultaneously looked up, instinctively nodding. Then they both shook their heads vigorously, their movements synchronized as if rehearsed in advance. Jiang Shu was amused, letting out a chuckle. Alright, let's talk about something serious. She turned her attention to Lin Mu, her expression turning serious. Son, although Jiang City is relatively stable apart from the holy capital, there are still many aberrants hiding among the crowd. Although there are people from the town guard stationed at the main intersection, you must be careful when you go out. Remember not to go to sparsely populated places, especially at night. When the sky darkens, you absolutely cannot go out unless it's urgent. Don't worry, Mom, Lin Mu assured, patting his chest. I've grown up and can take care of myself. Just you. You've never been serious since you were little. Jiang Shu shot him a glare, then suddenly sighed. Last month in the neighboring district, there was an incident where an aberrant who had been hiding for years suddenly attacked the neighbors out of desperation. By the time the town guard arrived, dozens had already perished. The lives of ordinary people are too fragile now, they shatter with just a touch. Though you are an Awakener, there isn't much difference between a zero tier and an ordinary person, so you must listen to your... Got it. Lin Mu quickly nodded, then shifted the topic with a hint of probing. By the way, Mom, are you and Dad aberrants? Lin Yes Chopsticks froze again, his eyes filled with a look that screamed, son, are you crazy? His whole body stiffening in his seat. Jiang Shu-wan, however, remained unusually calm, the corners of her mouth even slightly curling up as her gaze steadily met Lin Mu's. Lin Mu's heart tightened. Oh no, I asked that too casually. Son, she spoke slowly, her voice unnerving. Mom carried you, and Yin Yin for 10 months, raised you both from infancy to adulthood. Do you know how hard it was for me? Mom, I was just joking. Please don't take it seriously. Lin Mu instantly plastered a flattering smile on his face. Wife. Lin Yi began to mediate. Shut up. Jiang Shu-wan interrupted him, without turning her head, silently opening the drawer of the dining table and slowly lifting that frying pan. In Lin Mu's eyes at this moment, Jiang Shu-wan's figure seemed to cast an oppressive aura akin to that of a demon descending, making even the air feel heavy. Jiangxing University is located in the most central area of Jiangxing. As a top institution, it recruits students from 11 districts. Young people who become Awakeners before the age of 25 must pass through layers of assessments such as registration, political review, and home visits to step through this school gate. Omping District is one of these 11 districts. Today marks the opening ceremony for new students, yet a small commotion has already begun at the school gate. Groups of senior girls stretch their necks, their gazes fixated in the same direction, their eyes sparkling with unabashed admiration. Wow, our school has such handsome boys. A short-haired girl clenches her fists, excitedly shaking her companion's arm. 1 minute. I want all his information. I love him so much. All right, be a little restrained. A girl with glasses nudges her. I'm about to drool. Standing in front of the junior like this will scare him away. But I really love him. The short-haired girl stomps her foot, her face filled with infatuation. Sisters, I finally understand the feeling of a true prince arriving. Sigh, sister, take a look at yourself. Another girl lets out a sigh, scanning the bustling crowd. At this school gate, every girl is your competitor, including me. Oh no, we've been caught daydreaming, and someone has already made their move. What? Someone shouted, startling everyone to look in the direction of the voice. Amidst the crowd of new arrivals, Lin Mu, dressed in black casual attire, stands tall, his simple black hair neat and tidy, and his white sneakers add a refreshing touch. Just as he is about to step through the school gate, a striking figure suddenly appears in front of him. Hello, Junior. The girl's voice is charming, her smile radiant. She blinks, her tone enthusiastic. My name is Li Cici, and the new student ceremony starts in 10 minutes. Since you are new, the school is so big it's easy to get lost. Let me show you around. This junior is mine. Li Cici has claimed him. No one else will do. Her gaze towards Lin Mu grows increasingly flirtatious. It's Li Cici again. So beautiful and so scheming. Complaints arise from the crowd. Exactly. But why isn't it me who is scheming? Thank you, senior. Lin Mu's voice remains calm and unruffled. Li Cici's smile brightens even more just as she is about to turn and lead the way. She sees Lin Mu already walking past her, leaving behind a sentence. I can find my way, please guide others instead. With that, he walks deeper into the campus without looking back. Li Cici is momentarily stunned, then angrily stomps her foot, her expression darkening. After all, she is ranked among the top 20 in the beauty list of Jiangxing University. How could she lack attraction? Is he even a man? The girls at the school gate first fell silent, but in the next second they burst into suppressed laughter, the earlier anger dissipating, replaced by a sense of exhilaration. Li Cici feels completely humiliated, wishing she could find a hole to hide in. Senior, I'm a new student. At this moment, a boy approaches Li Cici with an expectant smile. I heard Jiangxing University is very large and easy to get lost. Can you show me in? With so many senior girls at the school gate, go find someone else. Li Cici waves her hand impatiently, her gaze sweeping over the group of girls, still giggling, her tone carrying lingering annoyance. I'm very busy, no time. With that, she hurriedly leaves in her high heels, leaving the boy standing there dazed. On the other side, Lin Mu is making his way smoothly towards the auditorium where the opening ceremony is being held. 3 years ago, he entered this building accompanied by the principal, yet things have changed since then. In 3 years, Jiangxing University has changed quite a bit. He looks at the brand new buildings on campus, feeling a sense of nostalgia. After passing a few teaching buildings, the noise of the ceremony comes rushing towards him. At this time, the auditorium is already filled with thousands of new students. Lin Mu walks straight to the last row, choosing the most inconspicuous corner to sit. He raises his gaze towards the stage, and buried memories suddenly surge back. Then he was a top-ranked Jina envoy and a fifth-year Awakener, personally invited by the principal of Jiang University to be the grand finale at the opening ceremony. Time flies. 3 years have passed so quickly. Lin Mu sighs inwardly, yet he doesn't notice that many girls in the front rows are frequently turning around, whispering in his direction. The boys on the other hand frown and murmur, "Isn't it just good looks? What's so impressive about that?" In this day and age, looks are worthless, especially in the Awakener Academy. Until all the new students have entered, a loud voice suddenly resounds through the auditorium's silence. Instantly, the entire venue falls completely silent. On the main stage, a middle-aged man dressed in black sports attire, his gaze piercing, scans the crowd. "For this opening ceremony, I will skip the opening remarks. Next, let us invite the principal to give a speech." As soon as he finishes speaking, thunderous applause erupts. The middle-aged man bows to the elder on the left side of the stage, then turns and steps down. Amidst the applause, an elderly man dressed in formal black attire, looking spirited, steps slowly onto the podium. His expression is stern, but a trace of barely perceptible sadness crosses his eyes. When he begins to speak, the applause from the audience unexpectedly halts. "First, welcome everyone to Jiangcheng's only Awakener Academy. You are both fortunate and unfortunate. Of course, at this moment you all must think that becoming an Awakener is a tremendous fortune." The new students exchange puzzled glances, the principal's words leaving them momentarily bewildered. However, considering that the elder on stage is not only the principal of Jiang University, but also a fifth-year Awakener, everyone tacitly buries their confusion. The principal's words must be profound and inscrutable, so they decide to take notes first. Only Lin Mu, sitting in the last row, looks at the familiar elder on stage and can't help but smile and shake his head. This principal Song is still so roundabout in his speech. At the same time, you are also a very fortunate batch of new students. The principal's tone shifts, his voice suddenly rising in intensity. 4 days ago, we witnessed a moment that will be recorded in history. 2 SS-level disasters. Both kings fell in the city of evil. Boom! Thunderous applause instantly sweeps across the auditorium, the new students' faces flushed with excitement. But a heavy but suddenly rings out, cutting through all the cheers. The principal's gaze sweeps across the audience, his tone heavy. Humanity has also lost nearly half of its Awakeners. This is also an epic disaster for humankind. The only 8th-tier Awakener, the guardian of the nation, has fallen. The head of the Central Jin Court, hailed as the leader of the new era for humanity, is none other than the infamous White Death, who also perished in the city of evil. The principal paused again and spoke slowly. "In this cataclysmic war, it seems we have won, yet it also feels like we have not." Wow! The gasps instantly swept through the crowd. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. The brilliance ignited by victory suddenly dimmed. This news had never been made public. They only knew of the war's brutality, unaware that even the White Death had fallen. Although the National Guardian was the strongest force of humanity, he rarely appeared in the public eye. Yet the title of White Death was enough to command respect throughout Huaxia. Even ordinary people would feel a sense of awe upon hearing this title, and among the Awakeners, it was universally acknowledged. In this era named White Death, no one could rival him. As the new students were still immersed in the shock of the White Death's demise, the principal's deep voice resonated again. Although the SS-level catastrophe has been eradicated, the situation remains grim. The future turmoil within the city will only intensify. He paused, scanning the bewildered faces of the new students just as he was about to explain. But he caught a glimpse of a new student in the last row, gazing up at the ceiling with a flicker of anger in his eyes, and then suppressed his emotions to continue. "You may wonder why, despite the fall of the dual kings, the world has become even more chaotic." The new students nodded in unison, waiting for the principal to reveal the answer. "That is because..." The principal looked back at the last row, only to find that the new student was still staring at the sky, as if everything around him was irrelevant. He changed the subject and said in a serious tone, "Next, we will select a new student to ask a question to see how much you understand about the Awakeners and the catastrophes." As soon as he finished speaking, the thousands of new students who had been fully attentive instantly lowered their heads in unison, fearing they would be called upon, and left with a terrible first impression. Only Lin Mu remained leaning back in his chair, his gaze fixed on the ceiling, lost in thought. "Good." The principal's voice carried a hint of deliberate praise. "The student at the far right of the last row is very proactive," raising his head high, clearly confident. "Please stand and answer the question." A hush fell over the hall, and no one responded. Lin Mu suddenly snapped back to reality, looking around at the sea of eyes turned towards him, his face full of confusion. Why did it suddenly become quiet? Why is everyone looking at me? At that moment, a chubby student sitting 2 rows in front of Lin Mu whispered, "Hey bro, the principal is asking you to stand up and answer the question. You dare to zone out during the opening ceremony. You're really something new. I admire that." Lin Mu? After a moment of shock, Lin Mu quickly stood up and seriously asked the chubby student in the front 2 rows, "Bro, what was the question again?" The surrounding new students immediately burst into suppressed laughter, and the atmosphere in the hall became awkward. Perhaps this student didn't hear clearly, so let me repeat it again. The principal's voice grew colder. Why has the world become more chaotic after the fall of the dual kings? Please answer this question with your own understanding. The fall of the dual kings means the catastrophes are without a master. Lin Mu answered without hesitation. Wow, his answer has fewer words than the principal's question. Exactly, this guy has already made a terrible first impression, scoring a 0 on his entry. Keep it down, or if we attract the principal's attention, we might be the ones called upon. The murmurs of the new students rose and fell, feeling a mix of sympathy and amusement for this person. However, the principal's eyes suddenly lit up, his gaze sharp as he looked at him, slowly uttering 2 words, "Not bad." The audience gasped. Just those 8 words can be considered not bad. 4 of those words were even a repetition of the principal's. Why does he get credit for that? The new students once again looked at Lin Mu, their eyes shifting from sympathy to envy and jealousy. The chubby student sitting in the third-to-last row even widened his small eyes, turning his head in disbelief. Bro, you really are hiding your talents. All right, let me change the question. The principal continued to probe. This question has no standard answer. I just want to hear your thoughts on the newly established organization Daylight. Lin Mu raised an eyebrow, his expression somewhat bewildered, then looked earnestly towards the high platform and asked, "Principal, what is Daylight?" In an instant, the new students erupted into laughter. Lin Mu scanned the room, his expression growing more perplexed, because he truly had no idea what Daylight was. Even his phone was bought only on the way to Jiang University. He hadn't had the chance to check the latest news. But in the next moment, Lin Mu's mind connected many dots, and he smirked disdainfully. The Disaster Suppression Court, even without me, could not be replaced by a newly established organization. Dude, are you on a 2G network? That news was all over the television 3 days ago. The chubby student turned to complain, but this time he accidentally twisted his neck, quickly massaging it, while turning back to sigh quietly. School is such a hassle, I have to rub my own cramps. If I were at home. Sigh. The principal was momentarily taken aback by the question, then shook his head and said gently, "It's all right, not knowing is fine. Please take a seat." After Lin Mu sat down, the principal's speech continued for a full 2 hours. As the end approached, the principal suddenly raised his voice, a smile breaking across his face. "Today, as part of Jiang University's opening ceremony, we have also invited a heavyweight figure." As soon as he finished speaking, the eyes of thousands of new students sparkled and their breathing quickened. For most new students, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to see someone above the first-tier disaster suppression envoys in person. Now please welcome the special disaster suppression envoy from the Disaster Suppression Court, a 6th-tier Awakener, Lu Ping. Before the principal could finish his sentence, he was drowned out by thunderous applause. The principal smiled and turned his gaze to the left side of the platform. Shortly after, a tall, rugged man in a white Disaster Suppression Court uniform stepped onto the stage with steady strides. After a brief handshake, the principal turned to leave. At this moment, the applause from the new students grew even more fervent. It should be noted that the highest combat strength guarding Jiang City was only 5th tier, and the figure of a 6th-tier Awakener typically only appeared in the Holy Capital or in cities experiencing large-scale catastrophes. Yet Lin Mu in the last row was intrigued as he looked at the platform, inwardly pondering. It seems the Disaster Suppression Court is doing well. Moreover, Lu Ping's temperament probably won't take more than a minute to finish speaking right. As he thought about this, he couldn't help but smile and shake his head. However, Lu Ping at the podium suddenly felt a chill down his back, his heart jolting as he unconsciously glanced backwards. Only after confirming that no one was there did he let out a sigh of relief, still feeling somewhat dazed. Why does that sense of oppression feel exactly like when the head of the court was staring at me during training? With this thought, Lu Ping's gaze darkened momentarily before he steadied his breath and slowly spoke. As Lin Mu anticipated, Lu Ping's speech indeed lasted no longer than a minute. "Finally, please remember, what flows through our veins is the blood of Huaxia." With those words, Lu Ping stepped down from the platform amidst thunderous applause, leaving behind a crowd of freshmen still in a daze. As the opening ceremony officially concluded, the freshmen began to leave the venue in an orderly manner, and the once crowded hall gradually emptied. In the third-to-last row, a chubby boy leaned over and called out to Lin Mu, who was still seated behind him, "Brother, the ceremony is over. Why aren't you leaving yet?" Lin Mu smiled at the boy, saying, "No hurry, no need to squeeze through the crowd." After a pause, he seemed to remember something and added, "Thanks for the reminder, brother. Hey, we're all freshmen together. Let's help each other out. It's a small matter." The chubby boy waved his hand about to get up to leave, but suddenly turned back and said, "By the way, what's your name?" "My name is Wang Yueban." At this, Lin Mu couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. Suppressing a smile, he replied, "Lin Mu. All right, brother Lin. Let's hang out sometime. I'll treat you. Money is no issue." After patting his chest, Wang Yueban swaggered out of the hall. Lin Mu watched his retreating figure and couldn't help but chuckle softly. That name really suits him. Not long after, only a few scattered freshmen remained heading towards the hall's entrance, and Lin Mu slowly got up to leave. It was only when there were just a few freshmen left in the hall that Lin Mu leisurely stood up and walked towards the door. Just as he stepped out, he bumped into Principal Song, who had just spoken on stage. Principal Song was about to speak, but Lin Mu instinctively reached out his hand, gesturing for him to go ahead, and said calmly, "Principal Song, please." The corner of Lin Mu's mouth twitched despite himself. Her face changed faster than the turning of pages in a book. He flung her wrist away, and without another word turned and strode off. Yet he felt an eerie familiarity with this scene, and Lin Mu's silhouette seemed oddly recognizable, though he couldn't recall where he had seen it before. He sighed softly, shaking his head. "I'm really getting old and my memory is getting worse." Lin Mu stood outside the hall watching Principal Song's departing figure, rubbing his forehead and sighing. He would have to be more mindful. Since he was here to study, he ought to act like a student. With that in mind, he walked towards the school gates. Although his father had already paid for his accommodation with classes not starting until tomorrow, he decided to rent a place near the school, just to make skipping classes a bit easier. After all, he didn't want to waste too much time at school. As night fell, the neon lights flickered. Right across from the academy, a bustling commercial street was located outside the Yunjing community. The auxiliary road was filled with various three-wheeled electric carts with the aromas of fried snacks, grilled cold noodles, and pancakes wafting through the air. Long lines formed in front of each stall, showcasing the vibrant atmosphere of human life. Of course, students were still the main force, followed by a group of workers. Souls weary from a long day needed some fried food to lift their spirits. Only at the corner was an old tavern exuding a serene atmosphere that stood in stark contrast to the hustle and bustle. Warm yellow lights spilled out from the tavern with the sign reading Duan Shi Tavern. Only one character's light was on, giving it a somewhat eerie appearance from the outside. Inside the tavern, traces of time were evident everywhere. Old tables and chairs, half-broken light bulbs, and dust-covered wine racks. The dim lighting, however, surprisingly instilled a sense of comfort. At the bar, a man in his 30s sat with a dejected expression, his black shirt, wrinkled hair greasy, and an unshaven beard. A puff of smoke slowly escaped his lips as he murmured, "Another day lived, how dull. Boss, although we're not short on money, shouldn't we at least change the basic lighting? With only one letter of the sign lit, how can we attract customers to come in?" A young girl in a maid uniform walked up to the bar, pouting in complaint. Her striking figure stood out in the, "Yeah, Google, let's add some decorations. This environment, let alone customers, we ourselves can't stand to look at it." Another young man in a server uniform chimed in, a hint of helplessness on his face. The man known as Google looked down at the cigarette, but almost burning his fingers. He slowly took out a cigarette pack from his pocket, skillfully pulled out a stick, lit it, took a deep puff, and nodded slowly amidst the swirling smoke. "You make a good point." The two exchanged glances, their faces brightening, but their joy was doused by his next words. "How about this, Sansher Xiao Man, since you have nothing to do, clean up properly today until you're satisfied." "Fine, pretend I didn't say anything. After all, this is where we live, you do as you please." Xiao Man huffed coldly and angrily turned to enter the back room. "Gu Xiao Man." Sansher was about to plead for Xiao Man when he was interrupted by Gu Guest Sai. Guga looked at Xiao Man's retreating figure. "Sai, let's do it tomorrow. Let's add some simple decorations, but remember, don't make it too clean. If it's too clean, customers will really come in." "Got it, Gugu." Sansher's eyes lit up as he hurriedly called out to the back room, "Xiao Man, did you hear?" Gugu agreed to the decorations. "Long live the boss. Long live Gutsong." The sounds of Xiao Man's joyful voice came from the back room, and Gutsong smiled, helplessly, only realizing the cigarette, but had burned his fingers. He gazed out at the still bustling commercial street, his eyes suddenly heavy, as he couldn't help but sigh internally. After this battle, nearly all of the few old friends remained have left. He quietly took out a cigarette pack and lit another one. Amidst the smoke, he seemed to see those familiar faces again. Meanwhile, on the top floor of Building 12 in the Yunjing community, in a spacious apartment of over 200 square meters. The monthly rent is 5,000, 1 month deposit 3 months in advance. The minimum contract is 1 year. "If that's all right, we can sign the contract now." A mature woman in professional attire and high heels was placing the contract on the coffee table. Lin Mu was just about to negotiate, saying, "Can you lower it a bit?" Before he could finish, Sister Wang interrupted with a smile and waved her hand. "Of course that's not possible. This is the Yunjing community. You must have checked the prices by now, right?" She leaned in closer, lowering her voice teasingly. "But seeing as you are a student of Jiang University's Awakening Academy, I've already given you the lowest price. Mainly it's because you're handsome. If it were someone else, I wouldn't rent for less than 1,000. Lin Mu chuckled helplessly, saying, "All right, let's sign. As Sister Wang, you prepare, I'll make a call." "Sure." Lin Mu turned and walked into the adjacent guest room, closing the door before pulling out his phone. The balance displayed on the screen showed only 2,000 yuan, which was the living expenses just given by his family. As for the money in the previous account, well, unless Baiju reappears, it cannot be touched at all. He sighed lightly and scrolled through his contacts, dialing a number. Beep. The phone rang for a few seconds before being picked up, and a sweet female voice filled with excitement came through. Brother, why did you suddenly call? Are you missing me? Lin Mu rubbed his forehead and said, I need your help, Yin. Yin, lend me 2,000 yuan first. 2,000. On the other end, Lin Yan's voice instantly escalated, filled with panic. What did you do, brother? You didn't go to that kind of place and get caught, did you? The veins on Lin Mu's forehead twitched, and with a dark expression he said, What are you thinking, girl? I rented a place opposite the academy, and the landlord requires a deposit and 3 months rent up front. Speaking of which, I really have to thank you. You arranged everything for my schooling so clearly. The last few words were nearly gritted out. On the other end, Lin Yan's nervous laughter came through. He who told you to be my dear brother? Who else would I be thinking of? She quickly changed the topic. By the way, brother, which card should I transfer the money to? They'll transfer it now. They'll send you the card number right away. Remember to be quick, the landlord is still waiting. Lin Mu said helplessly. Got it. They'll come find you to hang out when I get a break. Bye, send me the card number quickly. Lin Yan finished and hurriedly hung up, leaving Lin Mu bemusedly staring at his phone. In Shengjing City, within a heavily guarded research base, Lin Yan had just hung up the phone, her fingers quickly operating her phone, and 3,000 yuan was instantly transferred to the designated account. She tucked her phone into the pocket of her lab coat, unable to hide the smile at the corner of her mouth, and even the sound of her silver high heels on the ground was light and cheerful. Yin, I heard everything from behind. A gentle voice came from behind her as an elderly man with graying hair walked over, a kind smile on his face. Nowadays there are many scams. You're so naive. Be careful not to get cheated. Lin Yin turned around, showing a sweet smile to the old man. It's not a scam, Grandpa Zhu. It was my brother calling. Your brother? Oh, I remember. A look of realization flashed in the old man's eyes. It's Lin Mu you mentioned this morning, right? He should have arrived at Jiangxing Awakeners Academy by now. Yes, he has arrived. Lin Yin nodded, her tone filled with gratitude. I really have to thank you, Grandpa Zhu. Oh, there's no need for that. The old man waved his hand and smiled, saying, Your brother was originally an Awakener. He just registered a bit late. It's not even considered taking a shortcut. He shifted the topic and mysteriously said, Just in time, it'll take you to a confidential area that only a few old coots like us can access, but if you go, who would dare to say a word against it? Okay. Lin Yan's eyes brightened as she quickly followed the old man's pace. After walking a few steps, she suddenly noticed the old man holding a silver knife handle, but without a blade, curiously asking, Grandpa Zhu, what is this in your hand? Why is there only a knife handle? Haha, I'll tell you when we get there. The old man teased, leading the way deeper into the base. After a short while, following 3 layers of strict identity verification, a heavy metal door slowly slid open, illuminating the neatly arranged glass containers inside the room. Lin Yin was instantly stunned by the scene before her. Each container quietly held a weapon with all kinds of swords, spears, and halberds, their surfaces glinting coldly, as if still lingering with the aura of their masters. Wow, what are these? Lin Yin couldn't help but exclaim. These are all the sacred artifacts used by Awakeners above level 7 in the past century. The old man's voice deepened, carrying a hint of solemnity. Each one has a unique structure and is bound to its master. Only the original user can unleash its true power. He paused, his tone tinged with regret. The fact that these sacred artifacts are here indicates that their owners are no longer present. If someone else uses them, they are just ordinary iron lumps. Lin Yan's expression also darkened as she softly said, So that's how it is. She then looked at the knife handle in the old man's hand. Who is the owner of this knife handle? The old man sighed heavily, his voice filled with regret. He, like Yin, is a child that we old folks genuinely like. Moreover, he was particularly young. If nothing had happened with a few more years, Huaxiao might have seen a different scene. Grandpa Zhu, was he such a young 7-level awakener? Lin Yan's eyes widened in disbelief. Yes, a high level 7, and he awakened the ice element power at the initial stage. The old man's gaze fell on the knife handle, as if recalling something. He is by Zhu, the head of the Genet court. Grandpa Zhu, is it the White Death? Lin Yan exclaimed, Yes. The old man nodded, taking heavy steps toward an empty container in the corner of the room, opening the lid and carefully placing the silver knife handle inside. But just as he was about to close the container with a clang, the knife handle unexpectedly fell out of the container, landing on the ground with a crisp sound. Huh, how strange. The old man frowned and bent down to pick up the knife handle. Could it be that I didn't place it properly? He placed the knife handle back into the container this time, deliberately adjusting its position to ensure it was steady. But the moment he closed the container, the knife handle fell out again with a clang. The old man was stunned, scratching his head, looking at the knife handle in his hand with confusion. Your master is no longer here. What is there that cannot rest? Grandpa Zhu, Lin Yin stepped forward, her gaze resting on the knife handle as she softly asked, does this sacred artifact have to be stored here? The old man was taken aback by the question. For a century, sacred artifacts had always been stored this way, but there was no rigid rule that they had to be kept here. Yin feels that since it has fallen twice, does it not want to be permanently confined in the container? Lin Yan's eyes were clear, and her tone serious. I have truly never encountered such a situation. It feels a bit eerie. The old man looked at the knife handle once more, his brows furrowing even tighter. Grandpa Zhu, since it will only be an ordinary weapon in the future, and it is just a knife handle unlike the other complete sacred artifacts, Lin Yan looked at the old man and cautiously suggested, how about I take care of it? If there are regulations that require storage in the future, I will return it, okay? The old man fell silent for a moment, carefully considering the feasibility. Indeed, there were no regulations stating it must be stored here, and the fact that the knife handle had fallen twice was indeed unusual. He looked at Lin Yan's expectant gaze, then glanced at the knife handle in his hand, suddenly smiling. All right, he'll leave it in Yin Yan's care. As he spoke, he handed the sacred weapon with a silver handle to Lin Yan. She accepted it with both hands, lowering her head to examine the knife handle with gentle eyes. After all, this was the weapon of the White Death, whom she had admired for a long time. All right, little brother, if you have any issues while staying, just call me sis. On the other side, a mature woman smiled as she handed the contract to Lin Mu. Lin Mu took the contract. All right, Sister Wang, take care. After saying that, she turned on her high heels and walked towards the door, the sound of her heels tapping against the ground crisp and neat. The door slammed shut, isolating the sounds from the outside. Lin Mu walked to the floor-to-ceiling window where the neon lights of Jiang City flickered in the night, and the flow of traffic resembled a glowing river beneath his feet. He slowly raised his right hand, a faint flicker of flame dancing at his fingertip before vanishing instantly. Immediately after, a trace of coldness seeped from within him, also disappearing in an instant. So weak, he muttered to himself, yet quickly steadied his mind. But low-level abnormal beings pose no threat to me now. Since the day he became an awakened, the mechanical voice of the system had been etched in his mind. For 6 whole years, the final battle was its second appearance. Was there some hidden trigger condition? Or did he simply fail to grasp the significance of its existence? Forget it, external forces are ultimately external forces. Lin Mu sighed lightly, recalling the sealed historical data he stumbled upon in the central database before the final battle, his brow unconsciously furrowing. He gazed out at the night sky, his expression growing somber. This bloody path has led to now. How many times have I lingered at the gates of hell? The darkness concealed in this world, I will uncover it little by little. What is the truth that was covered up by the Elder Council a century ago? Did awakened and abnormal beings really only appear a century ago? How much has the history of Huaxiao been distorted? And, Sunyana, suddenly a light rumble echoed from his abdomen, and Lin Mu smiled helplessly. Is it because I've lost too much power within? I haven't felt this hungry in a long time. He tidied up the clutter in his bedroom, grabbed the coat by the door, and walked out with a light step. In Shengjing City, atop the 22nd floor of the Daylight Building, in a spacious and luxurious office, Chief Qin Jiang, the special team heading to the Forbidden City, has still not made contact. A man in a black uniform from Daylight reported with his head bowed, his voice extremely low. The air suddenly fell silent. The next moment, a loud crash erupted, startling the man into trembling. Qin Jiang slammed his palm onto the hard table, his voice deep. It's been 4 days. Are there really still living people in the Forbidden Zone? Chief, should we report this to the Central? The man asked tentatively. Report? You want me to set foot in that cursed place twice in 1 day? Qin Jiang's brow furrowed, and after a moment he took a deep breath and looked at the incoming person. Lu Ping reorganized the special team's files and erased the information about the warehouse guard team. Once completed, report no anomalies in the Forbidden City. Yes, Chief, Lu Ping replied respectfully. By the way, have you obtained the systematic training program for the Jina Court? Qin Jiang's voice returned to calmness. 2 first-class members have already gone. They should be back soon. Qin Jiang suddenly paused, looking at Lu Ping. Did you remind them to act discreetly in the Jina Court? Lu Ping remained silent for a moment and respectfully said, Chief, they are all veterans. They shouldn't cause any trouble in the Jina Court, right? Qin Jiang sighed deeply, slowly closing his eyes. I hope so. Nothing has gone smoothly today. In the Jina Court, first floor, a man with a round face in a Daylight uniform shouted angrily at the woman before him. It's just a training program. How long do you expect us to wait? Do you really think we at Jina Court don't take Daylight seriously? His companion beside him showed obvious impatience, scoffing. You have 3 minutes left. If it's not sorted out by then, the consequences will be severe. However, the woman seemed to have not heard, slowly pouring tea into a cup, looking at the two. Oh, can I take that? Have you forgotten where this place is, eh? As her words fell, the two were thoroughly enraged. A mere 4th-tier awakened dares to defy us. The round-faced man stepped forward, his tone harsh. The woman suddenly smiled, her eyes filled with mockery. Just 2 5th-tier awakened dare to wreak havoc in the Jina court today truly opens my eyes. You're looking for death. The current Jina court is nothing more than a candle in the wind. The round-faced man reached out with his right hand, grabbing towards the woman's neck, his expression sinister. Thud, thud, thud. The steady footsteps suddenly rang out, and the man's hand froze in midair. The three of them turned to look at the door. A man in the chief's uniform of Jina court walked in slowly, a long sword hanging at his waist, his face exuding a sinister aura. The hearts of the two from daylight sank to the bottom, cold sweat breaking out on their backs. The woman stood up respectfully. Chief Ching He. Before she could finish, she was interrupted by a wave of Ching He's hand. He approached the two, and just as the round-faced man squeezed out a smile to greet him, Ching He's right hand had already clutched his neck. With a loud crash, he slammed him to the ground. Blood spewed from the man's mouth, staining his uniform. Ah! The scream echoed throughout the first floor as Ching He's long sword pierced into the man's palm. So in Qin Jiang's eyes, Jina court is just a candle in the wind. Ching He spoke indifferently, pulling out the long sword and stabbing it into the other palm. Another round of screams erupted, and the round-faced man begged repeatedly. Chief Ching He, please listen to me, please listen to me. Ah! His cries gradually weakened until he fainted completely. The other first-class member from Daylight was directly terrified. A 5th-tier awakened. Did he really act so recklessly? Is Jina court filled with madmen? But he quickly plastered a fawning smile on his face, confirming that his companion had completely fainted before stuttering, Chief Ching He, I didn't stop him, it was my oversight. With a loud bang, he was kicked against the wall. He fell to the ground with a thud, his face filled with terror, unable to articulate. Drag your companion back and inform Xinjiang. There is no reasonable solution to this matter. I don't mind personally visiting the Daylight to let you experience the style of handling affairs at Jina court. Having said that, he turned around with steady steps, not looking back, as he added, put the information away. We will discuss it further when Xinjiang shows his sincerity. Yes, Chief Chingha. The woman responded respectfully, then cast a disdainful glance at the two in Daylight, smirking as if they were clowns. Moments later, the man stumbled to his feet and walked before the portly man, taking a deep breath as he slowly dragged him out of Jina court. Outside the building, a business car was waiting. The driver, witnessing this bizarre scene, widened his eyes in shock and hurriedly opened the car door to welcome them. Jina court, 32nd floor. As Chingha exited the elevator, he encountered a woman of striking beauty. She too wore the Jina court chief uniform and spoke. I saw it on the surveillance. It shouldn't be Xinjiang's order. He doesn't have the guts. It was just a simple education, Chingha replied calmly. Why still let these two live? You are being a bit too merciful, the woman said before stepping into the elevator. As the doors slowly closed, Chingha raised an eyebrow and muttered to himself, am I being merciful? Pay more attention next time. The commercial street across from Jiang University was still bustling, while Gutsong slumped on the bar's leather seat, lighting another cigarette. He was not heavily addicted to smoking, he simply found little hope in the world in recent days. Xiaoman and Sanshur were sitting in the corner playing a game, when suddenly a creaking sound was heard. The old door of the tavern creaked open instantly, drawing the attention of the three. Is there still someone coming to such a rundown tavern? The man shut the door behind him, appearing to be in his 40s with a pale complexion. He surveyed the tavern with a greedy smile and hoarse voice. Boss, your tavern is quite nice. Quiet, and with the loud noise outside, even if something happens inside, no one will know. I told you if the tavern isn't well decorated, normal people won't come. I won. You treat us to dinner tonight. Xiaoman shook her phone at Sanshur. No way. You used a resurrection item. That's cheating. Sanshur said, speechless. I don't care, you're treating. Xiaoman smiled with her eyes narrowed. Gutsong continued to silently blow smoke rings, lamenting the dullness of life. The man was slightly stunned, were the three in the tavern completely ignoring him. In the next moment, his expression twisted menacingly, his right hand morphing into a claw-like monstrosity, his face contorted as he hissed, I've been hungry for a long time today, I can finally have a good meal. Yet still no one paid him any mind. The man let out a chilling laugh. Interesting. Before he finished speaking, he lunged toward Gutsong at the bar. Just as the claw was closing in on Gutsong's eyes, a flash of cold light appeared, and a sharp dagger swiftly cut across his neck. The man collapsed to the ground lifeless. Xiaoman did a graceful turn and approached the bar, pulling out a tissue to wipe the gleaming dagger casually, saying, it's been a while since I've seen the weakest level calamity. He must have been too hungry and desperate. Let me think, which intersections Jin court member should I deliver the performance to today? As Sancher mumbled, he skillfully picked up a black sealed bag, preparing to stuff the corpse inside. Just then, with a creak, the tavern door was pushed open again. Oh, Sancher, your rapping skills seem to need improvement. Looks like I have to stuff another person in, Xiaoman reminded him. Sancher scratched his head and pondered for a moment before speaking. No, one bag can't hold two. Excuse me, is the tavern still open? A calm male voice suddenly rang out, startling the three, because the person before them carried no trace of calamity energy. There were only two possibilities. The first was an SS-level Calamity King. Such a being would be undetectable even in front of a 7th-tier awakened one. The second possibility was an S-level Calamity. They can hide their aura themselves. But evidently neither of these situations could possibly occur in this small old tavern. Thus, the only remaining possibility was this person was truly an ordinary person. No way is there really an ordinary person coming. The three muttered in their hearts simultaneously. Sancher was the first to regain his senses, quickly tying up the sealed bag and temporarily dragging it aside. Xiaoman then put away the glistening dagger and greeted with a smile, "We are open for business. What would you like to drink? But I must warn you, our drinks are all premium and a bit pricey. You look like a student. How about trying another place?" Lin Mu smiled slightly at Xiaoman, said nothing, and walked straight to a high stool at the bar. He looked at the man whose face was haggard and puffing smoke and said, "Boss, I'll have a glass of water, the free kind." Gutsong stubbed out his cigarette and closed his eyes, ignoring him. Xiaoman and Sancher exchanged glances, both thinking, is this person here to cause trouble? "Pour him a glass," Gutsong suddenly spoke. Upon hearing this, Xiaoman reluctantly took a cup of water and handed it over. "Sir, your water." "Thank you." Lin Mu smiled as he took it, drank a sip, and looked at the man again. "Boss, ID, also like a serving of egg fried rice. I haven't eaten yet, and am a bit hungry. Of course I want it for free." As soon as he said this, the atmosphere in the tavern became delicate. Gutsong suddenly opened his eyes wide and looked at Lin Mu. Meanwhile, Sancher and Xiaoman had already confirmed this person was indeed here to pick a fight. Just as Xiaoman was about to express her anger, Gutsong's hoarse voice rang out again, "Xiaoman, go make a serving of egg fried rice." "Huh, boss, he wants to eat for free and you're actually making it for him," Xiaoman immediately retorted. Sancher looked at Gutsong in confusion, thinking, did Gu take the wrong medicine today? Just make it for him. As the words fell, Gutsong was about to close his eyes again, when Lin Mu continued, "Boss, you might not have understood my meaning. I want you to personally make the egg fried rice." In the instant the words fell, Gutsong had already grabbed his arm. This scene astonished both Sancher and Xiaoman. They didn't expect the boss to personally step in to teach this young man a lesson. Gutsong frowned, gazing directly into Lin Mu's eyes. 0-tier awakened. Lin Mu seemed unfazed by this action and continued, "So can we make the egg fried rice?" "Yes, consider it an apology for your rudeness." Gutsong slowly stood up and walked towards the second floor. But this sudden change left Xiaoman and Sancher completely stunned in place. What the hell? The boss is actually cooking for an ordinary-looking student. Wait, since when did the boss know how to cook? As Gutsong ascended the stairs, Lin Mu's calm voice rang out again, "Add 2 eggs to the fried rice, fry an egg, add a slice of ham, add a piece of chicken fillet, and lastly make it a little bit spicy." Gutsong's pupils constricted, and he abruptly turned back to look at Lin Mu. "Hurry up, I'm not joking, I'm really hungry," Lin Mu said with a smile. Gutsong took a deep breath, suppressing the turmoil within. Wait. Soon the sound of sizzling oil could be heard from upstairs. Xiaoman and Sancher exchanged glances, their faces filled with shock. Their gazes turned in unison toward Lin Mu, who was sitting on a high stool, disbelief shining in their eyes. The boss was actually making fried rice. Xiaoman stared at Lin Mu's back, her understanding completely overturned. After following the boss for so long, it was the first time she saw him cook, and for someone outside. Sancher snapped back to reality, recalling the black bag he had dragged to the corner, and hurriedly said to Xiaoman, "I'll go take out the trash." Without waiting for a reply, he had already picked up the bag and quickly walked outside the tavern. Lin Mu suddenly turned around, meeting Xiaoman's gaze, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "Why are you looking at me like that? Are you surprised that your boss did something unbelievable?" Xiaoman finally snapped out of her shock, a hint of scrutiny in her eyes, as she stepped closer to stand in front of Lin Mu. "Are you a student of Jiang University?" "That's right," Lin Mu nodded in affirmation. "I have a question. What attracted you to this tavern when you looked at it from the outside?" Xiaoman's tone held a hint of inquiry. Lin Mu pondered seriously for a few seconds, glancing back at the dim wooden door of the tavern, and replied earnestly, "It looks quite eerie." Xiaoman frowned, more puzzled. "You dare to come in when it looks eerie? Aren't you afraid of being eaten by monsters?" As she finished, she deliberately revealed a sinister smile, the dim light accentuating her expression, wanting to scare this overly calm-looking student, especially since the boss treated him so specially. However, Lin Mu smiled gently at her, his voice calm, because the things here are free. You. Xiao Man almost blurted out a curse, but caught herself suppressing her anger as she said, this is a high-end tavern. Everything is quite expensive. This time is an exception from the boss. Oh, everything in the tavern is clearly priced. Even a plate of fried rice costs you $50. Lin Mu looked at the furious Xiao Man and smiled helplessly. Alright, I got it. If fried rice has a charge, I'll just choose another dish next time as long as it's free. Xiao Man could no longer contain her anger and was about to organize a fluent insult when steady footsteps came from upstairs. A few seconds later, Gutsong walked to Lin Mu with a plate of fragrant fried rice in hand. He handed over a pair of disposable chopsticks, his voice tinged with barely detectable excitement. 1 fried egg, 1 sausage, 1 chicken steak, slightly spicy. It smells good. Lin Mu smiled as he took the chopsticks and immediately dug into the meal. He was genuinely... In fact, Lin Mu had originally planned to buy street food downstairs to take home, but when he reached the tavern entrance, he suddenly froze. After glancing at Jiang University diagonally across the street, he slapped his forehead. How could I forget about it? Right across from Jiang University is Duanxia Tavern. If I had thought of it an hour earlier, I wouldn't have had to borrow money from Yin. Yin, isn't this a ready-made rich man? Thinking of this, he stepped briskly through the tavern door. Xiao Man watched Lin Mu eat with satisfaction, feeling even more unsettled, and huffed angrily as she walked to sit in the corner. Before long, Lin Mu's plate of fried rice was nearly empty, but Gutsong's gaze remained fixed on him. Boss, you're being a bit stingy, Lin Mu said as he took a sip of water, looking at the boss with a smile. The chicken steak before wasn't this small, right? You're picky, even with free food. Xiao Man suddenly stood up, her voice filled with anger. Gutsong immediately gestured for her to be quiet. He looked at Lin Mu, his weathered face showing an almost imperceptible tension, as he asked in a hoarse, trembling voice, how big was the chicken steak before? Lin Mu met his gaze and smiled, saying it was twice the size of the current one. You didn't split a whole chicken steak in half, did you? As soon as he finished speaking, Gutsong's expression changed drastically. He abruptly put a cigarette in his mouth and lit it, exhaling smoke rings, but his fingers holding the cigarette trembled slightly from excitement. He had almost confirmed the identity of the person before him, countless questions flooding his mind, but being forcibly swallowed back. What if it's not? What if the previous conversation was all coincidence? Are you wondering what if he isn't? What if the previous conversation was just coincidental? Lin Mu's calm voice rang out, and Gutsong's eyes widened in shock, the cigarette slipping from his fingers unnoticed. In the next moment, Lin Mu looked up at Gutsong's shocked eyes and said lightly, it's me. Boom! Countless emotions flashed through Gutsong's eyes, shock, confusion, excitement, but more than anything, boundless joy. His eyes began to redden, his lips trembling slightly, yet he couldn't utter a single word. In the corner, Xiao Man watched their interaction, her face filled with confusion. Why is this person suddenly talking to himself? Could he be mentally ill? If I had known, I wouldn't have argued with him earlier. It's really pitiful for someone so young to lose their sanity. Creak, the tavern door was pushed open, and Sanshur walked in. Xiao Man immediately gestured for him to come over. Sanshur walked over to Xiao Man with a puzzled expression and sat down. Xiao Man pulled him to her side and whispered in his ear, that person is actually a mental patient. He was just talking to himself inexplicably before you came in. Sanshur's expression instantly changed to one of understanding, adding a hint of sympathy to his gaze toward Lin Mu. Gutsong finally suppressed the turmoil in his heart and hoarsely asked, what happened to this face? And how did you come out? This is my original appearance. It was like this in the past, it is like this now, and it will be like this in the future. Lin Mu replied calmly. In the corner, Sanshur leaned closer to Xiao Man, whispering, didn't you say he was a mental patient? Why is Gugu still talking to him? We're too far away to hear what they're saying. Xiao Man looked just as confused. I don't know either. Gutsong lit another cigarette, smoke swirling as he stared at Lin Mu, and asked, why is there no fluctuation of power in your body? It's a long story, but recovery is just a matter of time. Lin Mu smiled. Gutsong suddenly chuckled, a glint of brightness passing through his eyes. That's not a bad thing. You've transitioned from light to dark. Is the knife still with you? You did consider it your lifeline. Lin Mu's chopsticks suddenly paused, his eyes dimming as he shook his head with a sigh. Gutsong took a deep drag of his cigarette, his voice emerging with the smoke rings. If a masterless holy artifact is found, it will be sealed in the holy capital's base. Oh, I'll go take a trip. All right, I'll listen to you. Gutsong nodded, then inquired, what's your true identity now? Lin Mu pointed behind him with his left hand, and Gutsong raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? I'm a freshman at Jiang University, just attended the opening ceremony today, Lin Mu said with a self-deprecating smile. Gutsong's mouth twitched in disbelief, his expression becoming particularly vivid. He leaned closer to Lin Mu and asked incredulously, are you serious? Yes, absolutely. Lin Mu nodded, then seemed to recall something, adding, has Lu Ping come by today? Gutsong completely believed him this time. He just left 2 hours ago. He said the president of John University invited him to speak at the freshman ceremony. Does anyone else know about this? His expression turned solemn. Lin Mu shook his head. If you hadn't already distanced yourself from the Zhan Yiting, I wouldn't tell you. What about the 3 of them? Gutsong spoke with certainty. I bet they don't believe you're dead, they'll wait for you to return. The conversation at the bar continued, but in the corner Xiao Man and San Shi were left bewildered. No way. How could the boss who values words so highly chat with him for so long? Xiao Man's eyes widened in disbelief. San Shi pondered for a moment and speculated, could it be that Gugu felt sympathy for him, thinking he's not mentally stable? Xiao Man punched San Shi. Are you stupid? Would Gugu ever show sympathy? Just then Lin Mu stood up from the high stool and walked toward the door. As he passed by Xiao Man and San Shi, he smiled slightly at them. Thanks for the hospitality. He pushed open the tavern door, but suddenly paused, saying, without looking back, Gutsong, you don't have much time left to wallow in despair. With that, the door slowly closed. A smile crept onto Gutsong's lips as he took another drag from his cigarette. He lit it with a flamboyant motion, murmuring, there's still a bit of hope in this world. Xiao Man and San Shi were completely stunned, and both rushed to the bar eager to find out more. But Gutsong had already returned to his former despondent demeanor, slumping in the leather chair and waving his hand at the 2. You guys clean up the place. Xiao Man and San Shi exchanged a glance, falling silent simultaneously. All their questions eventually swallowed back down. At the top floor of the Baizhou mansion. How dare 2 fifth-tier cultivators run rampant in Zhan Yiting, who gave them the guts? Qin Jiang could no longer suppress his fury, slamming his fist down on the sturdy long table, which immediately split in 2. Luo Ping was startled by the loud bang, cursing the 2 fools inwardly, but he steeled himself to continue reporting. There's one more thing. The chief of Qing, he said he wants you to personally go over with sincerity. Boom. The already fractured long table was completely shattered by Qin Jiang's second punch. With veins bulging on his forehead, he remained silent for a long time before his rage gradually subsided, and he spoke solemnly. How are their injuries? Xiao Xing is fine, but Chong Ruan's hands have been pierced and need some time to recuperate, Luo Ping replied respectfully. Qin Jiang sat back in the leather chair, slowly closed his eyes and sighed. You may leave, I will handle this personally. After Luo Ping left, he murmured to the empty office. What day is it today? Why is everything going wrong for me? Yunjing community. The sound of flowing water stopped. Lin Mu returned to the master bedroom, drying his hair and changing into loose black pajamas. Just as he leaned against the headboard, his phone suddenly vibrated. Beautiful phrases come from the heavens, writing poems and verses in abundance. As soon as the ringtone rang for half a second, Lin Mu picked up the call. A sweet female voice came from the other end. Brother, what are you doing? Have you eaten yet? I just finished eating. What's up? Lin Mu replied with a smile. Nothing. All right, brother, if you ever run out of money, just let me know anytime. Your sister's salary is quite high now. Wow, our yin has really made it big. Brother is benefiting from it too. Not at all. When I was in school, I relied on the pocket money from my brother to indulge myself. All right, if there's nothing else, I'll hang up. Get some rest and don't overwork yourself. Health is the priority, you know. Lin Mu spoke with concern. Wait, don't hang up yet. I have something important to tell you. Lin Yan's voice suddenly became urgent. Then hurry up and say it. Lin Mu chuckled. I knew you were just trying to rush me to hang up, just like mom and dad. Lin Yan complained. I have 3 days off next month. I'll come home for a day and spend the other 2 days with you, okay? It's no fun being home alone without you around. And wait, I brought something that will totally surprise you. I guarantee you'll be stunned. She deliberately, okay, call me when you come back. The rented house has 5 bedrooms, oh, feel free to stay. The other end fell silent for a few seconds, then suddenly gasped. No wonder the rent is so expensive. Brother, what size of house did you rent? About 200 square meters, I guess. Lin Yan. After hanging up the phone, Lin Yan lay back on the soft bed in her dorm, her brow furrowed. The next moment, she suddenly jumped up from the bed, her eyes brightening. Something's off. Something is definitely off. Why would brother rent such a large house by himself? Could it be he's hiding a beauty? Family group chat, an emergency broadcast. After hanging up, Lin Mu opened the official website for the first time in a long, while his fingers scrolling across the screen to browse the headlines. The first trending topic was still final battle, great victory, the dual kings of calamity have fallen. The second was the establishment news of the Baizhou organization. Beep, beep, beep. A series of messages suddenly popped up. Lin Mu's lips curled slightly as he clicked on the family chat, named Raising 2 Divine Beasts. Lin, you stinky kid, how was the opening ceremony today? It's been a day without news. You didn't skip it, did you? Jiang showing trust in our son. He must have attended school. Lin Yi, dear, didn't you ask me to inquire? Lin Mu, rest assured, if I hadn't gone to the opening ceremony, the school would have called home to notify you. Jiang Shu and I knew it. Our son is the best. Lin, you stinky kid, how's the dorm environment? Are you getting along well with your roommates? Lin Mu, all good, we get along well, and even had dinner together last night. Lin, you record a video to show the environment. Lin Mu, the lights are already out. My roommates all love to sleep. Lin Yan, huh? Lin Mu, what do you mean, huh? Lin Yan, woo brother is being mean to me. Jiang Shu, and speak nicely to your sister, do you want a beating? Lin Mu, I'm sorry. The group chat ended and Lin Mu helplessly smiled, raising his hand to press the switch beside him. The room instantly darkened with only the night view of Jiang City streaming in through the floor-to-ceiling window. Even while lying in bed, he could overlook the entire city lit up with neon lights. He continued to scroll through the official information when suddenly an urgent red alert popped up. Lin Mu clicked on it. Urgent notice, a suspected class disaster has appeared in the Huayan district of the upper city, and 2 second-tier town disaster envoys have already been killed. Residents are advised not to go out unless necessary. All personnel from the upper city's town disaster office have been mobilized, and the headquarters has dispatched a special town disaster envoy for support. Beneath the striking headline, a blurry live video was attached, faint traces of chaos visible on the streets. As the video flashed by, Lin Mu suddenly widened his eyes. He quickly rewound the video for a replay. In the footage, a woman in a red dress could be faintly seen, her delicate feet lightly stepping as she passed by several strands of fresh blood trailing from her skirt. Lin Mu frowned slightly. Is it her? How did she come out from there? Could it be that she has recovered? Just as this thought arose, he shook his head in denial. If she truly regained her peak state, who could stop her? I'm afraid by the time the official news spreads, there won't be much left of the Huayan district. He swiped to exit the video, but within seconds he switched back, examining it closely with a smirk. Why am I even paying attention to her? He swiped away again, yet unconsciously switched back, brow furrowed. I'm in such a weakened state, what am I thinking? With a swipe of his finger, the video was dismissed again. 1 minute later, Lin Mu swiftly changed into his clothes, walking briskly to the entrance to grab his coat, already opening the door as he put it on. While waiting for the elevator, he quickly opened his contacts to make a call. The phone rang once before being answered. A weary voice came through. Hello. It's me. Prepare a car. It's urgent. I'm on my way. Take off the license plate. Do you still need a car? The voice on the other end was momentarily stunned, then quickly responded. Your current condition indeed requires it. There's a Maybach parked on the auxiliary road directly across from the tavern. They'll have Xiao Man take off the license plate. The keys are on the windshield. Your current condition indeed requires it. There's a Maybach parked on the auxiliary road directly across from the tavern. They'll have Xiao Man take off the beep. Inside the tavern, Gutsong exhaled a puff of smoke, somewhat puzzled, but didn't think too much as he called out, Xiao Man. What's up, boss? Xiao Man cheerfully ran to the bar. Put the Maybach keys on the windshield and take off the license plate. Gutsong's voice was hoarse. Off. Xiao Man was momentarily stunned, then excitedly said, Boss, are we going to do something big? Hurry up, someone is borrowing the car, it's urgent, Gutsong urged. Oh. Xiao Man pouted, quickly walking outside. Gutsong watched her retreating figure, slightly frowning in thought for a moment, then chuckled. With your current state, there's not much you can do in a hurry. I must be overthinking it. He slumped back into the leather chair, the phone screen displaying the emergency video from the Huayan district. Soon Xiao Man took off the license plate, muttering to herself, this is the first time I've seen the boss borrowing a car, but wait, the boss has no friends. Thank you for your trouble, Lin Mu said as he picked up the keys from the windshield, unlocking and starting the car, his movements fluid and effortless. Xiao Man was completely confused, staring at the familiar figure. Hey you. Virum. The engine roared as the Maybach sped away, leaving dust in Xiao Man's face. In Jiangqing, the night sky drizzled with rain as a Maybach sped through the slippery roads. Lin Mu pressed the accelerator hard, yet his mind was filled with puzzled questions. Why am I borrowing a car to go to the upper city? The Huayan district is so vast, once I get there, where will I find her? No, I shouldn't even go. What does this have to do with me? Despite the chaotic thoughts, he pressed the accelerator deeper. 3 hours later, at 11:00 p.m. Upper City. On the elevated bridge in the Huayan district, heavy rain poured down, washing away the blood on the ground. On the southern end of the road, dozens of vehicles belonging to the town disaster office lay in ruins, corpses scattered everywhere. The woman in the red dress slumped on the ground, the blood on her fair legs mixing with the rainwater. Her chest heaved violently as she gazed at the bodies on the ground, a cold smile curling on her stunning face, her voice weak, yet laced with bone-chilling coldness. I never intended to harm ordinary people, yet you sought death yourselves. She staggered to her feet, but after just a few steps, she suddenly froze, murderous intent surging in her beautiful eyes. At the entrance to the southern end of the elevated bridge, a figure in a black uniform was slowly approaching, a long knife drawn glinting in the rain. To kill 2/5 tier awakened ones indeed in class disaster. Lu Ping's sharp gaze fixed on her. You are already at your last gasp. Lu Ping will take this achievement. Heh, just you. The woman in the red dress sneered, yet at that moment, she couldn't even unfurl her wings, so weak she could barely stand. Stubborn until the end. Before Lu Ping could finish, he leaped forward, the long knife glinting as it lunged toward her. Meanwhile, 5 kilometers away at the northern entrance of the elevated bridge, in the torrential rain, a black Maybach sped like a mad beast. The roar of the engine drowned out the sound of the rain, and the tires screeched on the slick road. The personnel stationed at the northern entrance immediately panicked. Li Gong, a car is heading straight for the northern entrance. Didn't this person see the notice? Doesn't he know the elevated bridge is closed tonight? Li Gong, he has no intention of stopping. The guards took off running without a moment's hesitation. Li Gong was also startled, his scalp tingling, cursing. Are you insane? Are you trying to get yourself killed? Yet he didn't dare to step forward to stop it. No one would risk their life to bet on the brakes of a madman. Boom! The barrier was instantly smashed away. The Maybach showed no signs of slowing down, the roar of the engine intensifying, charging toward the southern end like a raging beast. At the southern end of the elevated bridge, the battle raged on. Lu Ping's long knife struck with lethal precision, yet the more he fought, the more alarmed he became. This woman in the red dress had managed to hold on until now in an untransformed state. Could she be S-class? Thinking this, Lu Ping's murderous intent surged. If I can kill an S-class disaster, such an accomplishment would surely catch the Elder's attention, and I could rise to greatness in an instant. Bang! The woman in the red dress was struck by the long knife, her figure flying backward with a loud crash, a mouthful of blood spraying out. I must thank you for this achievement. Lu Ping walked closer. Though he bore multiple wounds, he could not hide his excitement. I will ensure you have a painless descent into hell. The woman in the red dress staggered to one knee, murmuring softly, should I use my last resort against this ant? Lu Ping raised his long knife, just about to bring it down, when a blinding white light suddenly flashed before his eyes. Boom! The roar of the engine sounded like thunder as the black Maybach burst through the rain. Until it reached the side of the car suddenly drifted 360 degrees, the rear slamming hard into Lu Ping. His body was instantly thrown away, tracing an arc in the air, before plummeting into the sea below. The Maybach came to a complete stop at that moment. Just as the woman in the red dress was in doubt, the car door opened. A figure in black casual wear holding a black umbrella slowly stepped out from the vehicle. The woman in the red dress knelt halfway on the ground, lowering her head with a cold sneer. These filthy Awakeners, how disgusting they are in their pursuit of so-called achievements. As soon as the words left her lips, the rain above suddenly stopped. She abruptly raised her head only to see a black umbrella opened above her, revealing a young man in casual black attire. What? Did I also make you feel disgusted? Linmu paused for a moment, softly calling her name. Su. Nianhe. In the midst of lightning and thunder, their gazes met, and the torrential rain fell even harder. Uff. Su Nianhe looked at Lin Mu's figure, and suddenly chuckled softly. Is this how you originally looked? Much more pleasing than yesterday. With that said, she staggered to her feet, and took a step closer to Lin Mu, bringing them within inches of each other. In the next moment, Lin Mu's pupils shrank. Su Nianhe tiptoed, wrapping her arms around his neck, her soft red lips gently pressed against his. After a brief touch, Su Nianhe released the dazed Lin Mu. Now we are even. As her words fell, fatigue overwhelmed her, and she closed her eyes, falling backward. Lin Mu quickly caught her delicate body, realizing she had fainted, her breathing weak. He gazed at the pouring rain, feeling lost. Why did I come here? And why did I save her? His peripheral vision swept across the direction where that person had fallen into the sea, thinking high-level Awakeners are not that fragile, they won't die so easily. Lin Mu carefully placed Su Nianhe in the passenger seat, securing her seatbelt carefully. Returning to the driver's seat, he started the engine, and the Maybach retraced its path through the rain. Lin Mu glanced at Su Nianhe's pale profile, sighing helplessly. What a sin, am I out of my mind today? The heavy rain showed no signs of letting up, instead pouring down even harder, with large raindrops smashing against the glass, making a loud sound. At the top floor of the Daylight building, Qin Jiang leaned against a wide leather chair, his brows furrowed. The long table in front of him, which had been shattered, had already been replaced. N-level disaster, why hasn't Lu Ping returned any news yet? Could it be? No, that's impossible. Qin Jiang's voice was low, his right hand already pressing the red button on the long table. Moments later, hurried footsteps sounded outside the door, followed by a series of knocking. Qin Jiang raised his eyes and said, "Come in." A woman in a Daylight uniform gently pushed the door open and walked up to Qin Jiang, bowing respectfully. "Chief, have you located Lu Ping?" Qin Jiang looked at the woman, his tone somber. The woman replied softly, "Chief, not yet." The last location was at the southern end of the elevated bridge in Huayan district. She paused, hesitating to add, could it be that Lu Ping fell from the elevated bridge? The river below the bridge flows directly into Jiang City, and the current is swift. Qin Jiang interrupted sternly, it's impossible. An S-level disaster is nothing to Lu Ping. But what if it was an S-level disaster? Then Lu Ping would indeed have no power to fight back. The woman looked up, her expression serious as she analyzed. S-level. Qin Jiang sneered, his voice growing colder. Such a level of disaster wouldn't easily expose itself. Remember, the more powerful the disaster, the more timid it is. The woman opened her mouth to persuade again, but was silenced by Qin Jiang's determination and could only respectfully ask, then chief, should we hand it over to the Jina court to handle? Qin Jiang's brows furrowed even tighter as he looked at her, his voice frighteningly calm. Do you consider the Jina court to be superior to daylight? The woman trembled slightly and quickly bowed her head. I wouldn't dare. Qin Jiang slowly stood up, walked to her side, and patted her shoulder. Kong, Nan, continue searching for Lu Ping's location. I will personally go to the upper city. Yes, chief. Kong Nan responded respectfully, and when she looked up, Qin Jiang's figure had already vanished from the room. She hurried to the elevator, murmuring softly, I hope it's just an S-level. If it really is an S-level with the chief going there. At 2:30 a.m., Jiang City was still shrouded in heavy rain. A black Maybach penetrated the curtain of rain, steadily stopping on the side road directly opposite the Duansha Tavern. Lin Mu turned off the engine first, sending a message to Gutsong, and just put down his phone when the notification sound rang. He didn't expect Gutsong to reply so quickly at this hour. Gutsong, you need a car now? Oh, just leave the keys with you. Lin Mu, the back of the car hit something, handle it tomorrow. Gutsong what? Lin Mu, that's it, we'll talk tomorrow. After getting out of the car, Lin Mu held the umbrella and walked to the passenger side. As he opened the door, he first wedged the umbrella under his elbow, carefully cradling Su Nianhe in his arms. Glancing down at her pale face, Lin Mu took a deep breath and tilted the umbrella securely over her head. His back, however, was instantly soaked by the heavy rain, the cold water streaming down his collar. Cough, cough. Su Nianhe suddenly coughed lightly, and when her beautiful eyes opened, their gazes collided amidst the rain. I don't understand why you saved me. She looked directly at Lin Mu, her voice as weak as a candle flickering in the wind. Not understanding is just right. Lin Mu spoke in a deep voice amidst the rain. Su Nianhe's eyes flashed with a hint of confusion. What do you mean? Because I don't know myself. Just consider me out of my mind. You should leave early tomorrow morning. Lin Mu frowned tightly. Even he felt that his actions today were absurdly ridiculous. Puffed. Su Nianhe suddenly chuckled, then began to cough violently, blood splattering onto Lin Mu's black coat. You are really interesting. She raised her delicate hand and gently pressed it against Lin Mu's chest. You still have the strength to raise your hand. Perfect, just hold the umbrella and protect yourself. Before Su Nianhe could react, Lin Mu hugged her a little tighter, directly placing the umbrella handle in her hand. Su Nianhe was taken aback for a moment, her lips involuntarily curving upward as she slowly lifted the umbrella, her cheek lightly pressed against Lin Mu's soaked chest. Huh. Lin Mu let out a sigh of relief as he finally stepped into the elevator. He looked down at the person in his arms, his voice calm. Press the elevator button, 29th floor. I don't like being ordered around. Su Nianhe's gaze suddenly turned cold. Lin Mu responded with a simple hum and gently placed her on the ground. As soon as Su Nianhe's feet touched the ground, she staggered back into his arms, her voice weak. What? Are you done holding me? Lin Mu raised an eyebrow and remained silent while his right hand pressed the button for the 29th floor. Ding! The elevator door slowly opened. Just as Lin Mu was about to step out, Su Nianhe suddenly grabbed his arm. Lin Mu turned back, puzzled. It's just 2 steps, can't you walk? Su Nianhe fell silent for a moment, her beautiful eyes locking onto his. I can't walk. Carry me. So troublesome. Lin Mu sighed and once again cradled her in his arms. After pushing open the door, Lin Mu gently placed Su Nianhe on the sofa. He stepped back 2 paces, looking at the woman curled up on the sofa, his brow furrowed as deeply as it could go. Today, everything he did shattered his self-perception built over 24 years. It was utterly absurd. He actually went to save a king of calamity. He knew this action was incredibly foolish and would attract attention, yet he still did it. Lin Mu stood in front of her for a long time, his mind swirling with the question why. His strength had yet to recover, and he knew that the people of daylight were nearby. Why did he still rush to save her? Had he not considered the possibility of encountering an accident? Su Nianhe slowly lifted her gaze, her delicate, white legs emerging from beneath her red dress. What are you thinking? Do you feel a bit ridiculous? Just pretend we haven't met, and you can leave first thing tomorrow morning, Lin Mu said, turning to walk towards the room. Wait a moment. Su Nianhe called out softly. Lin Mu turned around with a dark expression. What is it now? I want to take a shower. Su Nian's chest rose and fell slightly as she bit her red lips and said, I can't move. Lin Mu froze in place, his tone laced with helplessness. If you can't move, then don't shower. Your injuries should heal on their own right. I want to take a shower, Su Nianha repeated, looking at him earnestly. I haven't showered in months. Since I came out of the city of Sin, all I wanted was to find a decent place to take a shower. And those Awakeners, it wasn't my intention to kill them. Lin Mu looked at her in disbelief as if hearing a fairy tale. Are you saying you came out of the Forbidden Zone just to find a place to shower? Yes, Su Nianha pouted, looking somewhat aggrieved. Lin Mu finally sighed in concession. There's a bathtub. I'll run some water for you, and you can wash yourself in there. Is that okay? Sure. Su Nianha nodded, a smile returning to her lips. After the sound of running water ceased, Lin Mu emerged from the bathroom. The water temperature is adjusted. Hug me, Su Nianha said with just one word. Lin Mu rubbed his forehead, feeling as if he had summoned a deity back. Just as he reached out to hug her, Su Nian's voice dropped even lower. My clothes. Help me. Lin Mu stumbled, almost throwing her out. He steadied himself, looking into Su Nian's clear eyes, completely losing his temper. All right, the water temperature is just right. Now hurry up with your clothes, Su Nianha urged. Lin Mu completely closed his eyes, and after a series of movements he walked out of the bathroom with his eyes still shut, holding a tattered red dress. Inside the bathroom, Su Nianha revealed her white, jade-like shoulders, raising her hand to brush her hair aside, her fingertips gently tracing her collarbone as they moved downward. She leaned casually in the bathtub, her legs stretched out, her skin submerged in the warm water, appearing translucent. Meanwhile, Lin Mu returned to the shower in his bedroom to wash up. As he washed, he quietly scolded himself in the mirror. Lin Mu, you've really gone insane. Before long, he had just sat down on the sofa after drying his wet hair, when he heard Su Nian's gentle voice from the bathroom. I'm done, hug me. Lin Mu tossed the towel aside, took a deep breath, and slowly stood up. This is my sleepwear. I live alone, and I don't have any women's clothes, so you'll have to make do with this. As for shoes, there are none. Did you dry off? In the bedroom, Lin Mu spoke with his back to Su Nianha, eyes tightly shut. Don't rush me, I'll be done soon. You're just standing there with your back to me. Aren't you afraid I'll suddenly strike? Su Nianha chuckled. Lin Mu frowned and turned around just as both of them froze in place. Su Nianha was sitting on the bed wrapped in a towel. Sorry, next time don't provoke me with your words. Lin Mu immediately turned to leave the room, calling over his shoulder without looking back. You're staying here tonight. If you need anything, just shout. Though I may not necessarily hear you. After Lin Mu's figure disappeared, Su Nianha blinked and looked down at herself. She couldn't help but laugh. Was he just shy? She picked up the sleepwear on the bed, her lips involuntarily curling up. In the master bedroom, Lin Mu stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, lighting a cigarette in the dim light. As the smoke slowly exhaled, his heartbeat gradually calmed, though his cheeks still bore a faint blush. The time was 6:00 a.m. Light rain continued to drizzle from the sky. At the southern end of the elevated bridge in Huayuan District, a man dressed in the uniform of the Daylight's chief slowly approached the edge of the bridge. The bloodstains from last night had been washed clean by the heavy rain, and the corpses and wrecked vehicles had long been properly dealt with. At this moment, hurried footsteps approached from behind him. The newcomer was a young man, also dressed in a Daylight uniform. He stood respectfully behind Qin Jiang, lowering his head as he said, Chief. The surveillance footage around the elevated bridge is missing 2 hours of records from midnight, and it has been completely erased. Erased? Qin Jiang's face instantly filled with fury. His capable subordinate was still missing, yet the surveillance here had been erased by someone. He turned around, his voice growing colder. Up City towns, yes, what audacity. It wasn't the work of Up City, Chief, the youth paused before adding. It was erased by the Holy Capital, and we currently cannot trace the source of the erasure. Holy Capital? Qin Jiang's expression darkened. There were only a few forces in the Holy Capital that had the power to do this. Confused, he directed his gaze towards the Holy Capital. Isn't it just its glass calamity? Could there be some hidden truth behind this matter? Thinking of this, Qin Jiang sighed. Helplessly, my authority is still not high enough. He then looked at the youth and commanded, reinforce the manpower and follow the river all the way to Jiang City. Yes, Chief. The youth turned and quickly left, simultaneously conveying Qin Jiang's orders. Qin Jiang paced back and forth at the location of the conflict, feeling that everything about this matter was suspicious. He let out a deep sigh. Is the heavens truly against me? In just a few days since taking over Daylight, has there been nothing that went smoothly? Even someone as powerful as Liu Ping can encounter mishaps. It seems I don't understand this world nearly enough. Time then shifted back to a few hours earlier at midnight. In central towns, eating on the 32nd floor, a cold-faced, middle-aged man pointed at the central screen and said in a deep voice, Shun Ro, rewind the footage. Understood, Chief Ning Mo. Shinro immediately rewound the surveillance footage, bringing back the scene of a black Maybach racing through the rain, colliding with Lu Ping. The figure in black stepped out of the Maybach holding an umbrella, and until he steadied the umbrella over the head of the Calamity in the red dress. Shinro couldn't help but speak up. Chief Ning-mo, this person is indeed very strange. A Maybach without a license plate, it seems he came specifically for her. This means if we follow the surveillance we can certainly catch them all in one net. She analyzed on her own, feeling that her viewpoint was incredibly correct. Go back again. Ning-mo's voice was somewhat urgent this time. Under Ning-mo's command, Shinro rewound the footage 9 times. She was filled with confusion, not understanding why Ning-mo wanted to repeatedly watch this segment. Shinro. Ning-mo suddenly spoke, his voice somewhat hoarse. Delete all surveillance footage from 1 hour before and after the incident, including all surveillance within a 10-kilometer radius. Delete everything. Huh? Chief, do you mean delete everything? Shinro turned back in confusion. At the same time, this segment is the highest secret of the Jin court, and no third party must know about it. No one is allowed to know. Understand? Ning-mo's gaze was icy. Shinro couldn't help but shiver. Although she didn't understand why the chief suddenly elevated this footage to the highest level of secrecy, she immediately stood up respectfully, saying, "Yes, Chief Ning-mo, Shinro will remember. Execute it immediately." Ning-mo turned and left with steady footsteps, leaving Shinro in a state of confusion. She focused on the footage, unable to discern its meaning. As the last keystroke echoed, centered around the elevated bridge of Huayan District. All surveillance within a 10-kilometer radius was wiped clean at that moment. After completing all this, Shinro remained seated in front of the computer, lost in thought. Countless possibilities surged in her mind, yet each was denied by her own head shake. Forget it, time to sleep. Shinro stretched lazily and walked towards the inner room. These chiefs have such peculiar personalities. Compared to them, Lu Ping and the others really seemed quiet. It was midnight, the moment when the torrential rain was at its fiercest. Ning-mo held up a black umbrella, walking alone out of the Jin court building. He gazed into the distance, murmuring, "Could it be you?" Noon 1200. A ray of sunlight finally pierced through the dark clouds, and the rain that lasted all night quietly stopped. In Wudong community, Lin Yi was balancing a frying pan in one hand while answering the phone. But the next moment his brow furrowed unconsciously. Yes, I am the father of the child. What? Didn't go to school? I know, you're right, I will definitely educate the child properly. Okay, you take care. Beep. The call ended, and Lin Yi momentarily forgot about the frying pan. What's going on? What do you mean he didn't go to school? Did my son skip class? He dares to skip class on the very first day of school. Said it would be worry-free last night, and today he shows his true colors. Jiang Shuwan had unknowingly stood behind him, and Lin Yi could clearly feel the pressure and anger radiating from her. He immediately smiled and turned around, saying, "Don't worry, dear, let's call and check on the situation first. What if our son is in an emergency? Then why are you just standing there? Call." Jiang Shuwan said angrily. "Give me the pan, you hurry and call. Right away, dear, don't get agitated." Lin Yi said this while quickly dialing his son's number, silently praying, "You better have a reasonable excuse, otherwise you're really in trouble." Meanwhile, in another room, beautiful phrases descend from the heavens, wildly writing 300 poems. The urgent ring of a mobile phone suddenly rang, waking Lin Mu from his slumber. He turned over, picked up the phone, and squinted at the screen. Lin Mu was somewhat puzzled. "Why is Dad calling me?" He answered, "Hello, Dad, what's up?" On the other end, Lin Yi was momentarily stunned. "Damn, how is this kid so... You little rascal, where have you been messing around? Don't you know today is the first day of school?" The academy called. As soon as Lin Yi finished speaking, Jiang Shuwan's furious voice came through the phone. Lin Mu instantly woke up. "Oh no. I almost forgot that I'm now a student." He quickly got up and saw that the time was already 1202. He immediately breathed a sigh of relief, as it was too late to worry. Classes had long since ended. I fell asleep last night. Dad, you have to believe me, that's the truth." Lin Mu explained while preparing to... "You fell asleep?" As soon as Lin Yi's words fell, Jiang Shuwan's roar penetrated the receiver. "No one in the dorm called you. Is that so? It was pouring rain last night, right? I ran into a lost child outside. Don't you know your own son? In such a situation, I certainly couldn't just ignore it, so I took the child home. It's absolutely true." Lin Mu said this with a particularly serious tone. "Stop with the useless talk. Where are you now?" "At the academy." Lin Yi pressed on. "Of course I am." Lin Mu answered without hesitation. "Just now the instructor of your theoretical course, Chen, called and asked you to go to his office right away. Hurry up. Remember, this cannot happen a second time. I know, Dad, you can rest assured." As Lin Mu spoke, he had already walked into the living room, but he did not notice Su Nianhe, who was wearing men's pajamas on the sofa, looking at him curiously. "Skipping class on the first day? What a heartbreaker we are." At this moment, Su Nianhe's gentle voice suddenly sounded, "With your current body, where are you so eager to go?" Lin Mu and Lin Yi on the other end both fell silent. Lin Mu reacted quickly, saying into the phone, "Dad, the TV in the dorm just made a sound." He gestured for Su Nianhe to be quiet with a serious expression. Su Nianhe chuckled softly and fell silent. Lin Yi on the other end immediately replied, "Okay, I didn't hear any other sounds. You hurry to Chen's office, don't keep him waiting too long." After finishing, he hung up the phone, but inwardly, he mumbled, "This little rascal brought a girl back to the dorm on the first day of school. Why did you hang up?" Jiang Shuan's voice interrupted Lin Yi's thoughts. "It's nothing, dear. Our son is indeed in the dorm. He just overslept, and he's rushing to the office building now." Lin Yi smiled and covered for his son. Jiang Shuan looked at him with half-belief, always feeling that something was off. Meanwhile, Lin Mu glared at Su Nianhe, who was wearing his pajamas on the sofa, and asked irritably, "Why haven't you left yet?" Su Nianhe leaned against the sofa, her right hand propping up her chin, gazing at him with flowing eyes. "What's the matter?" "Having hugged, and look, you want to chase me away now." Lin Mu's expression stiffened immediately. Just as he was about to speak, Su Nianhe leisurely raised her fair right leg softly, saying with that cold expression of yours, "It's really quite boring." After saying this, she stretched lazily, her voice suddenly turning deep, and a cold glint appeared in her eyes. "I will leave within 3 days. Lin Mu replied with a simple and turned helplessly toward the door. Just as he grasped the doorknob, Su Nianhe's voice rang out again, "Remember to buy me some clothes, something for girls." Lin Mu paused mid-step, his brow faintly furrowed, then slammed the door shut with a sharp bang. Silence settled once more within the room. Su Nianhe's gaze grew increasingly frigid, and a razor-sharp aura of lethal intent rippled outward from her frame. Her crimson lips parted softly. "Only the hidden S-class mutant in Upper City knows my whereabouts," attempting to wield another's blade. "Are you truly so terrified of this sovereign remaining alive?" Humph. 1:15 p.m. Inside the administrative building of Jiang University Academy, Lin Mu sat across from Instructor Chun, calmly delivering an hour-long theoretical exposition. Each segment of his discourse left Instructor Chun feeling as though a veil had been lifted, clarity dawning like pure nectar upon the mind. When Lin Mu finished, he turned to Instructor Chun and spoke with quiet composure. "Instructor Chin, I presume I may be excused from future theoretical lectures." Instructor Chin, both elated and slightly abashed, remained silent for a moment before nodding slowly. "Yes, that's acceptable." Then his tone shifted, concern softening his expression as he regarded Lin Mu. "But Lin Mu, I've reviewed your file. You awakened 6 years ago, yet remain at Zeroth tier." "Correct, correct," Lin Mu replied, unfazed and forthright. "You may skip theory, but physical training is non-negotiable." His voice hardened with gravity. Awakened beings must push their bodies to the very edge of endurance to break through. From Zeroth to 3rd tier, systematic high-intensity conditioning suffices. But beyond 3rd tier, one must descend into battlefields, face death again and again, pass through the gates of hell countless times, to ascend. And each tier grows exponentially more arduous than the last. He gazed at Lin Mu, speaking with solemn warmth. 3rd tier, and beyond, may seem distant to you now. But first step firmly into 1st tier. That alone marks true entry into the ranks of the awakened. Remember, theory, however profound, remains ultimately subordinate to raw power. You're absolutely right. I'll strive diligently until I ascend to 1st tier. Lin Mu's tone was earnest. After Lin Mu departed, Instructor Chin sat alone at his desk, lost in thought for a long while, until a pair of calloused hands waved gently before his eyes, jolting him back to awareness. Upon recognizing the visitor, he rose instantly. "President Song, you're here." "I've been standing here for some time," President Song said, taking the seat opposite and gesturing for him to sit. "If your condition feels off, take a day's rest. Your body is the foundation of all revolution." Instructor Chin chuckled and shook his head. "President, you haven't yet met this freshman. His grasp of theory struck me like celestial nectar, pure, illuminating, profound. I dare say even the theoretical academicians of Holy Capital City might fall short of his insight." "Oh." President Song's interest flared immediately. "Tell me more. Detail it thoroughly." 20 minutes later, Instructor Chin sighed softly. "What a pity. He's remained at Zeroth tier for 6 full years." President Song's expression instantly cooled, his gaze turning distant. If his theoretical mastery is indeed this exceptional, and he still hasn't reached 1st tier by graduation in 3 years, then we'll sponsor him directly to Holy Capital City for advanced theoretical research. That city will broaden his horizons. For him, it may well be the finest possible path forward. No wonder Outer City Awakeners clamor to enter Jiang University Academy. It's all thanks to your leadership, President. Holy Capital City grants sponsorship on command, just like that. Instructor Chin offered a flattering smile. "Enough of that flattery," President Song chided lightly. Though his words carried mild reproach, his face lit up with quiet pride. Then he added gravely, by the way, never overburden students of lesser aptitude with excessive training. Other academies learned that lesson in blood. Pushing too hard only backfires disastrously. With that, President Song stood and departed. Instructor Chun rose as well, watching his retreating figure, and replied, "Understood, President." 1 kilometer from Jiang University Academy's main gate, a vast shopping mall rose beside the street. On its third floor within the women's apparel section stood a boutique draped in flowing dresses. As Lin Mu scanned each garment's price tag, his lips twitched faintly. Though glancing at his account balance, he realized he could still afford at least one outfit. His gaze lingered on a scarlet gown, and his steps halted accordingly. "Sir, are you purchasing this for a loved one? Planning a surprise?" A saleswoman in a tailored skirt suit approached, swiftly smiling as she pointed toward the red dress. "Excellent taste. This is our newest arrival, and currently under a generous promotion." "How generous?" "Just 2,999 yuan after an 88 discount." Lin Mu exhaled inwardly, yet his expression remained serene. "Please wrap it." "Also a set of black casual wear, and 2 pairs of athletic shoes." "Sir, wouldn't you like matching heels for your loved one?" Her eyes sparkled. Without waiting for reply, she picked up a pair of silver-white stilettos with crimson soles. Such a stunning dress deserves heels. They elevate elegance to its zenith. Lin Mu's brow knit slightly. Then, 1 pair of athletic shoes and 1 pair of heels. Her smile widened, radiant. "Certainly. Will you pay by card or cash?" "Card." Lin Mu handed over his bank card. Moments later, the saleswoman returned briskly, bearing 4 neatly wrapped bags, and returned the card with a polite bow. "Sir, your total after discounts is 7,996 yuan." Lin Mu stepped out of the mall, murmuring wryly, "Women's money truly flows like a river." Inside Duan Shi Tavern, Gutsong sat alone on the leather bar stool behind the counter. Lin Mu tossed his keys onto the bar. Gutsong caught them, then looked up puzzled. "Last night you—" "A private matter." Lin Mu cut him off. "Then what's in those bags?" Gutsong exhaled a slow plume of smoke, his eyes widening, stunned beyond precedent. "Clothes I bought." "Anything wrong?" Lin Mu raised an eyebrow. "Those heels, are they for you?" Gutsong stared fixedly at one of the bags. "What? It's labeled right there. If your eyes have failed you, go see a doctor." Lin Mu turned away, 4 bags in hand, and walked out without glancing back. After Lin Mu left, Gutsong crushed his cigarette stub and lit another, his expression shifting through disbelief, awe, and incredulous amusement. "Damn, no way. Could someone like you possibly harbor such a startling paradoxical side?" The moment Lin Mu opened the door, 2 slender snow-pale legs entered his field of vision. Su Nianha reclined lazily on the sofa, scrolling idly through her phone, her legs draped casually over the coffee table's edge, toes swaying with quiet grace. At the sound, she tilted her head slightly, a playful smile curving her lips. "Oh, I half expected you wouldn't buy anything at all." Before the words fully faded, she drew her legs in and settled cross-legged upon the sofa, her eyes brightening. "Quick, let me see." Lin Mu stepped before her and placed the 4 bags gently upon the coffee table, his voice calm. "Try them on first. You may exchange or return if needed." The sovereign of the Zhenyi tribunal personally shopping for the cataclysm. "Huh, just imagining it makes—" She unwrapped the packages with unhurried elegance, her fingertips brushing the black garments, then lifting her gaze with teasing light. "Not bad taste after all. This black ensemble, surely not identical to yours?" "No, merely the same color." Lin Mu seated himself on the armchair beside her, his gaze drifting, unbidden, across the delicate profile of her face. Su Nianha seemed to sense his quiet scrutiny, suddenly turning to meet his eyes, her gaze shimmering like moonlit water. "Why stare so intently? Have you fallen for me?" "Heh." Lin Mu snorted coldly, withdrawing his gaze and falling silent. "Wow, I really like this red dress," Su Nianha said as she stood up, holding the dress in front of her, its hem cascading down like a waterfall, accentuating her snow-white skin. She nodded in satisfaction. It should fit well. But when she opened the last bag, her beautiful eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at Lin Mu. "You even bought high heels?" Lin Mu fell silent, his fingertips unconsciously rubbing the edge of his phone. He was also questioning himself. Why did he buy high heels? In fact, why did he buy her clothes at all? This situation shouldn't have occurred. Seeing that he didn't respond, Su Nianha smiled at the red dress and heels, then winked at him. "I'm going to try on the clothes." Lin Mu responded perfunctorily while staring at his phone. But the next second, Su Nianha unexpectedly lifted the men's nightgown she was wearing. Lin Mu was taken aback, quickly rushing to her side to hold her hand. "What are you doing?" Su Nianha looked up at him, her gaze innocent. "Changing clothes, what about it?" "Go to the room to change." Lin Mu raised an eyebrow. "It's a hassle." Su Nianha let out a light hum, her delicate foot lightly tapping the floor as she gracefully walked towards the bedroom. The moment the bedroom door closed, Lin Mu sighed, lightly shaking his head, helplessly hoping these 2 days would pass quickly. After a while, the bedroom door clicked open and Lin Mu casually glanced up. Sun Yinha was elegantly walking out of the room. She was wrapped in a bright red waist-length long dress, the hem swaying with her steps, each stride further accentuating her elegant figure. Underneath the skirt, her calves were as white as jade, and her delicate feet were adorned with silver high heels with red soles. The crisp sound of the heels tapping against the floor echoed, pleasingly striking at the heart. She walked to the center of the living room, her brows and eyes picturesque, her skin whiter than snow like a red rose suddenly blooming under the moonlight. With just a glance, she stole a soul. Lin Mu's right hand holding the phone paused slightly, but this pause was only for a moment. His expression quickly returned to calm, his eyelids drooping, as if the moment of distraction had never happened. However, he swallowed lightly, ultimately revealing the surprise that had overwhelmed him. Does it look good, oi? Sun Yinha glided over to him, her toes slightly turning the heels of her silver shoes, lightly tapping the ground. As the skirt fluttered, her snowy calves flickered in and out of view, and the smile in her eyes deepened. It seemed she intentionally wanted to showcase her stunning beauty before him. It's passable, okay? Lin Mu avoided her gaze, getting up and heading towards the room. Just passable, came Sun Yanni's gentle inquiry from behind. Lin Mu responded with an as he closed the bedroom door and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window. A subtle flame ignited at his fingertips, and smoke escaped from his mouth. He gazed outside, his heartbeat slightly unsettled. That glance had unexpectedly thrown him off rhythm. In the living room, Sun Yinha chuckled as she drew the curtains, then removed the red dress and heels, changing into a black outfit. She walked lightly to the mirror, looking at herself, her lips curling up slightly. The size of this outfit fit her figure unexpectedly well. Good morning, boss. In the Duansha Tavern, Xiao Man stretched lazily as she walked down the stairs, her hair still carrying the remnants of sleep. Xiao Man, it's already afternoon, Sanshi reminded from behind. I don't care, but according to my biological clock, my waking time is still morning. That's quite reasonable, Sanshi thought for a moment, then nodded in agreement with a smile. Outside the tavern, a black vehicle from Jiangxing Town's ESI came to a steady stop along the side road. The driver immediately got out as soon as the car stopped, respectfully opening the back door. A man with a fierce expression slowly stepped out. Director, do you really need to handle this trivial matter personally? Just leave it to your subordinates, the driver said, bowing with a smile. The man looked at the tavern before him and said in a deep voice, Wait here, I will go in myself. Yes, Director. With a creak, the tavern's door was slowly pushed open, and Xiao Man, Sanshi, and Gutsong behind the bar all lifted their eyes to look at the newcomer. Oh, isn't that Director Wang? What a rare visit. Xiao Man raised her eyebrows, her tone teasing. The moment Director Wang stepped into the tavern, the fierce expression on his face suddenly vanished, replaced by a playful smile. Xiao Man has become even more beautiful lately. He then turned to Sanshi. Sanshi looks even more robust than before. It seems you haven't been idle lately, huh? Sanshi glanced at him, but said nothing. Director Wang was unfazed, walking straight to the bar, plastering a fawning smile on the weathered Gutsong. Gui, are you taking a break? Get to the point, Gutsong replied with his eyes closed, uttering only 2 words in a hoarse voice. Last night in the heavy rain, your Maybach sped through Jiangxing, perfectly running all the red lights. Don't worry, I cleared all the surveillance footage as soon as I could. You can trust my work. Director Wang said, half bowing, then added, the stability of Jiangxing others might not know, but I surely do. Without you keeping things in check, how could Jiangxing be so peaceful, running through red lights? No wonder he wanted to remove the license plate, Gutsong thought. Slowly opening his eyes, he looked toward the newcomer. Director Wang was startled by this gaze, his whole body trembling as a cold sweat broke out on his back. Wang Quan, you have been in Jiangxing for quite some time, haven't you? Indeed, it's been 5 years. Gui, do you have any instructions? Just give orders. Wang Quan straightened his back immediately. Head back, if there's anything he'll call you. Gutsong waved his hand and closed his eyes again. All right, Gui, you keep busy. Wang Quan smiled as he turned around, waving at Xiao Man and Sanshi. You two also keep busy, take care. Until he walked out of the tavern door, the smile on his face vanished, instantly reverting to a fierce demeanor. Once in the car, the driver cautiously asked, Director, should we tow that Maybach away? He still dares to boldly park by the roadside. Does he think we are nothing? Wang Quan raised an eyebrow, his gaze icy. Tow it. The driver glanced at the rearview mirror, his heart sinking. He knew he had misspoken. Xiaoyang, how long have... Wang Quan's voice was calm, but carried an oppressive tone. Since you came to Jiangxing, it's been 5 years. The driver's voice became increasingly soft. 5 years. Do you know why Jiangxing is the most stable city under the holy capital? Do you think it's the credit of Jiangxing Town's ESI? Or is it my credit? Wang Quan chuckled self-deprecatingly. Head back to the headquarters. After saying this, Wang Quan closed his eyes. These few words echoed in Xiao Yang's mind, until the vehicle drove into Jiangxing Town's ESI headquarters. He still didn't understand the meaning of Wang Quan's words, but he didn't dare to continue asking. At 7:00 p.m., within Jiang City, the end of the river that traverses the upper city was piled high with garbage and discarded debris, a foul odor permeating the night. A group of figures clad in daytime uniforms wielded blinding flashlights, searching back and forth in the darkness, the sound of their footsteps crunching over gravel. Qin Zhang stood on the bridge, his brows furrowed as he scanned below. This was already the end of the river. If there was no sign of Lu Ping here, it would mean. A loud voice suddenly rang out, breaking Qin Zhang's train of thought. He leaped down, landing steadily on the ground below, and quickly approached the crowd. What's the situation? Chief, there's no threat to life. A medical staff member was performing CPR on Lu Ping with professional skill, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. The crowd's expressions were tense until a light cough broke the silence, prompting them to collectively exhale a sigh of relief. Lu Ping coughed up the river water he had choked on, weakly opening his eyes, his gaze dazed. What happened to me? Qin Zhang crouched in front of him. How are you? Chief, I wasn't able to complete your task. Before Lu Ping could finish, Qin Zhang's hand was already on his shoulder. It's good that you're okay. We'll discuss the rest later. In the night, the roar of engines from dozens of cars erupted simultaneously as the convoy sped towards Shengjing City. Meanwhile, in Yunjing community, Lin Mu cooked a bowl of noodles, topped it with 2 poached eggs, and sat alone at the dining table eating a bag of open spicy strips placed on the table. Suddenly, a stunning profile leaned in front of him as Su Nianhe licked her red lips. I'm hungry too. Can you eat this? Lin Mu replied while eating noodles. How do you feel? Su Nianhe elegantly sat beside him, dressed in black casual, where her hair loosely tied up with strands falling by her neck. Just starved then, Lin Mu said calmly. Su Nianhe frowned. Let me try a bite. Lin Mu was taken aback, looking at her in confusion. I'll get a pair of chopsticks. However, Su Nianhe snatched the chopsticks from his hand. We've kissed, hugged, and seen each other. Why make such a fuss over a pair of chopsticks? After saying this, she hesitantly picked up a noodle and slowly chewed it. But the moment she swallowed, her stomach churned, and she vomited back into the bowl. Lin Mu's expression changed dramatically as he looked at Su Nianhe, then at the bowl, completely falling into silence. How disgusting. It's truly disgusting. There's a trash can right at your feet. Why vomit in the bowl? Lin Mu countered. Su Nianhe looked down at the trash can beside her feet, her face innocent. I didn't see it. I'm going out to eat. I'll be back tonight. As soon as she finished speaking, Lin Mu's expression turned cold, a chilling aura enveloping him. You look fierce. I don't like it. Also, you're recovering very slowly. Don't do what you did last night again. Su Nianhe stood up, walked to the entrance, and put on the white sneakers Lin Mu had prepared. As she opened the door, she paused for a moment, turned back to Lin Mu, and a smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Generally, I won't act against ordinary people or awakened ones. Just as she stepped out of the room. Wait. Lin Mu's voice called out, the key, come back, and open the door yourself. Su Nianhe caught the key that flew back behind her without looking and slammed the door shut. Lin Mu stared at the noodles in the bowl, letting out another helpless sigh. Meanwhile, in Shengjing City, within a heavily guarded research base. In the closed laboratory on the lowest floor, dozens of researchers in white lab coats were cheering joyfully. A middle-aged man rushed into the control room with an excited expression, his voice trembling. Director Ma, we've successfully taken our first step. He added, his eyes filled with dreams for the future. Perhaps one day we can truly integrate the aberrants into the world. That's good, but remember, this experiment must not be known to the outside world, understand? Director Ma's expression was serious, a hint of unnoticeable worry lurking behind what should have been a celebratory face. Director Ma, rest assured, other than me, no one in this laboratory knows the true nature of the experiment they are conducting. The middle-aged man promised solemnly. After he left, a tall, sweet-looking young woman beside Director Ma expressed her confusion. Grandpa Ma, this is clearly an experiment that can change the world. Why keep it hidden? Director Ma immediately put on a kindly smile. Yin Yin, this world is not as simple as you think. This experiment has only taken the most difficult first step in just a few months since it started. Those top scholars in history couldn't possibly not have thought of this with their wisdom. And those lost civilizations of Huaxia. Director Ma sighed deeply here, his words hiding complex emotions. Grandpa Ma, Lin Yin still doesn't quite understand. Lin Yin tilted her head, her eyes full of confusion. Haha, it's good not to understand. You're still young, your future is limitless. All the skills of us old folks are waiting to be passed down to you. Director Ma laughed heartily, patting her shoulder. Yin Yin, isn't that impressive? I'd be satisfied just to learn the basics from Grandpa and the others. Lin Yin smiled in response. It's dark outside. I've kept you late again today. Director Ma's tone changed, becoming serious. But Yin Yin, you must not mention this to anyone. No one other than us old folks can know. Lin Yin immediately straightened her back, her tone earnest. Don't worry, Grandpa Ma. Back in her dormitory, Lin Yin took off her lab coat. She changed into pink cartoon pajamas and leaned against the headboard, unconsciously recalling Grandpa Ma's words. The lost civilizations of Huaxia. What does that mean? Next time when working with Grandpa Zhu, I'll subtly ask him. It was deep into the night, 1200 a.m. In Shengjing City, the daylight building was brightly lit. In a special care room, Lu Ping lay weakly on the bed, his complexion as pale as paper, the infusion drip slowly releasing medication. Qin Jiang sat on the leather chair beside the bed, his brows tightly knitted. Are you saying a black car suddenly appeared and knocked you away? It was my oversight, Chief. Lu Ping's voice was low, filled with guilt. Qin Jiang shook his head. It's not your fault. This matter is steeped in oddities and has already alarmed the major powers of Shengjing City. We just don't know which faction it is. Moreover, that S-level aberrant was able to hold you off for so long without turning to calamity. Qin Jiang's gaze flickered, his fingertips gently tapping the armrest, feeling that a crucial detail had slipped his grasp, but unable to recall it. He slowly stood up, pressing down on Lu Ping, who was attempting to struggle up. Rest well, we'll talk when you're fully recovered. Thank you, Chief. Lu Ping's voice was faint, and Qin Jiang patted his shoulder before turning and walking out of the ward, the sound of his footsteps gradually fading in the quiet corridor. In the urban area of Jiang City, in a secluded and dim alley, a graceful figure dressed in black casual attire and white shoes slowly walked deeper into the alley, a hint of a smile playing on her lips, her silhouette elongated under the yellow glow of the streetlights. A gust of cold wind swept through, rustling the fallen leaves as the sound of hurried footsteps suddenly echoed behind the woman. Several sinister chuckles followed. What a lovely girl we have here today. Is our lucky day. There's only one of her. How do we split? We can divide her into 4 pieces. No one has to suffer. I'll take the bottom half. The rest I can spare some. The 4 evil voices grew nearer, their breaths. Indeed, I am quite hungry. The woman suddenly turned around, and a faint crimson tail-like shadow unfurled from her left side. A faint red glow flickered in the darkness like fireflies. In an instant, the pupils of the 4 approaching figures constricted as if their souls were being drawn away, and they scrambled towards the exit of the alley, a tremor of soul-shaking fear rising from within. She? How can she still be alive? Before the words could settle, the alley was devoid of any living presence. With each step, the woman took a vivid splash of blood bloomed behind her. Moments later, she slowly emerged from the alley. She gazed up at the bright full moon in the sky, took a key from her pocket, and her lips curved upward once more. Yunjing Community. With a click, the door swung open. Lin Mu, draped in a bath towel and bare-chested, stepped out of his room, and both paused, their gazes locking. With a bang, Sun Yinha quickly shut the door. Lin Mu picked up his phone from the coffee table and turned back to his room, casually tossing over his shoulder, "Make sure to turn off the living room light later." "Hey," Sun Yinha called out to him. "What?" Lin Mu stopped and turned to look at her. Sun Yinha parted her red lips, her eyes sparkling. "You've got quite a nice physique." Lin Mu's expression stiffened. He offered no reply and walked straight back to his room, closing the door. "What a dull man." Sun Yinha chuckled lightly, raised her hand to turn off the living room light, and stood by the floor-to-ceiling window. She gazed down at the shimmering night scene of Jiang City, and after a moment her fingertips brushed across her phone screen, dialing a number. The phone connected with a beep, but there was silence on the other, in the air, falling into a brief stillness. "Xiaoning." Su Nianhe's cold voice shattered the silence. On the other end, hurried breathing was heard, laced with a distinct tremor. "Wang. Is that you, eh?" Su Nianhe's tone remained calm. "They'll send you my location later. Come pick me up tomorrow afternoon. Also, my information cannot be leaked. We will discuss the details tomorrow." Without waiting for a response, she hung up and walked toward her bedroom. As she passed Lin Mu's door, her footsteps slightly hesitated. She turned to glance at the tightly shut door, a subtle smile gracing her lips before pushing the door open and entering her room. Inside the room, Lin Mu extinguished the cigarette, but his expression helpless as he rubbed his forehead. "Tomorrow is the physical education class. I can't skip again, or else my mom." Thinking of this, he let out a wry smile, set the alarm, and almost instantly fell asleep. 1000 a.m. In the central square of Jiang City Academy, thousands of students were running around the square. A small portion of them had completely exhausted themselves and lay on the grass looking as if they were enjoying a peaceful life. "Bro, do you think the academy is sick?" A rotund figure slumped on the grass at the finish line, panting and complaining. "The first physical education class of the school year is a 15-kilometer run. Who can stand that? It's simply insane. I can't even imagine the days to come." Lin Mu looked at him in surprise. Can't tell bro, your physique actually completed it. Hey, don't judge me by my size. Oh, I'm quite nimble. Wang Yueban sighed heavily, as if recalling some painful memory. Actually, it was forced out by my family. He looked at Lin Mu's nonchalant demeanor and immediately got up, shaking his round belly. Bro, are you a god? 15 kilometers. You didn't even break a sweat. You aren't some hidden expert here to experience student life, are you? Lin Mu was slightly taken aback, then chuckled lightly. Have you ever seen a hidden expert who is a zero-stage, awakened one? Hey, that's true. Wang Yueban scratched his head and patted Lin Mu on the shoulder. Don't be discouraged. I managed to step into the first stage. You completing this 15 kilometers without breaking a sweat is just a matter of time. Borrowing your good words, I'll strive to step into the first stage soon, Lin Mu replied with a smile. As time passed, the freshman who completed the long run gradually collapsed onto the grass. Suddenly someone pointed into the distance, excitement in their voice. Look, that's our class flower ranking 3rd this year, Ji Weining. What era is it still having a class flower ranking? But indeed, she is quite beautiful. Someone chimed in. Oh, that's just decent. Dude, did you drink too much this morning? Another teased. Look at the pictures of your girlfriend on your phone. I'll compare them. Yeah. Wait until I graduate and reach the 2nd stage of awakening, and I'll head straight into Jiang City Town's ESI. There won't be anything I can't get then. The person shrugged nonchalantly. This one here is just to fill the void. It's because of people like you that the term scumbag exists. Laughter of agreement echoed around. However, at the center of the crowd's discussions, Ji Weining did not stop her steps, making her way straight toward the corner of the square, seemingly oblivious to the surrounding clamor. Bro, a stunning sight is approaching us. Wang Yueban squinted his little eyes, eyeing the figure walking toward them, and blurted out a series of numbers. 90, 61, 89. You can see that clearly from so far away. Lin Mu was a bit surprised. Hey, I'm not bragging you. When you see enough, you just get it. Wang Yueban's smile took on a sleazy tone, but the next second, he suddenly shouted, Bro, she's coming straight for us. Could it be, haha, is she attracted by my looks? I think you might be right. Lin Mu shook his head with a light laugh, truly unable to comprehend this fat guy's mysterious confidence. Wang Yueban immediately puffed out his round chest, preparing to strike a cool pose to greet her. But Ji Weining walked right past him, stopping in front of Lin Mu, her voice sweetly syrupy. Do you remember me? Wang Yueban's smile froze on his face, awkwardly touching his nose. Lin Mu looked at her in confusion. Who are you? Ji Weining chuckled lightly. We met yesterday afternoon in Director Chen's office. I didn't expect you to be so impressive, the first student in the Academy's history to skip theory classes. Holy crap. Wang Yueban screamed internally. This bro is actually that amazing. Sorry, my memory isn't that great. Do you need something? Lin Mu's tone was calm. Ji Weining was slightly taken aback. The situation seemed to differ from her expectations. She then handed the bottle of water in her hand to Lin Mu, her voice softening a few degrees. It's nothing, I just wanted to come over and get to know you. Could you help me twist off the cap? If you can't even open the cap, how did you get into Jiang University? As soon as Lin Mu's words left his mouth, Wang Yueban silently gave him a thumbs up, truly a model for our generation. Nearby freshmen widened their eyes simultaneously, thinking this brother is definitely single by choice. Ji Wanying's expression darkened a bit, yet she still squeezed out a smile. As a guy, isn't it normal to help a girl? Or are you saying you don't want to be friends with me? I neither want to help nor be friends with you. After Lin Mu finished speaking, he pointed to the side at Wang Yueban. This brother is the richest man in Jiang City. It would be more suitable for you to make friends with him. With that, he turned and walked away without a hint of hesitation. A flash of anger crossed Ji Wanying's eyes, but upon hearing the words richest man in Jiang City, the corner of her mouth rose again. She immediately handed the water to Wang Yueban, her voice turning sweet and soft again. Hello there. My brother isn't interested in you, and neither am I. Wang Yueban interrupted her directly, his tone unapologetic. Go fish for someone else. After saying that, he quickly chased after Lin Mu. Ji Weining stood frozen in place, incredulously sneering. Ji Weining have been rejected by 2 men in 1 day. Brother, wait for me. Wang Yueban panted as he caught up with Lin Mu. Lin Mu stopped in his tracks, looking at him in confusion. Wang Yueban leaned in close to Lin Mu's ear and asked softly, Brother, how did you know my family's the richest in Jiang City? Lin Mu was taken aback, then smiled. I just said it casually. Could it be true? Watching Lin Mu's receding figure, Wang Yueban squinted his little eyes and stroked his chin in contemplation. This brother gives off an unusual vibe. And that 15-kilometer run, he didn't even break a sweat. Is that normal? Even a 4th or 5th-year Awakener might not be able to achieve that, right? I must ask my father when I get home tonight. At the Duansha Tavern, Lin Mu was enjoying his meal. Not bad, even after so many years of being downcast. Your cooking skills haven't declined. Gutsong exhaled a puff of smoke, gazing at the ceiling, his voice carrying a hint of gravity. Many cities have started to get chaotic recently. Yu City, Luo City, Tsong City. The local Zhen EC can no longer maintain control, and the higher-ups of Zhen Yiting and the Daylight have scattered. The most severe situation is in Jinbei City. Gutsong took another puff of smoke, the smoke slowly dissipating. There is known to be an S-level disaster and force levels. This is just on the surface, you understand. Jinbei City. Lin Mu put down his chopsticks, a complex smile forming at the corner of his mouth. What a familiar place. Gutsong chuckled lightly. Indeed, no one is more familiar with it than you. A year ago, you single-handedly slaughtered all the disasters in Jinbei City. Who is going to Jinbei City? Lin Mu raised his gaze. Ningmo. Then the suppression of Jinbei City is just a matter of time. Lin Mu finished his last bite, placed the chopsticks on the empty plate, and stood up, saying him off. It would be nice if you could deliver food next time. Gutsong twitched the corner of his mouth. Delivery incurs a fee. Are you short on money? Lin Mu asked with a smile. Gutsong fell silently, taking out a beautifully wrapped bouquet of flowers from under the bar and handed it to Lin Mu. Lin Mu's face darkened as he stared at Gutsong. What are you doing? Just a little decoration in the shop. It's flowers bought by Xiao Man. Gutsong said calmly. Then why are you handing them to me? Lin Mu asked, puzzled. Gutsong's tone turned serious. You've carried too much burden these years. You should relax a bit. Lin Mu raised an eyebrow. Speak plainly. Gutsong's eyes flickered with a hint of gossip, but he said earnestly, I think you need this bouquet. A women like it. Don't be shy. Lin Mu's voice turned low. Gutsong. Do you believe I could beat you up right now? I believe you, but your current strength. Gutsong didn't finish his sentence before forcefully shoving the flowers into Lin Mu's hands. Alright, I've been holding this up for ages. Oh, just take it. You've just rented a place. Even if there are no women, it can at least add some fragrance. Outside the tavern, Lin Mu gazed at the bouquet in his hands, lost in thought, shaking his head helplessly as he strode away. Forget it, let's just think of it as absorbing formaldehyde. Inside the tavern, light footsteps came from upstairs as Xiao Man bounced down. Good morning, boss. You came just in time. Wash the dishes. Gutsong pointed to the empty plate on the bar. Xiao Man put her hands on her hips, pouting angrily. That student is back to mooch food and drink again. Today it's just for food, no drinks. Gutsong slumped back in the leather chair, eyes closed. Xiao Man leaned closer to him, her eyes filled with confusion. Boss, you two have known each other for a long time, right? But with your special status, how could you have any interactions with a zero-tier Awakeners student? She shook her head to herself. It doesn't make sense. Go wash the dishes. Don't think too much. I just hit it off with him. Gutsong said in a low voice, seemingly on the verge of falling asleep. Xiao Man pouted, feeling dismissed, and angrily picked up a plate, ready to head to the kitchen. Footsteps sounded from upstairs again as Sanshur walked down with a smile. Morning. Xiao Man immediately handed him the plate, her lips curling up. Sanshur, the boss wants you to wash the dishes. Sanshur took it with a bewildered expression. Is there a guest at noon? No, we haven't even opened the door yet. Ask the boss who I hate moochers. Xiao Man strode upstairs. This lady is going back to sleep. Don't disturb me. Sanshur looked at the plate in his hands, then glanced at the sleeping Gutsong's side, and quietly walked into the kitchen. In the Yunjing community. In the room, Sun Yin, he changed into a red waist-hugging long dress, the silver-white heels making slight sounds on the floor. She gently placed a white piece of paper on the coffee table, which had 5 messy characters. I'm leaving, don't think of me. After a moment's thought, she picked up a pen and added a string of phone numbers followed by 6 more words. If you miss me, call me. What is this nonsense? Just like a love-struck brain from a story so embarrassing. This king has never done such a thing. Sun Yin, he frowned slightly, and immediately destroyed the note. A moment later, she took another white piece of paper and meticulously wrote the same content down, placing it back on the coffee table. Looking at the writing on the paper, a smile crept onto her lips. Forget it, just consider it casual scribbling. After all, he will definitely throw it away as scrap paper. How could we possibly have any more interactions? She turned to leave, the crisp sound of her high heels echoing in the room. The moment she pushed open the door, Sun Yin, his beautiful eyes widened, a flicker of confusion crossing her gaze, but more than that, it was shock. Lin Mu held a bouquet of fresh flowers and collided face to face with her. Their eyes met, and both of them halted in their tracks, the air thick with an awkward tension. You? Is this flower for me? Sun Yinha gently raised her delicate hand, pointing at Lin Mu, and then at the bouquet, her voice laced with confusion and a hint of urgency. Lin Mu furrowed her brow, saying, You're overthinking it. Sun Yanhe's gaze scrutinized her, asking, Is there another woman living here? No, you're blocking my way, Lin Mu replied calmly. Sun Yinha chuckled lightly and stepped beside Lin Mu. Their skin brushed lightly against each other, the red skirt swaying slightly with her movement, the crisp sound of high heels echoing at the elevator entrance. I'm leaving. You have the key, let yourself in when you come back, Lin Mu said as she walked toward her room. I won't be coming back. Thank you for your hospitality these past 2 days. Su Nian's voice was soft. Lin Mu paused, replying, remember what you said yesterday. Su Nianha didn't respond, her high heels clicking as she walked toward the elevator. Wait a moment, Lin Mu's voice suddenly rang out. Su Nianha paused, turning back with a smile in her eyes, asking, what's wrong? Can't bear to part. Lin Mu took a deep breath, her brow slightly furrowing as she walked up to her, handing the bouquet to her. I thought I could air out the formaldehyde, but suddenly remembered this rental isn't a new place. The flowers are of no use. Please handle it for me. If you don't like it, just throw it away. Before she could finish, he grasped Su Nian's delicate hand, placing the bouquet in her palm as he turned and quickly walked back into the room. With a loud bang, the door was slammed shut, leaving no chance for Su Nianha to speak. She stood there holding the bouquet, dazed for a few seconds, then couldn't help but let out a sweet tinkling laugh. She slowly walked into the elevator, raising the bouquet to her nose. The fresh floral scent instantly enveloped her, and a gentle smile graced her lips. The flowers are lovely. I really like them. Inside the room, Lin Mu approached the coffee table, his steps suddenly halting. He looked down at the white paper, calmly critiquing, the handwriting is really sloppy. As his gaze swept to the last phone number, and the note saying, if you miss me, call me, his brow furrowed tightly. He raised his hand and crumpled the paper, tossing it into the nearby trash can. A minute later, a faint sound came from the trash can. Lin Mu crouched down, retrieved the crumpled paper, unfolded it, and smoothed it out, staring at the handwriting as he muttered, boring. The entrance of Yunjing Community directly faced Jiang University. At this moment, a powerful black SUV parked on the roadside, drawing gasps of surprise from the surrounding crowd. Everyone paused to admire it, secretly envious. When can I drive such a cool car? If I could drive it, the girl in the passenger seat would have to change every day. Suddenly someone shouted excitedly, wow brother, what a beauty. A top-notch beauty. Look over there. All eyes were suddenly drawn over, and in the next moment their eyes collectively lit up. A figure in a red dress approached her, high heels clicking with each step, captivating the onlookers around her. At that moment, the SUV door swung open with a loud bang. A striking figure jumped out of the car, wearing black high-top Martin boots, a cropped black top that revealed her waist, and tight jeans that accentuated her slender figure. She tossed her wind-blown pink hair and exuded an aura of both coolness and elegance. Su Nianha looked at her with a faint smile, and the latter rushed forward, her eyes turning red instantly as she exclaimed, sister, I. Su Nianha patted her back soothingly, saying, okay, Xiaoning, how old are you to still be crying? Isn't your sister standing right in front of you? Moments later, a roaring engine sounded, and the black SUV sped away, leaving a cloud of dust behind. The onlookers were still mesmerized, their minds replaying the scene of the two stunning beauties together. Sister, I was too excited just now and forgot to ask, what about those flowers? Yuning couldn't help but ask, her tone cautious. Su Nianha looked at the flowers in her hand, a smile glimmering in her eyes. It doesn't matter, just help me take care of it later, it can't die. Yuning thought to herself, oh my. Doesn't matter, yet still needs care and can't die. My goodness, your logic makes no sense. Of course she didn't dare to say it out loud. After briefly reminiscing, Yuning's voice turned serious. The high-ranking officials in Shengjing City have now dispersed to the subordinate cities, but don't worry. Our remaining forces are very covert and have never harmed ordinary people. Yuning paused, adding with confusion, sister, there's one thing I don't understand. Why didn't you let me follow in this war? If I were there. Su Nian's expression suddenly turned cold, cutting her off. This so-called final war is nothing but a joke. The countless awakened and altered beings sacrificed in this war are utterly meaningless. If you had gone, there would only be a pile of bones left at this moment. Yuning sighed lightly, reflecting, this world is truly beyond salvation. When will this endless killing come to an end? Do you remember when we stormed the Central Tower 5 years ago? Su Nianha spoke calmly. Of course I remember. At that time the Zhen-E court hadn't yet seen the White Death God. Those self-proclaimed elders would have met their end long ago if not for the timely arrival of the national envoy. Yuning immediately responded. Su Nian's voice took on a melancholic tone of reminiscence. The national envoy was still alive back then. Even with the Black King and I teaming up, we couldn't completely kill him. It's a pity he was buried by his own people. Yuning was utterly stunned. Have they gone mad? As the SUV entered the highway junction, Yuning slowed down and softly asked, sister, are we going to Yu City or Jinbei City? Su Nian's voice grew colder. Jinbei City. Some people and some things need to pay the price. Understood. As Yuning's voice fell, she slammed the accelerator, the black SUV speeding towards Jinbei City. At the same time, Jinbei City's 9th Special District had descended into a hell on earth. Under the protection of Zhen-E Division, the common people fled in panic. A young man in uniform reported respectfully, Chief Chow, the residents of the 9th Special District have almost evacuated. Chao Ming instantly scolded, almost. Those are bloody lives. Keep searching. The young man hesitated, speaking up, but our casualties have already. He was interrupted before finishing. Chao Ming coldly retorted, have you forgotten the oath you took when you put on this uniform? He then patted the young man's shoulder. You go to the rear to evacuate the crowd. The cigarette but was crushed fiercely, and Chao Ming's eyes were filled with determination. Reinforcements will arrive soon. We can't let the casualties continue. Chief Chao Ai. The young man wanted to say something more, but Chao Ming had already drawn his long knife, releasing the aura of a fifth-level awakened being, and quickly headed towards the distant cries. Inside a tall building, the ground was stained with fresh blood, and dozens of figures were indulging in a feast. Suddenly, a steady sound of footsteps echoed as Chao Ming and his group slowly walked in. Chao Ming at the forefront spoke in a deep voice in class catastrophe, huh? He turned to look at the people behind him. We might not be able to go back. Are you afraid? The only response was the sound of weapons being drawn. Everyone's eyes were resolute, displaying an expression of calm acceptance of death. Chao Ming laughed, his long knife pointing directly at the figures within the building. I, Chao Ming, the commander of Jinbei City, have come to see off you filthy beings. Killing you would indeed be troublesome, but since you insist on seeking death. A sinister voice echoed. The glass figure seated in the center instantly began to transform into a catastrophe. In the next moment, a giant creature resembling a rhinoceros appeared before everyone. Following that, a monstrous roar resounded, leave not a single one alive. As the words fell, dozens of figures began to transform into various humanoid monsters, creating an extremely terrifying scene. An hour later, 10 specially designated vehicles from Jina Court roared into the 9th Special Zone, heading straight for the central area. Outside the 9th Special Zone, an excited official from Jina shouted, it's the special vehicles from Jina Court. A young officer behind him questioned, there are only 10 vehicles in total with at most 30 or 40 people. Are they really making such a grand entrance? The official rolled his eyes at him. What do you know? That's Jina Court. He added, just one of them could take on all under Commander Chao. However, he wondered which chief was leading them. As the 10 vehicles reached their designated location, they suddenly scattered, speeding off in different directions. Inside the tall building, only a dozen desiccated corpses remained on the ground. A middle-aged man from Jina Court reported with sorrow, Chief Ning Mo, this is Commander Chao's corpse. His life force has been drained. Ning Mo slowly crouched down, sighing softly. I knew you would overexert yourself. Late, my apologies. He rose and walked to the door, tearing off his cloak, his eyes swirling with murderous intent. Eradicate all catastrophes in the 9th Special Zone. Yes, Chief. Everyone replied in unison as the aura of several awakened beings above level 5 instantly filled the air. To the northeast of the 9th Special Zone, the roar of vehicles grew even louder. In the driver's seat, Zhang Huai wore a fierce expression, flooring the accelerator and excitedly shouting, luck is on our side. LV Ping, hold on tight. LV Ping sighed helplessly. We could have just stormed in. Zhang Huai. You're just doing this to get a new vehicle. Zhang Huai laughed as the vehicle crashed through the main gate. Brother, we can apply for funds to change vehicles again. He then executed a drift, positioning the vehicle in front of the 4-story building. LV Ping's face darkened. Is that all you're after? I'm going to tell Chief Ning Mo. After saying that, he kicked the car door open and got out calmly. Zhang Huai was taken aback. What the hell? You play like this, and yet you're going to snitch. You've already applied for the funds, why keep it? LV Ping replied with an air of nonchalance. Zhang Huai walked up to him, revealing a giant scythe in his hand. LV Ping meanwhile leisurely donned black gauntlets. Just changing weapons, right? It's quite disadvantageous to fight with just gauntlets. Just as Zhang Huai finished speaking, the deafening sound of shattering glass suddenly erupted. Hundreds of humanoid monsters leaped down from above, their claws gleaming menacingly as they pounced on the two. A roar from the corridor suddenly echoed. In the next second, an glass catastrophe, resembling a giant rhinoceros, charged out, its thick horn aimed directly at LV Ping's heart. Oh no. We hit the jackpot. LV Ping. It's an glass catastrophe. Zhang Huai shouted excitedly as the giant scythe sliced through the air, unleashing a silver gleam. The catastrophe, falling from the sky, was cleaved into several pieces before it even touched the ground, blood and limbs splattering everywhere. At the same time, LV Ping advanced rather than retreating, his right fist enveloped in a swirling black wind. Boom! The giant rhinoceros was struck against the tall building, and the wall instantly caved in, debris scattering like a waterfall. LV Ping shook his right hand. I feel like these gauntlets suit me quite well. With that, he leaped towards the rhinoceros, the black patterns on the gauntlets faintly glowing. You're looking for death. The rhinoceros roared, raising its horn once more and charging forward. In another building to the northeast, the ground was already covered with the corpses of catastrophes, dark red blood soaking the bricks and the air was thick with a nauseating fishy smell. Only two men in Jina court uniforms slowly walked out. The man on the left had a resolute face and a sturdy build with a giant sword slung across his back. The man on the right was an elderly figure with white hair, deep creases on his face, and a bent sword in his hand that still dripped dark red blood, while his murky eyes glimmered with a bloodthirsty glint. A series of loud explosions echoed from afar. The old man turned to look towards the sound, a cold smile creeping onto his lips. There's quite a commotion over there, Cheng Xiao. Do you know which two are causing it? Cheng Xiao paused for a moment, then replied solemnly, it should be LV Ping and Zhang Huai. Ha, any catastrophe targeted by those two is bound to have run into bad luck. As Xie Tu finished speaking, Cheng Xiao glanced at the gruesome scene behind him, silently cursing. Meeting you is the real misfortune. Cheng Xiao, you've been stuck at level 5 for several years, haven't you? The old man suddenly changed the topic. Yes, Chief, Xie Tu. Cheng Xiao replied respectfully. The 9th special zone will be a good opportunity. Xie Tu's voice was tinged with an eerie tone. Take this chance to unleash your fury. They'll be right behind you for the rest of the time. I understand. Cheng Xiao paused, still puzzled. But I'm curious why Jinbei City would send 5 elite Jina envoys, even Chief Ning Mo personally leading the team. The 9th special zone is just the beginning. A cold light flashed in Xie Tu's eyes. On the surface, Jinbei City has an S-class catastrophe. Hidden there, oh, what lies beneath? He patted Cheng Xiao's shoulder, laughing. You still have a long way to go. Oh, let's move on to the next place. Cheng Xiao paused as he opened the car door, asking, what if we encounter an S-class catastrophe? Should we confront it, Heiden? If we really run into such a situation? Xie Tu's tone suddenly turned serious. They'll hold it back. You immediately call for help, or none of us will survive. I understand. Cheng Xiao responded as he took his seat in the driver's position. As the engine roared to life, the vehicle shot forward abruptly. You young people drive so recklessly, my old back is about to fall apart. Xie Tu complained as he leaned back in his seat. They'll try to drive more slowly, Chief. Xie Tu. Just as he finished speaking, with a loud bang, Cheng Xiao had already floored the accelerator. The vehicle drifted wildly down the street, the tires screeching against the pavement. Xie Tu's face darkened. The rebellious mindset of today's youth is truly severe. Cheng Xiao secretly smiled, but his tone remained serious. You are overestimating me. 700 p.m. Jiangcheng lay fully enshrouded in night, its silhouette outlined by a cascade of neon lights. Lin Mu stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, eyes suddenly alight. A long-dormant current within his body surged and stirred the furrowed brow that had held tight moments before gradually eased. Gazing down at the glittering nocturnal cityscape, he sighed softly. Though I've recovered only a fraction of my former strength, the mere ability to once again command my vital energy marks a promising beginning. Ding dong. A crisp doorbell chimed. Lin Mu turned and strode toward the entrance. As he opened the door, a muffled male voice slipped through. Your dinner has arrived. Thank you. Lin Mu reached out for the food container. But the man outside clutched the box with iron grip, a grotesque smile curling his lips as he slowly licked them. Congratulations, you're today's lucky recipient. Remember, next time you're reborn, order less takeout. Before the words fully faded, the man's face began to warp and twist. His hands morphed into razor-sharp claws. From his mouth unfurled a thick serpentine tongue, its tip bearing a hideous human face. Lin Mu watched the humanoid calamity with unruffled calm, sighing wryly. Well then, I suppose I'll have to crash Gutsong's dinner after all. He raised an eyebrow, appraising the creature. What is this aesthetic? Far more revolting than your average low-tier calamity. The calamity paused, bewildered. How could this human remain so composed on the very brink of death? Lin Mu murmured to himself, almost absent-mindedly, a Class D calamity. It's been ages since I've seen one this weak. Though admittedly, I'm rather feeble myself at the moment. Roar. Enraged beyond reason, the calamity lunged, claws and tongue striking in unison. At that razor-thin instant, Lin Mu's phone rang. Unhurried, he pulled out his phone, glanced at the caller ID, and answered immediately. What is it? And just 1 inch from Lin Mu's fingertips, the Class D calamity froze solid, transformed instantly into an ice sculpture. As Lin Mu closed the door, the ice statue shattered with a sharp crack, dissolving into countless crystalline fragments that vanished down the hallway. From the other end came Gutsong's gravelly voice. Care to stretch your legs? What do you mean? Lin Mu leaned back into the sofa. Something's off in Jinbei City. I'm heading there to investigate. Gutsong replied, his tone turning grave. Isn't Ning Mo stationed there? Lin Mu asked coolly. I suspect a sizable calamity syndicate is operating there. We can't afford carelessness. Gutsong spoke with quiet gravity. Have you forgotten? In my current state, I'd only be dead weight. Lin Mu chuckled bitterly. Protecting a single person is effortless for me. When it comes to defense, second place doesn't exist. Gutsong paused then added, besides, don't you want to observe your subordinates from afar? Jinbei City hosts 5 elite calamity suppression agents, besides Ning, Mo. Forget it. The timing isn't right, and I still have classes. Lin Mu declined with solemn conviction. Silence stretched across the line. After a long pause, Gutsong uttered 2 words, skip class. No need. I'll meet you in half an hour. Lin Mu relented. You're coming. Gutsong's voice carried a rare note of surprise. Yes, I ordered takeout and a Class D calamity delivered it. Lin Mu sounded thoroughly exasperated. A rare soft chuckle echoed from the other end. Lin Mu's expression darkened instantly, and he hung up. Night draped Jinbei City's 9th Special District like a shroud. After half a day of brutal carnage, the air hung thick and nauseating with the coppery reek of blood. Ning Mo gripped the sacred artifact, Wuji's staff. He advanced slowly toward the figure slumped helplessly on the ground. Gray mist roiled around him like churning waves, and the oppressive aura of a 7th-rank mid-tier cultivator erupted, sending dust and debris trembling from the cracked earth. His gaze locked onto the fallen figure, voice glacial. So, it's you. SS-class Calamity. Lu Jiu staggered upright, coughing blood onto the black robes covering his chest. Most of the calamitous sigils that had once veined his entire body had faded, revealing a pallid, gaunt face. He swayed unsteadily, staring at Ning Mo's advancing form, voice raw and ragged. Ning Mo, haven't you yet pierced the veil of this world's true nature? Is everything your calamity suppression tribunal does truly right? Right or wrong no longer matters. Ning Mo's eyes remained empty, indifferent. The Wuji staff spun slowly in his hand. The 9th Special District was massacred by calamities, and you appeared here precisely when the slaughter ended. Hardly had the words left his lips when Ning Mo's brow snapped shut, his head whipping sideways. Several azure wings gleaming with lethal cold tore through the air like sharpened blades, aimed straight at his face. Yet before they could make contact, the gray mist swirling around him swallowed them whole, reducing them to shimmering motes of light. In the next breath, a slender figure clad in black robes materialized like a phantom before Lu Jiu. 2 colossal azure tailwings unfurled behind her and beat sharply, rending the air with piercing shrieks. Then, hundreds more azure feathers erupted like a storm, hurtling toward Ning Mo, each carrying enough force to shear through steel. Jinbei City truly conceals tigers and dragons. Familiar faces keep emerging one after another. Ning Mo scoffed coldly, the gray mist around him surging anew. But the moment the torrent of wings dissolved into mist, his expression twisted in shock. A single azure tailwing, thicker and fiercer than the rest, punched through the mist barrier. It struck forward with bone-chilling momentum, stopping a mere inch from his throat. Clang! The Wuji staff slammed sideways, piercing the wing's tip with surgical precision, the metallic clash reverberating through the air like a thunderclap. Yet eerily, the punctured wing sealed itself instantly. Then, hundreds more feathers surged forth like a tidal wave, engulfing Ning Mo entirely. Mist rise! Ning Mo roared. Instantly, the gray mist exploded outward, spreading dozens of meters, alive and ravenous, devouring every incoming feather, swallowing even light itself. When the mist finally receded, the battlefield stood utterly empty. Ning Mo's brow knotted tightly as he stared into the distance where they'd vanished, murmuring, "Why has the former Red Sovereign's faction gathered in Jinbei City? Did they not participate in the final Convergence War?" A kilometer away, the black-robed figure raced through the urban labyrinth, carrying Lu Jiu toward the 6th Special District. Each beat of her azure tailwings left behind fleeting afterimages. Cough, cough. "Sorry, Sister Ning. Lu Jiu began, but you Ning cut him off. What I warned you to evacuate immediately, yet you stayed courting death." Her voice held a sharp edge of anger. Those madmen of the Calamity Suppression Tribunal, we'd hidden deep enough. Yet once they evacuated civilians, they launched indiscriminate purges, slaughtering every living thing in the 9th Special District. Lu Jiu clenched his teeth, eyes blazing with bitter fury. If I'd arrived 1 second later, I'd be burying you now. Don't speak. Conserve your strength." Yu Ning's delicate brows furrowed as she leapt faster between rooftops. "The Red Sovereign waits for us, in the 6th Special District." "What a—" Lu Jiu's pupils contracted violently, his voice trembled with raw emotion. "Sister Ning, you just said, the Sovereign lives. She truly lives. Keep coughing blood like this, and you won't live long enough to see her." Yu Ning's tone softened just slightly. Lu Jiu immediately shut her mouth, though her chest still heaved. Her eyes brimmed with uncontrollable joy and excitement. The two quickly reached the border of the 9th Special District, where members of the Jina Division patrolled with weapons in hand. "Commander, there's something ahead." A member was about to raise the alarm when a blue tail wing flashed like lightning across his neck, blood instantly splattering on the nearby stone wall. His eyes widened in shock as his body crumpled to the ground. In an instant, several sounds of blue wings slicing through the air followed. The more than 10 members of the Jina division guarding the border had no time to react before their throats were precisely slit, their bodies collapsing straight to the ground, blood quickly staining the earth beneath them. Yuning retracted her tail wing. Let's go, don't waste time. Jiangcheng No. One courtyard, one of the most prestigious luxury residential areas in Jiangcheng. Each villa was hidden among lush greenery and private courtyards. At this moment in the study of Villa No. 012, two round figures sat across from each other at a rosewood desk. You little rascal came home just to slack off and enjoy yourself, didn't you? I know your thoughts too well. The middle-aged man sitting in the main seat spoke with a steady tone, but with a hint of teasing, seeing through his son's intentions at a glance. Wang Yueban immediately sat up straight, seriously explaining, Father, you guessed wrong this time. I came back today because I really have something to ask you. Spit it out quickly. You're always up to no good. If it weren't for your decent talent having entered the first tier without even going to the academy, I wouldn't have let you take this path. Wang Jinjin paused with the teacup in hand, his tone showing slight impatience. He understood his son's lazy nature all too well. Wang Yueban took a deep breath, the smile on his face completely vanished, and spoke seriously, Father, you said. Is it normal for someone to run 15 kilometers without breaking a sweat? Wang Jinjin's hand holding the teacup paused, his brow slightly raised. Are you looking for trouble? Such people do exist, but they are not in your reach. To be honest, even I don't qualify. No, Father, let me finish. Wang Yueban hurriedly added. In today's first physical education class at the academy, there was indeed a classmate who ran 15 kilometers without breaking a sweat. The key is, he is still a 0-tier awakened. Isn't that strange? Not a drop of sweat. Wang Jinjin's brow instantly furrowed, putting down the teacup and staring into his son's eyes, his voice lowering. Are you sure? You didn't make a mistake? Absolutely. I ran right beside him, keeping an eye on him the whole time. Wang Yueban pounded his chest in assurance, his round face full of certainty. The study fell silent in an instant, only the ticking of the wall clock echoing in the air. Wang Jinjin lightly tapped the table with his fingertips, his gaze deep and clearly deep in thought. After a while he looked up at his son, his tone serious. Go make friends with him. Even if he's a 0-tier, it's impossible for a 5-tier awakened to run 15 kilometers without breaking a sweat. Even if he achieves nothing in the end, just for this point, it's worth you getting close to him. What we lack in this family is not money, but connections are fundamental. Hey, we greeted each other at the school opening ceremony. I thought we hit it off pretty well. Wang Yueban scratched his head, suddenly remembering something, and quickly added. Oh right. He is also the first person in Jiang University's history who doesn't have to attend theoretical classes. That's just amazing. Wang Jinjin fell silent again, this silence lasting even longer than before. He stood up and walked over to his son, patting Wang Yueban on the shoulder, speaking earnestly, Son, our family status today is not because of how strong my abilities are or how tough my methods are, but because we followed the right people. Following the right people, even a pig can fly high. Do you understand? After speaking, Wang Jinjin turned and left the study, leaving Wang Yueban sitting alone in the chair, lost in thought. After a long while he shook his head and laughed. What's the point of thinking so much? I should just focus on improving myself. Thinking too much only brings worry. Yunjian community. In the living room, Lin Mu leaned against the sofa, browsing the disaster warning messages from the official zenbaking. Suddenly a ding-dong sound popped up on his phone screen. It was a friend request. He was somewhat surprised. This newly registered account, besides family and Gut Song, he hadn't told anyone else. Could it be a mistake? With curiosity, he opened the request, and the interface clearly displayed 3 big characters, Sunyana. Lin Mu's finger paused, thinking for a moment before deciding to accept. Almost the moment he accepted, a message immediately popped up. Sunyana, Lin Mu. Lin Mu, how did you get my contact information? Sunyana, guess. Lin Mu, boring. What's the matter? Sunyana, your people hurt mine. Lin Mu, you're in Zen. Sunyana, keep your people in check. If anyone under my command harms the innocent, I will handle it myself. If it happens again, I will ensure he cannot leave zenbaking. Lin Mu, we both know our respective situations very well. You currently don't have that capability. Sunyana. Lin Mu, are you in the 9th Special District? Sunyana, 6th Special District. If you want to see me, come find me. Lin Mu, anything else? Sunyana, Hemen. Lin Mu put down his phone, his brow involuntarily furrowing. After a few seconds he got up, walked to the entrance, put on a black coat, and pushed the door out. Half an hour later, Lin Mu sat at the bar counter of the Duansha Tavern, a steaming bowl of beef noodles placed in front of him. He slurped the noodles, while mumbling, let's negotiate something. How about adding a delivery service in the future? Gut Song replied without looking up, then added, tonight, I'm heading to zenbaking, probably for 2 days. For these 2 days, find another place to mooch food. Lin Mu paused with his chopsticks, his tone calm. What were you asking me about on the phone before? I forgot. Gutsong's mouth twitched. I wanted you to skip class and come to Zen baking just to get some fresh air. Every time I think of you as a student, that feeling of disconnection is something you can't even imagine. Alright, I'll skip classes for 2 days. Lin Mu nodded lightly. Gutsong's face was instantly filled with question marks. Surprised. Didn't you say you weren't going? You didn't want to skip classes. Afraid of being a burden. Thinking about it, skipping 2 days isn't a big deal, just consider it a trip to clear my mind. Lin Mu continued eating noodles, his tone showing no signs of emotion. You're not acting like yourself. Gutsong asserted, his eyes filled with suspicion. What's not right? Lin Mu lifted his gaze calmly, meeting his eyes. Gutsong lit a cigarette, staring closely at Lin Mu's face through the swirling smoke. When things seem off, there must be something going on. This isn't like you. People can change. Lin Mu averted his gaze, continuing to eat noodles. Gutsong extinguished the cigarette, but tapping the bar, finished eating, then we set off. Sure. Lin Mu nodded, using his chopsticks to pick up the last piece of beef and put it in his mouth. Outside the tavern, the two had already walked onto a side road. Lin Mu glanced at the rear of the Maybach and asked, is it fixed? Should we take off the license plate? Gutsong's face darkened, his tone carrying a hint of helplessness. We drive with civility, why would we take it off? After saying this, he opened the car door and sat in the driver's seat, while Lin Mu walked slowly to the passenger seat. With the roar of the engine, the black Maybach sped away into the night. Passers-by on both sides of the road cast envious glances. Inside the tavern, only Xiao Man and Sanshur remained, both looking bewildered. Xiao Man furrowed her brows and placed her hands on her hips, complaining, Sanshur, do you think the boss has gone crazy? He'd rather take a student to Jinbei City than bring us along. We've been completely abandoned by the boss. As she finished, her voice brimmed with grievance. Sanshur quickly comforted her. Guga, don't you understand? He must have his own plans. But this makes no sense at all. Xiao Man pouted angrily, leaving behind a remark. Remember to wash the plates on the bar, and strode upstairs. Sanshur smiled helplessly, picked up a plate, and walked toward the kitchen, his heart filled with confusion. This was completely out of character for Gugu, and that student's silhouette felt oddly familiar. In Jinbei City, in the core area of the 6th Special District, a magnificent 26-story building. The lower 13 floors were open to the public as a hotel area, while the 14th floor and above were never accessible to outsiders. At this moment, in a dim room on the top floor, Su Nianha sat upright in a dark red leather chair, her expression cold, her gaze commanding, her right leg resting lightly over her left, and her high heels gently touching the ground. She asked, so the Aberrants of the 9th Special District are a new organization led by an S-level? Lu Jiu bowed and replied, yes, after all he wouldn't dare to clash with me, so I didn't pay him any money. But I didn't expect that this time Jin Court. Before he could finish, Su Nianha interrupted coldly, go take care of yourself. Lu Jiu respectfully responded, yes, Red King. After Lu Jiu left, Su Nianha raised her gaze to Yu Ning. Xiaoning, has there been any unusual activity around the Wunyan building recently? Yu Ning gently shook her head, her tone serious. Your Majesty, I can assure you there is absolutely nothing unusual. Moreover, the hotel area below the 13th floor is fully booked every day, so it is impossible to be detected. Su Nianha nodded slightly. Until I recover my full strength, all actions must be cautious. I understand. Yu Ning replied respectfully. All right, you can go back now. Su Nianha's voice softened. Feeling her change in tone, Yu Ning walked lightly in front of her, her voice sweet. Sister, is there anything you need me to do? You need to stay quiet for a while. Jin Court must have caught wind of something, which is why they sent a chief and 5 elite members to Jinbei City. Yu Ning's eyes flashed with excitement as she suggested. Then sister, should I go over and teach them a lesson? Did you forget what I just said, eh? Su Nianha looked at her, and Yu Ning immediately lowered her head under that gaze. I was wrong, sister. You just know how to fight. When will you ever be more composed? Su Nianha smiled helplessly and then asked, what about Xionghe and Xiuhu? Yu Ning first chuckled, I know, sister. Xionghe is hidden in Yu City running a restaurant. Xiuhu has established a shopping mall in Yang City. As she said this, she suddenly paused as if recalling something important and quickly added, sister, should I invite them to Jinbei City? They came to find me 3 days ago saying they would gather in Shangjing City in a week to take revenge for you by eliminating the central forces. Su Nianha chuckled lightly. How foolish, you have no chance of winning at all. She looked at Yu Ning and continued to ask, so how did you persuade them? Yu Ning's expression stiffened as she cautiously replied, sister, this kind of thing, Xiao Ning has always been the first to take the lead. Su Nianha's expression turned cold, yet she couldn't help but laugh. Then what are you waiting for? Let them come to see me. If I were to return a few days late, wouldn't I have to collect your corpses, eh? Yu Ning chuckled and quickly replied, Got it, sister, don't be angry. Being angry will affect your beauty. Sun Yin has set her right leg down, stood up, and walked in front of Yu Ning, gently tapping her forehead with her jade hand. From now on, just stay by my side obediently. Yu Ning nodded repeatedly with a smile, her pink short hair fluttering gently with the movement. Wherever sister goes, I will go. Xinjing City Research Base. In a closed laboratory on the underground floor, two figures moved forward slowly. An elderly man with white hair laughed heartily, looking at Lin Yin beside him. Yin Yin, you've been working so late every day recently. Your health must be suffering, right? Lin Yin, dressed in a white lab coat and wearing beige high heels, smiled as she followed behind the old man. Not at all. I can learn so many theories that overturn my understanding from Grandpa Zhu. The old man laughed heartily. Yin Yan's words are pleasant to hear. How about this? Once you finish your work in the next couple of days, take a few days off to go home and spend time with your family. Sure, Grandpa Zhu, but there's something I'm very curious about. Lin Yan's beautiful eyes flickered as she spoke softly. The old man paused, turned to look at Lin Yan, his face filled with kindness. Is there something about today's experiment that you don't understand? Lin Yan shook her head, her voice very low. Grandpa Zhu, I accidentally heard Grandpa Ma mention it. The truth about the lost history. Do you know what it means? The old man fell silent upon hearing this, and then looked at her seriously. And, Yin, this matter is not something you can grasp at your current stage. Listen to Grandpa Zhu and leave it at that. The more you understand, the more danger it poses to you. Do you understand? Lin Yin wanted to ask more, but saw Grandpa Zhu's solemn expression. She suppressed her curiosity and smiled. I understand, Grandpa Zhu. Yet her inner doubts grew stronger. What exactly was the truth lost a century ago that even several directors avoided mentioning? Lin Yin felt her mind was in a tangle, and then she took a deep breath. Forget it, don't think about it for now. In a few days she would take a vacation and go home to relax, and she wanted to show off that white scythe of the sacred artifact to her brother. Thinking of this, her lips curled up again, as if she could already see her brother's astonished expression. On the highway, a black Maybach was speeding at full throttle. Lin Mu casually remarked, Isn't this speeding a bit too much? Gutsong extinguished his cigarette, but responding casually, I didn't notice. What time are we arriving? Lin Mu asked, looking out at the night outside. If all goes well, around 3 in the morning. Let's pull over at the next service area and remove the license plates. Lin Mu sighed. No need. Gutsong pressed a button. The front and rear license plates were instantly concealed beneath black fabric. Then slammed the accelerator. We'll arrive by 1 o'clock, give or take. Where are we staying tonight? Lin Mu asked. For now we'll lodge in either the 5th or 6th special zone, Gutsong used, then added. Let's decide once we reach Xinbei City. The 6th special zone. Huh. 6 sounds smoother. Gutsong's gaze grew even more puzzled as he glanced sideways at Lin Mu, whose expression remained utterly unruffled. You're definitely hiding something. Are you ill? Lin Mu arched an eyebrow. My sixth sense has never failed me. Not with events, not with people. Something about you tonight is profoundly off. Gutsong trusted his intuition without reservation. Watch the road. You'll either break or fly straight over it. Lin Mu said calmly, eyes fixed on the dark stretch ahead. Gutsong smiled faintly and lit another cigarette. Hold on tight. As the words left his lips, the Maybach, still hurtling full speed through the night, was barely 100 meters from the accident site ahead. Just before impact with the overturned freight truck, the earth surged upward, forming an abrupt incline. The Maybach launched skyward, soaring cleanly over the wreckage, then crashed down with a thunderous thud, sparks erupting in all directions. Stable enough? Gutsong's lips curled upward. I heard something detached just now. Let's hope we make it back to Jiang City in one piece. Lin Mu added, unruffled. Or perhaps the car disintegrates before we even reach Xinbei City. Shut your raven mouth, Gutsong muttered, his face darkening. Lin Mu closed his eyes to rest. I'm merely stating facts. Gutsong's scowl deepened. 1100 p.m. Deep into the night. Inside a 5-story building at the core of the 9th Special Zone, 20-odd figures clad in Zheng Ting uniforms sat cross-legged on the floor, eating simple rations. A tall, slender man approached Ning Mo and reported, Chief Ning Mo, one team has yet to return. Ning Mo's brow furrowed slightly. Who? Lu Ping and Zhang Hui. No sooner had the slender man spoken than an elderly figure in the corner let out a low, chilling chuckle. We were both operating northeast. Those two must be reveling in their own chaos. Huh. With special class agents Zhang Hui and Lu Ping deployed together, any calamity they encounter must feel sheer despair. His hearty laughter ignited a wave of shared amusement. After all, these two were Zheng Ting's most ruthless special class agents, and paired together they could hold their own even against an average S-class calamity. Ning Mo rose and instructed the slender man calmly, contact them immediately. No exceptions, no accidents allowed. Yes, Chief. Hardly had the words faded when a deep, rumbling roar echoed from outside, growing steadily louder. The slender man grinned. Chief, looks like no call is necessary. The vehicle executed a flawless drift, halting smoothly outside the building. Two broad-shouldered figures stepped out in unison, the doors already kicked clean off. Side by side they strode toward the building. Zhang Hui muttered coldly, "You just had to show off. Did you forget this car needs to drive back to Shengjing City?" Lu Ping replied flatly, "Consider it a convertible, and weren't you the one who kicked off your door too?" "That was for balance. I couldn't have one side with a door and the other bare." By then they stood before Ning Mo and bowed respectfully in unison. "Chief Ning Mo. Why so late? Were there complications?" Ning Mo's voice was grave. Before Lu Ping could speak, Zhang Hui interjected, "None whatsoever. 2 class calamities were eliminated on sight by me." Lu Ping's expression hardened as he glared at Zhang Hui, who hastily amended, "By us jointly. The count matches." Ning Mo nodded, then moved to the center of the group. "Resume searching tomorrow. Return here by 6 p.m. We depart for Shengjing capital afterward." All rose as one. "Yes, Chief Ning Mo." "You city." Within a manor in the city's central district, thick coppery blood scent hung heavy in the night air. At the manor's deepest point, the villa lay in ruins, its collapsed fragments sliced with surgical precision, clearly severed by a blade of extraordinary sharpness. Dark crimson blood soaked the rubble, still fresh and glistening. A man with an unsettling sly countenance emerged slowly from the debris. His sword dripped gore, a deep gashes, claw marks, and wing slashes marred his body, grotesquely vivid. A Jin Ting agent rushed forward, breathless. "Chief Qinghe." Qinghe waved him silent. "I'm unharmed. Is everything cleansed?" "Reporting, Chief, all calamities within the manor have been eradicated. None remain alive." "Good. Retrieve the S-class corpse buried beneath the rubble and bring it to Jin Ting." With that, Qinghe walked away, pulling out a handkerchief to meticulously wipe the blood from his blade. The steel gleamed cold and lethal under the moonlight. The agent stared dumbfounded at the ruins. The intelligence was utterly wrong. An S-class calamity hidden here. No wonder Chief Qinghe sustained such grievous wounds. He wasted no time striding toward the rubble, blood still trickling steadily from wounds on his arm. Clearly he too had endured a brutal life-or-death struggle. Qinghe stepped into the manor's deep shadow and murmured, a faint smile playing on his lips. "I know you're here. Why haven't you struck? With you involved, I wouldn't survive a single strike." A towering figure materialized behind him. "Knowing I'm watching, you still came alone." Qinghe's grin turned sly and dangerous. The perfect moment to act was just now. Xionghe. 5's class, 1 S-class, and Jin Ting sends only a chief and a special class agent. Still so arrogant, Xionghe sneered. A flash of ice crossed Qinghe's eyes as he said quietly, "I received intel listing only 3's class entities. Do you believe me?" "And what of you? After the final war, how many S-class remain?" Xionghe mocked, pausing. "Once Jin Ting boasted 1 director and 18 chiefs. That era is gone. Now only 3 of you remain. Can you truly hold the line?" "Heh, are you any better?" Qinghe leaned against the wall, voice glacial. "How many S-class survived the final war? Consider your exit strategy, old rival. It's only a matter of time before the Central Authority eliminates all 3 of you. I doubt you fail to see that. And what if I do? To move against Jin Ting would cost them several elder lives. They won't dare." Qinghe lifted his gaze to the star-strewn sky. "My life was salvaged from a mass grave by Director Ting. Jin Ting is my home. This world has twisted beyond our recognition." With those words, Xionghe leapt, vanishing silently into the night. At that moment, a figure hurried forward, head bowed. "Chief Qinghe, the casualty count exceeds half the unit." Qinghe stepped beside him and placed a firm hand on his shoulder. "Distribute compensation at triple the maximum rate. Assemble the unit. We return to Shengjing capital." "Yes, sir." The subordinate saluted obediently. Outside the manor, Xionghe settled into the rear seat of a black business sedan. From the driver's seat, a man with a cruel, sharp-edged face asked deferentially, "Brother Xiong, so urgent. Where are we headed?" "Jinbei City. Wunyan Tower. Drive fast." "Understood. We'll arrive before dawn." The driver stomped the accelerator. With a deafening roar, the black sedan shot forward, leaving behind a billowing trail of dust. A light drizzle shrouded Luo City. The damp stone road in the ancient city at the edge of the central district glimmered with a cold light. Chief Feng Shi, the 3's class calamities have been eliminated, and the lower-level calamities that fled have also been killed on the spot by the members of the Calamity Control Department outside the city. A woman in the uniform of the Calamity Control Department reported with her head lowered, the rain soaking her epaulets. Feng-Shi slowly raised her gaze looking at the cascading raindrops in the night, her expression pensive, and then turned to the woman. Isn't there still an S-class in the intelligence from the Central Command? The woman paused slightly, responding respectfully, Chief, could it be that the intelligence is incorrect? Feng-Shi's beautiful face, clouded with doubt. Have the head of the Calamity Control Department in Luo City come to see me. Understood, the woman replied, and quickly departed. Feng-Shi stepped onto the blood-stained stone slabs, walking slowly through the ancient city, filled with the smell of blood. The drizzle fell on the tips of her hair as she murmured softly, Central Command, huh? Before she finished speaking, the black whip at her waist suddenly lashed out. With a loud bang, the closed building ahead instantly collapsed. The class Calamity hiding inside hadn't even reacted before it completely lost its life. Song City, Song Mountain District. Hundreds of figures dressed in daylight uniforms were weaving through the forest, the fine branches and leaves brushing against their garments. Qin Jiang stood at the mountain peak, his brow furrowed. Kong, Nen, are you sure the location is correct? Kong Nen nodded firmly. Chief, the location is absolutely accurate. Did we mobilize half of the senior staff just to kill a few class calamities? Qin Jiang's voice carried a hint of gloom. Just as he finished speaking, a hurried phone ring suddenly sounded. Seeing the caller ID, Qin Jiang immediately answered, his tone tinged with respect. Elder Go. An elderly voice came from the other end. Qin Jiang, have Daylight withdraw. The report should state Daylight killed 1 S-class calamity, 5 S-class calamities, and thousands of calamities below a class. Elder Go, but this. Qin Jiang was about to ask further when he was interrupted by Elder Ji's deep voice. Don't you understand? Taking a deep breath, Qin Jiang slowly replied, Qin Jiang understands. After hanging up, he looked at Kong Nan. Withdraw the team, return to Shengjing City immediately. Kong Nan was taken aback and asked in confusion, Chief, are we not going to the next location? No need, it was just baseless intelligence. Qin Jiang's voice was somber, and he sighed before turning to walk down the mountain. Baseless? Kong Nan's expression grew more puzzled, yet he immediately issued a return order to the Daylight members. At 030 M. All was silent. A black Maybach broke through the night, the roar of the engine echoing clearly on the empty street, finally entering the 6th Special District of the North Town. We've entered the 6th Special District. Wake up. Gutsong lit a cigarette, the spark flickering in the darkness. I'm not asleep. Linmu opened his eyes, his tone flat. Then why have you been quiet with your eyes closed? Gutsong raised an eyebrow in response. Resting my eyes. Linmu replied indifferently. Gutsong took a deep drag of his cigarette, chuckling lightly in the swirling smoke. You seem to be acting normal now. Hearing this, Lin Mu closed his eyes again, ignoring him. After another 30 minutes, the Maybach came to a steady stop in front of a building. We'll stay here tonight, Gutsong said as he turned off the engine. Lin Mu looked through the car window. The 4 large characters at the top of the building caught his eye, and he murmured softly, Wunyan Building. Correct, floors 13 and below are the hotel, and floors 14 and above are office spaces. Gutsong opened the car door and added, the environment here is quite good. Have you been here before? Lin Mu slowly got out of the car. It was a few years ago. Gutsong's eyes flickered with a hint of nostalgia, and then he stepped forward. Let's go. As the automatic doors slid open, the luxurious hotel lobby instantly appeared before the two. Crystal chandeliers refracted dazzling light, and a faint fragrance lingered in the air. Lin Mu was taken aback looking at Gutsong. You call this just okay? Gutsong was also slightly bewildered. A few years ago, it wasn't like this. After checking in, the two waited in front of the elevator. The elevator dinged as the doors slowly opened, and Lin Mu's pupils slightly contracted. Inside the elevator, a woman in a red dress wearing silver-white heels walked out alongside a girl with pink short hair. Suddenly, the woman in the red dress stopped, the crisp sound of her heels abruptly ceasing. Her gaze was equally shocked, staring directly at Lin Mu. Yuning paused her steps, slightly turning to ask in confusion, what's wrong, sister? Su Nianhe, however, suddenly curled her lips into a mischievous smile, her red lips parting slightly. What a coincidence, you just sent me a message tonight, and you arrived in the middle of the night. Can't wait to find me. Why didn't you tell me you were coming? As her words fell, both Yuning and Gutsong widened their eyes. Their gazes darted between Lin Mu and Su Nianhe, stirring up a storm of emotions within. Yuning's lips unconsciously formed an oh my. What am I seeing? Wang is flirting with a man. Gutsong was even more stunned, recalling Lin Mu's unusual behavior today, and suddenly realized, damn. A shocking gossip. What's more, I am a first-hand witness. Lin Mu and Su Nianhe locked eyes, frowning. It has nothing to do with you. Out of the corner of his eye, Gutsong caught sight of the burning curiosity in his eyes, and he sighed helplessly. It seems this matter cannot be explained clearly. With a crisp sound, Su Nianhe stepped in front of Lin Mu, her delicate hand raised about to touch his chin, but was instantly intercepted by Lin Mu, who grasped her wrist, halting at midair. This is just too wonderful. Gutsong couldn't help but mutter softly, nearly clapping his hands. It can't just be described as wonderful, it's miraculous. Yuning stepped up beside Gutsong in agreement, the two's eyes instantly reaching a consensus. It has nothing to do with me. Just half a day ago, have you forgotten everything that happened between us? Su Nianhe withdrew her hand, her beautiful eyes sparkling, her tone carrying a hint of reproach. What else happened? The curiosity in Gutsong and Yuning's eyes flared even more. Nonsense, do we know each other? Lin Mu said as he walked straight into the elevator, turning to look at Gutsong, his voice low. What are you still dawdling for? Gutsong suddenly snapped back to his senses, first flashing a polite smile at the two beauties in front of him, then quickly walking into the elevator. Until the moment the elevator doors closed. Lin Mu caught a glimpse of Su Nianhe watching him through the gap, her gaze carrying an indescribable. As the elevator slowly ascended, Gutsong could no longer hold back, turning to stare at Lin Mu, his voice filled with shock. Bro, I told you my instincts have always been right. So tell me, how did you meet her? Are you from the same academy? He suddenly shook his head. No, if you were from the same school, she shouldn't be in North Town. But honestly, she's absolutely stunning. How did you encounter her? Can you satisfy my curiosity? I rarely get curious about things, but since this happened to you, I truly can't comprehend. It's only been a few days since the final battle, and you've already won the beauty's heart. Ding! The elevator reached the 12th floor, and Lin Mu stepped out with a dark expression. Gutsong followed closely behind, lighting a cigarette, and in the swirling smoke he asked, Brother, don't be silent. In the hotel lobby, upon seeing Su Nianhe and Yuning, the staff immediately bowed respectfully and said, Director Su, Manager Yu. The two nodded in acknowledgement and turned to leave the building. After Su Nianhe left, the woman in black at the front desk whispered, Feels like it's been ages since we last saw Director Su. Yeah, I haven't seen her for months on my shift either. Another person chimed in. Suddenly a middle-aged woman walked up to them, her voice cold as she scolded, Is the chairman something you can discuss? Don't want to work anymore. The two immediately fell silent, not daring to continue the discussion. The staff on the 13th floor of the Wunyan building were all ordinary people. The night wind outside the building carried a chill as Yuning took small steps to catch up with Su Nianhe, taking a deep breath before cautiously speaking, Sister, that man just now. Su Nianhe suddenly halted, her icy gaze sweeping across Yuning. Yuning immediately squinted her eyes and acted cute, saying, I won't ask anymore, don't be angry, sister. In the next 2 days, inform everyone to stay indoors. Su Nianhe's delicate brows furrowed slightly as the image of Gutsong standing beside Lin Mu flashed through her mind, a 7th-tier awakened one's aura. Lin Mu, why have you suddenly appeared here? What are you really after? Don't worry, sister. They'll go notify them right away. Despite her confusion, Yuning showed no hesitation towards Su Nianhe's command. Su Nianhe's delicate brows furrowed slightly as the image of Gutsong standing beside Lin Mu flashed through her mind, a 7th-tier awakened one's aura. Lin Mu, Gutsong sat on the bench extinguishing his cigarette stub, his tone half joking, half serious. Brother, can I book a room for myself? They've even taken the initiative to message you. It's clearly them throwing themselves at you. Lin Mu's expression darkened instantly. A cold aura radiated from him as his voice carried a suppressed helplessness. Is it never ending? I can assure you we have nothing to do with each other. Gutsong sensed the chill and quickly waved his hand, chuckling. All right, I won't tease you anymore. Looking at your condition, your recovery isn't too slow. You should hope that I recover a bit slower. Lin Mu glanced at him indifferently. Gutsong was taken aback. Why? You probably haven't experienced the feeling of being beaten for a long time. Gutsong helplessly rubbed his forehead. Brother, you're being a bit petty. After the lights went out, Lin Mu lay on the bed staring at the ceiling, but the image of Su Nianhe kept replaying in his mind. Is this Wunyan building the place where she hides in the world? Above the 14th floor there should be all strange beings. Did she so easily expose her information from the 6th district to me? Is she not afraid I have ulterior motives? At this thought, Lin Mu's lips involuntarily curled up. What a foolish woman. Under the blazing sun, a black Maybach smoothly drove into the 8th district. We've circled this area for about 2 hours, right? Is your intuition really that accurate? Lin Mu joked as his right hand rested on the window ledge. Gutsong spoke with certainty. My intuition has never been wrong. There must be something strange hidden in this place. Lin Mu smiled, but did not respond, secretly pondering, with such accurate intuition, Wunyan building has not detected any anomalies. But the next moment his gaze suddenly sharpened and his voice sank. Slow down, make a right turn at the upcoming intersection, and close all the windows. What's wrong? Gutsong asked while responding and slowly maneuvering the car into the right lane, the side windows rising with a swish. If I'm not mistaken, that old man in black ahead should be the 5th seat of the Elder Council. Lin Mu's voice carried a hint of coldness. 5th seat. Gutsong's eyes flashed with shock. This old guy appearing in Jinbei City can't be a good sign. Brother, what did I tell you? My intuition has never been wrong. Moments later, the figure of the old man in black disappeared behind the gate of an old district manor. After a few more minutes, the Maybach slowly stopped under the shade of a tree diagonally across from the manor. Park behind that white car on the side, and let's see when he comes out, Lin Mu said in a deep voice. Gutsong turned off the engine, took out a cigarette, lit it, took a deep breath, and then turned to ask, "Do you want me to sneak in and take a look?" Lin Mu shook his head, slightly too risky. His gaze swept across the rusty iron gate of the manor. "Let's wait for now. How confident are you if you confront him alone? We can take him down together, can't we?" Gutsong's voice was kept very low. Lin Mu glanced at him helplessly, and Gutsong quickly realized and waved his hand. "Sorry, I forgot. If it were me alone." He took a deep drag on his cigarette, furrowing his brows as he calculated for a few seconds before shaking his head. "No way. I'm confident I could heavily injure him, but whether there are 6th or even 7th-tier awakened beings hidden in this manor is uncertain." "Then let's wait a bit longer." Lin Mu closed his eyes and leaned back in his seat. He didn't know how long had passed when the sound of an engine came from afar. A black sedan slowly passed their Maybach and finally stopped in front of the manor's big iron gate. Gutsong focused on the license plate of that car, suddenly sneering. "This license plate number has been confirmed 100. As soon as the words fell, the iron gate of the manor creaked open, and the old man in black walked out slowly. The driver immediately respectfully opened the car door, and the old man cautiously scanned the surroundings before bending down to get into the car, which then started up. Until the vehicle disappeared at the intersection, Gutsong suddenly sat up straight. "Should I go in and check what's happening inside?" Lin Mu's gaze suddenly turned cold. "No need." "Why not?" Gutsong raised an eyebrow. Lin Mu shot him an exasperated look. "Ning Imo should still be in Jinbei City. Send him the location and inform him that there's a problem at the manor. The action of Jina Court doesn't require any reason." Gutsong's eyes flickered with a hint of realization. "Damn. Almost forgot about that." He immediately took out his phone, his fingers swiftly tapping the screen to send the location and information to Ning Imo. A few minutes later, Gutsong's phone chimed. After reading the message, he raised his phone towards Lin Mu with a smile. 6:00 p.m. on time. Drive the car a bit further ahead, park in that alley." Lin Mu looked at the distant manor, his voice growing heavy. "I have a feeling that this trip to Jinbei City won't be in vain." Gutsong parked the car steadily in the shadow at the alley's entrance, then turned his head to ask, "Are you waiting in the car tonight, or are you coming in with me? Do you want to meet Ning Imo and the others?" Lin Mu leaned back in his seat, silent for a few seconds, then finally sighed. "Forget it. A stranger suddenly appearing will only raise their vigilance, even if it's with you." Gutsong raised an eyebrow and teasingly remarked, "Just say you are my distant cousin, a student from Jiang University. This identity is flawless." However, he suddenly changed his tone and said seriously, "No, your current identity is indeed real. The former by Ju Ting was the false one." As he finished speaking, he couldn't help but chuckle softly. Wunyan Building. 2 powerful figures walked out side by side. Xiao Hu's face still bore a look of lingering fear, while Xiong He maintained a cold demeanor. Big Bear, thinking about it now, is truly frightening. Xiao Hu stroked his chin and chuckled self-deprecatingly. "If Wang Wan had appeared a few days later, wouldn't we have?" Xiong He interrupted him, his tone unusually serious. "But Wang's existence must never be revealed. Not even a word can be leaked, even to our trusted confidants. That's only natural." Xiao Hu put away his smile, sighed deeply, his voice carrying a hint of fatigue. "Alas, the brothers who once fought side by side are now just a few of us left. Sometimes I wonder, why is it so difficult to simply live in this world? Because this world has become utterly rotten, decayed to the extreme." After finishing his words, Xiong He walked straight towards the black business car parked by the roadside, adding, without looking back, "Don't die, Xiao Hu." Xiao Hu replied with a laugh and a curse, "I will definitely live until the end. The one you should worry about is you." After Xiong He's car drove away, the smile on Xiao Hu's face completely vanished. He stood on the steps at the entrance of the building, staring blankly at the distant sky for a while before softly murmuring, "I hope we can all survive until the end." Central Town, eating 32nd floor. The spacious office was dimly lit. Feng Shi sat upright in the leather chair, her gaze falling on the shirtless Qing, he whose chest was wrapped in thick bandages. Her delicate brows furrowed her tone, revealing obvious concern. "How is the injury?" Qing, he tugged at the corner of his mouth, offering a relaxed smile. "It's just a surface wound." "How did the mission in Luo City go?" "From the looks of you, it should have gone smoothly, right?" The intelligence from Luo City was completely chaotic. There were actually only 3 level targets. Feng Zai's voice deepened as she added, "The intelligence from Jinbei City is also inconsistent with expectations." Qing, he sneered coldly, "Song City is even more absurd. Not a single level appeared, but half of the upper echelon was mobilized. Ning Mo just received news that the fifth seat has appeared in a manor in Jinbei City. Feng's eyes tone was calm. Qing he paused, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. Fifth seat. Feng she nodded slightly. It's the news from Gutsong. Action is set for tonight. Go. It's been a long time since I've heard any news about him. Qing he felt a hint of nostalgia flash in his eyes, then he asked with confusion, wasn't he in Jiang City wallowing for several years? Is he finally awake now? He couldn't help but chuckle at the end. The specific situation is still unclear, let's wait for their operation tonight. After Feng she finished speaking, she stood up and walked to the door, suddenly pausing her steps, turning back to look at Qing, he with a serious tone. From now on, be more cautious in your actions. We cannot afford to lose another chief in Zhan Yiting. As she finished her words, she turned and walked away briskly, the sound of her high heels gradually fading at the end of the corridor. Qing he smiled helplessly, looking at the ceiling and murmuring, if only the chief were here. How wonderful it would be. The sky completely darkened. 6:00 p.m. Two black vehicles from Zhan Yiting quietly stopped in front of a Maybach. Several other vehicles were dispersed in hidden corners around the manor, forming a silent encirclement. They're here, let's get out and meet the old friends. Just two cars, not many people. As Gutsong spoke, he had already pushed open the car door. Lin Mu let out a soft sigh and followed him out of the car. Just as the sound of the car door closing faded, four figures in plain clothes quickly approached Gutsong. Old friends, long time no see. Gutsong's voice carried a hint of hoarseness. The cigarette between his fingers burned down to the end. Long time no see. Ning Mo nodded, his expression still cold, and he scanned Gutsong without any extra emotions. Go. Do you still remember me? A young man in a casual jacket stepped forward with a smile, revealing a bright smile. Chung Sui. Gutsong was somewhat surprised, looking him up and down. It's only been a few years, and you've already reached the position of a first-class Zhan Yisher. Indeed. Go. Zhang Hui stood beside him, wearing a gentle smile. You seem more composed than before. Gutsong patted him on the shoulder. Lu Ping scratched his head, revealing a silly smile. Don't look at me, we just met in Jiang City. Gutsong nodded, crushing the cigarette, but on the ground his expression suddenly becoming serious. He looked at Ning Mo and began to detail the situation regarding the fifth seat's appearance in this manner. However, before he finished his sentence, the gazes of the four in front of him began to drift towards Lin Mu, behind him, clearly scrutinizing. Ning Mo interrupted Gutsong, his voice grave. Before we enter the manor, aren't you going to introduce the person behind you? With his words, the eyes of Lu Ping, Zhang Hui, and Chung Sui instantly focused on Lin Mu. The atmosphere became more tense. Oh, I forgot to mention. If it weren't for this distant cousin of mine, I wouldn't have stumbled upon the whereabouts of the fifth seat. Gutsong quickly spoke up, pulling Lin Mu forward and introducing him to everyone, a 0-level awakened this year's new student at Jiang University. After speaking, he secretly gave Lin Mu a look. You should say something, just standing there makes you more suspicious. Lin Mu understood, stepping forward, deliberately straightening his back and displaying just the right amount of nervousness on his face. My name is Lin Mu, it's an honor to meet you all. I'm a bit nervous, sorry. Jiang University. Lu Ping's eyes lit up as he stepped closer, examining him in the night. Then you must have seen me, right? I have. Your speech at the opening ceremony had all of us new students fired up. Lin Mu immediately raised his voice, his tone filled with genuine admiration. We all look up to you, diligently studying theory and training our physical abilities, just as you mentioned in your speech. Lu Ping, flattered, scratched his head and chuckled. Seeing this, Ning Mo and the others' scrutiny finally eased a bit, and the tense atmosphere subtly relaxed. Just as Lu Ping's hand touched Lin Mu's shoulder, a sudden chill surged up his back. He quickly retracted his hand, chuckling awkwardly. Study well, you are the future of China. I will. Lin Mu looked him in the eye, his gaze calm. As Lu Ping turned around, he shivered again, feeling the cold wind behind him intensify. He felt somewhat bewildered. This sensation was like, all right, we can talk about the past later. Oh, let's act. Ning Mo interrupted Lu Ping's thoughts, looking at Gutsong, and everyone's expressions instantly. The entrances around the manor have all been sealed by us. Something feels very off about this manor. Gutsong lit a cigarette again, the smoke swirling around as he spoke. Perhaps we can discover something extraordinary. Lu Ping, eager with excitement, said, what do you mean? After all, this is a residential area. Should we just smash our way in? If we smash it, and the manor is fine, we'll compensate for a new door. As soon as Ning Mo's words fell, a loud bang erupted. Lu Ping's fist had already deformed and collapsed the iron gate. At the moment the gate shattered, a sharp, low-pitched alarm suddenly rang out, and a flicker of realization passed through everyone's eyes. The members of Zheneting surrounding the manor reacted to the sound, leaping over the walls with eyes filled with fierce battle intent. Meanwhile, in the depths of the manor, amidst the night, Dozens of figures in gray robes slowly emerged, their powerful aura pressing down instantly. Gutsong looked at the gray-robed individuals before him and sneered, "Tisk tisk, how extraordinary. The oddities inside are even more thrilling than I imagined." Linmu thoughtfully standing behind everyone spoke, "We should end this quickly to prevent them from having a backup plan." At his words, everyone paused in surprise. Gutsong also turned to Linmu, his gaze filled with disbelief. Linmu's expression stiffened slightly as he hastily clarified, "This is all just theoretical knowledge from books." At that moment, the aura of a sixth tier awakened surged violently, and in front of the gray-robed figures appeared a man with a gloomy expression, seeking death. "Kill them." Earth burial. As soon as Gutsong's voice fell, his palm struck the ground. Boom. The soil beneath the gray-robed individuals suddenly boiled, and countless earth spikes burst forth, wrapping around their ankles like chains. The soil climbed furiously, quickly submerging their knees, waists, and chests until their entire bodies were entombed in a cocoon of earth with only their terrified eyes exposed. "What?" The leading sixth tier awaken's eyes filled with panic as he retreated, pulling out his phone. Before the screen could light up, a layer of gray mist had already enveloped him. Mist. Jinating's Ning Mo, how could it be him? "This is bad, I need to notify the elders quickly." Before he could finish, he was completely consumed by the gray mist, his life extinguished. Meanwhile, the sounds of battle had already erupted throughout the manor. At the northernmost high wall, Sietu looked at the several gray-robed figures before him, letting out a chilling low laughter. "Chung Shao, this kind of evenly matched life and death struggle is rare. Don't waste the opportunity." Chung Shao unsheathed his long knife, his eyes filled with killing intent. "I understand, you need not intervene." On the west and east sides of the manor, Jinating members were breaking through the defense lines layer by layer, the battle fierce. In the direction of the manor's main entrance, Ning Mo sneered, "Gutsong, keep your distant cousin safe. The defensive array inside is rather formidable, comparable to daylight." As soon as he finished speaking, his figure flashed forward, the gray mist around him killing silently in the night. Lu Ping and the others followed closely, charging straight into the depths of the manor. Inside the manor, the screams of anguish were unending. Linmu said calmly, "Gutsong, you head to the central building." Gutsong responded firmly, "I'll stay by your side. If anything happens to you, I will live my life." And Linmu looked directly at him, his tone serious. "I am confident." As his words fell, a layer of ice suddenly formed beneath their feet, emanating chilling air. "Do you believe me now?" Gutsong took a deep breath and relented. "Don't be reckless, stay at the back." As he finished speaking, his figure flashed and sped towards the central building of the manor. In the center of the manor, in a laboratory located 3 levels underground, various instruments ticked rhythmically when suddenly a hurried sound of footsteps echoed. The laboratory hatch slowly opened and a gray-robed figure, panting heavily, bowed his head. "Director Shui, it's bad." The old man slowly turned around, his expression stern as he scolded, "What a mess. Didn't you see that the experiment is at its most critical moment? It's Jinating, Ning Mo's chief, has brought people in. They're about to reach this place." Director Shui's pupils constricted slightly as he murmured, "How did Jinating know about this place? Elder Gu only came by today. How could he have been followed? But how could such a thing happen?" He forced himself to calm down, but could hardly hide his panic. With 1 7th-tier initial stage and 5 6th-tier experts stationed, even if it's Ning Mo, he should be able to hold them off for a while. Then with a determined heart, he looked at the figures inside the experimental chamber and shouted, "Everyone stop the experiment and destroy everything." The experiment personnel were all bewildered as his words fell. Everyone in lab coats looked utterly confused. "Director Shui, our experiment has already succeeded by 90%. We only need the final step, just a few more hours. Yes, all data is stable. This is our effort for 3 whole years." Before another could finish speaking, Director Shui interrupted sharply, "There's no time. Hurry." Just as everyone reluctantly prepared to destroy the data, a violent tremor suddenly shook the ground. Director Shui exclaimed, "So soon? Are the guards all useless?" 3 5th-tier awakened individuals immediately stood guard at the door, their expressions tense, cold sweat pouring down. They understood that the approaching figures were beyond their capability to stop. But the next second, the ceiling of the 3rd underground level suddenly cracked like a spider's web. Boom! A massive stone crashed down towards the experimental chamber, and the experiment personnel, trying to destroy the data, fled in panic. Director Shui's eyes flashed with madness as he punched the first person to escape, causing blood to splatter. He roared, "Who dares to escape? Continue the destruction. Not a single piece of data can be left." With heavy stones still falling behind him, the experiment personnel felt hopeless, unable to advance or retreat. At that moment, a hoarse voice echoed, "So it's Director Shui, the one dismissed from the central research base, appearing here." "Who?" Director Shui's voice became chaotic, and 3 gray-robed figures immediately shielded him. As the dust settled, a weathered man with a cigarette slowly stepped out. Gutsong, I thought you had already. How are you still alive? Director Shui roared as if he had seen a ghost, completely panicking. Gutsong waved his left hand, and the personnel-destroying data were instantly obliterated, the heavy soil completely burying them. Hundreds of meters away, Lin Mu gazed towards the manor, his eyes deep. Shinbei City, this trip has truly been worthwhile. Behind him, several humanoid ice sculptures shattered in the night, the individuals inside still wide-eyed in disbelief at the moment of their death. They could hardly believe that the head of Jinating was still alive. The screams of anguish within the manor gradually subsided, and in the center 3 levels underground, Ning Mo glanced over the corpses on the ground and spoke. Is this Shui Li? Did he bite his tongue? Gutsong exhaled a puff of smoke. I've indeed discovered an extraordinary experiment. He walked up to the experimental chamber, sneering. Is this considered human experimentation? How reckless. Members of Jinating surged into the 3rd underground level, their pupils shaking at the sight before them. Lu Ping picked up the remaining lab notebook from the table, his brow furrowed. These data, I can't make sense of them. What could you possibly understand? Give it to me. Zhang Hui snatched the notebook and flipped through several pages before turning back to Lu Ping with a helpless expression. What on earth is this written in? Lu Ping's face darkened. Those around them all sighed faintly, hands rising to their foreheads in quiet amusement. At that moment, steady footsteps echoed across the room. Lin Mu approached the 5 experimental chambers in silence, observing the test subjects inside. He then picked up the data log from the table and began reading it intently, his brow gradually tightening. All eyes, not including Ning Mo and the 3 others, fixed upon Lin Mu. Gutsong hastily interjected, ahem. This is my distant cousin, a student at Jiang University, exceptionally gifted in theoretical frameworks, absolutely top tier. He raised his thumb high. Even the president of Jiang University speaks of him in glowing terms. Ning Mo too had leafed through considerable data, yet remained utterly baffled. Seconds ticked by in mounting silence. Suddenly Lin Mu turned, his voice calm and unshaken, shattered the chambers. A stunned hush fell over the room. No one responded. Before Gutsong could step forward, Lu Ping had already moved beside Lin Mu and smiled. Leave specialized tasks to specialists. Boom. With a flurry of precise strikes, Lu Ping shattered all 5 reinforced chambers in rapid succession. The figures within were now fully exposed, motionless, breathless, their bodies pierced by tubes as fluids continued pumping relentlessly into their veins. Lin Mu stood in silence for a long while, then turned gravely toward Ning Mo and Gutsong. This is human experimentation. A ripple of laughter followed. This was plainly obvious. Had the young man truly spent so long analyzing only to arrive at such an evident conclusion? Yet when he added, this experiment seeks to transform ordinary humans into aberrant beings. Every gaze snapped wide open, pupils contracting sharply in disbelief. Gutsong rushed forward, first slung an arm over Lin Mu's shoulders and pulled him aside into a corner, lowering his voice to a near whisper. Are you serious? And more importantly, given your current status, would anyone even believe you? Lin Mu had to strain to. Ning Mo watched Lin Mu's retreating back, his expression flickering briefly, then shook his head and stepped between the 2 men, cutting off the exchange. What is your recommendation? I examined the estate en route. Other buildings still house experimental apparatus. Lin Mu paused, meeting Ning Mo's gaze directly. Level the entire estate. Erase every trace. Carry it out. Ning Mo issued the order without hesitation. Yes, Chief. Ning Mo. None of the Tianyi tribunal members expected him to heed a student's counsel. 10 minutes later, a black Maybach glided out from beyond the estate gates. Gutsong flicked open his cigarette case and offered one smoke. As Lin Mu reached for it, a windproof lighter flared to life. Lin Mu inhaled deeply. The smoke curled slowly from his lips. Back to Jiang City? Gutsong asked. Lin Mu nodded. Don't we leave too abruptly? Not a single farewell. It's you who's rushing, not me. They don't even know me. Lin Mu spoke with quiet composure. Gutsong muttered under his breath, damn. Just then Lin Mu's phone chimed softly. Ding dong. He lifted it curiously, opened the message, and paused, faintly startled. It was from Sun Yanha. Come to Wunyan Tower. Alone. I'll wait for you. I'll send someone to meet you upon arrival. Lin Mu. Sun Yanha, I miss you. Lin Mu, not going. Sun Yanha, actually there's something urgent. Please come. And yes, I know exactly where you are right now. Lin Mu, tracking me. Sun Yanha, protecting you. Your life belongs solely to me. No one else may claim. Lin Mu, humph. Half an hour later. Sun Yanha waiting. Lin Mu set the phone down and spoke coolly. We're heading to Wunyan Tower. You find somewhere to eat once we arrive. Wait for my word. Whoa. Gutsong's left hand jerked hard on the steering wheel as he swiveled toward Lin Mu, his expression a vivid tapestry of astonishment and disbelief. Relax, I get it. Won't interfere with your private time. We don't have to return tonight. Hell, I'll book another room. You two do what you must, but don't let anything delay matters. He took a deep drag, exhaled a plume of smoke, and his eyes blazed with irrepressible, scandalous curiosity. Tiani, tribunal chief, dating. That pairing alone was nothing short of sublime. He crushed the butt, flicked the empty pack, and with uncanny precision sent another cigarette arcing straight into his mouth. Just as he brought the flame close, an icy chill flooded the car, extinguishing the ember instantly. Lin Mu's face darkened, his voice dropped colder than winter frost. Let me be unequivocal. There is no relationship between us. Discard your vulgar assumptions. Ahem, ahem. Gutsong coughed twice to mask his fluster, waving both hands emphatically. Brother understands. Completely understands. This stays strictly between us. I swear my lips are sealed. Lin Mu's temple pulsed faintly. He opened his mouth to curse. You damn. Then swallowed the words whole. Shengjing City, the heart of power. Hasty footsteps reverberated down the corridor. A man in black uniform halted before a heavy door and tapped lightly, reverently. Enter. An aged voice resonated from within. The man drew a deep breath, pushed the door open, and bowed low before the elder, his voice trembling. Elder Gu, the experimental base in Jinbei City has been destroyed. President Shui and all our elite guardians stationed there are confirmed dead. Crack. Elder Ge's palms slammed onto the solid oak desk, splintering it into shards. The attendant flinched violently at the thunderous impact. Elder Gu spoke each word with controlled fury. What transpired? Who did this? Vehicles belonging to the Tianyi tribunal were found near the estate, but, he hesitated, voice dropping lower. Our reinforcement awakened operatives were blocked by an S-class calamity. None returned. Vehicles belonging to the Tianyi tribunal were found near the estate, but, he hesitated, voice dropping lower. Our reinforcement awakened operatives were blocked by an S-class calamity. None returned. Moreover, the Tianyi tribunal would never collude with calamities. Where precisely did this chain fail? The man remained bowed, breathing so faintly it was nearly imperceptible. Elder Gu sighed heavily, resignation lacing his voice. Years of meticulous work, reduced to ashes. Elder, what about the experimental data and specimens? The man ventured cautiously. Irrelevant. Elder Gu waved dismissively, his gaze glacial. A Tianyi tribunal reduced to only 3 chiefs is merely clinging to existence. He gestured for the man to withdraw. The door clicked shut behind him. Elder Gu walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing down upon Shengjing City's glittering nocturnal skyline. And sighed again. How shall I report this to him? Yet almost instantly a cruel, venomous smile curled his lips. The dismantling of the Tianyi tribunal must accelerate. Then, Ning Mo Qinghe Feng Shi. Who shall we strike first? In the 6th Special District of Jinbei City, the manor has been completely leveled. 10 vehicles from the Jina court cut through the night, speeding towards the holy capital. Cheng Sui gripped the steering wheel and turned to look at the back seat. Chief Ning Mo, we just accomplished a major task on the way. Why do you seem even more gloomy? Ning Mo leaned against the seat, his voice low. Cheng Sui, if one day the Jina court ceases to exist, what do you plan to do? Cheng Sui was momentarily stunned. The Jina court is the foundation of China. How could it possibly cease to exist? Ning Mo closed his eyes dry. Cheng Sui dared not ask more, yet his mind was filled with the profound meaning of this statement. Meanwhile, Ning Mo's mind replayed the image of Lin Mu over and over. Every move was so similar except for the face and the zero-tier strength. He suddenly opened his eyes, recalling that unlicensed Maybach, a shocking guess forming in his heart, yet he dared not confirm it. Looking out at the night, a determination flashed in his eyes. Jina court, I Ning Mo will protect it with my life. In another speeding Jina court vehicle, a biting cold wind blew. It's all your fault. We're completely relying on the northwestern wind. Zhang Huai wore a face of complaint. This is the feeling of a supercar. You just can't handle it, can you? LV Ping crossed his arms coldly. Is that even comparable? One has wind blowing from the roof, the other from the side. How can the two be compared? Zhang Huai's voice became even darker. Just drive well. When we get to the holy capital, I'll ask you to wash my feet. Is that true? Zhang Huai's eyes suddenly brightened. LV Ping helplessly nodded. Go to the old place. You can add time as you wish. Zhang Huai immediately changed his tone, slapping the steering wheel and laughing. All right, brother, let me tell you, the feeling of this supercar is just great. Who else can experience this feeling, right? LV Ping fell completely silent, no longer responding. The 6th Special District. The black Maybach smoothly stopped at the entrance of the Wunyan building. Lin Mu pushed open the car door. It won't take long. I'll wait for my call. From inside the car, Gutsong teased. Don't be in such a hurry. I'll be nicer to her. Don't be so cold. Lin Mu's expression darkened, and as he turned the Maybach roared away. A stunning figure walked out from the glass door of the building. Yuning smiled and extended her hand. Mr. Lin, hello. Lin Mu responded with a slight sound, shook hands briefly, then immediately retracted. Where is she? Follow me, sister has been waiting upstairs for a long time. Yuning led the way, secretly grumbling, this person has looks, but what exactly attracts my sister? Cold as ice without a hint of humor. Entering the elevator, Yuning registered her fingerprint, and the button for the 26th floor lit up instantly. As the elevator ascended, she couldn't help but turn back and ask Mr. Lin, how did you meet Sister Sue? Lin Mu replied indifferently, didn't she tell you? Yuning shook her head. No, I really can't understand what about you attracts Sister Sue's attention. Lin Mu calmly said, there are many things you can't understand, go ask your sister. A flicker of anger flashed in Yuning's eyes. She truly couldn't understand why her sister looked at this man differently, but she suppressed her emotions and forced a smile. All right. Ding. The elevator door slowly opened, and Yuning extended her right hand to gesture Mr. Lin Mu stepped out calmly, and Yuning looked at his back, increasingly annoyed. How could someone so pretentious be allowed by her sister to enter the core area of the 26th floor? During this time, those above the 14th floor have been ordered to remain in their rooms. Under Yuning's lead, Lin Mu arrived at the front of the room at the far right of the corridor. After Yuning knocked on the door, a clear and pleasant voice came from inside. Come in. The door was gently pushed open, and the luxurious dark red light instantly filled the vision. Su Nianha, dressed in a red long dress, sat gracefully on a wide dark red sofa, her delicate feet adorned with silver and red high heels, her fair legs beneath the dress appearing even more translucent in the dim red light. Upon seeing Lin Mu, the corners of her mouth slightly lifted, red lips parted lightly. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Then she turned to Yuning. Xiao Ning, you can go now. Yuning was about to sit down but had to leave with a curious and reluctant face, as she was too eager to know the secret between her sister and this man. Lin Mu sat down beside Su Nianha, his voice calm. What is it? You seem even colder after half a day. Su Nianha chuckled lightly, her jade hand supporting her chin as she looked at him. If there's nothing else, I'll leave. Lin Mu said indifferently. Hemen. Su Nianha snorted coldly, her voice suddenly turning frosty. What was in that manor? Lin Mu raised an eyebrow. How do you know about the existence of the manor? You've been fighting in the manor for so long, yet reinforcements have never arrived. Can you guess why? Su Nianha leaned against the sofa, her legs elegantly resting beside Lin Mu, the scenery beneath her skirt revealing glimpses. Why help the Jina court? Lin Mu countered. You haven't answered my question yet. Su Nianha lightly lifted her jade foot, about to touch Lin Mu's arm, but he grabbed her ankle. What do you think you're doing holding someone's ankle? Trying to flirt. As soon as Su Nian's words fell, Lin Mu had already placed her jade foot back on the sofa, his voice low. Be serious. Su Nianha chuckled. Alright, I won't tease you anymore. Let's talk. Inside are human experiments transforming ordinary people into deviants. In other words, turning ordinary people into your kind. Lin Mu spoke calmly. Su Nian's beautiful eyes flashed with shock, incredulously saying, You are all insane. Of course I meant those people, you know that. Is there anything else? Lin Mu looked at her. After serious contemplation, Su Nian's beautiful eyes flickered. Stay with me a little longer. Lin Mu's expression darkened, and he stood up ready to leave. Su Nianha slowly uttered, Do you know about the hidden forces behind the 5 elders in the central area of the holy capital? Lin Mu suddenly halted, his gaze fixed on Su Nian's eyes. What do you mean? What do you know? Su Nianha shook her jade foot and smiled. Sit down. Lin Mu, with a dark expression, sat back down on the sofa, while Su Nian's smile faded, her expression growing serious. 5 years ago, you should have just joined the Jina court, right? Do you remember when we infiltrated the central area? Lin Mu nodded. I remember. In the end, you were driven out of the holy capital by the Zhen Guoshi. The Zhen Guoshi is another matter. At that time, I was just one step away from killing the elder when 2 figures in black suddenly appeared. Those elders were extremely respectful towards them. It was because they briefly held us back that when the Zhen Guoshi appeared, we suffered heavy losses. Su Nian's eyes erupted with a formless killing intent. Who were those 2? How could they stop you? Lin Mu frowned tightly. 2 7th-tier high-level awakened ones. Do you think I could instantly eliminate them? Even at my peak, I couldn't easily send you to your end similarly. Su Nian's tone was calm. 2 level 7 masters. Lin Mu's eyes flashed with astonishment. And then the Zhen Guo envoy appeared. Regrettably, the pinnacle of human strength was buried by his own people. Su Nianha sneered and turned to Lin Mu. I am curious. When you were nothing but a flickering ember in the wind, how did you get out of the Forbidden Zone city? I am very interested in the secrets you carry. She finished speaking, rearranged herself into a languid pose on the sofa, and asked anything else. Lin Mu replied coldly. Sun Yinha chuckled lightly, so aloof. I have revealed such a great secret to you. How do you intend to repay me? Lin Mu fell silent for a moment, rose, and walked toward the door. Sun Yanni's voice sounded from behind Lin Mu. You are the first to have seen my body. Your life may only be taken by I, this sovereign. You must not perish casually, or I shall be heartbroken. Lin Mu paused at the door for a moment, then opened it, and stepped out. Seated in the corridor, Yu Ning was scrolling her phone. Hearing the sound, she looked up teasingly. So soon? Has big sister neglected you? Just as Lin Mu prepared to speak, the room's door opened again. The crisp click of high heels approached. Sun Yinha came to Lin Mu's side and glanced at Yu Ning. Go back and rest Xiao Ning. I will see him out. Then she turned to Lin Mu. What are you standing there for? Weren't you in a hurry to leave? He'll send you off. Lin Mu hummed once, and the two walked side by side toward the elevator. Yu Ning widened her eyes, inwardly screaming, no way. Is sister not just playing? Impossible. What is sister's true identity, and what about that man? A plain, ordinary person. Ah, this is so baffling. Never mind, forget it, I'll go rest. The elevator descended slowly. Suddenly Sun Yinha produced a key and waved it before Lin Mu. The key. Should I take it back? Deal with it yourself. You can even throw it away, Lin Mu said indifferently. I'm so stubborn. Sun Yinha murmured, inwardly, a smile creeping to her lips. The elevator chimed as the doors opened. Lin Mu raised an eyebrow and looked at the man outside. Wasn't I supposed? Sun Yinha glanced toward Gu Song, a keen light in her eyes. Gu Song waved to her and offered a polite smile. Hello, beautiful lady. I hope I'm not disturbing you. Lin Mu replied with a look of exasperation. In the one speaking to you. Sun Yinha laughed softly and told Gu Song, you're not disturbing us. We've finished what needed to be done. After she spoke, Lin Mu's face darkened. The cigarette Gu Song held dropped to the ground as he froze. Lin Mu stepped up to him and said in a low voice, let's go. Gu Song suddenly regained his composure and jingled the room card in his hand. Brother, I thought you weren't leaving tonight, so I booked a room. Lin Mu's expression grew sterner. Cancel it. At this hour, why bother canceling? Just leave. Gu Song followed, but Sun Yinha called after them, wait a moment, they'll have the front desk refund you. Gu Song's gossiping spirit was thoroughly ignited. He grinned. Well, then thank you, sister-in-law. My brother, meeting you is truly a blessing across 3 lives. His words were cut off as Lin Mu hauled him toward the building's main entrance. Only when their figures had vanished did Sun Yinha laugh out loud, waving the key. Once more, I'll be back, you know. Outside, the building engines roared as a black Maybach drove out from the main entrance of Wunyan Dasha.
Buy loot. At that moment, the door of Class 1 was suddenly pushed open. A red-haired girl stood at the entrance, her expression stern.
Gu Song's tone turned earnest. Gu Song, speak, I'm listening. One last warning, there is nothing between us. Lin Mu said coldly. Gu Song sighed, saying one thing and meaning another. No sooner had he spoken than sharp metallic clinks sounded from beneath the car, clearly not the fall of a single loose part. Gu Song slammed the brakes and pulled the Maybach to the roadside. He lit a cigarette and said, you're a jinx. That you held on until Jinbei City already surprised me. Lin Mu spoke lightly. Moments later, 4 pillars of earth burst up from the car's 4 corners and steadily lifted the Maybach. Gu Song looked under the car and gave Lin Mu a knowing look. Could you be a bit more dependable? Lin Mu said, getting back to Jiansheng is no problem, Gu Song said confidently. The next instant, Lin Mu's eyes froze, a layer of frost visible to the naked eye spread across the car's underside. Gu Song smiled. Okay, let's return to Jiansheng. It was 300 M. The door creaked. Gu Song's cigarette between his lips walked into Duansha Tavern as smoke slowly dispersed in the dim light. Good evening, boss. Xiaoman sprang up from a round stool, voice brimming with cheer. Brother Gu, you're back. Sanshi rose as well, his gaze landing on Gu Song. Gu Song hesitated, inhaled deeply, and in his hoarse voice voiced his surprise. You two aren't asleep. Of course. We heard you were coming back tonight. Xiaoman hurried to the bar, lifting a lid as steaming late-night dishes exhaled white vapor. Eat quickly, boss. Everything's ready for you. Sanshi added with a smile. Brother Gu, you haven't left Jiansheng for years. It's good you've been traveling, lest you become increasingly decadent from staying put. You too. Gu Song chuckled softly, warmth surfacing in his eyes as he blew a smoke ring. Get some rest early. Perhaps in a few months, well, face a hard battle. Don't let your skills go rusty. Wow. Xiaoman's eyes lit up as his dagger spun, throwing off a silver arc. Boss, who are we fighting? What battle? A gleam crossed Sanshi's eyes. Brother Gu, your trip to Jinbei City wasn't in vain. There's a light in your gaze. Enough chatter. Go up to the rest area. Keep nagging, and I'll dock your pay. Gu Song feigned anger, raising an eyebrow. Xiaoman and Sanshi immediately fell silent and hurried up the stairs. Gu Song watched their retreating figures with a wry smile, moved to the bar, and looked at the still steaming food, a reluctant smile tugging at his lips. Elsewhere, cleaned and in slippers, Lin Mu stood by the floor-to-ceiling window as a small flame suddenly flickered at his fingertip. Amid the curling smoke, Su Nianni's words from Wunyan Dasha echoed in his mind. Above the 5 elders of the central seat, there was yet another force operating behind the scenes. The Zhenguo envoy had never mentioned it. Perhaps those old men at the research base knew more. Lin Mu smiled bitterly to himself. Drawing anything from their lips would be harder than ascending to the heavens. His gaze deepened. Who in truth manipulates this world from the shadows? What do they intend? The human experimentation facility he had stumbled upon was likely only the tip of the iceberg. Heh, since I still live, Huaxia shall never be swallowed by darkness. At 1000 a.m., Jiang University. Under the clear blue sky, students were training vigorously in the central square. Wang Yu raised her hands on her hips, panting with a look of astonishment on her round face. Lin Mu smiled and shook his head. That doesn't count as skipping class. I took a leave. Wang Yu widened her eyes, exclaiming, What? You can take leave for that. What excuse did you use? Lin Mu replied calmly. I went to the outer city to pick something up, but the car broke down halfway. Wang Yu's eyes lit up as she suddenly leaned closer, saying, By the way, Mu Gu, I heard a rumor that a first-class envoy from the Zhan court will be stationed here for 3 months soon. The principal must have some impressive connections. Just as Lin Mu was about to respond, his phone in his pocket suddenly rang urgently. Wang Yu discreetly stepped back, giving Lin Mu space to answer the call. Lin Mu pressed the answer button, and a booming voice came from the other end. Son, what are you doing? In class at the academy. What's up, Dad? Well, Yin Yin has come home today. You should come back for lunch. It's been a while since our family has gathered. The voice on the phone carried a hint of expectation. Lin Mu paused slightly. The round trip will take 3 hours. I'll definitely be late in the afternoon. So what? Just take a leave in the afternoon. You can leave early for a bit, can't you? Lin Ye's tone was as relaxed as if he were discussing a trivial matter. Lin Mu doubted he heard incorrectly. Dad, didn't you and Mom say that I should focus on my studies and not skip classes? That's called taking leave, not skipping. Fine, just like that, hurry back. If you're late, your mom will deal with you, and I won't stop her. Lin Mu's face darkened, and before he could retort, the call was already disconnected. In Wudong community, Lin Yi hung up the phone and called cheerfully into the living room. Honey, I told our son. No one responded in the living room, and he didn't mind, engrossed in watching short videos filled with leggy beauties. On the sofa, Jiang Shuwan held Lin Yan's hand, her face full of smiles. Yin Yin, have you been tired from work lately? How many days are you staying this time? I originally wanted to stay longer, but the dean said there's an important experiment in a couple of days, so I have to go back tonight. Lin Yin spoke with reluctance, then smiled again. But I can come back for a few more days next month. Really, just one day, eh? Jiang Shuwan's smile faded slightly. Mom, I'll definitely spend more time with you next month. Lin Yin said playfully. All right, then I'll make more of your favorite dishes. It's been 6 years since we've all gathered as a family. Jiang Shuwan got up to head to the kitchen, calling towards the bedroom. Are you still lying in bed? Come quickly and help with the vegetables. Coming. I've been waiting for my wife's orders. Lin Yi cheerfully ran out. You have no sense of urgency. We'll be sleeping in separate rooms tonight. Jiang Shuwan huffed as she entered the kitchen. Lin Ye's face immediately fell into a frown. Dear, you just left. We can't sleep separately. In the Pinkton bedroom, Lin Yin smiled as she opened her bag, carefully taking out a silver-white knife handle. Her smile instantly grew sweeter as she whispered, I really can't wait to see what expression my brother will have when he sees this. He will definitely be so surprised he'll jump up. This time I don't believe he can remain as calm as before. Meanwhile, inside Jiang University, Wang Yu looked at Lin Mu, who was about to leave, and curiously asked, Mu Gu, class isn't over yet. Where are you going? I'm leaving early for a bit, going home for lunch. See you, bro. Lin Mu finished speaking and left in big strides. Wang Yu stood stunned, muttering to herself after a while. Leaving early can be done so confidently. Moments later at the Duansha Tavern. Has the car been fixed? Can I borrow the keys? Lin Mu spoke calmly. Gutsong frowned. Just fixed and delivered back to you. Where are you going this time? Take it easy this time. Saying that, he handed over the keys. Lin Mu took the keys. You're overthinking. Oh, I'm just going home for lunch. Watching Lin Mu's figure disappear at the door, Gutsong suddenly chuckled. His acting is really convincing. After so many years, I actually believed him when he said he was an orphan. 1130. Omping District, Wudong Community. A black Maybach drove into the community under the envious gazes of the crowd. After turning off the engine, Lin Mu got out of the car and walked briskly towards the entrance. Meanwhile, a few elderly people sitting downstairs, soaking up the sun, slowly approached the car to take a look. Was that the Lin family kid just now? That's him. He used to visit our house when he was little. While this is impressive, he must be doing really well in business. This car must have cost a fortune. Must be at least 800, right? 800,000. No way, it's probably several 100,000. Old Dad and Mom, your excellent son is back. Lin Mu smiled as he walked into the living room. Excellent. I don't see that you're better at causing trouble. A voice from the kitchen belonging to Jiang Shuwan responded, followed by the sizzling sound of food being cooked. Lin Mu smiled and glanced at the lovely figure on the sofa, teasingly saying, "Oh Yin Yin, you are truly becoming more beautiful every day." Hee, really? What makes me look good? Lin Yin asked with an expectant look in her eyes. Lin Mu paused his steps, scrutinizing her. Yin, have you grown taller again? Brother, what does growing taller have to do with looking good? You're always so perfunctory with me. Lin Yin pouted her lips, looking a little unhappy. Little rascal, already bullying your sister as soon as you return, huh? Lin, yes, hearty laughter came from the kitchen. Lin Mu shook his head helplessly. In this family, the hierarchy is unmistakable. Lin Yin burst into laughter, her eyes crinkling with joy. Soon the aroma wafted from the dining room as the four of them sat around the table. Lin Yi suddenly spoke. Son, did you take leave this afternoon? Just right to send Yin Yin to the station. I did take leave, Lin Mu replied helplessly, but didn't you say we should focus on school and not skip classes? That's different this time. Taking my sister to the station is more important than attending class. Jiang Shuwan placed a piece of fish for Lin Yin. Yin Yin, eat more. Thanks, Mom. Lin Yin smiled and picked up a piece of pork rib, putting it in Lin Mu's bowl. Brother, eat more. Is my sister still supporting you? At the dining table, the family opened up and laughter echoed, filling the small dining room with a long-lost warmth. At 4:00 p.m. outside Wudong Community. Wow! Lin Yin exclaimed beside the car. Brother, where did you get this car? You're not saying you didn't do anything or get involved in any bad stuff, right? Stop overthinking. Ooh, I borrowed it from a friend. Get in the car. Lin Mu had already settled into the driver's seat and started the vehicle. Lin Yin grinned and pulled open the door, fastening her seatbelt as she slid into the passenger seat. With a roar of the engine, the Maybach slowly drove out of the community. Lin Yan's little head turned curiously, surveying the interior of the car, before finally looking at Lin Mu. Brother, actually, I want return to the base until tomorrow night. Tonight I'm staying with you. Take me to the city for some fun. Can I take another day off tomorrow? Lin Mu raised an eyebrow. Taking time off is no big deal. Then he questioned in confusion, is the research base very relaxed? How come you're so good at taking time off? Others certainly can't, but my little sister is the darling of the central research base. Brother, do you know what darling means for someone as young as you? Lin Yan's lips curled up, her tone proud. What do you mean by a young old fossil? Lin Yan, hey, race your chance to reorganize your words. Lin Mu's tone was calm, but carried a hint of threat. Lin Yan let out a laugh. Look at you, even when angry you're so composed. Brother, hasn't anyone ever told you that you're boring? At this rate, when will I ever get a sister-in-law? It's useless to say more. Do you believe I can send you back to Xingjing City right now, eh? Oh, no. Lin Yan hurriedly waved her hands, then leaned closer to Lin Mu, whispering mysteriously, Brother, when we get to your house tonight, I'll show you something that will make even an old fossil like you wide-eyed. Lin Mu smiled nonchalantly, not responding. You'd better believe it. I guarantee it will astonish you. The kind that will leave you super shocked. Lin Yan danced with excitement, her tone exaggerated, but suddenly turned serious. But it's agreed, this thing is only for you to see, absolutely cannot tell anyone else. Alright Yin, do you know the confidentiality rules after starting work? Then how dare you show me? Lin Mu teased with a smile. He who told you to be my brother? If there's something good, of course I will share it with my brother first. Lin Yin said cheerfully. Lin Mu joked. Alright, I want to see what astonishing thing our Yin can produce. Just you wait and see. If you're not surprised, I'll take your surname. Lin Yan's voice suddenly rose, her serious tone endearing. Lin Mu. As the sky darkened to black, Maybach smoothly came to a stop outside the Duanxia Tavern. We're here, get out. Lin Mu turned off the engine and was the first to push the door open. Lin Yan followed, curiously looking around, suddenly pointing diagonally across. Brother, is that Jiang University? It looks so grand. Where are we going first? To return the keys. Lin Mu looked at her wandering gaze and smiled helplessly. Edge. Lin Yan saw Lin Mu walking toward the Duanxia Tavern, feeling puzzled. How can the owner of a small tavern afford a Maybach? Could it be that brother was tricked into some strange organization? The more she thought, the more worried she became, quickly catching up with Lin Mu. The moment they pushed open the tavern door, Gutsong was taken aback. He stared at Lin Mu, then looked at Lin Yan, who was wearing a light green dress and had a slender figure, his heart churning. Has the world gone mad? He's now even playing both sides. Lin Mu walked up to the bar, looking at Gutsong with a serious expression, his face darkening. Don't overthink it. This is my biological sister, Lin Yan. He then turned to Lin Yan and introduced, this is Gutsong, the tavern owner. Gutsong's eyes flashed with understanding, releasing a puff of smoke. I see, I thought you. The sentence was interrupted by Lin Yan. Hello there. Lin Yin greeted with a smile, but the next second she suddenly straightened her face, asking seriously, I want to ask, is your tavern legitimate? It won't lead my brother astray, will it? Lin Mu and Gutsong were both momentarily taken aback. Just as Lin Mu was about to explain, Gutsong hurriedly said, Little sister, let's put it this way. I'm mixed up with your brother. Lin Yin looked at Gutsong's serious expression, then at Lin Mu, her mouth forming, and oh brother, what have you been doing all these years? No wonder you used to transfer pocket money without blinking. Turns out you have a gray industry. Lin Mu's face darkened further. Gutsong choked on the words, quickly explaining, it's a legitimate tavern. It's not what you think. He paused, and added seriously, I know what you're going to ask. The car was bought after when. As Lin Yin was half convinced, Lin Mu slapped the keys on the bar. Let's go. We're leaving just like that. Gutsong chuckled lightly. What else? Lin Mu walked out without looking back, and Lin Yin hurriedly followed him. At 8:00 p.m., Yinjing Community. Lin Yin pushed the door open and immediately began to survey the room. Lin Mu smiled helplessly at her chaotic movements and turned to sit on the sofa. After a while, Lin Yin skipped over to Lin Mu, curiosity written all over her face. Brother, in such a big room, do you really live alone? What do you think? Lin Mu retorted, I feel like you're definitely keeping a beauty hidden. Lin Yin placed her hands on her hips, her tone resolute. Seeing that Lin Mu remained indifferent, Lin Yin patted her back, a mysterious smile curving her lips. Brother, quickly beg me, just beg me, and he'll show you. Then I won't look at it. Lin Mu said calmly. Oh, come on, brother, just beg me. Lin Yin leaned in, shaking Lin Mu's arm in a cute manner. Lin Mu remained unmoved, looking at her seriously. Yin Yin, the confidentiality rules of the research base must be strictly implemented. Brother, I'm not going to look. I'm afraid you'll violate the principles. Brother, I'm not going to look. If you don't beg me, you'll tell Mom and Dad that you bullied me and left me by the roadside to figure out how to get to the station, and also. Lin Yan's words were cut off as Lin Mu laughed and interrupted her, a hint of indulgence in his eyes. All right, stop fabricating. Brother begs you. What is this thing? Hee, if you had done this earlier, it would have been fine. It's really hard for you to beg. Lin Yin smiled, and the next second she pulled out a silver-white knife handle, waving it in front of Lin Mu, her tone mysterious. Brother, guess what this is? As the knife handle waved, Lin Mu's pupils suddenly widened, and the knife handle in Lin Yan's hand seemed to sense its owner's aura trembling slightly at that moment. Lin Yin didn't notice these subtle changes, looking at Lin Mu's dazed expression, her spirit even more elated. Wow, brother, your reaction is really rare. I haven't even said what this is yet, and you're already making that face. Do you know the origin of this knife handle? She asked, a hint of doubt appearing in her eyes. Cough, cough. Lin Mu lightly coughed twice to hide his shock, explaining, I just thought of something else and got distracted. He then became serious. Yin Yin, this is. Lin Yin beamed, leaning closer to him. Brother, this was the weapon of the former leader of the Jin. Of course, you might not have a concept of this. The leader of the Jin court is the well-known White Death God. Brother, I never even said the word sacred artifact. How on earth did you know? Her gaze held a quiet, inquisitive glint. Lin Mu spoke with earnest sincerity, his expression utterly convincing. Lin Yan's delicate brows furrowed, slightly torn between doubt and belief, when suddenly Lin Mu turned to her with a faint, pleading look. Yin Yin, may I keep this hilt? Before he could finish, Lin Yin interrupted with a light laugh. Brother, you like it? Want it? Then you'll have to beg me properly. No half-hearted please. I'm begging you, may I store it with me? I truly adore it. Lin Mu cut her off with unwavering seriousness. The sheer intensity of his tone left Lin Yin utterly flabbergasted. She stared at him, disbelief written across her face. Are you even my brother anymore? Could it be you've been possessed? Lin Mu frowned, then relaxed his features with a wry smile. If I'd been possessed, I'd devour you first. Just teasing. Of course you may have it. After all, you're my elder brother. Lin Yin smiled warmly, then added with gentle gravity, but one condition. Should Headmaster request that I resubmit it, you must return it to me immediately. Agreed. Agreed. Lin Mu nodded without hesitation. Puffed. Lin Yin burst into laughter at his expression, then cheerfully declared, here you go. She extended the hilt with both hands. Lin Mu suppressed his surging excitement as he accepted it. Yet for a fleeting instant the silver-white hilt shimmered with a silvery gleam, vanishing before the eye could trace it. Clutching the hilt, his frame trembled faintly. His eyes locked onto the sacred artifact in his palm as he whispered inwardly, old friend, you've returned. Lin Yin watched his awestruck expression and teased lightly, brother, yes. It once belonged to that great master, but an unclaimed sacred artifact is after all little more than an ornamental relic. Must you react so intensely? Lin Mu snapped back to himself and ruffled Lin Yan's hair affectionately. You wouldn't understand. This hilt and I share a rare affinity. Oh, brother, you've ruined my hairstyle again. A girl's hairstyle must never be disturbed. Lin Yin pouted, her voice laced with playful indignation. Until 10 o'clock that night. In his bedroom, Lin Mu stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, the silver-white hilt humming softly in his palm. The moment his fingertips tightened, a translucent blade of light erupted forth, edgeless yet shrieking as it tore through the air. In the bathroom, Lin Yin had just finished blow-drying her hair. She wore her own pink cartoon-patterned pajamas, her long tresses loosely coiled atop, her head damp tendrils curling gently at the ends. Suddenly, a sharp, crisp click echoed from the door. Lin Yin froze mid-step, instinctively retreating 2 paces toward her brother's room, her gaze fixed on the door with wary vigilance. The next second, tap-tap, the clear rhythmic clack of high heels sounded. A woman in a crimson gown strode in, her silver-white stilettos gleaming under the soft light. At the sight of Lin Yin, Sun Yinha halted abruptly, her beautiful eyes widening in quiet surprise. Then almost imperceptibly, a cold, silent aura of lethal intent seeped from the depths of her gaze. Wow, so stunning. Lin Yan's wariness dissolved, instantly replaced by blazing, irrepressible curiosity. She'd already glimpsed the key dangling from the woman's hand. She hurried forward, eyes sparkling as she appraised Sun Yinha from head to toe. Can a person truly be this breathtaking? Sun Yinha's elegant brows knitted faintly at this sudden onslaught. Yet before she could speak, a familiar voice rang out from the bedroom. Yin Yin, what on earth are you shouting about now? Lin Mu emerged. His eyes met Sun Yinha's, and his heart lurched sharply. Then, catching sight of Lin Yan's exuberant grin, he sighed inwardly. This is going to be impossible to explain. Oh, I see. Lin Yin struck a pose of supreme enlightenment and clapped her hands. So that's why you rented such a spacious apartment, building a golden cage for your hidden beauty. With a cheerful grin, she took Sun Yinha's hand and led her toward the sofa, her eyes brimming with eager anticipation. Sister-in-law, how did you two meet? Brother's so rigid. How do you bear him? You must adore him beyond measure. And, a torrent of questions spilled forth. Sun Yinha seized only the words sister-in-law, a knowing glimmer flashing in her luminous eyes as she smiled tenderly at Lin Yin. Hello? You're Lin Mu's younger sister. Exactly. Sister-in-law, please don't misunderstand. I'm his full-blooded paternal and maternal younger sister. Lin Yin emphasized each word with solemn sincerity, desperate not to let this celestial sister-in-law misjudge her. Uff! Sun Yinha laughed aloud, her lips curving into a sweet, radiant arc. I see. Before Lin Yin could press further, Lin Mu interjected, his expression darkening. Lin Yin, don't call her that. And rein in that inquisitive gaze. Stop fabricating fantasies. He turned to Sun Yinha. Why are you here? She twirled the key in her fingers with a serene smile. I hold the key. Why shouldn't I come? Exactly. Brother, you're still embarrassed. Even handed her the key, yet won't admit it. I scorn you. Lin Yin stuck out her tongue and made a silly face at him. Lin Yin, return to your room. Lin Mu's voice was calm, yet his eyes remained locked on Sun Yinha. I won't. Lin Yin huffed, then tugged Sun Yinha's arm playfully. Sister-in-law. I'm Lin Yin. What's your name? Sun Yinha. What a beautiful name. No sooner had Lin Yin spoken than Lin Mu's voice dropped low and stern. Lin Yin, back to your room. Now, how can you speak to your sister like that? Sun Yinha chuckled, though her eyes shimmered with unrestrained delight. Exactly. Lin Yin eagerly chimed in. Yet upon catching Lin Mu's stern expression, she pouted and rose reluctantly. After taking only 2 steps, she turned back, eyes gleaming. Sister-in-law, may we exchange contact details later? Of course. Sun Yinha smiled warmly in assent. Lin Yan's eyes crinkled with joy as she skipped back to her room, closing the door with a soft, gentle click. Lin Mu sat beside Sun Yinha and asked gravely, why have you come to Jiansheng? Her smile deepened. It was convenient. I simply thought of you and decided to visit. I'll depart shortly. Even if you wish to detain me tonight, I cannot stay with you. She paused, then added softly, your sister is delightful. I truly like her. At those words, a chilling stillness emanated from Lin Mu's presence. I return those exact words to you. No speculation needed. I genuinely like her. Literally. Sun Yinha tilted her head toward him, offering a reassuring glance. Moments later, she rose with effortless grace. The tap of her stiletto against the floor resonated as she pivoted toward Lin Mu, her crimson skirt swaying to reveal slender ivory calves. She leaned forward slightly, her scarlet lips parting. I'm leaving. Anything else you'd say to me? Safe travels, Lin Mu replied, his tone cool and composed. The footsteps of tap, tap, tap stopped in front of a bedroom door. Sun Yinha called out, Lin Yin, can I have your contact information? It's a must. A crisp female voice came from inside the room, accompanied by hurried footsteps. The door opened quickly and Lin Yin stood in front of Sun Yinha with a cheerful smile, and they successfully added each other as friends. Sun Yinha softly said, then I'll see you next time, Lin Yin. Huh. Sister-in-law, are you leaving already? Lin Yan felt a bit disappointed as she thought there were many questions left to ask. Then she smiled and waved her hand. Just call me Yin Yin from now on. Alright, goodbye Yin Yin. Soon Yinha glanced in the direction of Lin Mu, her lips curling into a slight smile before she turned and left. After the door closed, Lin Yin hurried to the sofa, her eyes scrutinizing Lin Mu. Bro, aren't you going to explain to your dearest sister? If you don't say anything, I'll tell mom and dad about today. Lin Mu paused for a moment and said seriously, it was an accident. I have nothing to do with her. I've never lied to you. Get some rest early. He patted Lin Yin on the shoulder, not giving her a chance to respond, and quickly turned back to his bedroom. Lin Yin watched her brother's back, her curiosity deepening, and murmured softly, is my brother half lying? Even if it's not true now, it may not be later. I like this sister-in-law. She deserves my brother full marks. Outside the main gate of Yunjing community, an imposing black SUV shone its headlights in the night. Yuning was looking down at her phone when she suddenly heard the sound of a door opening. She put down her phone and asked with a hint of confusion, Sister, you're down so soon? Soon Yina shot her a glare, and Yuning quickly changed the subject. Are we going now? To the city. Soon Yanhe's voice was cold, and she soon closed her eyes, leaning back in her seat. All right. As soon as Yuning's words fell, the engine roared through the night, and the black SUV sped away. The next day, at 1100, the sun was high in the sky. A Maybach sped down the highway. Bro, you don't have to drive so fast. It's not that urgent. Lin Yin stared at the speedometer and asked, isn't this speeding? It's fine. Good Song will handle it, Lin Mu said casually. 3 hours later in Shengjing City, the Maybach came to a steady stop outside a heavily guarded base. We've arrived. Next time let me know in advance. I'll pick you up if I'm free. Lin Yan's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Bro, I didn't give you directions, and you didn't use the navigation. How come you know the way here so well? Lin Mu was momentarily taken aback, then smiled. Did you forget that your brother worked in Shengjing City for 6 years? I know the roads in Shengjing City much better than you do. Oh, I see. Lin Yin pouted slightly, her tone tinged with disappointment. All right, let's hurry inside. Bro, do you want to go in and take a look? You can only see the outside. The lab definitely won't let outsiders, and Lin Yin smiled as she invited him. Lin Mu paused. Maybe next time I have things to do. Bro, what are you secretly doing again? It can't be something shady. Lin Yin's tone suddenly turned serious. Her brother was definitely not ordinary. How could he have only been working with screws for 6 years in Shengjing City? You're just overthinking. I'm just meeting an old friend. Saying this, Lin Mu reached out and ruffled her hair. Oh, bro, you messed up my hairstyle again. I won't talk to you anymore. Lin Yin exploded in anger, pushing the car door open and getting out, striding towards the imposing entrance of the base. As Lin Yin entered the base, Lin Mu couldn't help but smile at her retreating figure, but soon his expression turned serious. It's time to prepare in advance. With that, he slammed the accelerator and the Maybach roared away. However, just as Lin Yin stepped into the base, she suddenly stopped, turned around, and looked in the direction of the departing vehicle, her beautiful eyes filled with confusion. Brother, what exactly are you doing in the shadows? Working with screws for 6 years in Shengjing City. Only mom and dad would believe your nonsense. She sighed lightly, then shook her head. Forget it. Let me strengthen my network first. In case something happens to my brother in the future, I can still support him. Lin Mu gazed at the familiar streets of Shengjing City, his eyes filled with nostalgia. He stopped in front of the Jineting building for 10 minutes, only pressing the accelerator again after a cigarette burned out. As he passed through the power center, he gradually slowed down, furrowing his brows as if deep in thought. An hour later, Lin Mu drove into the North District, and the Maybach came to a steady stop in front of the Sun and Moon Cafe. This cafe covered over 300 square meters and stood 3 stories tall, exuding understated elegance. Lin Mu pushed the car door open and stepped out, a faint smile on his lips. You two really are, one in despair and the other in comfort. As soon as he spoke, he strode into the cafe. The interior was spacious but fully occupied. After all, the Sun and Moon Cafe was extremely famous in Shengjing City, and people often waited hours, even the whole day, for a cup of coffee. Many might not understand, are people today too idle? Life feels too empty, and they rush miles to encounter something new. But upon reflection, isn't the essence of life the journey itself? With a destination in mind, or a couple of friends to join, even without a clear direction, one can gather together in the dead of night. Though the final destination will likely be a foot massage place. Lin Mu approached the bar and casually observed, it's definitely more spacious than before. A man in his 30s dressed in professional attire walked up to him with a polite smile. Sir, there are still over 50 cups that haven't been made yet. If you're not in a hurry, you can scan the code to order. He glanced around and added, currently there are no seats available on the first floor. You can take a short break on the second floor. Lin Mu looked at the familiar face in front of him and couldn't help but chuckle. The man's brows furrowed slightly, not understanding why he was laughing. He was clearly being polite. I want to go to the room at the far right of the third-floor corridor. Can you show me the way? Lin Mu said with a smile. The third floor is an internal office area and is not open to the public. Please understand. The man's tone became more impatient. I know. Lin Mu suddenly patted his shoulder, causing Chun Yong's brows to knit deeper. Just as he was about to speak, Lin Mu's calm voice rang out again. Is Zhao Shanha here? Chun Yong's pupils constricted, and the next moment his tone turned cold. Sir, are you here to have coffee? Lin Mu smiled. I'll wait here. You go and tell Zhao Shanha. It means saying goodbye to the city for 3 years, meeting an old friend, and it's an old friend who is still alive. Thank you for your trouble. Chun Yong looked at him, puzzled. Inside the boss's old friend he knew, but this young man seemed to be completely He contemplated for a moment and said coldly, please wait. Lin Mu nodded, thank you. On the third floor of the cafe, in a spacious room at the far end of the corridor. Boss, this is the location where the central figure meets with the man in the gray robe. The middle-aged man respectfully placed the photo in front of the man in the main seat. Zhao Shanha picked up the photo, his brows furrowing indeed. I have always said that those 5 old men alone do not possess such capabilities. He paused and added, Mingzai, continue the investigation and be extremely careful. Yes, boss. Just as Lu Mingzai finished speaking, a knock on the door suddenly sounded. Come in, Zhao Shanha said, lightly, his heart filled with doubt. Could something have happened in broad daylight? Chun Yong pushed the door open and walked up to him. Boss, there's a young man downstairs looking for you. Before he could finish, Lu Mingzai chuckled lightly. Brother, who can see the boss whenever they want? Zhao Shanha looked at Chun Yong. You came specifically to report. What did he say? Yes, he said after 3 years apart from Mingqing, an old friend meets again, and he's a living old friend. Zhao Shan's heart suddenly shook, his voice urgent. Where is he? Chun Yong and Lu Mingzai both froze, completely unable to anticipate that this person would elicit such a strong reaction from the boss. Chun Yong quickly said, he's downstairs. Should I bring him up now? No need. Zhao Shanha raised his hand and stood up. I will go myself. After he left, Chun Yong and Lu Mingzai exchanged glances. We all know the boss, old friends. How could you not recognize him? Lu Mingzai questioned. You wouldn't recognize him either. A young man in his 20s. It's obvious he's not related to us. Chun Yong said as he headed downstairs. On the first floor of the cafe, Lin Mu casually leaned against the bar waiting when a figure in a black trench coat with a square face slowly approached. He had a strong build exuding an oppressive aura, his deep gaze unabashedly appraising Lin Mu with a hint of uncertainty in his eyes. The physique and demeanor are right. But your appearance? Long time no see. Lin Mu looked directly into his eyes, his tone calm. This sentence was just overheard by Chun Yong, who was coming down the stairs, and he instantly widened his eyes. Is this young man really the boss, old friend? Zhao Shanha still had his brow furrowed. This matter is serious. I can't trust you based on just one sentence. Shall we go to the third floor? Lin Mu smiled. Zhao Shanha nodded. Come with me. By the bar, as Chun Yong just steadied himself, someone leaned over and asked, Brother Yong, who is that person? Can let the boss personally receive him. I must be mistaken. Mind your own business. With too much curiosity, you shouldn't stay in the cafe, or go outside on a mission. Chun Yong said coldly. The person immediately fell silent. Missions often come with a high risk of death. Just this month, 2 60-year Awakeners went out and never returned. In the room on the third floor, Lin Mu sat, facing Zhao Shanha, leisurely lifting his teacup to take a sip. Zhao Shanha slightly raised his brows. He already had an 80 to 90% certainty, but he needed one last confirmation. This matter was a gamble he could not afford. He urged, hurry up. When did you become so slow? You're still so impatient, which is why you got hurt the worst back then. Lin Mu teased with a smile. Wasn't it to save you? How weak were you back then, don't you know? As Zhao Shanha spoke, he suddenly paused. Although I believe it, you must prove that you are indeed you. As soon as the words left his mouth, a chill abruptly spread throughout the room, and a layer of ice quickly formed on the ground centered around Lin Mu. Zhao Shan's lips finally curled upward. Your current strength is at 10% remaining. But you're still alive. That's truly wonderful. The next moment, a silver-white knife hilt suddenly appeared in Lin Mu's hand, and at the moment he exerted force with his fingertip, a transparent light suddenly burst forth. Zhao Shan's eyes flashed with brilliance. The sacred artifact is still in your hands. Lin Mu retracted the knife hilt and said lightly, now you can rest assured, right? Several photos were tossed in front of Lin Mu as Zhao Shanha said in a deep voice, take a look. This is something that can overturn cognition. Lin Mu picked up the photos, his eyes instantly covered with coldness. Recalling Su Nianyi's words, he calmly spoke, after all these years they have finally surfaced. Indeed, they were once in the dark while we were in the light. Now it has finally reversed. Zhao Shan's tone shifted, his expression worried. But Jin Court is their only thorn in the side. Ningmo's strength may make them wary, but Qing, he, and Feng Shi. The matters in the dark still depend on you, I currently. Lin Mu shook his head helplessly. Restoring strength is just a matter of time, they won't act lightly. Zhao Shanhe waved his hand. Focus on your recovery. If the forces behind the central figure learn that you are still alive, they will surely spare no effort to eliminate you. He suddenly became serious. Where are you staying now? What about this face? He'll have Qin Yong keep guard around you. Without a 60-year Awakener with you, I won't be at ease. No need. Gutsongli is very close to me. By the way, I'm currently at Jiangxing Academy. As a student, Lin Mu smiled helplessly. Uffed. Zhao Shanhe spat out a mouthful of tea. His expression shocked. Are you kidding me? Lin Mu looked at the tea on his body and sighed lightly. No fakes. I'm a new student at Jiang University this year. Zhao Shanhe was stunned for a moment, then suddenly burst into laughter, tears nearly coming out. Lin Mu's expression darkened completely. In the Huayan district of the upper city, a strong smell of blood lingered in a standalone villa with dark red blood staining the floors of every room. Sister, where to next? Yuning walked in front of Su Nianhe, licking her lips, her tone excited. To Yuqing. Su Nianhe's voice was calm. Xionghe has discovered several traces of the gray-robed individuals. Each aura is above 60-year. What do these behind-the-scenes figures want to do in Yuqing? She frowned slightly, stepping away in her high heels. Let's set off for Yuqing. Yuning followed cheerfully. In the southern district of Shengjing City, in an abandoned ancient city covering 3,000 square meters, dim light exuded a chilling atmosphere. In the central building of the ancient city, two aged yet spirited figures passed through layers of guards heading towards the deepest room. The door slowly opened from the inside and a gray-robed figure with a deep aura said solemnly, "The king is waiting for you." The elder on the left just opened his mouth. Left protector the king. Before he could finish, he was coldly interrupted. Go in. The gray-robed figure walked straight between the two. In the deepest room, several candles flickered in the darkness without wind. On the throne, a shadow in a black robe with a blurred face sat, exuding an invisible sense of oppression. The two elders walked to the base of the throne, bowed respectfully, and saluted humble greetings to the Qing Wang. Elder Lei, Elder Go. A deep voice suddenly rang out, causing the two to tremble slightly. Years of experiments have been ruined. Shouldn't you give this king an explanation? The figure on the throne spoke again, his voice laden with endless pressure. Elder Lei quickly bowed. Qing Wang, it was our oversight. Despite all calculations, we did not expect Ning Mo to discover that abandoned manor. Ning Mo's in a court cannot be left any longer. Elder Go added with his head bowed. Qing Wang, we have already planned to eliminate the three of them one by one. One by one. That's too slow. The black-robed figure's tone was icy. Find an opportunity to wipe them all out at once. At that time, this king will send 470-year Awakeners to assist. Do not disappoint this king again. As the words fell, the black-robed figure waved his hand. You may leave. Elder Gu and Elder Lei exchanged glances and replied in unison, yes. Qing Wang. A month later, under the night sky, Yu City is shrouded in torrential rain. In an abandoned factory yard, the blood-soaked ground is being relentlessly washed away by the downpour. The stench of blood mingling with the dampness of the rain fills the air. A figure in a Jina court uniform approaches with an umbrella, bowing respectfully. Chief Qinghe, the team is assembled. Shall we return to Shengjing City now? Let's set off immediately. King's voice is calm, yet his gaze sweeps through the heavy curtain of rain. As the visitor departs, Qinghe looks up at the pouring rain, an inexplicable sense of unease suddenly rising within him. He chuckles self-deprecatingly. Is it the rain that's too heavy? Where does this sense of foreboding come from? As soon as he finishes speaking, several piercing screams erupt in the rainy night. The subordinate who had just left suddenly stops, blood splattering from his neck, is instantly washed away by the rain. With a thud, he collapses not far from Qinghe, his eyes still reflecting unwillingness. King's pupils constrict sharply, and his sword unsheathes with a swish. The aura of a 7th grade beginner erupts instantly, causing the surrounding rainwater to scatter from the shockwave. He glares at the three figures in gray robes that suddenly appear before him, a fierce, killing intent radiating from him. People from the Central, have you finally lost your patience? The gray-robed man in the middle speaks with mockery. Chief Qinghe, let me tell you some good news first. All of your people are dead. The gray-robed man on the right speaks coldly. Surrender, and we won't kill you to spare you from suffering. Kill me. King's voice turns colder. Since you dare to come, be prepared to leave a life behind. With that, his long sword slices through the rainy night, aiming like lightning at the gray-robed man's throat. Clang! The roar of the collision between the giant axe and the long sword shakes the ground slightly. The gray-robed man in the middle blocks the attack with his axe, roaring angrily, "You are overestimating yourself. Attack together, leave him alive." The three 7th grade beginners unleash their auras simultaneously, encircling Qinghe. The gray-robed man on the left swings a curved knife, the wind carrying the rain, cutting towards King's neck. The gray-robed man on the right throws out a chain, the iron chain, with spikes locking onto King's wrist. The gray-robed man in the middle grips his axe with both hands, smashing it towards King's chest. The sound of the axe blade tearing through the air drowns out the rain. Chingha spins swiftly his long sword, drawing 3 flower patterns, simultaneously blocking the 3 weapons. Clang, clang, clang. The sounds of swords clashing with axes and knives explode continuously in the rain. King's figure darting like a specter amidst the 3 attackers. He thrusts his sword towards the gray-robed man on the right, but the opponent entangles the sword with the chain. Just then the curved knife from the left strikes, and a deep, bone-revealing wound is cut into his back by the axe's wind, blood instantly soaking his uniform. Puff! Chingha grunts, thrusting his long sword again, precisely piercing through the chest of the gray-robed man in the middle. Yet the other party disregards the injury, fiercely smashing the giant axe towards King's shoulder. Crack! The sound of bones breaking echoes, and King's shoulder instantly deforms. He grits his teeth against the excruciating pain, horizontally slashing with his long sword, severing the right gray-robed man's arm at the shoulder. But the left side curved knife also simultaneously strikes his waist, blood gushing forth like a fountain. Moments later, Chingha kneels half-crouched on the ground, his wounds washed by the rain, blood pooling beneath him to form a small stream. His consciousness gradually blurs, yet he sees 3 figures closing in step by step. In the final moment, a smile unexpectedly rises at the corner of King's mouth. Chief, Ting, wait for me. Chingha will come below and fight for you. With a thud, he collapses completely into the blood. The gray-robed man in the middle clutches his chest, wound, his expression dark. I told you to leave him alive. Is there still time to save him? The gray-robed man on the left checks King's breath, sighing with relief. He's still alive. Carry him away, inform Elder Good to prepare a medical team. Don't mess up the King's plan. The gray-robed man on the right speaks coldly. You all go ahead, I'll deal with the corpses outside. After the 3 leave, a tall figure slowly appears in the factory yard. Xionghe looks at the bloodstains on the ground, speaking solemnly. Chingha, even if I want to save you, I am powerless. Including those 3, just now 5 7th-grade Awakeners have gathered here. He chuckles coldly, suddenly unfolding 2 gray tail wings from his back. I truly don't know who the real evil is. The figure gradually disappears into the rain. Outside Jiang City, a desolate plain is cloaked in the night. Suddenly a vast realm of icy cold sweeps in. Amidst the howling cold wind, the center of the plain is instantly frozen. Even the air seems to. Immediately afterwards, several towering pillars of fire erupt violently from beneath the ice. The crimson flames illuminate the entire plain as bright as day, and the ice shatters under the flames with a crackling sound. Lin Mu stands at the center of the intertwining ice and fire, feeling the surging power within him, his lips involuntarily curling up. I've recovered 70% of my strength. That's enough. Even for a 7th-grade intermediate, I no longer fear them. 1:00 p.m. The silence of the Jina court building is shattered by a loud bang. Bang! A sharp arrow penetrates the thick glass door, embedding itself in the wall of the lobby. The members on duty have their pupils constrict, rushing outside, only to find it empty. Members of the Jina court on the 1st floor gather in response to the sound, looking curiously at the arrow in the wall, the air thick with an inexplicable tension. In a room on the 32nd floor, the heavy atmosphere is suffocating. Feng Xiu furrows her brows tightly, her voice filled with anxiety. Chingha lost contact an hour ago, and the surveillance in the abandoned factory yard was cut off 2 hours ago. Ningmo, they can't wait any longer. She stands up and walks towards the door. I will go to U-City now. U-City is so large, where will you look? Ningmo calls out to stop her in a deep voice. The chief of U-City is from Jina Court, and they are already zeroing in on the suspect vehicle. Bang! The door is suddenly pushed open, and both frown. Ningmo speaks coldly. What is causing such a panic? Ningmo, chief, oh Feng Xiu chief. Just now an arrow shot through the front door with a note attached. Before the visitor finishes speaking, Feng Xiu has already snatched the note. The moment she sees the writing, a killing intent bursts forth in her eyes, and she slaps the note onto Ningmo's desk. They are not even pretending anymore. Ningmo picks up the note, and 9 large characters stand out. U-City, the abandoned black iron prison. In the next second, gray mist swirls around him, and the note is instantly devoured. Ningmo's expression is icy. This is a dead end that must be confronted. So, are you afraid? Feng Xiu meets his gaze directly. The more people there are, the greater the casualties. Just the 2 of us will go. Feng Xiu's expression gradually relaxes, a light smile tugging at her lips. I thought you were afraid. Jina Court fears nothing. Heh, I am all alone. Where would the future come from? Feng Xiu scoffed and turned to walk out of the room. Ningmo gazed at her retreating figure, slowly tightening his grip on the sacred weapon. The Wujigan, old buddy, this journey is likely to be a hard battle with no return. The two walked side by side to the elevator, the corridor filled only with the sound of their silent footsteps. Ding! The elevator's arrival chime broke the silence as the door slid open. In the next second, both Feng Shi and Ning Mo froze as the elevator was already filled with figures clad in the uniforms of the Jin court. What a coincidence, Chief Ning Mo, Chief Feng Shi. Lu Ping wore a faint smile, but there was a hint of determination in his tone. The other 11 inside the elevator were elite enforcers of the Jin court. A murderous aura simultaneously surfaced on their faces, their eyes filled with unyielding resolve. You guys. Ning Mo raised an eyebrow. If you all do not return by the next day, the Jin court will be littered with corpses. This is a battle for the survival of the Jin court. Xie Tu's voice was eerie yet firm. We have already notified the others. From now on, all members below the elite rank of the Jin court are to disperse from the court. If we do not come back, they will change their names and become ordinary people living their lives in peace. This dark world is no longer worth their struggle. Ning Mo and Feng Zai's expressions instantly changed. The air seemed to have solidified in silence. After a long while, Ning Mo said solemnly, Jin court move. With that, smiles appeared on everyone's lips, a resolute expression, as if they were calmly walking toward death. In the deepest laboratory of the RD base Area C, a young man in a white lab coat rushed into the control room, standing in front of a tall woman, his voice filled with uncontrollable excitement. Director Lin, the experiment has passed the final test. Lin Yan's lips curled slightly, her tone filled with satisfaction. Compile all the data for the final summary. Everyone can take a good rest tomorrow. Yes, the young man answered and left. Soon after, steady footsteps approached from behind, and an elderly voice filled with laughter sounded. Haha, our Yin. Yin is truly amazing, able to lead the experiment throughout. Lin Yan smiled upon hearing the familiar voice. Turning around, Grandpa, Zhu, you flatter me. Compared to you, I still have a long way to go. Don't flatter me. Dean Zhu spoke modestly, yet his smile grew even brighter. There is no flattery. What Yin Yin said is the truth. Lin Yan walked up to him, her lips curving into a sweet smile. Good, I love hearing Yin speak the truth. Dean Zhu shifted the topic, his tone becoming serious. Yin, we have decided to send you to the Shengjing City Academy to teach those students professional theories and experimental knowledge for 3 months. When you come back, you will no longer have the title of deputy and will become the youngest RD director in Huaxia. Lin Yan's eyes lit up, her voice excited. Okay. Is it only in Shengjing City? Aren't we going to the subordinate cities? Of course not, it's very chaotic outside. We can only feel at ease in Shengjing City. Dean Zhu's tone was indulgent. Hee, I understand. I will work harder. Lin Yan nodded earnestly, even giving herself a thumbs up, causing Dean Zhu to laugh heartily again. In the southwestern area of Yuqing, an abandoned prison covering 1,000 square meters stood quietly. In the basement of the southeastern corner of the prison, the dark cells were filled with a pungent stench. In the dim cage at the farthest point, only a few candle flames flickered in the cold air. On the pitch-black walls, a figure wrapped in bandages was tightly shackled by 4 black iron chains, blood seeping through the gaps in the bandages, a dirty rag stuffed in its mouth. Thud, thud, thud. Steady footsteps approached, and a man in a gray robe walked slowly. The 2 guards immediately lowered their heads. Left, Protector. The gray-robed man nodded slightly, walking up to the shackled figure, his voice filled with disdain. What a surprise. Just a piece of paper without any video, and the upper echelons of the Jin court moved out completely. How touching, Qing he said coldly. Qing he shook the chains with the last bit of strength, wanting to roar, but was muffled by the rag, only able to ignite silent fury in his eyes. You are no longer of any use, but I won't let you die easily. After all, you harm my people. I want you to witness the corpses of everyone in the Jin court laid before you before sending you down to reunite with them. After the gray-robed man finished speaking, he turned to leave, and the anger in Qing his eyes explosively erupted. He hated his own incompetence, hated that he dragged down the Jin court. Master, which side shall we guard next? A person respectfully inquired. Just guard here. If there is any unexpected situation, kill him on the spot. The gray-robed man left with these words, stepping away steadily. As the sound of the secret door closing faded, the 2 let out a sigh of relief. We are at least at the 6th rank. Do we really have to do this guarding job? One person looked towards Qing, his direction, his voice laced with self-deprecation. Are you stupid? It's much safer to stay here. Out there we are about to face the collision of 7th rank awakened. One's going out would be like cannon fodder. Another person spoke seriously, his tone filled with relief. That is true. But our side's 7th ranks completely crushed those 2 chiefs of the Jin court, right? On Elder Guest's side there are 3, and the kingdom sent 3 plus left Protector, a total of 6 7th rank initial stages, and 1 7th rank middle stage. This lineup is the Qing King being too cautious. Before he finished speaking, his companion covered his mouth and dragged him out of the dark cell. After confirming that no one was around, he sighed in relief. Brother, I will eventually be killed by you. You are crazy. How dare you talk about the Qing King behind his back? Do we have enough lives to die? The person immediately realized, I was careless, it won't happen again. In the ensuing conversation, the two no longer avoided discussing Qing He. In their eyes, he was just a person waiting to die. But Qing He's pupils suddenly constricted. 7th rank awakened once. What organization is the kingdom? Who is the Qing King? What is hidden behind the central forces? Ning Mo Feng Shi. The northern city wall of the Black Iron Prison was swept by the night wind, carrying a chill. Are you sure that the peak battle power of the Jin court is down to only 2 chiefs? The gray-robed man appeared silently behind the old man in black. Elder Gus slowly turned. Left Protector, rest assured, I can guarantee this. 3 chiefs in total, and we still have to intervene. How useless. The Left Protector mocked coldly. Elder Guest's face darkened even more in the night, yet he still spoke politely. Ning Mo is not only at the 7th rank middle stage, but also a fog-type awakened one. Without absolute certainty, we do not dare to act recklessly. A bunch of cowards afraid of death. As he finished speaking, the Left Protector's figure faded into the night. Elder Gu gazed in the direction where he disappeared, his eyes filled with malice. The person beside him respectfully inquired. Elder Gu Qinjiang said he is already on the way. Should we still let Bai Zhou join our lineup of 7 against 2? Elder Guest's tone returned to calm as he gazed into the distance. Tonight marks the end of the Jin court. What is the arrangement for the holy capital city? The people have already infiltrated the surrounding area of the Jin court building, waiting for this battle to conclude, as the Jin court will cease to exist. Ha ha ha, good. Elder Guest's sinister laughter echoed on the northern city wall. In the holy capital city, on the top floor of Baizhou Mansion, Qin Jiang sat upright in a leather chair, his voice tinged with a hint of helplessness. Lu Ping Kong, Nin, you have followed me to this day, not only as confidants, but also as brothers. What do you think about this matter? Speak freely, no need to hold back. Lu Ping stepped forward, his tone respectful. Chief, we have already delayed for half an hour. If the elders blame us, none of this matters. Qin Jiang interrupted with a wave of his hand, his gaze sharp. I want to hear your true thoughts. Should we go or not? The atmosphere instantly fell silent. After a moment, Kong Nin broke the silence. Chief, I believe we should not go. This kind of internal strife will only make the world more unstable. Lu Ping quickly agreed. I concur. This order itself reeks of strangeness, but we have no choice but to go, Chief. Qin Jiang suddenly smiled, a hint of self-mockery in his voice. What exactly does the elder group want to achieve? The Jin court is already a candle in the wind. Oh, why pursue total annihilation? Why must the awakened ones slaughter each other to such an extent? This is detrimental to humanity, with no benefit. He shook his head and sighed deeply. Then Chief Wei, Kong Nin cautiously asked. Go, the order cannot be defied, but there are many reasons for unavoidable delays. Qin Jiang smiled and added, you prepare first, gather in half an hour. Understood. The two replied in unison. Outside Yunjing community, a black Maybach stopped by the roadside, its headlights glaring in the darkness. The passenger door was suddenly yanked open and Lin Mu got into the car, his eyes filled with killing intent as he spoke in a low voice. What on earth is happening? What about Qin He now? Boom. The engine roared to life and the Maybach sped away. The front and rear license plates were swiftly covered by black cloth at that moment. Gutsong exhaled a puff of smoke, extinguishing the cigarette, but his expression grave. The specifics are still unclear. It's news from LV Ping. Ning Mo and Feng Shi originally planned to go together, but if it weren't for the commotion caused by that note, perhaps we would still be in the dark. The elder group dares not act lightly, indicating that they're behind. Thessine's forces are finally surfacing, Lin Mu said coldly. Put it on, Gutsong said as he tossed a black robe in front of Lin Mu. Huh. Lin Mu looked at Gutsong in confusion, only to realize he was wearing a black robe, though the hood had not yet been put on. We are still unclear about the opponent's strength. If we cannot take them all at once, we must keep our identities concealed as much as possible. Lin Mu nodded. Can we make it in time? The distance from U City to us is about the same as from the holy capital city to U City. If we drive faster, it will be fine. With that, Gutsong pressed the accelerator to the floor. The roar of the Maybach sounded like a beast's roar, piercing through the night. In the northern district of the holy capital city, in a room on the 3rd floor of the Sun Moon Cafe, Lu Mingzai's expression was serious. Boss, all the combatants at the top level of the Jin court have been deployed. Zhao Shanhe raised an eyebrow, his aura imposing. What is going on? Currently, it's still unclear, boss. Do we need to follow? Lu Mingzai asked urgently. At that moment, a notification tone rang out on his phone. Zhao Shanhe picked up the phone in confusion. As he opened the message, his pupils constricted, and he stood up. I will go personally. Boss, let me, and Xinyong follow. Lu Mingzai hurriedly chased after him, his tone anxious. Zhao Shanhe paused, turned back, and patted his shoulder with a smile. You all stay put, it's not that serious. But, Lu Mingzai's words were interrupted. Zhao Shanhe raised an eyebrow. What? Can't I command you now? Lu Mingzai lowered his head. Understood, boss. At midnight 00 the Maybach sped along the highway like a beast. It started to drizzle. I heard that it's raining heavily in Yu City. Gutsang's voice was hoarse. This is a rain for their funeral. Just as Lin Mu finished speaking, his phone buzzed with a message alert. Lin Yan, brother, are you asleep? I'm planning to take a day off tomorrow. Can you take me out to play when you have time? Lin Mu, I will return in a few days. I'm busy these 2 days. Lin Yan, huh? What are you busy with, brother? Lin Mu glanced at it and set the phone aside. In the independent dormitory of the research and development base, Lin Yan lay on the bed, her 2 white legs swinging behind her, puzzled. It's been 30 minutes. Why isn't brother replying? She rolled over to lie flat, staring at the ceiling and murmuring, wait a minute, what could brother be busy with during school? The next 2 days are still rest days. Lin Yan became even more convinced of her guess. Brother must be secretly doing something unspeakable. Humph. The next second, the corners of her mouth lifted as she opened another chat window. Lin Yan's sister-in-law, are you asleep? Are you there? Sun Yanha, not yet. What's up? Lin Yan, my brother said he's busy these 2 days. Do you know what he's doing? Sun Yanha, is that so? I'm not sure either. A moment later, Sun Yanha put down her phone, her beautiful eyes glancing around. She held a red umbrella and walked outside the restaurant, where heavy rain poured in Yu City with thunder and lightning. Xiong Hei's figure approached from afar. He walked up to Sun Yanha and bowed his head. Wang, has there been any unusual activity in Yu City recently? Sun Yanni's voice was cold. Xiong Hei paused, then truthfully reported how he had tracked down to the abandoned Black Iron prison. I see. A glimmer of understanding flashed in Sun Yanni's eyes. You may go. Yes. After Xiong Hei left, she looked towards the southwest direction of Yu City, her voice cold. So impulsive, it seems your strength has mostly recovered. As her words fell, 2 wings suddenly appeared behind her, the left wing crimson and the right wing golden. Sigh, I wonder when this king will fully recover. Lin Mu, you truly are a source of worry. Her figure silently vanished into the rain. At 2:00 a.m. the roar of several cars broke through the rain curtain of Yu City, stopping in the old district several kilometers away from the Black Iron prison. Bang! The sound of a car door closing echoed as Ning Mo, dressed in Jina court uniform, walked up to the crowd, his voice carrying an undeniable heaviness. Everyone. Swish. 13 figures almost simultaneously drew their weapons from their waists or backs, the cold gleam flashing through the rainy night. The air was instantly filled with a suffocating aura of hostility. A rare faint smile appeared on Ning Mo's face, but the next second his expression returned to the usual indifference. Gripping the Wuji stick tightly, he took a deep breath and solemnly declared, let's go. Feng Shi followed closely behind, with 12 elite members of the Jina court advancing with heavy footsteps. The muddy ground and the cold rain did not affect their speed in the slightest. Each person's gaze was filled with determination until they were less than 100 meters from the northern city gate of the prison. Ning Mo, who was at the front, suddenly stopped in a patch of dense weeds, and the others behind him almost simultaneously came to a halt. The mist quickly enveloped half the city wall, and the 14 figures quickened their pace within the fog. On the eastern side of the northern city wall, a 5th tier awakened one wiped the rain from his face, staring in confusion at the misty air. As they approached the northern city wall, thick, gray mist suddenly surged around Ning Mo, flowing toward the city wall, like a living thing, dyeing even the raindrops into a dark gray. The mist quickly enveloped half the city wall, and the 14 figures quickened their pace within the fog. On the eastern side of the northern city wall, a 5th tier awakened one wiped the rain from his face, staring in confusion at the misty area. Why did it suddenly get foggy in this cursed weather? Fog in a downpour is too strange. Shut up if you don't know, scoffed a gray-robed man beside him. Isn't it normal for fog to form after heavy rain? Scaring yourself? Everyone stay alert. A 6th tier awakened one stepped out of the shadows, hand resting on the hilt of his sword. Visibility is poor in fog. You be cautious of a sudden attack from the Jina court, and keep a close watch on any movements in the mist. Is it really necessary to be so cautious? Someone muttered softly with our lineup. Does the Jina court dare to come and die? Elder Gu said all their high-ranking members are on the move. The 6th tier awakened one's gaze was sharp. Sound the alarm immediately if there's any unusual movement. But the fog is too thick. The 5th tier awakened one who had spoken first suddenly fell silent, as if his throat had been constricted. A sharp spike formed from the gray mist had pierced through his throat, and his body slumped to the ground, blood flowing down the bricks, instantly washed away by the rain. Hey, why did you stop mid-sentence? The gray-robed man laughed as he patted the shoulder of the fallen. Before his hand even touched the clothing, it froze. A sharp, formless rod suddenly shot out from the fog, piercing through his chest with a bang. Blood gushed forth, splattering onto the fog, and was instantly consumed, not even allowing a scream to escape. Enemy attack. The sixth-tier awakened one drew his sword sharply. His fingers had just touched the alarm button when a silver whip suddenly shot out from the fog, coiling around his neck like a venomous snake. With a swoosh, his head rolled off the city wall, eyes still wide open in terror. Members of the Jina court emerged from the gray mist, their weapons still dripping with blood. Dull thuds echoed continuously. The ground of the city wall quickly stained red with blood, while the rain washed over the corpses, their metallic scent mingling with that of the earth rising into the air. Feng's eyes figure drifted through the fog to Ning Mo's side, her delicate brows slightly furrowed, as she whispered in a voice only they could hear. The interior of the prison is too large. Should we split up to advance? Take them out one by one. Ning Mo's voice was low with gray mist swirling around him. The heavy rain and fog are our cover. The advantage is ours. In the central area of the northern city wall, a middle-aged man with a deep aura approached Elder Gu, whispering, "Elder, the patrol has not returned yet." What? Elder Gu frowned, about to speak, when another strong figure suddenly pointed toward the east. Why is the fog over there so thick? Fog. Elder Gu's heart sank as he looked in the direction indicated. He saw that the mist had completely shrouded the eastern side of the northern city wall. In an instant, he pressed the alarm on his device. The low beeping beep, beep, immediately rang out across the city wall. It's Ning Mo's gray fog domain. Elder Gu's expression darkened, the black mask swiftly covering his face as he roared, "Everyone surround and eliminate the eastern side." Yes. The subordinates behind him responded in unison. Just after the alarm sounded, a chorus of screams erupted from the eastern side. The Jina court members had already begun to clear the guards at the city wall. "So we've been discovered." Ning Mo spoke in a deep voice, quickly swinging the formless rod in his hand as the gray mist surged forward like a tide. "If that's the case, then let's unleash the kill." Feng, she flicked the long whip in her hand, red droplets of blood splattering on her face, her eyes filled with murderous intent. "Being timid makes me uncomfortable." At the very top of the central building of the prison, a gray-robed man bowed, respectfully, rainwater flowing down his hood. "Left, protector. It's from the direction of the northern city wall." "Huh. Finally arrived." The left protector's voice carried a mocking tone. "Send my order. All awakened ones above the 6th tier gather immediately at the northern city wall." The play of the Jina court's annihilation has already begun. At the end of his words, a powerful aura of 7th tier midstage erupted from him, and with a push of his toes he leaped toward the northern city wall like an arrow. Every leap left a faint ripple in the air between the buildings. On the battlefield below the northern city wall, Ning Mo stared at the black-masked figure opposite him. The gray mist surged around him as he swung his rod fiercely at the opponent, the rod slicing through the air with a sharp, sound black, curved blade. "It's you, Elder Gu. Die." Each strike of the formless rod forced Elder Gu to retreat repeatedly. The clash of the curved blade and the rod sparked Elder Gu's arm, went numb from the impact, barely managing to block. Ning Mo completely suppressed Elder Gu. The tip of the rod grazed across the opponent's mask, nearly slicing his throat. Just then, two auras of 7th tier initial stage suddenly surged from his side. Two gray-robed individuals wielding bloody long knives lunged toward Ning Mo's back. Swoosh! The blood-colored whip suddenly lashed out, striking the backs of the two knives and forcefully blocking their attack. Feng, she flicked the blood off her whip, a bloodthirsty smile curling her lips as her tongue licked the blood bead at the corner of her mouth. "The slaughter has just begun." The two 7th tier initial awakened ones immediately turned toward Feng, she their long knives slashing toward her throat from either side. Feng, she used her toes to push off the ground and floated backward, her long whip coiling around one of the knives like a living snake, while her other hand yanked the whip's tail fiercely. But the other person's knife had already sliced open her left arm, blood instantly staining her sleeve. She engaged in a fierce struggle with the two, the long whip dancing through the rain, leaving behind a trail of red shadows. However, the wound on her left arm slowed her movements slightly, putting her at a disadvantage. "Ha, Elder Gu. You will be the first elder to die under my Ning Mo's rod, but definitely not the last." As soon as the words left his mouth, the gray mist surged around Elder Gu, the formless rod carrying the sharp sound of wind suddenly aiming for his face. Clang! The crisp sound of metal clashing tore through the rain. Just as Elder Gu roared, "Left, protector." A long sword had already crossed in front of the formless rod. A figure in gray robes stood steadily in front of Elder Gu. Ning Mo's pupils constricted slightly, a mid-level 7th tier Ha. Almost simultaneously, another 7th-tier Awakener's aura erupted from the side. A long sword with a cold gleam pierced towards Ning Mo's back. Mist lock. Ning Mo exclaimed softly as gray mist materialized around him into translucent chains tightly binding the incoming longsword. He then abruptly retreated, creating distance from the two opponents. Elder Gu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, gasping for air. Left Protector, if you had arrived just a moment later, I would have truly perished here. What a useless bunch. The Left Protector's gaze fell on the gray mist surrounding Ning Mo, his voice icy. A mist-type Awakener, Elder Gu, have your people eliminate that woman first. As he spoke, the Left Protector fully unleashed his mid-level 7th-tier pressure, thrusting his long sword through the rain, aimed directly at Ning Mo's throat. The gray-robed figure on the other side also swung his sword to follow, flanking him from both sides. Seeing this, Elder Gu picked up his curved blade again, charging towards Feng, she together with the other two 7th-tier Awakeners. Feng's eye's long whip had already been cut, leaving a gap, and the wound on her shoulder continued to bleed, dripping blood onto the ground. She gritted her teeth, swinging her whip to ensnare one person's neck, then, with a sudden burst of strength, hurled him towards the city wall, crashing into it with a bang that shattered the bricks. However, the other two's swords struck simultaneously. She could only dodge to the side, but her waist was slashed open, exposing bone. TSK. This is a bit tricky. Feng, she licked the blood from the corner of her mouth, yet her eyes shone with terrifying brightness. But this is just the right kind of intensity. She suddenly whipped her long whip into the air, the tail of the whip splitting into 3 thin whips that struck towards the throats, wrists, and knees of the 3 attackers like venomous snakes. The battlefield behind them was even more brutal. The slaughter of 6th-tier Awakeners wove a blood-red net in the torrential rain, with blood flowing down the cracks in the city wall, forming a winding river of blood. Lu Ping, can you still fight? Zhang Huai's sickle glimmered coldly as it swiftly bisected the gray-robed figure behind Lu Ping. He laughed heartily as he appeared beside Lu Ping. This is even bloodier than I imagined. Bang! Lu Ping's fist pierced through the chest of a black-robed figure, panting as he withdrew his bloodied fist. I calculated my own life. I can survive. In this situation, you can still survive. Are you calculating with your family's dog? Zhang Huai's sickle danced through the rain, each swing creating a spray of blood. Shut your dog mouth. Lu Ping's gaze swept towards the gray-robed figures rushing in from a distance, his voice tense. Another wave is coming. Which force is this? Why are they so strong? Under the east city wall, the door of an SUV suddenly swung open with a clang. A stocky figure with a square face shook his right arm, walking to the city wall and squinting towards the direction of the sounds of slaughter, his lips curling into a smile. Has it already begun? He took a deep breath, and the wind from his right fist suddenly surged, his aura instantly skyrocketing to mid-7th tier. The next second, his fist, accompanied by a sharp sound of air being split, slammed towards the city wall. Boom! The deafening sound of shattering bricks shook the earth. A huge gap several meters wide was blasted open in the east city wall, rocks scattering everywhere. Zhao Shan's figure slowly emerged from the smoke and dust, his right fist still covered in fragments of stone. The nearby gray-robed figures immediately surrounded him, their expressions filled with terror. Anyone who could break open the city wall with a single punch was definitely not someone they could handle. Zhao Shanha glanced at the gray-robed figures, his voice dripping with disdain. Is it on the north city wall? I don't have time to waste on you minor fish. Double the strength. In an instant, he transformed into a blur, charging into the crowd, and his right fist slammed hard against the ground. Boom! The ground was instantly smashed into a half-meter deep pit, and the shockwave generated sent the surrounding gray-robed figures flying several meters, hitting the ground and spitting blood, losing their ability to resist. The people fighting at the north city wall also heard this tremendous sound. The left protector frowned tightly. What is happening? Just as he was distracted, Ning Mo's limitless staff, shrouded in gray mist, swept towards his face. The left protector quickly raised his sword to block, sneering. I didn't expect you still had a trump card. But unfortunately, it's still far from enough. 7 against 3, you are still powerless to turn the tide. 7. Ning Mo's heart suddenly tightened. Could there be 2 more 7th-tier Awakeners hiding in the shadows? The gray mist around him surged again, the staff's wind becoming even more fierce. Zhao Shanha was rushing towards the north city wall, splashing water with each step in the rain. Suddenly, a cold light pierced through the rain. Zhao Shanha abruptly stopped, squinting towards the front. A black-robed figure wielding a giant sword was slowly approaching, the sword dragging along the ground, producing a screeching sound, exuding the aura of a beginner 7th tier. Beginner 7th tier. Zhao Shan's voice was filled with mockery as he gathered his aura back into his right fist, power triple. The black-robed figure immediately swung his giant sword, and charged at him, the blade emitting a sharp scream as it aimed for Zhao Shan's chest. Bang! At the moment of collision between the fist and the giant sword was smashed into pieces. The black-robed figure's pupils constricted as he failed to react. Zhao Shan's voice rang out. Daring to face me, heeding your courage, is commendable. Power 5 times. The fist wind, carrying overwhelming force, smashed towards the black-robed figure's forehead. Bang! Blood splattered in the rain, and the black-robed figure fell straight to the ground, utterly lifeless. Zhao Shanha shook off the blood on his right hand and continued to charge towards the north city wall. Under the west city wall of the prison, the roar of a Maybach's engine suddenly tore through the rain. The car slid through the water and came to a stop horizontally in front of the city wall. Two black-robed figures quickly pushed open the car doors and leaped out, their clothes soaked by the rain. Are we still late? Lin Mu said in a deep voice, the sounds from the north. You go support Ning Mo, and the others I will find Qing He. Can you handle it yourself? Gutsong's tone carried a hint of worry. With 70% of my strength, I can take you down without a problem. Just as Lin Mu's voice fell, he had already transformed into a blur, leaping onto the city wall. He furrowed his brows rapidly, recalling the blueprints of the black iron prison in his mind. In the southeast corner, there is a hidden cell. It has recovered fast. Gutsong chuckled lightly, then his eyes turned cold as he too leaped onto the city wall, swiftly weaving through the northern part of the prison, his figure appearing and disappearing in the rain. On the west city wall, bang, bang, bang. Numerous gray-robed figures instantly exploded into blood flowers in the rain, their eyes still reflecting disbelief in their dying moments. A black-robed figure stepped forward in silver, high heels, approaching the center of the corpse's, rainwater dripping from her hair, her voice cold. The number of high-level Awakeners of this scale. Has the force hiding behind the scenes re-emerged? At this moment, a 7th-tier gray-robed figure collapsed on the ground, coughed up blood, the rain unable to wash away the stains on him. He struggled to half-kneel on the ground, his voice filled with extreme terror. Hong Wong, how could you still be alive? Su Nianhe's elegant gaze swept over him, her tone laced with playful irony, truly worthy of a 7th-rank awakened, one who refuses to stay dead. She took a single delicate step forward, her stiletto heel struck the puddle with a crisp, sharp echo. The gray-robed figure kneeling on the ground exploded into a crimson mist. Upon the northern city wall, Feng Shi's blood-red whip had been severed, only half remained. She collapsed onto the wet stone, blood spilling from her lips as consciousness slipped away. Seeing this, Ning Mo's surrounding gray mist surged instantly toward Feng Shi, desperate to shield her. Yet the left guardian's blade slashed through the mist, blocking Ning Mo with unyielding force. Dare you divert your focus mid-battle with me? His voice dripped with mockery. Does it feel exquisite, watching your comrade perish before your very eyes? At that very moment, a blood-soaked gray-robed figure circled behind Ning Mo, his long saber gleaming coldly as it thrust toward Ning Mo's back. Meanwhile, Elder Gu and 2 other 7th-rank awakened advanced upon Feng Shi, their curved sabers descending in unison. Feng Shi closed her eyes, a faint serene smile touching her lips. Qing He, I failed to save you. Forgive me. A sharp wet thud. A gush of hot blood sprayed across Feng Shi's face. An ancient yet sinister voice slithered into her ear. Stay awake now. Such a young radiant chief cannot die so easily. Feng Shi's eyes snapped open. Xie stood before her, 3 curved sabers impaling his chest. Blood gushed forth like a spring from the wounds. Yet Xie still smiled. A ghastly, chilling laugh that in Feng Shi's tear-blurred vision felt warmer than sunlight itself. No! Her scream tore through the rainstorm, shaking the very downpour. In the southeast corner of the prison, Lin Mu's stride halted abruptly. His eyes blazed with boundless slaughter. Dozens of 5th-rank awakened surrounding him had already frozen solid, statues of ice. Their faces remained locked in terror upon the ice. Then with a brittle crack they shattered into glittering frost dust. Xie, Lu Ping and Zhang Hui's eyes flared crimson, scythe and fist erupted with peak power, carving a crimson path straight towards Xie. Elder Gu sneered, foolish arrogance. Kill this woman now. Once more the 3 curved sabers pierced the air toward Feng Shi. At that razor-thin instant, a massive earthen wall erupted from the ground, shielding her. Elder Ge's pupils contracted violently, an earth element awakened. How did you survive? Apologies, I arrived too late. Gutsong emerged behind the earthen wall, catching Xie-Tu's collapsing form. But Xie-Tu's breath had already ceased. The left guardian's voice turned glacial. Elder Gu, was this your assurance that only 2 were present? Suddenly 3 gray-robed figures leapt onto the city wall. The foremost declared, Left Guardian, we come by order of Lord Qing. His gaze swept the battlefield, tinged with quiet relief. Intelligence proved wholly inaccurate. We arrived precisely when needed. The simultaneous eruption of 3 7th-rank nascent aura sent Ning Mo's expression into stark transformation. Who is Lord Qing? Are all these formidable awakened truly his vassals? It seems my timing is impeccable. A broad-shouldered, square-jawed figure appeared behind them. He flexed his right hand, voice thrumming with battle fervor. At last, I face the shadowed power behind it all. The more who come, the better. Not one shall escape alive. Ha, arrogant fool. Before the left guardian's words fully faded, a pillar of fire erupted from the southeast corner, soaring skyward. Within its blaze, shrieks of agony pierced the air. Even the rain vaporized into ghostly white mist. The left guardian's pupils constricted in utter disbelief. Since when has a fire element awakened ever existed in this world? He immediately pointed at a gray-robed subordinate. To the subterranean dungeon, now. You'll go nowhere, Ning Mo retorted, his gray mist surging violently, engulfing every gray-robed figure in its tide. Wielding the peerless staff, he brought it down in a thunderous arc. Strength, 5-fold. Zhao Shan's right fist slammed into one gray-robed figure, the shockwave pulverized surrounding raindrops into fine mist. Kill them, all of them, the left guardian roared. Swarms of gray-robed figures surged madly toward the northern wall from every corner of the prison. Deep beneath the prison's southeast quadrant, the subterranean dungeon, moisture wept from the damp stone walls. The distant clamor of battle echoed clearly from above. How lively the fighting sounds up there. A gray-robed man nudged a puddle with his toe, then glanced at Qing He, pinned to the wall by 4 black iron chains, his tone dripping with mockery. The illustrious Zhen Yi tribunal ends today utterly and irrevocably. Rope-like indentations marked Qing He's throat where the chains bit deep. His eyes burned crimson, knowing full well it was a death trap. Why did you still come? I have doomed the tribunal. Chief, Qing He descends to the underworld, unworthy to face you. Shall we execute him now, master? Another gray-robed man drew a dagger from his belt. Patience, the first chuckled. Let him wait, until all above lie dead. Then reunite him with his comrades. A deafening boom. The dungeon gate exploded inward. Shards of stone rained down. Both gray-robed men recoiled, pupils contracting in shock. Qing He lifted his head sharply. Even with such overwhelming disparity, how did they break through? Boom. A second fiercer detonation. A crimson fire column erupted through the shattered doorway, like a roaring dragon of flame, illuminating every shadowed recess of the dungeon. Water droplets sizzled off the walls, evaporating with sharp hisses. In the blazing light, a black-robed figure stepped calmly forward. Kill him now. Both gray-robed men lunged for Qing He, daggers aimed straight at his heart. But halfway through their strike, twin flames erupted, coiling around them like serpents. Their shrieks echoed through the chamber. Flames sentient and ravenous consumed them whole. The stench of charred flesh flooded the air. In an instant they crumbled into blackened husks, thump, collapsing lifelessly onto the stone floor. Qing He stared, eyes wide, heart hammering against his ribs. A fire element awakened. A cultivator of such caliber. Why had none ever heard of him across Huaxia? The black-robed figure approached steadily, halting before Qing He, revealing a strikingly youthful face, eyes sharp with lethal intent. Lin Mu's gaze fell upon the 4 black iron chains binding Qing He, and the killing intent in his eyes swelled, flooding the entire dungeon. Qing He tensed. This murderous aura. Could another faction be involved? Humph. How many hidden powers remain unknown to us? Just as despair closed his eyes, Lin Mu raised a hand and yanked the filthy rag from Qing He's mouth. Cough, cough. Qing He convulsed violently, blood staining his chest. Who are you? Why? His voice faltered, weak, fragmented. Before he could finish, his eyes widened in sudden alarm, his voice cracking with urgency. Behind you. Thud, thud, thud. Steady footsteps resonated from the dungeon's deepest darkness, shattering the fragile silence. A man in a gray robe slowly emerged from the shadows, gently clapping his hands. His deep voice echoed against the stone walls. At first, I did not understand why Lord Qing sent the left protector, while also summoning me. He glanced at the charred earth beneath him. Now it seems that I was indeed foolish. The wind-blown candle town, unexpectedly enduring under such a formidable siege, is truly commendable. He paused for a moment, a hint of regret in his tone. What a pity. The kingdom does not permit such a powerful force to exist in this world, even if you truly seek peace for it. Lin Mu curled the corner of his mouth into a cold smile, his voice dripping with undisguised disdain. The kingdom. Just a group of rodents hiding in the shadows. His right fist clenched tightly, crimson flames instantly blazing on his knuckles. Just as he prepared to strike, boom. A crimson wing suddenly broke through the darkness of the prison. It was as fast as a red lightning slicing past the gray-robed man's waist, as if cutting through not flesh and blood but tofu. The gray-robed man's pupils widened in shock, his face still bearing a dreamy bewilderment, as if replacing the left protector, but his body was already cleaved in two, blood spraying like a fountain onto the stone walls, staining half of it red. Tap, tap, tap. The crisp sound of high heels echoed on the stone slabs. A silhouette in a black robe slowly walked in through the stone doors, opening the hem of her robe, swaying gently, with each step revealing a fair ankle. She removed her hood, her long jet-black hair cascading down, and her stunning beauty appeared particularly radiant in the firelight. Gazing at Lin Mu, the corner of her mouth curled up slightly, her voice laced with a hint of laziness. 1 month has passed, and your recovery seems quite good. Have you missed me during this time? Red King. Qing He's voice trembled. That crimson wing struck deep into his soul like a heavy hammer. Lin Mu raised his hand and waved his sleeve, the motion so swift it was almost imperceptible. Clang, 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 clang. For crisp sounds rang out as the 4 black iron chains binding Qing He instantly shattered. Qing He's body suddenly lost its support and fell forward. Lin Mu firmly supported his shoulder, but the bandaged wounds on Qing He's body burst open and several streams of blood gushed forth from the gaps in the bandages, staining Lin Mu's black robe red. Qing He could not help but let out a muffled groan, the veins on his forehead bulging, his face turning pale as paper in an instant. How are you? Lin Mu's tone was filled with concern. I won't die just yet. Qing He's voice was weak, his eyes filled with confusion. The sudden appearance of a fire-type powerhouse, the unexpected arrival of the Red King, and the ambiguous dialogue between the two. Everything before him left his mind in a chaotic state. Why? Why did you save me? Lin Mu looked at Su Nianhe, who chuckled lightly. No need to say, oh, I know what you want to ask. I have forces in Yu City, oh, I can help you save him. Lin Mu nodded slightly, thank you. He carefully placed Qing He on the ground, speaking gently. Wait for me for a moment. Uffed. Su Nianhe couldn't help but laugh. To hear thank you come from your lips is truly rare. Please take care of Qing He for now. After Lin Mu finished speaking, his body transformed into a shadow and rushed out of the dark prison, heading straight for the northern city wall. Su Nianhe watched his disappearing figure, her smile gradually fading, her expression growing increasingly cold. She approached Qing He, who instinctively wanted to retreat, his eyes filled with wariness. Why are you staying here? Who was that just now? As soon as he finished speaking, he coughed up 2 mouthfuls of blood. Just stay calm and wait. Su Nianhe's voice was chilling. Every word you say brings you closer to death. She paused, then murmured to herself, it's lively above a person who should have died unexpectedly appears here. Should have died. Who? Qing He's mind suddenly throbbed with pain, and everything went dark as he fainted completely. Su Nianhe furrowed her brows, slightly half squatting down to check his breath, unconscious. If you die, someone will be angry with me. As she said this, the corner of her mouth curled up slightly. On the northern city wall, the heavy rain continued to pour down. Rivers of blood flowed down the gaps in the city wall, and the sounds of screams echoed endlessly. LV Ping, you can't sleep here. Wake up. Zhang Huai shouted wildly, swinging the giant scythe in his hand. But his arms were already trembling, each swing felt like it could dislocate his shoulder. Endless gray-robed figures continued to rush towards them. Puffed. LV Ping spat out another mouthful of blood onto the ground, the rain instantly washing it away. He forced a smile, his voice weak yet stubborn. I said, those who have calculated their fate won't die here. Damn, I really hope that dog of yours is accurate. Zhang Huai fiercely protected LV Ping, behind him gripping the scythe handle tightly, his knuckles turning white. How many awakened ones are there? How do we fight our way out? Where will Qing He be? Just as he finished speaking, he prepared to swing the scythe with the last of his strength. But suddenly a heavy hand pressed on his shoulder. A figure in a black robe stood beside him, and a deep voice sounded in his ear, leave it to me. Swish. Lin Mu transformed into a shadow and charged out. Almost simultaneously, several crimson fire pillars shot up into the sky from the rain curtain. The flames wrapped in rainwater were not extinguished in the slightest. Wherever the fire pillars landed, gray-robed figures fell in droves, and the cries of anguish instantly filled the entire northern city wall. Zhang Huai stared at the black-robed figure, completely stunned. LV Ping sprawled on the ground, also widened his eyes. At this moment, several blood-soaked members of the Windblown Candle Town slowly approached, one of them trembling in shock, the gray-robed figures in the rear. We're all cut down by him alone. Who is he? Is he one of us? LV Ping coughed lightly, twice a hint of pride in his weak smile. I told you. Those who have calculated their fate. Zhang Huai's mouth twitched. Once we return, I'll go to your house and bow 3 times to that dog. In the central position of the northern city wall, Feng Shi clutched her wound at her waist, blood seeping through her fingers. She staggered to her feet, the long whip in her hand reduced to a small segment, the tip still dripping blood, her gaze increasingly bloodthirsty. Gutsong, stop protecting me. If this stalemate continues, we will all die. Feng Shi, don't be impulsive. Gutsong shouted, waving his right hand, and a wall of earth erupted with a loud bang, blocking Elder Ji's attack. The wall of earth was instantly smashed into a large pit. If we can hold on for a while, none of them will survive. Where does your confidence come from? Feng Zai's voice was crisp, filled with doubt about Gutsong's mysterious confidence. Just then a hand suddenly pressed on her shoulder. Feng Shi's pupils constricted sharply, before she could react, her body was gently pushed back behind Gutsong. She looked at the black-robed figure in front of her, her heart racing. Friend or foe? In the next moment, the figure in black approached Gutsong's side. The torrential rain fell upon his black robe, muffling the sound to a low whisper that only Gutsong could hear. Afterward, I will take Qing He away. Just tell Ningimo. Boom! Several crimson pillars of fire shot up into the sky once more. In the curtain of rain, the flames resembled great red dragons, instantly engulfing the gray-robed figures ahead. Gutsong let out a long breath, a smile finally appearing at the corners of his mouth. You finally came. He called out to Feng Shi without turning his head. There's no danger behind. After saying this, he followed Lin Mu's figure and charged forward. As the crimson pillars of fire soared skyward, Elder Guest's eyes were filled with terror. Who on earth is it? You two quickly protect me. He grabbed the arms of two 7th-tier initial awakening practitioners beside him, his voice trembling. Suddenly a shadow flashed past from behind Elder Gu in the rain curtain. Elder Gu died. Immediately after, a transparent blade light sliced through the air. Elder Guest's head flew off, blood gushing from his neck like a fountain, only to be pelted back down by the pouring rain. Even in death, he stared wide-eyed, wondering where that sudden fire-type awakener had come from. Why help Zheniting? Elder Gu. The other two gray-robed figures were terrified, exchanging glances before turning to jump off the city wall. But just as their feet left the ground, a cold light suddenly erupted before them. Their bodies stiffened simultaneously, and with a thud they fell to the ground, devoid of life. Still too slow. Lin Mu looked at the corpses on the ground. If I had used my full strength. He thought no more, his figure flickering as he dashed toward the loudest battlefield to the west, his black robe trailing like a shadow in the rain. Gutsong stared at the dismembered bodies of Elder Gu and the others, gasping in shock, unable to help but curse. Damn it. This is called 70% strength. That's truly monstrous. After saying this, he rushed towards the west, each step splashing the rain. Feng Shi staggered over, gazing at the three corpses on the ground, her brow furrowed tightly. How is this clean and efficient method of killing so familiar? At this moment, several figures from Zhan Yiting surrounded them, Zhang Huai supporting Lu Ping, and spat venomously at the corpse. Pa? Damn thing. On the western side of the north city wall. Strength. 6 times. Zhao Shan's roar shook the rain curtain as he punched the city wall. Boom. The city wall was directly smashed open, with rubble raining down like hail. The left protector swiftly dodged the falling stones, his long sword stabbing toward Zhao Shan's chest. With a swish, the sword energy slicing through the rain curtain, mocking, just brute strength, without agility won't do. Boom. A crimson pillar of fire suddenly shot up from behind the left protector. The protector's face changed, and he swung his sword backward. Clang. The fire pillar was cleaved in two by the sword, sparks splattering onto his face. Gritting his teeth, he spoke with malice, a fire-type awakener. It seems Elder Gu and the others. Before finishing his sentence, he turned and jumped off the city wall. Just as Zhao Shanha was about to chase, a hand pressed firmly on his shoulder. He turned around to see Lin Mu's face exposed beneath the hood. They'll go after him, Lin Mu said calmly. You take care of here. Zhao Shanha nodded immediately. Okay. Don't worry. Lin Mu leaped into the air, his black robe unfurling in the rain. The two figures darted through the rain curtain, moving so fast that only blurred afterimages remained. On the western side of the city wall, after the left protector fled, the remaining 4 7th-tier awakeners were already exhausted. When they attempted to turn and run, a hard earthen wall suddenly rose behind them, blocking their escape completely. Gutsong's figure emerged from behind the earthen wall. With just you 4 left, that's too easy. Boom. Gray mist instantly enveloped the 4 gray-robed figures as Ning Mo, wielding the Wujigan, stepped closer, panting. On the other side, Zhao Shanha clenched his fists, his knuckles cracking. The 3 formed a triangular encirclement, charging toward the gray mist. In the rain curtain below the city, the left protector was still desperately running forward, cursing endlessly. The intel is simply absurd. I must return to report to the Qing Wang. It's time to change the selection of the Central Elder Council. Suddenly, a bone-chilling cold surged from behind. In the next moment, the entire area was instantly frozen. The pouring rain solidified into countless sparkling ice needles suspended in midair. The water accumulated on the ground turned into a smooth ice surface. Even a layer of white frost formed on the strands of the left protector's hair. His pupils shrank suddenly, his heart nearly stopping. Ice type. How is that possible? He spun around abruptly. A figure in black stood just 3 steps behind him. Without thinking, the left protector swung his long sword toward the opponent's head. Clang! The long sword was suddenly deflected, numbing his arm. A silver-white blade handle flashed past his eyes, sending the left protector into a frenzy. Why? This is impossible. Ah! A piercing scream pierced through the rain curtain as both of the left protector's arms were severed, blood spraying out, instantly washed away by the cold rain, leaving 2 red streaks on the ice. Lin Mu's voice was cold. What is a kingdom, and who is the Qing Wang? In agonizing pain, the left protector let out a chilling laugh, his voice hoarse. Even if you are still alive, one person's strength is simply not enough to pose a threat to the kingdom. Ha ha! With a swish, a transparent blade light flashed, and the left protector's body was cleaved in 2. In the next moment, his 2 severed limbs instantly froze into ice sculptures. Then, with a crack, they shattered, scattering countless ice crystals across the ice surface, slowly washed away by the rain. Lin Mu gazed at the horizon, where thunder echoed amid the lightning, and the rain fell even harder. His figure swayed, then vanished into the rain curtain, leaving behind a low murmur. Kingdom Qing Wang. In the underground prison. The moment Lin Mu stepped in, his pupils constricted, sharply fixating tightly on Sun Yanhe. The aura around him tensed instantly, as if about to explode at any moment. Don't look at me with that gaze, you fainted, and still have breath. Sun Yanhe paused, her red lips curving into a meaningful arc. Upstairs there is someone who was once. Did you see him? Lin Mu interrupted, raising an eyebrow. A Force-type Awakener, obvious to see. Sun Yanhe's gaze shifted to Qing He in the corner, her voice suddenly growing serious. If we delay any longer, it will be beyond saving. His blood has already been lost too much. The moment her words fell, Lin Mu's figure had already flashed to Qing. He sighed gently, yet swiftly lifting him up, urgently saying, "Lead the way." Tap tap. Sun Yanhe turned around in her silver high heels, the sound of her heels striking the ground resonating clearly in the dark prison. Without looking back, she leaped to the ground, saying, "Don't fall behind. You can go a bit faster." Lin Mu's voice almost simultaneously echoed behind her. He carried Qing He on his back, steadily keeping pace with Sun Yanhe. Sun Yanhe chuckled lightly, her crimson wings suddenly unfurling behind her. "Then you better keep up." Her figure darted like a flash of red lightning across the rooftops. Lin Mu carrying Qing He instantly caught up, their figures weaving swiftly through the rain curtain. On the northern city wall, the moment 4 7th-tier gray-robed figures fell, the battle atop the wall turned into a one-sided massacre. Triple strength. Zhao Shan's fist struck down with a sharp sound that pierced the air, splattering blood into a mist amidst the downpour. After scanning the battlefield and confirming there was no uncertainty left, he leaped down from the city wall, heading towards the eastern gate, his tone dark. This is just part of the hidden forces behind the scenes. As the gray mist on the city wall gradually dissipated, Ning Mo's gaze swept over the broken remnants of the prison, his brow furrowing. Qing He. Just as he was about to leap down into the prison, a hand suddenly clutched his arm tightly. What do you mean? Ning Mo raised an eyebrow, his tone laced with suppressed anger. Qing He is gravely injured. She has already been rescued. Gutsong's tone was unusually grave as he continued. Don't ask more, just trust me. Even if you ask, I won't tell you. He patted Ning Mo's shoulder, his voice serious. Ning Mo, don't act rashly. The forces hidden in the darkness have begun to surface. With that, his figure swiftly vanished into the rain, leaving no room for Ning Mo to question. Gutsong, do you know something? Ning Mo murmured to himself, gazing in the direction he had disappeared. At that moment, a staggered footstep sounded behind him. Ning Mo suddenly turned around, but his expression instantly dimmed. Feng Shi and her group stood in the rain, drenched in blood, every step seeming as if they were treading on blades. Feng Shi clutched her waist where blood was seeping out, crimson liquid flowing down between her fingers, her voice mournful. In this operation of the Zhan E Court 14 were deployed. Her voice grew hoarse as her gaze swept over the bloodstains washed away by the rain on Ning Mo, tears mingling with the rain as they fell. 6 dead, 8 severely injured. 8 figures remained silent amidst the torrential rain. Their faces were smeared with blood and rainwater, their eyes interwoven with a grief that tore at the heart and a rage that threatened to ignite. Grief was for the 6 fallen brothers, and anger was for the darkness of this world. The rain pounded down on them, producing a dull sound, as if mourning for the deceased. After a moment, Ning Mo took a deep breath, his voice heavy. Qing He has been rescued by Gutsong's people. Take the 6 brothers home. 30 minutes later, the torrential rain continued. A group dressed in Jean E uniforms appeared at the edge of the northern city wall, their steps halting as their pupils widened in shock. Before them lay broken walls, blood and corpses covering the ground, instantly etching expressions of bewildered shock on their faces as if they couldn't believe their eyes. Luo Ping suddenly kicked a round object, looking down with a trembling voice. Chief Qin Jiang, this is Elder Guess. Stepping forward, Qin Jiang's gaze swept over the chaos on the ground, and he inhaled sharply, his voice trembling. What kind of large-scale slaughter has occurred here? His gaze fell on the dense pile of corpses on the city wall, his brow furrowing deeply. Finally, he steeled himself to make a decision, speaking solemnly. Luo Ping Kong Nan. Upon hearing his name, both quickly held up their umbrellas and hurried to Qin Jiang's side. Qin Jiang pointed at the long knife on the ground, and Luo Ping immediately bent down to pick it up. The blade was still stained with wet blood, the cold touch causing his fingers to tremble. He looked up at Qin Jiang, his voice hesitant. Chief, this knife. Qin Jiang paused, then let out a heavy sigh, a bitter smile forming on his face. You two who can ensure that I won't die despite being severely injured. Can you do it? Luo Ping's hand holding the knife shook uncontrollably, making it impossible for him to strike hard against the chief. At that moment, Kong Nan suddenly stepped forward and took the long knife from Luo Ping's hands, her expression serious. Chief, do you really want to do this? Yes, this is to protect Zhen Yi. Qin Jiang's tone instantly turned serious, his eyes betraying no hesitation. Come on, Kong Nan, just ensure I don't die. Feel free to act as you wish. Afterwards, you will immediately return to Xinjing City. Once they see me severely injured, they will not doubt Zhen Yi. But before Luo Ping could finish, Kong Nan had already spoken in a deep voice. Chief, I'm sorry. It's fine, come on. As soon as Qin Jiang finished speaking, a mouthful of blood sprayed directly from the corner of his mouth, splattering into the rainwater before him blooming into a shocking red. Chief, if it hurts, you can shout out. As Kong Nan spoke, the long knife swiftly moved across Qin Jiang's body. Luo Ping could no longer bear to watch, abruptly turning away, his shoulders trembling slightly. After several slashes, piercing screams echoed from the northern city wall. In Xinjing City, the Zhen Yi court building was brightly lit. In the grand hall on the first floor, it was already filled with dense figures. Each one held weapons, their expressions resolute, and the air was thick with a suffocating heaviness. Shenro, how's it outside? Cheng Xiao stood at the front of the crowd, facing away from everyone, his voice low. Shenro sat at the computer, her fingers rapidly switching screens, displaying the surveillance footage around the building. A mass of shadowy figures surrounded the building, sealing off all exits. She looked up at Cheng Xiao, her tone urgent. Currently, we are completely surrounded, but there is a secret passage that allows us to escape their encirclement. As she finished speaking, Cheng Xiao slowly turned around, his gaze heavily scanning all the figures in Zhen Yi uniforms within the hall, each pair of eyes seeming to bid farewell. Everyone, this is my last time asking. If you want to leave, now is your last chance. The air instantly fell silent, with only the solemn silence of the crowd responding to him. No one spoke or moved, all eyes reflecting a determination that embraced death. At that moment, an abrupt voice broke the silence. Make way, coming through. Cheng Sui approached, carrying 3 boxes of liquor. He walked straight to the front of the hall, placing the boxes down with a dull thud. He looked at Cheng Xiao, a bright smile on his face. What are you still dawdling for? No one is leaving. He pointed at the 3 boxes of liquor on the ground, his tone tinged with regret. These are the fine wines sealed away by our Zhen Yi court. If we don't drink them now, it would be a shame. Then he shouted to the crowd, his voice booming. Brothers, a few people come with me to the storeroom. I can't carry it all. As he was about to leave, he turned back to Cheng Xiao with a smile, a teasing tone in his voice. You're in charge of distributing the liquor. Cheer up, who knows? This might be our last time together. Cheng Xiao watched Cheng Sui departing figure, unable to help but smile wryly. That smile held a hint of bitterness, but also some relief as he bent down to open the box of liquor on the ground. At 6:00 in the morning, the torrential rain that had plagued Yu City throughout the night finally ceased. A luxurious 5-star restaurant stood tall at the end of the street. The 5 large characters, Xiong Chumo restaurant, were particularly prominent in the morning light after the rain, while the top floor of the restaurant was always closed to the public. Qing He suddenly opened his eyes, intense coughing tightening his chest, each breath bringing sharp pain. His entire body was tightly wrapped in white bandages, and a red 4 bag was steadily delivering blood into his body. The icy liquid flowing into his veins made him shiver uncontrollably. Where am I? Qing He spoke weakly, his eyes filled with confusion. A deep voice suddenly echoed, and Qing He turned his head sharply, his gaze shifting from confusion to deeper bewilderment. Xiong He, how did I end up here? Xiong He sat on a chair by the window, holding an unlit cigarette between his fingers, speaking in a calm tone. A young man carried you back. And then, It was the king's order for me to save you. In your current condition, even if you are a level 7 awakened, it will take you at least a month of rest before you can get out of bed. Take care of yourself, old rival. Ching He's brow furrowed tighter disbelief, widening his eyes. You mean the Red King ordered you to save me? I don't understand. Don't say you don't understand. I still can't comprehend why the king would save you. Xianghei's face also showed a look of confusion. During the 3 hours that he had been unconscious, he had been pondering this question: who was that young man in the black robe? Why did he seem so familiar with the king? He shook his head vigorously, temporarily suppressing these chaotic thoughts. He tried hard to recall the images from before he lost consciousness, fragmented memories flashing through his mind. Who was the person who carried me back? He weakly asked. Upon hearing this, Xianghei's mouth twitched, responding with a somewhat exasperated tone, you don't even know who saved you. Do you think I would know? Just then, with a soft click, the door was pushed open. A woman in a red dress wearing high heels walked in first. Following her was a man dressed in casual black clothing. The woman's skirt swayed gently with her steps, the sound of high heels striking the floor resonating clearly in the quiet room. Xianghei, you can leave now. Xianghei immediately stood up and lowered his head, responding yes. Once Xianghei left, Su Nianhe turned her beautiful eyes towards Lin Mu, a sweet smile suddenly appearing on her lips. Does this count as you owing the king a favor? It does. Lin Mu's tone was serious without a hint of hesitation. Let me think about how you should repay me. Su Nianhe rested her chin on her delicate hand, gently tapping her cheek as she pondered. Suddenly her eyes lit up, and she laughed lightly. In a while, will you accompany me to an exciting place? After Lin Mu finished speaking, he walked to Ching He's bedside, concern evident in his voice. How are you feeling? Yet Ching He seemed not to hear, his gaze vacant and his mind blank. What he was witnessing was reshaping his understanding. The SS-level disaster Red King was flirting with a man. Seeing that Ching He was unresponsive, Lin Mu turned his gaze to Su Nianhe, his brows furrowing. What's going on? Has he been affected mentally? Su Nianhe shrugged, her tone carrying a hint of helplessness. Don't ask me, I have no experts in mental healing here. At this moment He finally came to his senses. He cleared his throat lightly, then looked at Lin Mu with gratitude in his eyes, his voice trembling slightly. Thank you for saving my life. But may I ask why you saved me? Do we know each other? It seems your mind is fine, you can rest easy. Su Nianhe said this and turned to leave, her high heels making a crisp sound. When she reached the door, her steps paused slightly, turning back to add, you handle your own people. This king will not allow an awakened to stay here permanently. Also regarding this place, it's best to have your subordinates forget about it otherwise. As her words fell, Lin Mu's expression darkened instantly, his gaze sharp as it met Su Nianhe's. That glance made Su Nianhe suddenly remember something. Her expression became somewhat adorably clueless and carried a hint of apology as she couldn't help but chuckle. My bad, I spoke too soon. You two continue. With that, the door was slammed shut. The room was left with only Lin Mu and Ching He, the air suddenly becoming somewhat stagnant. Su Nianhe's words echoed repeatedly in Ching He's mind. You handle your own people. You'd better have your subordinates forget this place. My bad, I spoke too soon. You two continue. Ching He felt that the implications of these few sentences were explosively overwhelming. He trembled uncontrollably, his eyes bursting with endless joy. A truth he dared not believe, yet desperately yearned for, was gradually becoming clear in his mind. He suddenly looked up at Lin Mu, his eyes intertwining disbelief with eager excitement. Clearly thousands of words were stuck in his throat, yet not a single word could be uttered, only hot tears swirling in his eyes. Lin Mu looked at his expression, shaking his head helplessly, his tone mixed with incredulity at Su Nianhe, that woman. He then stepped forward to meet Ching He's gaze, his voice gentle. Ching He, it's been a long time. Boom. A wave of intense excitement and joy instantly surged through Ching He's mind. His eyes turned red, tears silently sliding from the corners. Joy could no longer describe his feelings at this moment. After a long while, his voice trembling, he finally managed to squeeze out 2 words: Ting Shou. His words fell, and his tears could not be stopped from flowing down. In the holy capital, the center of power, a round table stood silently in the center of the hall, surrounded by 4 elderly men dressed in black, the air eerily silent. The failure of last night's operation in U City had created a stifling atmosphere. We can only accept this loss. The elder at the head of the table broke the silence, first his voice heavy with reluctance. The issue now is not whether we accept it or not, but how did Jin Ting manage to do this? The elder on the left side of the table slammed his hand on the surface, his voice filled with incredulous shock. There are a total of 8 level 7 awakened from the kingdom. Including us, there are 12 level 7 awakened. Just like that. We failed. The elder at the head frowned deeply, speaking solemnly. Everyone, the hidden strength of Jin Ting has already overturned our understanding. Let us wait for the next action order from King Ching It will be the moment for us to act together. What of Gushun, and those who perished this time? Were their deaths utterly in vain? The elder seated to the right of the circular table clenched his fists, his voice trembling with suppressed fury. And what else could it be? The elder at the head of the table cast a cold, disdainful glance. The Jina tribunal is barely 3 streets away. Will you march there and slaughter them all? At that moment, a steady, measured rhythm echoed from beyond the hall. Thud, thud, thud. For elders simultaneously tightened their brows, the massive doors groaned open, and a figure clad in gray robes strode in without hesitation. Who are you? A representative of the kingdom. Even if you are from the kingdom, this domain is not yours to enter unbidden. Lord Qing has issued no decree appointing anyone to fill the 5th seat. You had better have a compelling explanation. All 4 black-robed elders turned as one toward the gray-robed figure, their voices icy and sharp. Humph. A derisive chuckle escaped the gray-robed figure, who paused not a moment before walking straight to the empty chair beside the circular table and sitting down. Slowly he lowered his hood, revealing a face both familiar and deeply unsettling to the 4 elders. I am curious. Why did you dispatch only 1 elder for this operation? Upon recognizing his features, all 4 black-robed elders recoiled inwardly, their pupils contracting sharply. The elder at the head of the table bolted upright, his voice low and grave. How is it you? Surprised too. A sardonic smile flickered across the gray-robed man's lips. Effective immediately, I assumed the position of 5th seat elder. Is this Lord Qing's command? The elder at the head of the table's voice turned instantly frigid. A faint arcs of lightning shimmered in his palm, a clear sign his lethal intent had ignited. Lord Qing has lost all faith in you. Ignoring the threat, the gray-robed man spoke with calm detachment. When the next campaign to annihilate the Jina tribunal commences, the Central Command's supreme orders will issue from me. What? Rage blazed in the head elder's eyes, and the lightning in his palm flared violently. In the southern district, deep within the ancient city's shadowed heart, the air hung thick with a faint putrid miasma. Beneath the throne, several gray-robed figures lay sprawled on the floor, faces bleached bone-white, their bodies wreathed in a creeping dark-purple venomous mist, alive, sentient, and slowly seeping into their orifices. A gray-robed figure approached soundlessly. He passed over the corpses without so much as a glance, stepped directly before the throne, bowed deeply, and spoke with reverent deference. Lord Qing, Guan Yu has departed for the Central Command to assume the 5th seat. Upon the throne sat a figure draped in black robes, face veiled in the deep shadow of his cowl, surrounded by churning, dense, venomous fog. What is your assessment of the U-City affair? My lord, every aspect of this matter reeks of anomaly, the gray-robed man murmured, bowing lower still. I do not believe the Jina tribunal acted alone. This bears the unmistakable signature of a third hidden power. He paused, then added, yet fortune favors us. 1 survivor remains. Though pierced by dozens of wounds, none struck vital points. He is now under urgent medical care. If he awakens, he may unravel the entire enigma. Oh, the figure on the throne leaned forward, slightly, voice laced with quiet intrigue. A survivor. Who is it? Chief of Daylight Division Xinjiang. The gray-robed man responded instantly. Inside the Jina tribunal tower, the ground floor lobby hung heavy with the pungent scent of alcohol. Shinro stared intently at her computer screen, brow furrowed in confusion. Moi. Cheng Xiao leaned in. What is it? All the shadows encircling the tower. They vanished entirely, Shinro replied, fingers flying across the keyboard. Cheng Sui ambled over, half a cigarette dangling from his lips, its tip still glowing. Did they retreat at dawn, afraid of being seen by civilians? Cheng Xiao shook his head, expression hardening. No. Do you truly believe they care about civilian lives? Boom. Suddenly, deafening engine roars erupted outside. Every person in the lobby snapped rigid. Blades flashed bare in an instant. Long swords cleared scabbards as short blades pressed against wrists. Eyes cold and lethal locked onto the glass entrance. A second later, familiar Jina tribunal vehicles rolled one after another into the plaza before the tower. Doors swung open in unison. Ning Mo, Feng Shi, and others stepped out. Their uniforms stained crimson, wounds crudely bandaged, fresh blood seeping through the gauze's edges. Chief Ningimo, he's back. They're all back. Cheng Sui's voice cracked with shock, the cigarette tumbling from his fingers. Heads swiveled as one toward the entrance, the glacial tension melting instantly into fierce, radiant relief. The glass doors slid silently apart. Ningimo and his comrades lifted their gaze and met rows upon rows of armed figures standing shoulder to shoulder inside the hall. A shared solemn smile touched each of their lips. The Jina Tribunal was their home. Noon 1100 a.m. U-City Bear's Den Restaurant. After a long heartfelt reunion, His initial elation gradually subsided, though his voice remained weak and hoarse. Director Lin, is the Kingdom faction the Shadow Force concealed behind the Central Command? Lin Mu's gaze darkened. Yes, I suspect this final confrontation was orchestrated, fueled even, by them. He looked up at a faint gentle smile playing on his lips. No more Director. From now on call me Lin Mu. That is my true name. Yes, Director. Then, he began only to meet Lin Mu's exasperated stare. Hastily correcting himself, yet unable to shed ingrained reverence, he asked, when will you return to the Jena Tribunal? The Jena Tribunal as it stands now, I said. Use my name, Lin Mu interjected with a soft laugh. I will return, sooner than you think. Rest assured, once my identity emerges from shadow into light, a decisive battle awaits, one that will shape China's destiny. His voice softened at last, carrying a deep, weary sigh. So long as you stand among us, those demons lurking in darkness are nothing but pitiful clowns. His eyes blazed with fervent light, his voice rising with emotion. Lin Mu rubbed his temples, shaking his head in wry resignation. That sentiment, while not entirely unfounded, is perhaps overly generous. Click. The door burst open, cutting Lin Mu short. Gutsong closed it behind him with a casual sweep and strode forward, his gaze locking instantly onto He, his tone warm with palpable concern. Good. You're alive. He then turned to Lin Mu, mouth opening, but words faltering, uncertain where to begin. He offered Gutsong a frail, grateful smile. Brother Gu, did you know Director Lin's whereabouts all along? Gutsong blinked, caught off guard, before Lin Mu's voice sharpened, his gaze piercing and unwavering. He, I say it once more, call me Lin Mu. That is an order. Yes, Director. Understood. He nodded earnestly. Lin Mu's lips twitched again, he sighed long and resigned. Gutsong chuckled, unable to suppress his amusement. Well, I thought you'd keep it hidden a while longer. Didn't expect you'd reveal yourself to He so soon. Gutsong immediately put away his smile, looking at Lin Mu with curiosity and an unabashed tone of admiration. Brother, can you tell me more? How did you acquire that incredible dual-element ability? Ice and fire. It's simply outrageous. Gutsong's words instantly awakened He. He was so preoccupied with the joy of reuniting with the chief that he had completely forgotten about Lin Mu's fire-based abilities in the Black Iron Prison. He suddenly turned to Lin Mu, his eyes filled with shock and admiration. In his heart, the chief was omnipotent. What others could not achieve, the chief would certainly be able to. Lin Mu paused for a moment as if pondering seriously, then spoke solemnly. After the War of the End, when I awakened, I discovered a second power within me. To be honest, I'm still quite confused about it. The air suddenly went quiet. Gutsong raised an eyebrow, his tone laced with speculation. Could this be a case of life after death? However, he shook his head, his tone firm. It's very reasonable for this situation to occur with the chief. Lin Mu and Gutsong looked at He with fervent gazes falling into silence together. At that moment, a sudden urgent ringtone rang out. Lin Mu picked up his phone, glanced at the screen with some confusion, and pressed the answer button. Hello, Dad, what's up? What do you mean, what's up? Lin Yes roar came through the phone, loud enough to almost shatter the earpiece. You skipped. Fortunately, your mother isn't home. Otherwise, you would definitely be in deep trouble. Could you not let the school call us again next time you skip class? Lin Mu's heart sank. Oh no, I forgot to ask for leave again. He quickly smiled and explained, I've been so exhausted from physical training lately I overslept today. But Dad, don't worry, there definitely won't be a next time. Just then, with a click, the door was pushed open again. Su Nianhe walked in, her high heels clicking sharply against the floor in the quiet room. She glanced around and said coldly, lunch is ready. After you eat, take him away. Lin Mu sighed deeply in his heart, and there was a moment of silence on the other end of the line, followed by Lin Yes' serious voice. You little brat, remember to take safety precautions. If your relationship is good, bring her home next time for us to meet. No, Dad, listen to me. Before Lin Mu could finish, the phone line went dead with a beep. He put down the phone, looking helplessly at Su Nianhe. Can you please knock next time? Su Nianhe replied as if it were obvious, this is my territory, why should I knock? After she finished speaking, her beautiful eyes swept over He and Gutsong, then she turned and walked away, the sound of her heels gradually fading down the hallway. As soon as the door closed, Gutsong took out a lighter and with a click lit a cigarette. Smoke billowed from the corner of his mouth, but the fire of gossip in his eyes only grew stronger. Brother, what's the situation with that girl? How could she be here? Are you two really together? That girl? He suddenly looked up, his eyes wide with disbelief as he gazed at Gutsong. Guga, do you not know who that woman was just now? Gutsong was slightly taken aback, then turned to look at Lin Mu, his tone probing. He knows her. Could it be? Stop overthinking it. Lin Mu interrupted him with a darkened face, then turned to He speaking seriously, let's send you back to Jean Eating first take some time to recover. Ning Mo and the others must be very worried about you. Ching He's eyes sparkled with anticipation, Chief. Can I follow you during this time? I promise I won't be. It's just a minor injury. I can take care of myself. After thinking for a few seconds, Lin Mu nodded okay. Just give Ning Mo a call to let him know you're resting at Gutsong's tavern, so he won't worry. Great. He'll call him right now. Ching He instantly became excited, turning to Gutsong. Gu, can I borrow? Moments later, the roar of a black Maybach's engine echoed as the car slowly pulled away from the Bear Brawl diner, quickly disappearing down the street. On the 5th floor of the diner, in a luxurious room, Su Nyenha stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, watching the Maybach gradually vanish from her sight. Your strength has not yet fully recovered, and neither have I. After waiting a while, it will be time for you to repay the favor. As she said this, a faint smile crept across her lips as she murmured, of course, even without the favor you would definitely accompany me. I feel like I've still lost out on something. She slowly turned around, her gaze falling upon the map of Shengjing City hanging on the wall. Shengjing City, that abandoned ancient city in the southern district. What secrets does it hide? Her voice gradually grew somber. Gugu, drive slowly and be steady. Ching He lay in the back seat, his voice weak. Gutsong chuckled lightly, his eyes glancing at the rearview mirror. Sure, but you need to tell me, who was that woman? Why do you know her, but I haven't met her? Ching He paused for a moment, sneaking a glance at Lin Mu in the passenger seat. Seeing that he had no intention of speaking, he finally answered vaguely, I only met her today. She saved me because of the chief. Are you pulling my leg? Gutsong countered. If you don't believe me, that's fine. Ching He turned his face away, his heart racing. This was the chief's secret. The chief can't say it, so I definitely can't say it. But this matter is truly shocking, the relationship between the chief and the Red King. Even though the chief clarified their relationship. But the way the Red King looks at the chief, that indescribable ambiguity always feels off. Gutsong exhaled a puff of smoke, changing the subject. By the way, isn't today the weekend? Why are you still going to class? I forgot about the physical training and practice. I totally spaced it. Lin Mu leaned back in his seat, a hint of exasperation in his sigh. Wait. Ching He suddenly raised his head, his injury causing him to frown in pain. Just now at the diner, I heard you on the phone talking about skipping class. What's going on? Gutsong burst out laughing, a puff of smoke choking his throat, causing him to cough and pound on the steering wheel. Lin Mu shot him a glance, then turned to Ching. It's nothing. I'm a freshman at Jiang University now. On the day of the opening ceremony, Lu Ping was still lecturing us from the podium. Huh. Ching He's eyes widened instantly, his voice changing pitch. Chief, you must be joking. You heard me right, it's absolutely true. Lin Mu chuckled, feeling like he had said this many times before. Ching He was stunned for a full half a minute, digesting this explosive news, secretly muttering to himself, you are a freshman, so what about the top student? A substitute freshman at the Awakeners Academy. Gutsong drove slowly, and it was only when darkness enveloped the sky that he gradually entered the neon lights of Jiang City. Lin Mu carried Ching He into a bedroom and gently placed him on the bed, speaking softly, you can rest here during this time. Call me if you need anything. If I'm not around, call Gutsong. Understood, you can rest assured, Chief Ting. Ching He nodded. Gutsong walked around the spacious flat, surveying. Brother, did you really rent such a large place by yourself? Oh, you're still here, almost forgot about you. Lin Mu casually remarked, then turned to Ching He. Gutsong will bring your meals. You can order food. Wait. Gutsong rushed into the bedroom. Why is it just 3 meals delivered to you? What do you mean, what? Lin Mu raised an eyebrow, interrupting, you're the least busy. I can't trust others delivering to me, who knows when disaster might strike again. Ching He quickly waved his hands. Gugu, if you're busy, you don't have to trouble yourself. What are you talking about? Gutsong immediately cut him off, pounding his chest with righteous fervor. With my brother injured like this, how could I not care? Mingqing, an area known as Blood Alley. The last drop of blood splattered on the ground as the massive body of an S-class aberrant crashed to the ground, finally coming to a stop at the feet of a woman with pink short hair. Yuning licked the blood lingering at the corner of her mouth, and the blue tail wings behind her shining with a cold light swiftly retracted into her body. Her beautiful eyes swept across the scattered corpses in the alley, her voice filled with excitement. We've truly discovered something extraordinary this time. Lu Ji, you squatted beside a corpse in a gray robe, frowning. The aberrants and awakeners are interacting privately. Where did these gray-robed people come from? A terrifying guess hovered in his mind, causing his fingertips to tremble slightly. Yuning waved her hand. Take all these corpses back. As soon as she spoke, hundreds of aberrants behind her moved simultaneously. Moments later, the roar of engines approached from afar, and the black convoy of Zhang Ec came to a steady stop at the entrance of Blood Alley. The figure of the chief slowly descended from the vehicle. He looked at the bloodied scene in the alley and sighed. All day long, fierce internal strife, while chaos reigns outside. This world is surely doomed. The ones who should have left already have. This level of slaughter is beyond our involvement. 9:00 p.m. Shengjing City Central Academy. Teaching Awakeners is nowhere near as interesting as conducting experiments at the base. Lin Yan sighed as she walked toward the villa assigned by the academy. Suddenly a shadow flickered in the trees behind her. Then came a muffled thud like a heavy object hitting the ground, which quickly fell silent. Lin Yan turned around sharply, but behind her was empty, only a few fallen leaves being swept down slowly by the evening breeze. Is it my imagination? She murmured with a frown, feeling a little uneasy, and quickened her pace, the sound of her heels echoing on the stone path. As her figure disappeared completely, a figure in black cautiously peeked out from behind a sturdy tree. At his feet lay an unconscious gray-robed person with fresh blood still at the corner of his mouth. The figure in black quickly took out his phone to dial a number, and an elderly voice soon came through. What's wrong? Director, someone has attacked Director Lin. It could very well be. Understood. The elder interrupted him, his tone carrying a hint of coldness. The base will send 2 6th-tier Awakeners for her close protection. You stay outside and keep your position hidden. Yes, Director Zhu. The call ended outside the interrogation room of the research base. Director Zhu looked at the 2 unconscious gray-robed individuals on the ground, his brow furrowed, and his voice filled with endless rage. These people will be interrogated with torture. If they say nothing, just dispose of them. Yes. The 2 guards replied, leading the gray-robed individuals into the dim interrogation room, where the faint sound of electricity crackled inside. Director Zhu's powerful aura surged around him, his eyes icy. How dare their hands reach here? Do they truly believe we old folks are dead? 200 Yim, Shengjing City. A black Maybach, its license plate covered with black cloth, quietly parked on the auxiliary road outside the building. The engine shut off, the door slowly opened, and a figure in a black robe stepped out of the vehicle. He looked up at the brightly lit Zhang Yiting building, his eyes flashing with a fleeting softness, as if reminiscing about some warm memory. But in the next second that warmth was replaced by an icy chill. He closed the car door and swiftly vanished into the night. Moments later, outside the central power building, the figure in black suddenly appeared. The glass doors of the building slowly opened to the sides. Just as he stepped into the lobby, a cold voice suddenly boomed, "Who are you? Don't you know where this place is?" Before his words fell, 4 guards in black clothing quickly approached the figure in black, their waists adorned with gleaming long knives, their eyes filled with undisguised disdain. As if the black-robed person before them was nothing but an overestimating insect. Lin Mu gradually raised his gaze, a cold smile curving at the corners of his mouth as he remarked, "The one who will kill you." Seeking death. The 4 black-clad individuals shouted in unison, rushing towards the figure in black. Yet Lin Mu smiled. The good show is about to start. At the moment his words fell, a surging crimson flame erupted violently from within him, the heat so intense that it began to warp the air. Boom! In an instant the crimson flames engulfed the 4 guards, who didn't even have time to scream before being burned to ashes. Immediately after, the crimson flames surged through the hall like a tidal wave, igniting everything with piercing screams rising and falling. All items melted instantly under the high temperatures, turning the entire hall into a sea of fire. In the next second, Lin Mu's right fist surged with even more intense crimson flames, the fire coalescing into a clawing fire dragon on his fist. He punched upward, and the fire dragon instantly broke through the ceiling, soaring upward. The lower 10 floors of the power building were engulfed in flames, the sounds of the building collapsing and glass shattering echoing one after another. Smoke and flames spewed from the windows of each floor. Boom! The crimson flames began indiscriminately attacking from every level, and in an instant Lin Mu had already reached the 7th floor. His footsteps crossed the burning floor, leaving behind a trail of sparking footprints with not a shred of mercy in his gaze. Today Elder Shah is overseeing the central. Hurry and report. A 6th-tier Awakener shouted, drawing his long knife, which gleamed with cold light, charging at the figure in black. Meanwhile, several powerful Awakener presences appeared behind Lin Mu. Lin Mu sneered, his voice laced with a hint of regret. "It's not easy to break through to the 6th tier. Why must you ally with darkness?" Upon finishing his words, the crimson flames around him surged once more, forming a massive wall of fire, preventing the powerful Awakeners from getting close. Today is merely the beginning. And as the words faded, several crimson dragons of fire surged simultaneously toward the black-robed figures. A chorus of agonized screams followed. Then in an instant they were reduced to ashless cinders beneath the searing blaze. Lin Mu had already stormed through to the 13th floor. Shrill cries of flight echoed ceaselessly, while every figure below that level had been utterly incinerated. None remained alive. Sandstorm. Nahor's ancient voice erupted, and instantly a towering vortex of sand roared toward the black-robed figure. Where the sandstorm swept the 13th floor, structures crumbled into oblivion, steel rebar and concrete shattered like parchment beneath its fury. Inhumph. I've been waiting for you long enough. Lin Mu's body blazed anew, crimson flames erupting skyward into a colossal pillar of fire that slammed headlong into the onrushing tempest. And the shockwave of their collision tore violently through floors above and below. Amidst swirling dust and debris, Lin Mu vanished, then reappeared behind Elder Shah in a blink, launching a blazing fist in one fluid motion. In what? Elder Shah's face paled in alarm. His hands slashed outward. A towering wall of sand surged from the ground, intercepting the inferno completely. Who dares trespass upon the core and wreak havoc? As Elder Shah roared his fury, his hands flailed with greater intensity. Multiple torrents of obsidian sand surged once more toward the black-robed figure. Die for me, wretch. Just as Elder Shah's lips curled into a triumphant smirk, his gaze fixed upon the black-robed figure swallowed whole by the sandstorm. The very tempest before him was cleaved apart by an invisible blade stroke. That slash moved like lightning, formless yet shrieking with the rending cry of torn air. The sandstorm split cleanly in two, and Lin Mu's silhouette emerged sharply within Elder Shah's field of vision. Before Elder Shah's cry of shock could fully escape his throat, his eyes turned glacial. His hands snapped outward, sea of sand, graveyard chaos. In the next breath, the sandstorm exploded outward from his center, engulfing the entire 13th floor without a single blind spot. Within the maelstrom, Elder Shah's form flickered in and out of sight. Confident this time would seal Lin Mu's fate, he did not foresee. And amidst the endless churning sands, a silver hilt suddenly gleamed before his eyes. His expression shifted from stunned disbelief to raw terror, his voice trembling from the depths of his soul. Impossible. This cannot be. Why are you still alive? By Ju. He recoiled violently, desperate to flee the shifting dunes, only to hear a chilling voice at his back. Elder Shah, where do you think you're going? Boom! A torrent of scorching flame erupted from Lin Mu's core, sealing Elder Shah's retreat entirely. And then an icy dread pierced deep into Elder Shah's heart. His feet were instantly locked in frost, ice racing upward, freezing his calves rigid. Lin Mu swung the silver hilt. Another invisible slash lashed toward Elder Shah's throat, swift beyond any possible reaction. Sever, Elder Shah bellowed, and with a violent surge of his own sandstorm, he severed his own frozen legs. Crimson blood gushed forth. His upper torso, propelled by the storm's force, shot forward like a cannonball, fleeing into the distance. Elder Shah, Elder Gu awaits you below. He's been waiting alone, quite lonely, I'd imagine. The cold voice struck again, just as the invisible blade flashed. Elder Shah's pupils dilated wide, eyes brimming with unspent defiance, before life fled his gaze. His torso split cleanly in two, blood spurting only to vanish amid roaring flames, leaving not even ash behind. Elder Shah has fallen. At that terrified cry, a fresh wave of awakened cultivators surged up the stairwell, only to turn and flee upward. Lin Mu raised a hand. Fire surged forward, consuming them all. Their screams ceased mid-breath. Just as Lin Mu prepared to leap upward, lightning struck like a spear. Ni's eyes narrowed. He twisted aside. The bolt struck the wall behind him, blasting a crater-sized hole. From the blaze stepped a black-robed elder, his steps heavy and deliberate. Purple lightning crackled in his palm. Upon seeing Elder Shah's remains, his gaze ignited with pure wrath. He roared, "I'll tear you limb from limb." Simultaneously, a white column of water crashed down from above, like a colossal serpent bearing crushing momentum. Lin Mu drove a fist forward. Crimson flame met the torrent heat. Both attacks vaporized on impact, filling the air with thick steam, blurring the 13th floor into spectral haze. Then, without warning, a sword pierced upward from beneath Lin Mu's feet. He blurred into afterimage, evading effortlessly, while multiple pillars of fire erupted skyward, forcing the swordsman back. Within the 13th floor, crimson flame, white water, violet lightning, and silver sword light flashed in relentless succession. The aftershocks shook the sovereign tower, walls collapsed, glass shattered, and the entire structure trembled. Boom! Amidst surging fire, Lin Mu leapt from the 13th floor, his body transforming midair into a blazing comet, plummeting toward the earth like a falling star. Elder lay lunged to the shattered floor-to-ceiling window, his aged voice tearing with raw, ragged fury. "Pursue him. Seal off sacred capital city, now." Before the final syllable faded, 3 elders streaked downward as phantom silhouettes through the tower's fractured corridors. Lin Mu landed, and the ground beneath him ignited instantly in crimson flame. He smirked. then dissolved seamlessly into the dense night, vanishing without trace. And by then the lower half of the sovereign tower had been wholly consumed by fire. Thick black smoke coiled skyward like a dragon, tainting sacred capital city's night sky with ashen gloom. And not far away a black-robed figure raced toward the tower at breakneck speed. When the sight of the burning tower struck his eyes, he froze, eyes wide, voice trembling with incredulity. Who could possibly have done this? Fire. And he recalled instantly the flame-wielding awakened cultivator who'd appeared last night at Black Iron Prison, his grip tightening on the peerless staff in his hand. After a slow, deep breath, he turned and departed swiftly. In moments later, the Maybach on Falou Road of Jeanne Pavilion roared to life, its headlights slicing through the night. Just as Lin Mu reached for the accelerator, a figure materialized before the car, standing firm, blocking its path. And Lin Mu frowned, then relaxed as he recognized the man, and rolled down the window. Ning Mo approached the driver's side, voice low and steady. I know who you are. And Lin Mu blinked, startled. Qing. He had never revealed his identity. Oh, Lin Mu trusted Qing, he implicitly, so Ning Mo's words struck him like a sudden gust. You were the fire affinity awakened cultivator who appeared at Black Iron Prison last night, though I cannot fathom why you undertook such madness tonight. Still, I owe you my thanks. And Lin Mu smiled faintly. No need. And with that he pressed the accelerator. The Maybach shot forward like an arrow loosed from its bow. Ning Mo watched the Maybach recede into the distance, lost in thought. Gutsong's car, and Gutsong's cryptic words last night. He's kept far more from me than I realized. On sacred capital city's main thoroughfare, the Maybach sped onward. And Lin Mu chuckled softly to himself. If I hadn't come, were you truly planning to sacrifice yourself alone, Ning Mo? Half a month had passed since the power tower in St. Capital City was torched, yet the central authority had still failed to identify the perpetrators. Cheng Xiao stood atop the main podium in Jiangxing Academy's grand hall, his lecture drawing to a close as his voice resonated across the packed auditorium through the microphone. I will be instructing a 1-month physical training course at Jiangxing Academy. One final note. Attendance is mandatory for all students. No exceptions unless under extraordinary circumstances. The moment he finished speaking, thunderous applause erupted. The prospect of direct instruction from a young 5th-stage awakened cultivator of the Jeanne Tribunal ignited fiery excitement in every student's eyes. After all, Cheng Xiao had ascended to the 5th stage by age 28, a sure path toward the chief seat. To earn his rare acknowledgement would pave the way for effortless advancement. Whispers rippled through the crowd as students exchanged knowing glances and murmured among themselves. At the very back, Wang Yueban jostled his hefty frame and nudged Lin Mu with his elbow. Brother Mu, this guy reeks of danger. How do you figure that out? Lin Mu asked, surprised, a faint smile playing on his lips. Pure instinct, Wang Yueban replied solemnly, leaning in closer. Oh, by the way, Brother Mu, are you still planning to skip class lately? Watch your wording, pal. I call it taking leave, not skipping. Lin Mu's expression darkened. TSK, the instructor himself, just declared no exceptions allowed. We'd better not tempt fate. Wang Yueban lowered his voice conspiratorially. Lin Mu chuckled and clapped him firmly on the shoulder. After all, aren't exceptional circumstances usually engineered by people? Whoa, brilliant. Wang Yueban's eyes lit up, his plump face crinkling into a sly, scheming. After class, the sun blazed high overhead. Lin Mu walked alone toward the academy gates when his phone rang. Seeing the contact label on screen, he answered with a smile. Yin Yin, what's up? Big brother, are you busy? Came her sweet melodic voice. No, I've just finished class. A pause followed, then her tone dropped, hushed and uneasy. Brother, for the past 2 weeks I've felt like someone's been tailing me. I'm not sure if it's real or just paranoia, but this sensation has lingered without cease. Lin Mu's brow furrowed, his pace slowed. Where are you staying right now? In the independent villa assigned by St. Capital Academy. But later Director Zhu dispatched 2 people to guard me personally, claiming he wasn't confident in my safety. Yet that only makes me feel more unsettled. Brother, I didn't know who else to confide in, so I called you. If I told Mom and Dad, they'd only worry themselves sick. Lin Mu halted mid-step, his gaze sharpening instantly. Do you have class this afternoon? What time does it end? Yes, it's a weekday, so classes conclude precisely at 5:30 p.m. Why? Alright, send me your exact address. I'll come see you tonight. Really? You're coming? Her voice surged with delight. You can bring your girlfriend too. The villa's spacious, more people means more. Lin Yan, do I need to repeat myself? Ah, got it. You two are just friends, obviously. Her voice curled upward, playful and teasing. I'll send you the address right away. She hung up immediately, fingers already dancing across her screen as she opened another chat window, her lips curling into an irrepressible smile. Meanwhile, Lin Mu lowered his phone, his expression deepening into quiet intensity. Director Zhu sent guards to protect Yin Yin. So someone's targeting the research base. Those old masters may bury themselves in labs around the clock, but their strength is far from ordinary. Could it be that shadowy kingdom organization again? With that thought, he strode swiftly out of the academy. Inside Duanxi Tavern, the wooden door creaked open, and a crisp, clear voice rang out, "Boss, the freeloader's back again." Xiao Man tossed Lin Mu a disdainful glance before clattering up the stairs. Gutsong, a cigarette dangling from his lips, slapped a thermos onto the bar counter. Perfect timing. I was just about to deliver lunch to Qinghe. Take it with you. Lin Mu grinned. Thanks for the delivery. I'll grab the keys. I won't be returning tonight. Gutsong froze mid-puff, eyes widening in disbelief. Whoa. What in the world are you planning this time? Half a month ago you stormed Central Authority solo. Even at 70% strength you took down one elder before vanishing and scathed amid 4 others. Seriously, are you gearing up for something even bigger? Count me in. Lin Mu rubbed his temples, exasperated. You've been nagging about this for half a month straight. I'm heading to St. Capital City to see my sister. Want to come along? Gutsong's enthusiasm evaporated instantly. He tossed the keys onto the bar with a metallic clatter. See you later. Don't bother saying goodbye. Lin Mu snatched the keys and turned to leave without looking back, calling over his shoulder, "And tell Qinghe, I won't be home tonight. He'll need to order dinner himself." Hey, you're right here, the cook. Why make him relay nonsense? Gutsong laughed, grinding his cigarette, but into the ashtray. In Jinbei City, Wunyan Tower. Su Nianhao wore sleek black casual attire. White sneakers accentuated the delicate slenderness of her ankles. As she stepped through the tower's main entrance, a bright voice called out behind her. "Big sister, wait for me." Yu-Ning hurried after her. Su Nianhao paused slightly, turning with gentle composure. "Xiao Ning, I must attend to private matters. There's no need for you to accompany me. Stay indoors quietly. Do not move about freely. Understand?" Huh. Yu-Ning skidded to a halt, her wide eyes brimming with confusion. "Where are you going, big sister?" But the instant her question left her lips, she met Su Nianha's suddenly frost-cold gaze, and instinctively shrank back, nodding vigorously. Got it. Got it. I'll definitely behave." Su Nianha's expression softened, and she tapped Yu-Ning lightly on the forehead with her fingertip. "Continue interrogating those half-dead, gray-robed captives." Without another word, she turned and strode toward the crimson SUV idling at the curb. She yanked open the door. The engine roared like a caged beast unleashed, and in the next breath the vehicle vanished beyond the tower's perimeter. Yu-Ning watched the SUV recede until it dissolved into the horizon, her curiosity deepening. Where could Big Sister possibly be going? Could it be him again, the pretty boy? She shook her head sharply, murmuring to herself, impossible. Even if Big Sister truly took interest in someone, it couldn't possibly be an utterly ordinary man. Inside the crimson SUV, Su Nianha gripped the steering wheel with one hand, a radiant, unrestrained smile lifting her lips. With her right hand, she typed swiftly into a chat window. "Yin Yin, I've departed." Within 3 seconds, a reply flashed back. "Drive safely, sis-in-law." Su Nianha gazed at the screen, her eyes shimmering with warm, tender mirth. At Jiangxing Academy, in the central square, the sun blazed fiercely at 2:30 p.m. as the students stood neatly in the square, their gazes fixed in admiration towards the speaker on the platform. In the last row of the formation, Wang Yueban stretched his neck looking around, but despite the strain, he couldn't spot that familiar figure. His small eyes widened in disbelief, his heart screaming, "Damn! Mu Gu is amazing. He dares to skip the first day of training. He is a top-ranked envoy of the Jin court. How could he be so calm about skipping class? My brother is totally worshipping him." Until Cheng Xiao finished speaking on the platform, the formations suddenly sprang into action, dispersing according to the training plan. But Wang Yueban remained frozen in place, his mind swirling with thoughts of Mu Gu is incredible. Cheng Xiao had just stepped down from the platform, preparing to inspect the training progress of each formation. A middle-aged man quickly approached, wearing a friendly smile. "Director Cheng Xiao, the attendance for the whole academy has been tallied. Nearly full attendance." Cheng Xiao raised an eyebrow, a hint of doubt in his tone. "Director Du, what do you mean by nearly full attendance?" Director Du smiled and explained, "Well, only one student was absent due to illness, and they took a day off." "Illness?" Cheng Xiao chuckled lightly. "What's his name? Is he in the dormitory now?" "The student's name is Lin Mu." Director Du looked down at the student roster in his hand. "The academy records show he paid for accommodation, but isn't staying in the dorm area. Instead, he rented a place in the Yunjing community directly across from the academy. However, the academy does not mandate on-campus residence, so this situation is permitted." "Is there a specific address? Since it's not far, we should go check it out. Although I am only in charge of this month's training since I am here, I must take responsibility for every student. If it's just a minor issue, I can easily help him out." Cheng Xiao's voice was low, but inside, he was sneering how could he take a day off after being fined during the morning assembly. Heh. For students trying to be clever, it's even more important to correct their mindset. Those who try to avoid difficult training are not displaying good character. This time let me give you a proper lesson. Director Du quickly flipped to Lin Mu's information page and pointed to a line found it. Building 12, 29th floor of Yunjing Community. Are you going over now? Let's go see how serious this student's illness really is. Cheng Xiao said calmly. Yunjing Community, top floor of Building 12. He was standing by the floor-to-ceiling window, soaking up the sun, with several layers of bandages wrapped around his shoulders and chest. He shook his arm, a wicked smile playing on his lips. Although it still hurts to move, the recovery is progressing quite quickly. In half a month, I'll be able to return to the Jena court. Ding dong. The doorbell suddenly rang. He furrowed his brows slightly. The head of the court is out today, and he has the key. Who could it be? As he contemplated, he walked towards the entrance. With a click, the door opened, revealing two figures. Upon seeing Cheng Xiao, his eyes showed a hint of surprise. Director Du stared at his bandages, his scalp tingling. This person has an overwhelming presence, making him feel as if he had seen him somewhere before. Cheng Xiao, however, felt his pupils dilate, and his heart race. Isn't this the Academy's residence? How could the chief of he be here? Isn't he recovering at Gu Ji's place? Before Cheng Xiao could collect himself, Director Du already spoke first. Hello, I'm the head of physical training at Jiangqing Academy. Is this where Lin Mu is temporarily staying? He shot him a sidelong glance, interrupting Cheng Xiao before he could respond with a wave of his hand. Come in and talk. He turned and walked over to sit on the sofa, his commanding aura suffocating. Cheng Xiao cautiously closed the door, standing before he not daring to move. Director Du had intended to sit on the sofa, but seeing Cheng Xiao standing, he barely touched the sofa before bouncing back up, obediently standing next to Cheng Xiao. Director Cheng seems off today. Just a moment ago, he wanted to educate the students. How did he become so obedient now? Speak up, what is it? His voice was calm, but carried a strong sense of pressure. The air grew quiet. Cheng Xiao's mind was blank, still trying to make sense of the absurd situation. Seeing that Cheng Xiao was silent, Director Du had no choice but to muster his courage and speak, his voice very low. While Lin Mu took sick leave at noon, and Director Cheng Xiao specifically came to check on his condition. Is he resting in his room now? His sharp gaze swept over the two, and a glimmer of understanding flashed in his eyes. Director Du felt a chill run down his spine. Under that gaze, the rest of his words stuck in his throat. He turned to Cheng Xiao, his tone calm. Cheng Xiao. Director. Yes. Cheng Xiao instinctively lowered his head, his voice tinged with tension. Director Du was completely bewildered. Is this the Cheng Xiao I know? Why is he being so respectful to this person? Lin Mu is sick and resting in the bedroom. The patient needs peace. Do not disturb. He said flatly. You are right. We were too abrupt. Cheng Xiao quickly agreed, then turned to Director Du and said, let's go. The student is sick and needs to rest properly. We shouldn't disturb him. Oh. Director Du's eyes widened. Wasn't it you who insisted on coming and claiming to take responsibility for the student? How did your tone change so quickly? Cheng Xiao didn't give Director Du a chance to ask further. Turning to he apologies for disturbing your recovery. We'll take our leave now. With that, he dragged the still-dazed Director Du toward the entrance. Wait. His voice came from behind. Cheng Xiao's steps halted abruptly, and he turned around to meet. Director Du was still in a daze, and as he was pulled along, he turned, as well secretly complaining, how come I, as the head of training at Jiangqing Academy, am acting so timidly while visiting a student's home? Shouldn't others be respectful to me? I'll be back in half a month, so let them not worry. He said in a low voice. Cheng Xiao's eyes instantly brightened, and he hurriedly bowed his head in reply. Yes. Take your accompanying director and head back. He waved his hand. With a click, the door closed, and Cheng Xiao finally let out a sigh of relief. But Director Du approached with a face full of questions. Director Cheng, what exactly were we here for? To check on the student's condition. Since he's resting, why disturb him? Cheng Xiao maintained a serious expression, his tone stern. Director Du. He silently rolled his eyes. Without even seeing the student, was that concern all for nothing? But he dared not press further. A top-ranked envoy of the Jena court was not someone he could provoke. At 5:30 p.m. a black Maybach pulled up in front of the auxiliary road of Jiangqing Academy. Lin Mu opened the car door, dressed in black casual attire with white shoes. As he walked towards the main entrance, he was stopped by the guard. I'm looking for my sister Lin Yan. Lin Yan. Director Lin from the RD base. The guard asked in response. Lin Mu paused for a moment. Lin Yan has become a director. He quickly smiled and said, yes, that's her. Old Su raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing him up and down, his tone laced with teasing. Who would believe you just saying that? I could just as easily say I'm the chief of the Jena court. Do you have identification to prove you're Director Lin's brother? Or could you call her now? Lin Mu had just taken out his phone when a sweet voice suddenly chimed, "Brother." Lin Yan hurried to the main gate and, smiling at the guard, said, "Uncle Gong, this is my brother." The guard's expression changed in an instant. He plastered on a grin and said, "I knew he looked familiar. Director Lin, your family must have excellent genes, top-tier looks." Lin Mu shot him a sideways glance and shook his head in helplessness. The speed of that change of face was quicker than turning a page. "Thank you, Uncle Gong. Brother, let's go." Lin Yan hooked her arm through Lin Mu's and pulled him toward the villa residence. "Brother, do you want me to show you around a little? See how Shengjing differs from Jiangxing Academy?" Lin Yan's voice was bright with excitement. "No need, I've been here before," Lin Mu replied, his tone suddenly serious. "Tell me, what happened with the stalking?" Lin Yan furrowed her delicate brows and recalled, "For the past half-month, I kept feeling strange noises behind me. I would turn around, and there would be nothing. It felt eerie, really frightening. It's all right, I'm here now. Whatever specters or demons there are, I'll deal with them for you." Lin Mu smiled. Those noises were likely people the research base had assigned to protect Lin Yan. Lin Yan burst into a soft laugh. "Brother, you look so handsome when you boast seriously like that. You could charm thousands of girls. But in my heart, sister-in-law will always come first. You're always bringing up inconvenient truths, aren't you?" Lin Mu raised his hand and ruffled her hair in mock punishment. "Ah, brother, you're bullying me again. Humph. I want to speak to you for 1 minute." Lin Yan pouted and quickened her pace. Lin Mu watched her annoyed retreat and could not help smiling helplessly as he hurried to catch up. They reached a tree-lined path thick with foliage. Lin Mu paused, and using the corner of his eye glanced behind them. A figure in black was flitting rapidly among the treetops. Is that the person the base sent to protect her? Why would they be tailing Yin Yan? Lin Mu's brow tightened. "Brother." Lin Yan suddenly called back, her voice teasingly reproachful. "You're daydreaming again. Like an antique." Lin Mu snapped back to himself, lifting his hand as if to smooth her hair. "Do you even care about your hairstyle? Brother, you're unbearable. They'll ignore you until we reach the villa." Lin Yan sped up, lips pursed. Lin Mu laughed heartily, his tone softening. "All right, I won't tease you. Walk slower. You're in heels and running so fast, be careful not to sprain an ankle." "Really?" Lin Yan spun around, at once eye sparkling. "Then you promise you'll never mess up my hair again?" "Fine, I promise," Lin Mu agreed. No sooner had the word left his mouth than his right hand was already on her head, giving a light rub. "I'm calling Mom and Dad right now. They'll tell them you skipped class to come to Shengjing and bully me." Lin Yan instantly bristled, waving her tiny fists in mock indignation. "You go and tattle at the drop of a hat." Lin Mu shook his head helplessly, his gaze overflowing with affection. Outside the main gate of Shengjing Academy, a red SUV was parked behind a Maybach. The door opened, and Su Ninha stepped out, her long hair loosely pinned up with wisps framing her forehead, dressed casually in black and white trainers. Her simple attire nevertheless seized everyone's attention. The boys nearby turned to stare, their hearts pounding at the sight. Su Ninha approached the gate guard and smiled sweetly. "Hello, I'm Lin Yan's sister-in-law. May I come in?" The guard's throat bobbed as he hastily swiped his card and opened the gate, face beaming. "Of course. Do you know which villa Director Lin lives in? Shall I arrange for someone to escort you?" "No need, Lin Yan sent me the location." "Thank you," Su Ninha replied and walked lightly toward the residence area. From behind came the guard's simple, hearty voice. "Not a bother. Not a bother. Residence area, Villa 06. With a click, the villa door was pushed open. Lin Yan pulled Lin Mu by the arm toward the living room, her tone cheerful. "No need to change your shoes. Brother, what fruit would you like? They'll wash it for you." "No need. Just pour me a glass of water." Lin Mu smiled. Footsteps sounded on the second floor. Two women with stern expressions descended, their eyes swept over Lin Mu with undisguised vigilance and appraisal. Lin Mu met their gaze with a serenity that betrayed no ripple of emotion. "Sister Tian, Sister Ding, let me introduce. This is my brother Lin Mu." Lin Yan tugged on his sleeve and then turned to smile. "These two are in charge of protecting me." At her words, the two women's taut faces eased somewhat. The woman surnamed Tian softened her voice. "Yin Yin, Dean Zhu will come to see you tonight. Will you and your brother be going out?" "Oh, Grandpa Zhu is coming." Lin Yan's eyes brightened. She added with a smile, "We're having dinner at home tonight, just in time for Grandpa Zhu. There's also a distinguished guest coming." "Dean Zhu." Lin Mu recalled Dean Zhu's last furious outburst and stifled a low chuckle. But at the mention of a distinguished guest, his brow knit and his tone took on a cautious edge. "Yin Yin, who else is coming?" "A friend of yours." Lin Yan flashed a mischievous, roguish smile at him. "Guess who it is, brother?" Lin Mu was silent for a few seconds, his expression gradually darkened. He hoped his suspicions were wrong. At that moment, the villa doorbell chimed, ding-dong. "Oh, they're already here so soon." Lin Yan giggled and darted to the foyer, flinging the door wide open. A voice extremely familiar to Lin Mu floated in. Yin Yin, long time no see. Lin Mu pressed a hand to his forehead and sighed, his face full of helplessness. That girl, when she one day learns the visitor's true identity, he wondered whether she would still be so exuberant now. Sister-in-law, Yin Yin has missed you. Come in. Lin Yin beamed and looped Su Nian's arm, half dragging, half leading her into the living room. The two women assigned to protect Lin Yin relaxed further when they saw Su Nianha, as she looked innocuous and fragile, as if a gust of wind might topple her. Su Nianha was ushered to sit beside Lin Mu. Barely settled, Lin Yin winked and said, "Sister-in-law, rest a moment. Yin Yin will go wash the fruit." She darted to the kitchen with a mischievous grin, anxious to avoid another scolding from her brother. Left alone in the living room, Su Nianha crossed her right leg over her left toes, slightly raised, revealing a flash of fair, slender calf. She looked at Lin Mu, a faint smile touching her lips. What is that expression? Surprised by my appearance? Or annoyed that I'm here? As she spoke, her elegant hand reached for Lin Mu's cheek, but he caught her wrist in an instant, his voice low. What did you come here for? You hurt me again. Su Nianha glanced at the hand he held, her tone laced with a touch of feigned grievance. The two women upstairs, seeing the flirtatious exchange, sensibly turned and returned to their rooms. Lin Mu frowned and released her hand. The moment his grip loosened, Su Nian's fingers brushed his cheek, then snatched back, her smile widening. I only touched you briefly. Why the long face? You've handled me all over, you won't even let me touch you back. Su Nianha, can you be serious? Lin Mu helplessly leaned back against the sofa, rubbing his temples with his fingertips. With Yin Yan's sincere invitation, how could I not come? Su Nianha added with a smile. Of course, the most important thing is, I haven't seen you in a long time, and I miss you a bit. Lin Mu's expression stiffened, his face darkening. Just as he was about to speak, Lin Yan walked over with a plate of freshly cut fruit, placing it on the sofa, and cheerfully asking, brother, sister-in-law, what are you two talking about? Lin Yan, are you looking for trouble? Lin Mu raised an eyebrow, his tone carrying a hint of threat. Sister-in-law, my brother is bullying me again. Lin Yan immediately pouted with a wronged expression hiding behind Su Nianha. Suddenly she exclaimed, wow, your outfits. Lin Mu immediately interrupted, don't overthink it, it's not the same style, just a coincidence. If I don't believe my brother's words. Lin Yan snorted lightly, sitting beside Su Nianha with sparkling eyes. Sister-in-law, isn't this your couple outfit? Su Nianha seemed to ponder seriously for a moment, then smiled, saying it should not be the same style, Yin Yan. As her words fell, the light in Lin Yan's eyes dimmed instantly, while Lin Mu's expression gradually relaxed. But Su Nian's beautiful eyes shifted, scanning their expressions before speaking again. But Yin Yan, the outfit and shoes I'm wearing today were all bought for me by your brother. As her words fell, Lin Mu's brows furrowed again, while Lin Yan instantly bounced up from the sofa, exclaiming joyfully, I told you. So my brother is too shy to buy the real couple's outfit, and is here trying to deceive us. Lin Yan said, brother, what explanation do you have now? Yin Yan, always remember, don't trust what others say at face value, Lin Mu said calmly. Don't bring up irrelevant things. I just want to ask you, is this outfit of sister-in-law's the one you bought? Lin Yan crossed her arms, her tone filled with excited certainty. Lin Mu remained silent for a few seconds, let out a soft sigh, and said, although the clothes were bought by me, but what? I never expected, brother, your first time buying clothes for a girl was not for your beloved sister. Lin Yan pretended to be angry, pouting, but immediately switched to a cheerful look, linking arms with Su Nianha, but if its sister-in-law Yin Yan would definitely be happy. Su Nian's eyes brightened, really, Yin Yan? This is your brother's first time buying clothes for a girl. Lin Yan laughed, even more, leaning closer to Su Nian's ear, whispering, sister-in-law, you don't know my brother has always been a lone wolf, he hardly has any friends. And he is absolutely single since birth, you can rest assured. Lin Yan said. Lin Yan. Lin Mu Lin Yan immediately pouted and shook Su Nian's arm. Sister-in-law, brother is being mean to me. Su Nian's hidden smile couldn't be concealed. She looked at Lin Mu gently and said, don't always scold your sister, you don't look like a brother at all. Exactly. With sister-in-law backing me up, I'm not afraid of you. Lin Yan made a face at Lin Mu, eliciting a light laugh from Su Nianha. Lin Mu looked at his increasingly helpless sister, just about to speak, when the doorbell suddenly rang. It should be Grandpa Zhu. He'll go open the door. Lin Yan smiled, getting up and dashing to the entrance, opening the door with a click. Outside, an elderly laugh came through. Yan, are you getting used to living here? Is there anything you lack? Lin Yan smiled sweetly. Grandpa Zhu, I lack nothing. Sister Tian and Sister Ding take excellent care of me. Please come in. That's good. Dean Zhu laughed as he walked into the entrance. On the sofa, Su Nianha softly asked, who is this person? Don't ask too much. Lin Mu said lightly. If you don't tell me, do you think I can't guess it? There are only a few heads of research bases after all. Su Nianha leaned closer to Lin Mu, her voice growing softer. At this moment Lin Yin and Dean Zhu had already sat down on the side sofa. Grandpa Zhu, let me introduce you. Lin Yin extended her hand, pointing towards Lin Mu. This is my brother Lin Mu, and beside him is my sister-in-law. Lin Mu was completely helpless. He didn't want to waste any more breath on the topic of sister-in-law, as no matter how much he explained, Lin Yin would only let it go in one ear and out the other. I remember it's that one from Jiangxing Academy, right? Dean Zhu said with a smile. What a match made in heaven, not bad. But the air suddenly fell silent. Lin Mu kept a dark face without responding, inwardly cursing. This old man has never said anything I like to hear. Sun Yinha sat upright on the sofa, her aura suddenly turning cold. Aside from Lin Mu and Lin Yin, no one else was qualified to receive her good graces, especially after Lin Yan's sister-in-law had already made her heart bloom. Dean Zhu's expression darkened slightly, but he quickly returned to normal, pondering, are young people nowadays so rude? Also, this stinky face of Lin Yin's, why does it feel familiar? Lin Yin was also stunned. Why did her brother and sister-in-law suddenly turn cold? She hurriedly smiled to ease the situation. Grandpa Zhu, my brother is a bit shy. Then she shot Lin Mu a look. Brother, Grandpa Zhu is greeting you. Lin Mu slowly raised his gaze, looking at the familiar old man, and nodded, his voice calm. Hello. Hello. Sun Yinha echoed softly. Dean Zhu's face darkened even more. This young couple really knows how to work together. Lin Yin blinked, her bright eyes even more confused. It's normal for brother to be aloof, but why has sister-in-law also turned cold? She quickly added an explanation. Grandpa Zhu, my brother has always been like this. He's a bit weird, don't take it to heart. Dean Zhu waved his hand with a smile. Hey, what are you talking about? At my age, could I still hold grudges against two kids? Am I that petty? Suddenly, he changed the subject, narrowing his eyes at the two. Speaking of which, I haven't interacted with outsiders for a long time, and I have some questions I'd like to hear your thoughts on. May I? The air froze once again. Dean Zhu's veins were faintly popping out, inwardly lamenting, today's young people are really too rude. If I reveal my identity, wouldn't I scare you all? Lin Yin smiled helplessly. Brother, did your mind wander off again? Grandpa Zhu is asking you a question. Lin Mu raised an eyebrow, his tone slightly confused as he returned to his senses. Sorry, I was a little distracted just now. He turned to Sun Yinha, naturally saying, you answer this question. I didn't hear it. If you didn't hear it, how do you think I would? Sun Yanni's voice was cold. Then she turned to the old man with a slight smile, her tone carrying a hint of teasing. Could you repeat that? Actually, our hearing isn't very good. Dean Zhu desperately searched for something amusing in his mind to suppress his anger. But after thinking for a long time, he couldn't find even one. He said solemnly, I just have a question I'd like to hear the public's thoughts on. You can speak freely from your hearts. Is that? Lin Mu leaned against the sofa, arms crossed over his chest. Sun Yinha lightly tapped her toes, both of them gazing at the old man with calm eyes. The air fell silent for a few seconds. Lin Mu furrowed his brows, glancing at the old man before turning to Lin Yin. Yin, isn't this grandpa going to ask a question? Why is he stuttering? Sun Yinha couldn't help but smile while Lin Yin sighed in exasperation. Brother, I really can't deal with you. Grandpa Zhu is ultimately seeking your opinions, asking if you can answer. You should just say yes. Dean Zhu sighed softly. Never mind, they are just two young people with rather unusual thought processes. There's no need for me to get upset. You may speak, Lin Mu said lightly. Dean Zhu sighed. In truth, he did not want to ask anymore. What could he possibly extract from two young minds that seemed a bit off? But since the young man had spoken, he still asked, Grandpa wants to know, what do you think of today's world? It's utterly rotten. The two words were uttered simultaneously without the slightest hesitation. As the words fell, Lin Mu and Sun Yinha exchanged glances, with Sun Yinha smiling sweetly. We really are in sync, aren't we? Lin Mu pretended not to hear. Lin Yan's eyes widened in disbelief. Indeed, they are not from the same family, yet they entered the same door. The tacit understanding between brother and sister-in-law is astounding. Dean Zhu's pupils shrank suddenly. He did not expect that at such a youthful age they could express such direct and sharp answers. Moments later, he looked at the two with a serious expression, sighing. You young couple have seen through so much at such a young age, but that's not a good thing. Your lives have only just begun. Lin Mu could no longer hold back. Actually, we are not a young couple. Before he could finish, Sun Yinha suddenly wrapped her arms around his, lightly laughing. You don't need to worry about that. We are doing well. As Lin Mu was about to push her away, Sun Yinha tightened her hold and leaned closer to him. Lin Mu's arm brushed against her soft body, and he instantly froze. Lin Yin covered her mouth, chuckling. Brother-sister-in-law, your relationship is so sweet, it's nauseating. At that moment, a woman's voice came from the kitchen. Dean Zhu, Yin, and the two guests' dinner is ready. Dinner time, Lin Yin said with a smile as she got up. However, Lin Mu looked at Sun Yinha, about to speak when Sun Yinha had already turned to Lin Yin, her tone gentle. Yin, you all go ahead. I've been controlling my diet lately and haven't eaten dinner in a while. I can't give in easily. Huh. Lin Yin leaned closer, her eyes sparkling. Just a small bite. Just a small bite will do. As Sun Yinha was about to politely decline, Lin Mu had already stood up and ruffled Lin Yan's hair. If she doesn't want to eat, stop persuading her. Oh, brother, you've messed up my hairstyle again. Lin Yan huffed, swatting his hand away. It's already evening. Who cares about hairstyles? You don't understand. A girl's hairstyle can't be messy until she's lying in bed. Did you learn some weird logic at the base? Lin Mu laughed as he walked toward the dining room, his tone teasing. This remark made Dean Zhu's face darken. Weird logic. This kid truly has a way with words. Wait until we sit at the dinner table. Let me educate you with the art of language. Moments later, Lin Mu calmly stood up and walked toward the living room. Dean Zhu's expression was grim, the veins on his forehead bulging. The two women responsible for protecting Lin Yan lowered their heads, their shoulders trembling slightly. This was the first time they had seen Dean Zhu at a loss for words. Moreover, it was a young man who had casually made him so furious that he was on the verge of laughing and injured. Lin Yan's mouth couldn't hold back a smile, desperately recalling unhappy things in her mind, but all she found was blankness. She lowered her voice to defend Lin Mu. Grandpa Zhu, my brother usually speaks like this. He always looks like everyone owes him money. You won't take it to heart, will you? Dean Zhu took a deep breath, his expression gradually calming, and he forced a smile. How could I? Grandpa Zhu likes people who have their own opinions, speaking only in rebuttals and not pandering. It reminds me of a young man who was just as annoying as your brother. Huh? Lin Yan's eyes lit up with curiosity. Is there someone like that at the research base? I've never heard you mention it. Well, that's all in the past. Dean Zhu sighed, his eyes dimming, as if reminiscing about something. That young man was exceptional in every way, but once he opened his mouth, he could give us old men a headache for half a day. Lin Yan's curiosity deepened, but seeing Dean Zhu's dejected expression, she swallowed her question. I'll find another time to ask. I shouldn't poke at Grandpa Zhu's feelings now. Lin Mu sat down on the sofa diagonally opposite Sun Yinha. Have you finished eating? Sun Yinha smiled, patting the space beside her, her eyes sparkling. Why not sit next to me? Why did you travel all this way to Shengjing? Lin Mu's voice remained calm. Sun Yinha smiled slightly, her tone playful. I told you, Yin Yin warmly invited me, and I missed you. Lin Mu. Since you're here, let's go out for a walk tonight. Lin Mu suddenly spoke. Sun Yinha blinked in surprise, then her eyes curved into a smile. Did I hear you right? A stroll under the moonlight. That's quite romantic. Lin Mu replied blandly. You know what I plan to do. You've seen the situation here with Yin Yin. What a man with no sense of romance you are. Sun Yinha teased with a sideways glance. Would it kill you to flatter me a little? Just then Lin Yin bounced into the living room, glancing at the two of them before tilting her head to ask, Hey oi, brother, why are you sitting so far from sister-in-law? Isn't it obvious? The young couple must have quarreled. Dean Zhu's voice followed. He playfully teased Lin Mu. Young man, when communicating with your girlfriend, you must have a method. Think about your own issues. Don't just be quick with your tongue. Lin Mu looked up at him, his tone flat, yet piercing. Old man, you talk too much. No wonder you're all. You little rascal. Dean Zhu's face turned dark instantly. Lin Yan hurriedly grabbed his arm, pulling him toward the sofa, soothing him softly. Grandpa Zhu, please sit down. My brother really is like this. He'd just get used to it in the future. After sitting down, Dean Zhu immediately snorted, acting like a petulant old child. Even in the same living room, the two of you can't sit on the same sofa. Haven't you reflected on what your problem is? After the kiss, Sun Yinha slid next to Lin Mu like a little bird, wrapping her arm around his, and smiling. Old man, our relationship is quite good, and I like it very much. The air instantly froze. Lin Mu's mind went blank as his fingers touched the lip print on his lips, with only one thought in his heart: this woman. Dean Zhu's lips involuntarily twitched. Is love really this abstract for the young people nowadays? A girl taking the initiative to this extent? Wow! Lin Yan couldn't help but exclaim, covering her mouth with both hands, her eyes shining like stars. The only regret was not having time to take out her phone to film this. Just thinking about the shocked expressions of her parents in the family group chat was amusing. Ahem. Dean Zhu cleared his throat twice, raising an eyebrow and asking, Little girl, I'm quite curious, how did you two meet? And how did you end up together? That's our secret, I can't tell you that. After Sun Yinha finished speaking, she turned to Lin Mu, her voice soft. Aren't we supposed to take a stroll under the moonlight? Let's go. She gracefully stood up, and Lin Mu followed suit. He truly didn't want to continue being socially awkward in the villa. Just as he was about to say something to Lin Yan, she interrupted him with a smile. Brother, you and sister-in-law are so loving and happy. Lin Mu sighed, completely giving up on explaining, and walked out of the villa side by side with Sun Yinha. On the sofa, Lin Yan swung her legs, looking excited as she tilted her head and asked, Grandpa Zhu, isn't my brother and sister-in-law's relationship super sweet? Dean Zhu, however, frowned and did not respond. His mind was filled with Lin Mu's solitary words. How does this kid know? Did Yin Yan mention it? No, even Yin Yin is unaware of this. Could it be a guess? This kid is a bit eerie, too much like that person. What a pity. He is not him. Grandpa Zhu, what are you daydreaming about? Lin Yin shook his arm, her beautiful eyes full of confusion. Dean Zhu suddenly came to his senses, waved his hand with a smile, and said, "It's nothing, I just remembered some old things." Ding-ling-ling. The phone rang suddenly. Dean Zhu raised an eyebrow, immediately answered upon seeing the caller ID, his deep voice carrying its usual authority. What happened? The voice on the other end was urgent. Dean Zhu. We discovered the traces of 3 men in gray robes. We surrounded them with 5 people, but still let one escape. Dean Zhu's heart trembled. You 5 took action and still let someone escape. The one who escaped is a mutant. The other party's voice carried a hint of guilt. Leave 2 people to guard the perimeter, the rest chase after them. After Dean Zhu finished speaking, he instantly hung up the phone. Grandpa Zhu, what happened? Lin Yin stared at his grim face and quietly asked. It's a small matter, don't worry. Dean Zhu forced a smile, then changed the subject. By the way, Yin Yin, I spoke with your principal before coming here. The next 2.5 months of classes will be compressed into half a month. Once we return to the base, you will be the youngest research director in China. Yin Yin will definitely work even. Lin Yan's eyes lit up and she asked eagerly, what about that phone call just now? The base caught a thief. Grandpa Zhu needs to go handle it. Dean Zhu's smile faded a bit and his tone became serious. Also recently the outside world has been quite unstable. Try not to leave the Holy Capital Academy for the next half month. Then my brother. Before Lin Yin could finish her sentence, Dean Zhu had already grabbed his coat and rushed out the door, leaving her sitting alone on the sofa muttering softly. Grandpa Zhu is really strange today. Outside the villa on the shaded path, 3 men in black were already waiting with 2 unconscious gray-robed men lying at their feet. Dean Zhu said in a deep voice, the one who escaped, are you sure he is a mutant? One person bowed and respectfully replied, sure. If it weren't for that gray-robed man suddenly transforming, we would never have let him escape. You take these 2 back to the base and the remaining 2 stay at the villa perimeter. After Dean Zhu finished speaking, his aged body suddenly leaped onto a nearby tree trunk, and in the next second, he was stepping on the branches heading towards the walls of the Holy Capital Academy. The wind swept past his ears as Dean Zhu's gaze grew colder. The gray-robed men and the mutants are working together. Could it be? A few kilometers away from the Holy Capital Academy, deep in a dim alley. You can't even handle such a small matter. Half a month has passed, and you can't even catch a little girl. The gray-robed man's voice was hoarse. Another person was gasping for breath, his chest rising and falling violently. There are 3 6th-tier awakened, and several 5th-tier ones. How do you expect us to break through? What status does that woman hold at the research base? Mind your attitude. The former sneered, his tone full of disdain. And rank disaster can serve the kingdom. It's a privilege bestowed upon you by the Qing King, and it's also your honor. Privilege. Honor. The latter suddenly scoffed. 80% of my people died after joining the kingdom. Heh. In your eyes we are just cannon fodder for death. Shameless. As soon as the words fell, light footsteps could be heard at the mouth of the alley. 2 figures stood side by side under the dim street lamp, their faces obscured by the light. This world is truly topsy-turvy, Lin Mu said flatly. Sun Yinha curled her lips into a cold smile. There are many more topsy-turvy things. You've always stood too high, accustomed to the light. The darkness at the bottom is 100,000 times more disgusting than you think. Lin Mu's gaze swept over the gray-robed men in the alley, and he sneered. The kingdom truly does not discriminate. Even mutants are taken under their wing. The pupils of the 2 people in the alley suddenly constricted. You didn't even clean up your tail, eh? Before the words fell, one of them drew a long knife, the blade gleaming coldly in the night. The other person's body instantaneously transformed, growing several times larger and turning into a grotesque humanoid monster. So what if we have a tail? Just 2 young people, how much power could they possibly have? As Sun Yinha raised her jade hand, Lin Mu suddenly grabbed her wrist, his voice deep. They'll handle this. I'll leave one alive for questioning. You're hurting me, how annoying. Sun Yinha chuckled, shaking her wrist, then changed the subject. I already have clues about the kingdom, information you want to know. Lin Mu paused, then just kill them. Arrogant. Flirting even when facing death. The 2 lunged at them simultaneously. Sun Yanhe's eyes suddenly turned cold, her jade hand lightly raised, and a blood-red lotus blossomed beneath her feet. The gray-robed man charging in front hadn't reacted, yet when blood sprayed out like a fountain, the transformed humanoid monster collapsed with a roar, disbelief still lingering in its pupils. Moments later, Sun Yinha licked the bloodstain on the corner of her mouth, lightly stepping back to Lin Mu's side, her tone innocent. I only absorb the nourishment of the wicked. I have principles. Lin Mu glanced at the corpses on the ground, said nothing, and turned to leave. What? Do you find me unworthy? Sun Yinha quickly followed. It has nothing to do with me, Lin Mu replied lightly. Of course it does. If you find me unworthy, I will be unhappy. Sun Yinha suddenly stopped pretending to pout in grievance. Lin Mu paused slightly and said lightly, Your unhappiness is my happiness. Lin Mu, do you want to die? Sun Yanni's voice instantly turned cold. Before your strength is fully restored, you lack the ability to do so, Lin Mu calmly added. Now tell me, what news do you have about the kingdom? Sun Yinha rolled her eyes, her tone carrying a hint of arrogance. You haven't forgotten the favor I did for you, have you? That favor is a guaranteed profit for you. What do you want me to do? Let's go to an exciting place where it is likely to be the power behind the scenes, that is, the headquarters of the kingdom. Sun Yinha tightened her grip on his arm, not waiting for Lin Mu to push her away as she leaned closer, her warm breath brushing against his ear. We've already shared a close bond, so why pretend to be serious? However, there's only a 60% chance that place is safe, and I haven't fully confirmed it yet. Are you brave enough to accompany me? The unknown of life and death awaits. Lin Mu's heart trembled. How do you know this? Do you underestimate my power? Sun Yanni's voice remained calm. Do you think all my people perished in the final battle? Lead the way, let go of my hand, Lin Mu said calmly. Sun Yinha smiled slyly, tightening her grip even more. Not a chance. Shortly after, an elderly man with a vigorous spirit appeared at the alley's entrance. He stood with his back straight, showing no signs of aging. Two men in black quickly approached from behind, crouching down to examine the bodies on the ground. One of them stood up and respectfully lowered his head. Director Zhu, this is a massacre among the deviants. Director Zhu frowned tightly. This holy capital is becoming more chaotic. Are we also going to be caught up in the upcoming struggles at our research base? He sighed deeply, his tone tinged with a hint of hope. I hope my speculation is wrong. After saying this, he turned to leave, not looking back as he instructed, dispose of the bodies. They are no longer of value. At 1:00 p.m., outside the southern district of the holy capital, a deserted ancient city covering an area of 3,000 square meters stood quietly in the night, its walls covered in withered vines. 2 kilometers from the main gate of the ancient city was a bustling street filled with food vendors, the sounds of sales pitches and laughter rising and falling. However, at the entrance of the ancient city stood a crowd of middle-aged people in their 40s and 50s. They were blocked by guards in black uniforms outside the iron fence, their faces filled with anxiety and anger, as this was the last place where their children had gone missing. Why can't we go in? It's just a deserted ancient city. What if the kids are lost inside? A man finally couldn't contain his anger and roared at the guards. Exactly. Our children have gone missing here, why can't we search? Where's the justice in that? A middle-aged woman followed up with a shout, her voice tinged with tears. My grandson. You evil people, give me back my grandson's life. An elderly man sat on the ground, pounding his chest and crying out loud. The heart-wrenching cries echoed at the entrance, but the guards remained indifferent. They stood like stone statues, their hollow gazes sweeping over the crowd, as if these cries were merely birds singing. Only they knew these people would soon lose their lives too. At that moment, a red SUV quietly stopped 100 meters from the main gate of the ancient city. The headlights were turned off completely, and the tires made almost no sound as they rolled over the gravel road. The car doors opened, and 2 figures dressed in black casual wear emerged, each carrying a black robe. Lin Mu cast a puzzled look at Sun Yinha. In such a noisy place, could this be the headquarters of the kingdom? Sun Yinha replied nonchalantly, her fingers idly twirling her hair. Indeed, it is quite noisy. If I said that these ordinary people will soon die, would you believe me, eh? Lin Mu raised an eyebrow slightly. Don't keep me in suspense. Sun Yinha put away her playful expression, her tone suddenly serious. I have been sending people to observe here for a long time. In recent days, the same scene has been playing out every day. The people you see now are all here looking for their missing children, while the guards at the ancient city gate are all Awakeners of the 3rd tier and above. Have you ever thought about it? In a vast and abandoned ancient city, why would the center send Awakeners to guard it? If they are missing, then why will they die? Lin Mu pressed on. Sun Yinha chuckled lightly, her eyes cold. What kind of person keeps secrets forever? Lin Mu's expression suddenly darkened, a chill surging in his eyes. Let's go. As the words fell, both of them simultaneously donned their black robes, merging into the night as they walked toward the ancient city's main gate. Meanwhile, the crowd at the city gate continued to curse loudly, spitting and shouting mixed with their cries onto the guards' faces. When Lin Mu and Sun Yinha were only 100 meters from the main gate, the ancient city gate suddenly emitted a deep rumbling sound. The heavy doors slowly pushed open from the inside. A group of gray-robed figures hunched over appeared in the shadows of the doorway. The leader among them spoke in a hoarse voice. It's time to change shifts. A guard awakened smiled at him, saying, with this number today, it should be enough for you to have a hearty meal. The leader of the gray robes revealed a bloodthirsty arc beneath his hood. Indeed, it is twice as many as in previous days. The ancient city is open. Let us in. A middle-aged man's roar resounded like thunder. Why should a crumbling city that has been abandoned for 20 years block our way? Don't you have children? The middle-aged woman's voice quivered with tears, her emotions completely out of control. Evil people, return my grandson's life. An old man with white hair shouted as he pounded his chest. Your weapons are meant to protect the people, not to be used against them. With the city gates wide open, the wave of curses nearly overturned the night sky. But the awakened guards and the gray-robed figures simultaneously curled their lips, revealing identical, disdainful smiles. Fall back, the guard captain commanded, and the Awakeners began to form ranks, turning to head into the ancient city. Seeing that they continued to ignore them, the pent-up anger of the people erupted in an instant, surging like a tide towards the city gate. They just wanted to find their children. Oh, why was it so difficult? But the next second, the curses abruptly ceased. The air froze as if it had been solidified, and the anger in everyone's eyes was instantly consumed by endless fear. Because the faces of the gray-robed figures began to twist and swell, their skin tearing to reveal purplish scales, their arms cracking as they turned into monstrous claws, their nails glinting with a chilling light. They are Calamity. Run! A scream pierced the silence among the crowd, and everyone snapped back to reality, turning to flee in a panic. Some were knocked to the ground, scrambling away in the opposite direction, their nails digging into the dirt and leaving deep, bloody trails. Escape! The voice of the gray-robed leader was sinister. Speed! Not a single fish that slipped through the net can be allowed to escape. As the words fell, a group of monstrous figures lunged toward the crowd simultaneously, their eyes filled with greed for flesh. Drool dripped from their sharp claws, corroding the ground into small pits. At that moment, a transparent blade of light sliced through the darkness like lightning. Swish! Without any warning, the bodies of all the gray-robed men were instantly split in half, their upper bodies crashing to the ground with expressions of terror, blood erupting like a fountain. Lin Mu watched the panicking civilians flee, a surge of killing intent swirling in his eyes. Look! Just as an awakened guard began to speak, his form suddenly exploded in the night, turning into a mist of blood that splattered onto the other guards, warm droplets of blood sliding down their cheeks. What? How could there be an enemy attack here? Who dares to act so lawlessly? Quickly report. The guard captain's shout came to an abrupt halt. Bang! 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 A blood-colored lotus flower simultaneously appeared beneath the feet of all the awakened ones. In the next second, the blood lotus violently exploded, transforming the bodies of the awakened into showers of blood, blooming into bizarre red fireworks under the night sky, leaving not even a shard of bone behind. Above the flowing rain of blood on the ground, two figures in black robes stood side by side, the hem of their robes lifted by the night wind. Looking around, the abandoned ancient city resembled a dormant giant beast. The dim lights of the distant buildings flickered like beastly eyes, casting eerie glows in the night. Su Nianha surveyed the ominous scene before her, glancing at Lin Mu with a deliberate soft smile. This place is truly creepy. Who knows what lies deeper within? She paused for a moment and added, if you're afraid, you can still leave now. It's just a casual remark, no need to take it seriously. I can basically confirm that there is a 90% chance this is the lair of the central forces behind the scenes. Afraid? Lin Mu suddenly raised the corners of his mouth. Haven't you heard a saying? Moi. Su Nianhe's beautiful eyes showed a moment of surprise. What is it? In this era, it's called the White Death God. Uffed. Su Nianhe couldn't help but laugh, her eyes sparkling. Lin Mu, you really are boasting, but I like it. Her tone suddenly turned cold as she continued, the final battle triggered by this mastermind has caused nearly 10,000 deaths among my subordinates, and your Jina Pavilion has suffered losses of 80%. Jina Pavilion was originally an independent entity, yet because of this war it has been ridden over by the central forces. 1 pavilion master, 18 chiefs, 300 elites. Once glorious Jina Pavilion now is like a candle in the wind, and that is no exaggeration. But you are still alive. That is truly their sorrow. Stop with the sentimentality and don't hold me back. After saying this, Lin Mu blended into the night and walked towards the city. Su Nianhe was momentarily stunned, but she quickly followed, retorting with a smile. You have it wrong, it's you who shouldn't hold me back. Suddenly she paused for a moment, her delicate hand grasping Lin Mu's arm. The night is like day for me. There are too many guards ahead. Let's infiltrate from the outer buildings first and take a good look at what is hidden in this ancient city before exposing ourselves. Follow me. With that, her figure headed towards the southeast of the ancient city. The night is like day for her. Since when do mutants have this ability? Lin Mu murmured in a deep voice, his figure flashing as he chased after her. The two clad in black robes moved silently through the darkness. The guards along the way had not even had the chance to raise the alarm before they met their demise. Either a transparent blade of light slit their throats, spraying blood onto the black robes, or a blood-colored lotus exploded beneath their feet, and before they could even let out a scream, they turned into a mist of blood. The already foul-smelling ancient city was now enveloped in an even stronger stench of blood saturating every inch of air. 100 meters away from the brightly lit building at the southeast corner, the two figures quietly hid behind. Soon Yinha leaned close to Lin Mu, her warm breath brushing against his neck as she whispered, "There are 2 class mutants and 2 6th-tier awakened ones inside. Oh, and that's just one of the buildings. I can say with absolute certainty." Lin Mu looked at Sun Yinha, who was pressed against his chest, and said helplessly, "Yeah, I can hear them and sense their aura. No need to get so close to say it. Tonight might require a great deal of slaughter. Will you hesitate?" Sun Yinha not only did not retreat, but instead pressed even closer, her fingertips tracing the collar of his black robe. Lin Mu smiled slightly. "Guess why they call me the god of death? Decisive in killing, which I love." Sun Yinha stood on her toes, her jade hand poised to touch his face, looking teasing. Lin Mu's expression darkened as he gently pushed her away, his tone carrying a hint of helplessness. "In a place like this, can't you be a bit more serious?" Sun Yinha pouted. "You really don't understand romance." Just as her words fell, Lin Mu's figure had already vanished behind the wall. He moved through the night, the hem of his black robe slicing through the air, stirring up a cold wind. Sun Yinha snorted lightly, and the graceful figure beneath the black robe immediately gave chase. Outside the building at the southeast corner, 4 figures stood guard on either side of the entrance. 2 of them were awakened ones in black clothing, while the other 2 were class mutants in gray robes. Sigh, another day survived. When will this life come to an end? One of the black-clad men leaned against the wall, toying with the dagger at his waist, his voice laced with fatigue. "Everything will get better." The black-clad man beside him patted his shoulder, smiling as he said, "Once Jinna Pavilion and those lurking fellows are wiped out, we'll be able to seize power, and our status will naturally improve." "Brother, I used to think the same way." The former sighed, his voice suddenly lowering, filled with a hint of fear. "But 2 recent events have made me feel something is off. First, 11 7th-tier awakened ones died in U City. Half a month ago, someone single-handedly killed one of the 4 elders and left casually. That was simply a monster. If we were to face him, would we even last a single move? Such a person has the high-ranking officials of the kingdom to deal with. It's not our turn." The latter chuckled lightly, his tone carrying an element of luck. "If we really encountered him, wouldn't our special class strength be obliterated in an instant? At least you were self-aware." A cold voice suddenly echoed from behind the 2. The black-clad men felt their hearts tighten, their pupils abruptly constricting. They hadn't even heard any footsteps. Just as they were about to turn around and draw their knives, a transparent blade of light had already sliced across their necks, blood spraying against the wall. As the 2 fell, their peripheral vision caught a glimpse of a silver knife handle flashing in the darkness, and then they completely lost their lives. At the same time, the 2 class mutants stationed on the other side heard the commotion. Just as they were about to rush towards the source of the sound, blood-colored lotuses suddenly erupted beneath their feet. The blood mist instantly engulfed their forms, leaving them no chance to scream. The dozens of gray-robed guards surrounding the building fell silently, without even a hint of commotion. The already ominous building was now piled high with corpses, the stench of blood so thick it was not. Inside the building's laboratory, a gray-robed figure stared intently at the test tubes arrayed upon the workbench. Suddenly his brows knitted tightly together as he raised a hand to rub his temples. Why has it grown so silent all of a sudden? Have the sentinels outside fallen asleep? He gripped the long sword at his waist, and his 7th-tier initial realm aura erupted instantly, shaking the very air around him. The moment he stepped across the laboratory threshold, he drew in a sharp, icy breath. Blood flooded the experimental corridor, rivers of crimson pooling across the floor where dozens of gray-robed corpses lay strewn haphazardly. The gore seeped to his feet, soaking his shoes. "Who dares intrude? Show yourself." The gray-robed man roared, his left hand darting instantly toward the crimson alarm device concealed within his robes. At the precise instant his fingertip brushed the activation button, a streak of scarlet wing flashed before his eyes, blazing fast like a bolt of red lightning. A chilling numbness pierced his chest, and then his body crumpled lifelessly to the ground, eyes wide with incredulous terror. Lin Mu snatched the alarm device from his slack grip, voice calm and measured. "Even a single structure within this ancient city is guarded by a 7th-tier awakened cultivator. Truly astonishing." Sun Yinha strode to the corpses, sighed, her gaze laced with disdain, as she let out a cold, mirthless laugh. "Indeed. Yet alas, they met us. In this world, no place can hold us when we stand united. Would you not agree? Do not grow too arrogant, Lin Mu replied, turning toward the laboratory interior, his tone still serene. This world far surpasses even our imagination. Let us go inside. Within the laboratory lay 7 or 8 bodies clad in white lab coats. Lin Mu and Su Nianhe paused simultaneously at the doorway. Their pupils contracted sharply. The space before them brimmed with rows upon rows of transparent glass vessels. Each vessel held a curled, diminutive corpse, their tiny arms still pierced by Forline's dark red fluid lingering within the tubing. The kingdom, a truly deranged organization. Lin Mu's gaze swept over the label affixed to one vessel, subject No. 001. And this is merely one building in the ancient city. Su Nianhe added, voice cool and unyielding. Imagine what lies elsewhere. This world is gravely ill. When a blade wielded in the name of justice strikes down the innocent, the world has already rotted beyond redemption. Lin Mu raised his hand, preparing to unleash crimson flame, only for Su Nianhe to clamp her fingers firmly around his wrist. Keep it quiet. The longer we remain undetected, the more secrets we uncover. Lin Mu gave a low hum of assent and stepped forward deliberately. With each step, frost bloomed beneath his feet, spreading swiftly across the floor until every piece of laboratory equipment lay encased in glacial ice. Test tubes, computers, petri dishes, all froze into crystalline sculptures, then shattered with a sharp crack, dissolving into shimmering motes of frozen dust. Simultaneously, crimson fire ignited in his palm, reducing paper records to ash. No ember, no trace remained. I am deeply curious. How does one awaken 2 distinct powers simultaneously? Might you enlighten me? Su Nianhe tilted her head slightly, a faint, enigmatic smile playing at her lips. And why does night here burn as bright as day? You ask an idle question, then deflect when it proves difficult to answer, Lin Mu countered coolly. Su Nianhe let out a soft scoff, yet her stride never faltered as she continued northward along the ancient city's southeastern perimeter. Guards along their path fell silently, one after another. The stench of blood thickened throughout the ancient city, yet no one reacted, as if such carnage belonged inevitable and unremarkable. Inside another structure lit by dim, flickering light, they walked across floors slick with blood, and before them loomed a horrifying cavernous blood bank, each silver container marked with alphanumeric designations. These do they intend to? Lin Mu's voice trembled with disbelief and fury, cut short by Su Nianhe. Yes. Precisely as you suspect. I've heard whispers of such atrocities long ago. Tell me, where do the vanished vanish to? Lin Mu's face, shadowed beneath his hood, grew darker still. When did you learn of this? 5 years ago. Su Nianhe's lips curled into a bitter smile as a golden wing unfurled abruptly from her right shoulder. And rumor claims the central authority engaged in such acts even earlier, but that remains mere hearsay. Before her words faded, dozens of golden blades sliced through the air, striking the silver containers with thunderous force. Boom. They exploded violently, unleashing torrents of blood that cascaded like crimson waterfalls converging into rivers across the floor. They strode onward across the blood river, their silhouettes receding into the gloom of the corridor, leaving behind only shattered vessels and ceaseless flowing scarlet. At last, deep in the northeastern quadrant of the ancient city, a newly renovated laboratory came in. Within its transparent glass vessels, experimental subjects lay motionless, every limb pierced by Forline's dark red fluid slowly infusing their veins. Their skin bore sickly violet hues, fingers twisted grotesquely. More human experimentation, identical to those conducted in Jinbei City. It seems after its destruction there they relocated operations to the safest possible location. Lin Mu clenched his fists, pale blue and fiery red light pulsing faintly from his palms. Su Nianhe glided closer, observing the subjects with narrowed, disapproving eyes. Humph, how utterly vile. Lin Mu's brow lifted suddenly. Footsteps outside. Beyond the building, a lone figure staggered forward, bottle in hand slurring, brother. Shift change. He stumbled, tripping over something unseen, his drunken haze evaporating instantly. Squinting downward, he saw his severed hand. He dropped to his knees, breath catching, then jerked his head up. Corpses littered the building's entrance. He fumbled for the alarm device in his robe, his finger barely touching the button, when a black-robed figure materialized before him. A flash of cold steel, and his head rolled away. The number of awakened and mutated beings we've erased could form an entire army, Su Nianhe murmured, appearing beside Lin Mu. How much strength have you regained? Lin Mu asked, voice flat. 8. Why? Were I restored to my peak power, I alone would raise this ancient city to ashes. The kingdom, the Azure King, mere insects beneath my heel. Her tone softened, almost tender. Of course, you hold great importance in my heart. Three forces approach us, from separate directions. Lin Mu's eyes hardened, his form blurring as he vanished into the night. Su Nianhe darted in the opposite direction. With each step, blood-red lotus blossoms bloomed beneath her feet, black-clad sentinels dissolving instantly into crimson mist. Wherever they passed, blood erupted, not in streams, but in violent, radiant blooms. Why we are? A piercing alarm shrieked, shattering the ancient city's silence. Nearby, a gray-robed man stood frozen, face drained of color, as he hurled a black spherical device skyward with trembling hands. Bang! A scarlet signal flare detonated high above, the night sky bleeding crimson. But in the next moment, the man in gray robes did not even have time to scream, as his form instantly transformed into a mist of blood. Lin Mu and Su Nianhe stood side by side, their black robes fluttering in the night wind. A cold smile crept across Su Nianhe's lips, her tone laced with playful mockery. Oh dear, it seems we've been discovered. Are we to flee or witness the kingdom's might? Lin Mu sensed the approaching footsteps around them, and replied calmly, don't hold me back. In the dim room at the center of the ancient city, candle flames flickered with an eerie glow, and a faint trace of poisonous mist lingered in the air. Interesting, truly fascinating. A deep and authoritative voice echoed in the room. There are indeed audacious mice who dare to infiltrate here. A gray-robed man hurried to the foot of the throne, bowing his head and speaking with a tremor in his voice. Your Highness, the experimental base to the east of the ancient city has been completely destroyed. A chilling aura instantly enveloped the entire room. The gray-robed man trembled violently, about to explain, but was interrupted by the icy voice, capture them alive. Understood. The figure of the right protector transformed into a shadow, vanishing into the darkness. On the throne, the poisonous mist swirling around the man in black surged like a living creature wrapping around the candlestick, extinguishing the flames in an instant. He let out a hoarse, cold laugh. It's been over 20 years, and no one has dared to venture here. Weak little mice, your ignorance shall cost you your lives, ha! On the other side, Lin Mu and Su Nianhe stood back to back in the middle of the street, their gaze sweeping over the densely packed gray-robed figures. All of them were awakened beings of the 4th rank and above, mixed with a large number of mutated beings. The atmosphere of slaughter surged like a tidal wave, suffocating. Su Nianhe lightly raised her jade hand, a faint blood-colored glow shimmering at her fingertips, her smile dazzling. It seems we have been underestimated. Those arriving are merely small fry. Suddenly, crimson flames surged from Lin Mu's body, sweeping the surroundings like a fire dragon. His eyes brimmed with murderous intent as he spoke in a low voice, be careful. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure transformed into a streak of fire, instantly rushing into the crowd of gray-robed men. Pillars of fire shot into the sky, illuminating the entire ancient city as if it were daylight. Be careful. Is that your way of showing concern for me? Su Nianhe was momentarily taken aback, then nodded to herself, her lips curling up in a smile. It must be. Dozens of gray-robed men had already reached her. Their weapons glinted with a chilling light. Just as the blades were about to touch her neck, the pupils of the gray-robed men shrank suddenly. Su Nianhe lightly waved her jade hand, and a blood-colored lotus suddenly blossomed beneath their feet. Bang! 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 Several bursts of blood mist erupted in the night, resembling shattered red roses. Looking at the distant flames, Su Nianhe's smile blossomed even brighter. She swiftly darted through the ancient city, where her black robe swept past, and blood mist fell like a torrential rain, instantly filling the entire street with a nauseating stench. Swish! A long sword suddenly sliced through the air, aimed directly at Su Nianhe's face. At the same time, the auras of 4 7th rank awakened beings erupted fiercely, like 4 mountains pressing down. Su Nianhe licked her lips, letting out a cold laugh. Finally, not just some small fry. She dodged the long sword, her graceful figure darting through the crowd like black lightning. In the next moment, she appeared behind a 7th rank gray-robed man. As she waved her jade hand, the blood-colored lotus suddenly bloomed behind him, its petals sharp as blades wrapping around his body in an instant. Oh! A wretched scream echoed across the night sky. The gray-robed man's body began to explode inch by inch. First his legs turned to blood mist, then his upper body, until there was nothing left of his bones. The other 3 7th rank awakened beings changed their expressions, drastically retreating a few steps. One of them shouted sternly, what are you waiting for? Kill! Hundreds of gray-robed men suppressed their fear and charged towards Su Nianhe. Meanwhile, the last few gray-robed men in the crowd secretly hid in the corners, pretending to be dead. What a joke. One strike to kill a 7th rank. What difference does that make to going to one's death? Whoever wants to go ahead. Oh, I am already dead for now. On the other side, several pillars of crimson flames swept through like mad dragons, burning the densely packed, gray-robed men to ashes before they could even get close. The shrill cries of agony echoed endlessly. Lin Mu walked slowly amidst the crimson flames. With each step he took, the ancient buildings collapsed with a thunderous roar, bricks and stones flying as the flames spread along the shattered walls, turning the entire block into a sea of fire. Suddenly 5 imposing gray-robed figures broke through the wall of fire, their long knives glinting, coldly charging straight at Lin Mu. Lin Mu's lips curled into a cold smile, his voice as frigid as ice. "I've been waiting for you, Yin Jin." Boom. The crimson flames erupted from within him, sweeping outward like a volcanic eruption, instantly engulfing half the street. "So it's you. The fire element awakened one, attacking the stronghold." The voice of the Right Protector came from beyond the wall of fire, filled with murderous intent. "How dare you intrude here? Truly commendable courage. Capture them alive." As his words fell, 5 7th-rank initial stage awakened beings simultaneously cleaved through the crimson flames, their forms darting toward Lin Mu like phantoms. The Right Protector leaped into the air, swinging his long knife to unleash a silver light that instantly sliced through the fiery net above, aiming directly at Lin Mu's head. His aura of the mid-7th rank exploded completely. At this moment, people in the old residential areas several kilometers away from the ancient city stepped out of their homes, gazing in shock at the ancient city's towering flames. Isn't this the ancient city that has been abandoned for decades? An elderly man rubbed his eyes, his voice hoarse. "What is the cause of that soaring fire? What happened inside? I said long ago that there were evil spirits wreaking havoc in this ancient city." A middle-aged man pounded his thigh, swearing. "Look at that firelight. Someone must be exterminating the evil spirits." The residents quickly took out their phones, filming in the direction of the ancient city. Once the videos were uploaded to the internet, they instantly caused a sensation. The clicks soared past 100,000 in under a minute, continuing to multiply. Gasps and discussions erupted, causing the entire residential area to boil over. Inside the ancient city, the ground beneath Su Nian's feet had turned into a river of blood, the dark red liquid flowing along the stone-paved road. She curled her lips in disdain. Is this the strength of the forces behind the stronghold? Heh, mush. Su Nianha suddenly turned her head as a thick, dark, purple poisonous mist rushed toward her at high speed. Where the mist passed, the stone-paved road was instantly corroded with pits. She chuckled lightly. "This time they are rather formidable." Boom. A surge of crimson flames suddenly came from the side, instantly dispersing the poisonous mist, causing the flames to roll over, turning the mist into white smoke that dissipated. Lin Mu's figure had already blocked in front of Su Nianha. "How is it? You are concerned about me again?" Su Nian's gentle voice came from behind Lin Mu. Lin Mu felt a bit helpless, the corners of his mouth twitching, but he did not turn around. Instead, the crimson flames around him flared up even more. At the same time, the auras of over 10 7th-rank awakened beings surged like a tide, completely encircling Lin Mu and Su Nianha. The Right Protector stumbled forward to a man in a black robe, panting, as he respectfully said, "Your Highness, we." The Green King swept past, his body dark purple poison gas swirling around him. He slowly stepped forward, his deep voice suddenly booming. "I am quite curious how such terrifying existences have suddenly emerged in this world. Who are you? Do you really think you can walk out of here alive?" As the last words fell, the Green King's voice grew increasingly cold, the dark purple poison gas surging violently, enveloping the entire area like a giant net. Immediately after, 3 7th-tier mid-level Awakeners emerged from the shadows, their eyes filled with bloodthirsty, killing intent, weapons glinting with a cold light in their hands. Noisy. Lin Mu and Su Nianha spoke in unison, both momentarily surprised as their gazes under the black robe met briefly before swiftly looking away. Su Nianha chuckled lightly, wrapping her arms around Lin Mu's waist, her voice sweet. "We truly are of one mind." The Green King's expression changed at this scene, veins bulging on his forehead, as the aura of a 7th-tier, high-level cultivator erupted, suddenly pressing down like a tsunami, making it hard to breathe. He roared, "Leave no survivors. Completely bury them." With a boom, the overwhelming poison gas surged toward the two, corroding the ground beneath into deep pits. 4 7th-tier mid-level cultivators and over 10 7th-tier low-level Awakeners charged in unison, their eyes cold, as if Lin Mu and Su Nianha were already corpses. Boom. The crimson flames erupted from Lin Mu's body, without reservation, shooting into the sky like a volcanic eruption. The moment the crimson flames collided with the poison gas, scorching shockwaves spread outwards, shaking the nearby buildings. Su Nianhe swiftly maneuvered through the crowd the hem of her black robe, leaving a trail of afterimages. Several blood-red lotus flowers exploded in midair, and she pondered to herself, this is indeed troublesome. With so many high-level Awakeners here, isn't it even more terrifying with the external forces of the kingdom? Heaven-shaking spear. The Green King shouted angrily, thrusting his spear directly at Lin Mu's face. Lin Mu retreated repeatedly until he picked up a long knife from the ground and fiercely battled with the Green King. The residual force from their clash spread like a shockwave, preventing the other gray-robed figures from approaching, who swiftly turned to attack Su Nianhe. The shrill screams of gray-robed figures echoed as Su Nianhe's graceful figure flickered under the black robe, her breathing gradually quickening. The blade lights and sword shadows of over 10 seventh-tier Awakeners intertwined in the night, closing in step by step. Some long knives shone with cold light, some spears aimed for vital spots, and some short swords slashed towards necks, each strike carrying deadly intent. In the center of the holy capital, dozens of black business cars roared like an ink-colored dragon as they sped out from the central building towards the South City. However, after passing 3 intersections, the imposing convoy suddenly braked sharply, the tires screeching against the ground, finally fanning out across the road, their headlights piercing through the night. In the back seat of the last business car, Elder Lei frowned deeply and said in a low voice, "What happened?" "Elder, the road ahead has been blocked." The driver looked at the dense roadblocks ahead, his voice tense. At that moment, someone rushed to the car window, which was lowered, and bowed, saying, "Elder Lei, it's the people from the town eating who have blocked the road." "Humph. What audacity from Ning Mo." Elder Lei waved his hand. "There's no time to waste with them. Turn around and find another route." "Yes." Just as the person responded, they suddenly turned pale as they glanced behind. Elder Lei, the back is also blocked. "What?" Elder Lei's heart sank. He never expected town eating would dare to openly intercept the Central's convoy. Rage surged in his eyes as he pushed open the car door and stepped out. The black-clothed figures from dozens of business cars surged out instantly, forming a dark mass awaiting his command. Elder Lei walked forward with a grim face, nearly 100 black-clothed individuals closely following him. At the intersection ahead, nearly 100 figures in town-eating uniforms stood ready, weapons shining coldly in their hands. Elder Lei approached Ning Mo, his voice icy. "Ning Mo, you have a lot of nerve. Now take your people back, and I can let this slide." Ning Mo chuckled coldly, his tone laced with sarcasm. "Elder Lei, when has town eating ever obeyed the Central? I demand a reasonable explanation." Elder Lei's face darkened completely. Ning Mo met his gaze, replying in a flat tone, "There has been a significant loss of property on this road, hence the blockade." "Ning Mo, do you even believe what you're saying?" Elder Lei's voice grew more somber. "Of course not," Ning Mo replied blandly. "Can I understand your actions as town eating declaring war on the Central?" Lightning flickered in Elder Lei's palm as the people from town eating simultaneously drew their weapons, the atmosphere taut like a stretched bowstring. Town eating's actions require no justification. Ning Mo swung his wujigan, the gray mist swirling around him. "If Elder Lei wishes to fight, Ning Mo will accompany you to the end." Smack! Feng Zai's long whip struck the ground, sparks flying as she looked directly at Elder Lei and coldly said, "Coward." Elder Lei's fury erupted completely, lightning swirling around him. "Feng Shi, you are outrageous." Feng Shi scoffed, "Outrageous? How ridiculous." "They'll say it again, coward. Do you dare to go to war?" "You don't dare, so these 2 words suit you perfectly. Die for me." Elder Lei roared, a bolt of lightning suddenly shooting towards Feng Shi. As Feng Shi sidestepped the attack, she exchanged glances with Ning Mo, both their eyes flashing with understanding. They had finally taken the bait. Boom! The gray mist around Ning Mo instantly expanded as he wielded the wujigan, smashing it towards Elder Lei's face, the wind of the strike emitting a sharp sound. "Damn it, I've been wanting to beat these bastards for a long time." Lu Ping charged forward, throwing a punch at a black-clothed man. "Feng Zai's trick is indeed reliable. We are forced to defend ourselves." Zhang Huai's sickle swung forward. For a moment, the sounds of battle weapon clashes and blasts of lightning echoed, blood splattering on the cold ground, rapidly consumed by the gray mist. Elder Lei quickly dodged Ning Mo's attacks, his gaze sweeping over the battlefield. The people from town eating fought like madmen, each strike lethal, pushing the Central's black-clothed individuals back relentlessly. He was internally shocked. They have gone mad. How dare they act like this? I am the Grand Elder of the Central. Town eating has been a group of lunatics since its inception. Boom! Before he could regain his senses, Feng Zai's long whip suddenly wrapped around his ankle. Surrounded by gray mist, his vision blurred. He saw Ning Mo's figure leap into the air, the wujigan glowing gray crashing down on him like Mount Tai. On the other side, the battle within the ancient city had escalated with gray-robed bodies strewn everywhere, the stench of blood saturating every corner of the ancient city. She has nowhere to escape. Surround and kill. The left protector shouted as over 10 seventh-tier gray-robed figures lunged simultaneously at Sun Yinha. She was forced into a corner, the black robe slashed open by the blades, revealing her fair skin at her calves. In that case, then you shall die. Sun Yinha's gaze turned as cold as frost just as she was about to unleash her wings. A fire dragon-like crimson flame surged towards her. P.S. Please, dear readers, give me a 5-star review. The rating just started today, and let it shoot up to 9 like a rocket. Love you all, and the upcoming plot will be even more thrilling with sweet moments gradually unfolding. The author thanks you sincerely. In the midst of the flames, Lin Mu suddenly appeared, tightly grasping her jade hand. Don't expose yourself, we must leave. As soon as the words left her mouth, Lin Mu's right fist ignited with crimson flames, striking out with a powerful blow. A more ferocious fire dragon roared as it lunged at the man in gray robes, the flames swirling around him amidst screams, forcing them back. The two figures swiftly navigated through the night, but suddenly a deep, thunderous voice rang out behind them. Do you think you can escape under my command? Daydreaming. With a boom, the crimson flames clashed violently with the poisonous mist in midair, exploding into a shower of sparks and dark smoke. Sun Yinha forged ahead while low-tier awakened and mutants disintegrated into blood mist upon contact, their screams echoing through the ancient city. As they approached within 100 meters of the southern city gate, Lin Mu suddenly said, "Wait in the car for me." Ill changed direction to shake them off. "Does this king need your protection?" Sun Yinha's voice was cold, yet her eyes could not hide their mirth. "Stop talking nonsense, trust me." As Lin Mu's words fell, her figure suddenly retreated, the long knife enveloped in crimson flames slashing toward the oncoming Qing Wang. Qing Wang's pupils constricted. This fire element awakened dares to turn back and confront the kingdom's army. He swung his long spear to meet the attack, the metallic clash echoing through the air. Sun Yinha hesitated for a moment, then quickly rushed toward the city gate, a slight smile on her lips. "You really are rather self-confident, Lin Mu. Don't deceive this king. If anything happens to you, this king will ensure the entire kingdom pays for it in blood." Inside, the ancient city buildings continued to collapse amid the fierce clashes. As Lin Mu exploded backward, he hurled the crimson long knife at Qing Wang, while he himself tightly gripped the silver-white hilt, chuckling lightly. "Nothing beats your own weapon." Qing Wang swung his battle spear, instantly shattering the long knife. He murmured coldly, "Fire element power. Who exactly are you?" His figure leaped over the buildings, relentlessly pursuing. Wherever Lin Mu passed, buildings were destroyed by crimson flames and invisible sword energy. Amid the ruins, he glanced at the dimly lit building to the west, smirking, "On my way out, I should do a few good deeds." Boom! The fire dragon pierced through the building, a chilling scream erupting from within the flames, painting half the sky red. "Stop him. Don't let him head northwest." Qing Wang's eyes blazed with fury. Over 20 years of secret experiments had been completely destroyed today. His aura surged to its peak. "No matter who you are, I will shatter you into 1,000 pieces." The high-tier awakened, attempting to intercept Lin Mu, felt a chill at their necks before blood gushed out. No one saw the form of that invisible blade. Within minutes, 3 seventh-tier gray-robed figures lay in a pool of blood. Lin Mu sneered, his figure flashing toward the northern part of the ancient city, tonight walking the dog. An hour later, in a hidden corner, several hundred meters from the southern city gate, a nameless red SUV stood quietly. Sun Yinha reclined the driver's seat, her legs casually resting on the center console. The tattered black robe she wore had already come off. Her tone carried a hint of playful reproach. "So slow, why aren't you back yet? It's making me anxious." Pausing for a moment, she then smiled softly to herself. "Lin Mu, you wouldn't be risking your life to protect me from exposure, would you? It's quite touching. But that situation shouldn't be possible. That cold-hearted man hums so boring." Just as she finished speaking, the passenger door opened with a click and Lin Mu entered, casting her a faint glance. "I didn't realize you also enjoy creating your own narratives." "What?" Sun Yinha blinked, then placed both legs on Lin Mu's lap. Lin Mu instantly pushed her legs back to their original position, explaining, "What you just said." Sun Yinha straightened her posture with a huff, her tone suddenly turning icy. "I never expected you to eavesdrop quietly, so you're that kind of person." Lin Mu's lips twitched, and he helplessly pointed to the car windows on both sides. "Your windows are not closed tightly, it would be hard for me not to hear." Sun Yinha was taken aback, then accused, "I don't care, you were eavesdropping." After quickly adjusting her seat, she smiled and asked, "Where are we going? Do we have to go back to Yin Yin at this hour? By the way, after I left, did you have fun in the ancient city?" Everywhere was lit with flames. The kingdom's leader must be furious right now. Let's head back to the Holy Capital Academy and my car is still there. Lin Mu gazed at the rising black smoke in the direction of the ancient city, casually saying, I took them for a spin, destroyed a few laboratories, and killed some 7th-tier awakened. This way, when we directly engage in battle in the future, the casualties will be less. Sun Yinha suddenly turned around, her eyes sparkling. You just let me out first because you were afraid I would get hurt. And it shouldn't affect you if I expose my identity, right? Can you be more open about caring for someone? Stop being so sharp-tongued and soft-hearted. Lin Mu's expression darkened, and he helplessly replied, Stop imagining things, just drive. Deep within the ancient city, Qing Wang's roar shook the air. His temples throbbed, his eyes red as blood. Over 27th-tier awakened. Deep within the ancient city, Qing Wang's roar shook the air. His temples throbbed, his eyes red as blood. Over 27th-tier awakened. Plus over 1,000 awakened and mutants within the city. Not only could we not stop a single person, but he even counter-killed nearly 30%. Who are those two? Before him, hundreds of gray-robed figures knelt on one knee, their souls trembling, breathing so low that they feared provoking Qing Wang. The left protector stepped forward, forcing himself to sound respectful. Qing Wang, I will immediately notify the Central Command to seal off the Holy Capital City. Seal off. Qing Wang suddenly turned, his tone filled with ridicule and anger. If sealing off were effective, we would have captured him half a month ago. Moreover, these two can freely traverse the heart of the kingdom. Even if we find their traces, who can stop them? He paused, a palpable killing intent forming in his eyes, his voice icy. Go summon the 4 kings under the Supreme Lord. Tell them that the remnants from over 20 years ago are not dead yet. I need them to act. The left protector trembled at the words, his voice quivering. Qing Wang. Those 4 are. Will they obey orders? It's been over 20 years. I refuse to believe they have no weaknesses. No matter what means you use, you must bring them here. Also, since this ancient city has been exposed, it should be completely leveled. As his words fell, Qing Wang waved his sleeve, turning away the black robe, sweeping across the ground, creating a gust of wind. Yes. Qing Wang. The left protector responded with a trembling voice, cold sweat pouring down his forehead. He, as the protector of the kingdom, knew better than anyone the terror of the 4 kings. Those 4 were killing machines under the Supreme Lord, each with hands stained with millions of blood, capable of slaughtering an entire city alone. Now to summon these 4 living hells, he truly didn't know where to start. Inside the Jinating building, a grand figure surged into the hall on the 1st floor. This time the killings were exhilarating, but still not enough. Zhang Huai laughed heartily, his tone filled with lingering excitement. Lu Ping patted his shoulder and nodded, saying, Don't overthink it. We've been stuck at the 6th tier for far too long. Let's focus first on strengthening ourselves. Let's strive to shoulder some of the burden for Chief Ning Mo and Chief Feng Shi during the coming war. Ahead, Feng Shi frowned deeply, her expression displeased as she spoke. We clearly had the chance to eliminate him. Why let him go? Halting mid-step, Ning Mo replied gravely. Killing Elder Lei now would inflict far greater casualties upon Zheni Court. The timing is still not right. Feng Shi entered the elevator with a sigh and pressed the floor button. Then your approach is no better than killing him outright. She turned slightly, watching the elevator doors glide shut, her voice edged with impatience. Severing both his arms has left him half disabled. Do you truly believe the Central Authority won't retaliate? What currently deters them is solely the Black Iron Prison incident. They'll assume the third-party force was secretly deployed by Zheni Court, but in truth it was not. No, it won't happen. Ning Mo stepped into the elevator beside her and added, a place as vile as that. What value could a maimed elder possibly hold? Moreover, those within the Central Authority, vying for advancement, may even thank us. Shinro has already released the surveillance footage online. This loss he must swallow whole. In Jiangqing, inside Duan, Shi Tavern, Gutsong scrolled idly through his phone, then froze, eyes widening before muttering under his breath, damn. The exclamation instantly drew Xiaoman's and Sansher's attention. Both leaned in curiously. Sansher stared at the blazing inferno on Gutsong's screen and chuckled. Brother Gu, this video's already surpassed 10 million views. Who on earth had so much time to torch an abandoned ancient city? That fire burns fiercely indeed. Yet how did one person ignite flames across the entire city at once? Xiaoman's beautiful eyes shimmered with bewilderment. Brother Gu, what do you make of it? Sansher turned. Gutsong lit a cigarette, drew a slow, deep breath, then exhaled a thin veil of smoke as he sank back into the leather armchair, his voice hoarse. What else is there to make of it? Just lie back and watch. All right, it's late. Time to rest. Both men rolled their eyes and headed upstairs toward their guest rooms. Gutsong, however, kept staring at the infernal footage on his phone, repeatedly tapping the replay button. Gazing at the ravenous flames consuming the ancient city, he murmured softly, Brother, You've done it again, quietly accomplishing something monumental all on your own. What lies hidden within this forsaken city? At midnight in sacred capital city, silence reigned absolute. Only scattered vehicles streaked through the night along the main thoroughfare. Along the auxiliary road outside Sacred Capital Academy's main gate, a crimson SUV came to a smooth halt beside a black Maybach. Linmu reached for the door handle, when Su Nianhe suddenly grasped his arm. It's this late. Do you really intend to wake Yin just to let you in? Before Linmu could reply, Su Nianhe smiled gently. I have a villa here in Sacred Capital. Just a simple overnight stay before returning. Otherwise, I'll worry about you. No need. I'm heading straight back to Jiangxing. As Linmu opened the car door and stepped out, Su Nianhe's urgent voice rang out behind him. Hey, don't dawdle. Get in my car. I won't devour you, you know. If you refuse, I'll visit Yin every single day. You have precisely 1 minute to decide. 60, 30, 1. Time's up. Linmu arched a brow, calm and unruffled. Lead the way. With that, he turned and strode toward the Maybach. Humph. Still effortlessly tamed by this sovereign, Su Nianhe lifted a captivating smile. Once Linmu started the engine, she pressed the accelerator. Her SUV roared onto the main road, the black Maybach following closely behind. Linmu gripped the steering wheel with one hand, his brow unconsciously furrowing as he murmured, something's off. I didn't mean to follow her like this. Why am I obeying her? Though he voiced the question, his foot remained steady on the accelerator, keeping pace with the crimson SUV ahead. 15 minutes later, within the city center stood an opulent standalone villa. 2 cars sliced through the night and glided smoothly into its driveway. After parking directly before the entrance, Linmu stepped out, his gaze sweeping over the brilliantly lit mansion, eyes clouded with quiet doubt. Su Nianhe glided lightly to his side, her voice soft as silk. What are you looking at? Are there others inside the villa? Linmu asked, composed and measured. Following his line of sight, Su Nianhe gave a light laugh. What are you imagining? I instructed the steward to turn on the lights beforehand. I haven't resided here in Sacred Capital for quite some time. Come on, don't overthink it. I've never cohabited with any other man, though of course you're the exception. Linmu said nothing and made no move to pull away as she guided him inside. With a soft click, the door swung open, revealing interiors of lavish refinement. Why stand there? Come in. Su Nianhe smiled casually, draping her black outer coat over the floor. Beneath it, a delicate black lace camisole emerged fully. Her elegant clavicles, graceful shoulders, and slender waist were accentuated perfectly, the curve of her hips drawn with exquisite precision. Linmu watched her retreating silhouette, his gaze instinctively flickering away, then stepped into the living room. Make yourself at home. Sit wherever you like, Su Nianhe said, her lithe figure settling onto the sofa and beginning to slip off her black casual trousers. Wait. Linmu hurried forward and seized her wrist. Why change clothes here, not in your room? Don't you know propriety between men and women? How troublesome. You've seen me before, haven't you? Ugh, fine, I'll change in the bedroom. Even in my own home you're this strict. She pouted, met his gaze, and relented. With that, she adjusted her trousers and strode toward the bedroom. Linmu sank onto the sofa with a sigh. How did I end up coming home with her? Moments later, soft footsteps approached, light and unhurried. Linmu lifted his eyes and froze utterly motionless. Su Nianhe wore a short winered lace nightgown. Her snow-white legs bare, her steps light and fluid as she glided toward him, the hem swaying gently, teasing glimpses beneath. I've changed, what do you think? Su Nianhe flashed a beguiling smile. Linmu turned his head aside and asked flatly, which bedroom is mine? You still haven't answered my question. She stepped deliberately into his direct line of sight, her pale, shapely legs swaying before him, the view beneath her skirt growing ever more distinct. Linmu seized her arm and gently pressed her down onto the sofa, his tone weary yet firm. Please stop making me repeat myself. Be serious. Su Nianhe blinked, then burst into a soft, throaty laugh. Linmu, tell me, just who exactly is being unserious here? The moment Linmu turned to look at her, his heart lurched violently. When he'd grabbed her arm, his fingers had inadvertently caught the strap of her nightgown. Now the right strap slid slowly down, bearing a broad expanse of flawless ivory skin. He quickly reached up to lift the strap back into place, turning his head away once more. I apologize. I didn't mean to. Su Nianhe's smile grew even wider as she said, All right, I won't tease you anymore. You can choose any bedroom you like. No one else has lived in this villa but me. As she spoke, she suddenly leaned closer from behind Linmu. He could clearly feel 2 soft curves pressing against his back. She wrapped her arms around his neck and whispered sweetly, Or, why don't we sleep together? Linmu instantly broke free from her embrace, his heart racing inexplicably, but he forced himself to remain calm and said, You should sleep early. With that, he turned and walked towards one of the bedrooms. Sun Yinha watched his retreating figure, recalling what Lin Yin had said, and couldn't help but laugh, resting her delicate hand on her fragrant cheek, still single. Lin Mu, what should I do if I like you more and more? In the bedroom, Lin Mu took off his jacket and leaned against the headboard, a faint blush appearing on his face. He shook his head vigorously to clear his mind, and picked up his phone, which lit up with 99 messages. Lin Mu was taken aback, then chuckled lightly. Looks like Yin Yin is worried after all. He replied in the chat box, I have some other matters tonight, I'm heading back to Jiang City first. His message was instantly replied to. Lin Yin, humph bro, you've changed. Now that you have a sister-in-law, you're starting to deceive your dear little sister. Lin Mu. Lin Yin, stop pretending. Sister-in-law has already messaged me. She's taken you home. Bro, you two have already taken this step of living together. Lin Mu, I suggest you delete her, you might get led astray. Lin Yin, I won't accept your suggestion. I'm so tired knowing you and sister-in-law are safe, puts my mind at ease. Good night. Lin Mu put down his phone, his expression darkening as he murmured, Sun Yinha, you really have a big mouth. Suddenly, with a click, the bedroom door was pushed open. Lin Mu's gaze sharpened. You just walk in without knocking. What's it to you? This is my home. Sun Yinha replied, tossing a set of unopened men's pajamas in front of Lin Mu. They're new and unopened, prepared for you in advance. I didn't expect you to use them so soon. Before Lin Mu could respond, she closed the door again. Lin Mu was stunned for a moment, then smiled faintly as he changed into the pajamas. After a while, just as he turned off the lights and lay down, Su Nian's clear voice rang out from outside. Lin Mu, come to the washroom for a moment. Lin Mu raised an eyebrow. What is she up to again? While thinking about it, he had already stepped out of the room. Outside the washroom, he could hear the sound of water from the shower, and Su Nian's gentle voice followed. Could you please hand me the towel from outside? At this distance, why don't you come out and get it yourself? Lin Mu retorted. Isn't it because you're here? Hurry up and pass it to me. As soon as she finished speaking, the sound of the shower ceased. Lin Mu paused, sighed helplessly, and picked up the towel, walking to the bathroom door. Here it is. After speaking, he turned his head away and closed his eyes. The moment the door opened, a layer of mist wafted out, and a delicate white hand reached out, gliding over Lin Mu's hand before taking the towel softly, saying, Thank you. Behind the door, Su Nian's lips curled up quietly. Lin Mu returned to the bedroom and lay down. Just as he was about to drift off to sleep, the click of the door echoed again. The door opened again. He frowned and looked up at her. What is it now? Su Nianha walked to the bedside with graceful steps, resting her hands on the edge of the bed softly, saying, Good night, Lin Mu. Lin Mu was a bit bewildered. You came in just to say that. Yes, I've said it, now it's your turn. Su Nianha moved in closer. Lin Mu met her gaze and calmly said, Let's sleep. Not that. I want to hear good night. Good night, can you go back to sleep now? Lin Mu reluctantly compromised. All right then. The moment he finished speaking in the dim room, Su Nian's red lips kissed Lin Mu directly. The instant their lips touched, Lin Mu's mind went blank. Su Nianha quickly left, unable to suppress the smile at the corners of her mouth. That kiss, however, made Lin Mu's heart race again, leaving him unable to calm down for a long time. After a long while, he got up and walked to the window, lighting a cigarette. Amid the swirling smoke, he murmured to himself, Why can't my heart find peace? At the top floor of the central tower, in a secure room, Elder Lei's roar was deafening. Ah, I want Ning Mo dead. I want to tear Jin Eating into pieces. As the door closed, two elderly men in black walked out with grim expressions, the air thick with a stifling silence. The guards outside immediately bowed their heads. Elder Shui, Elder Yu. The two men ignored them and walked straight away. Elder Shu's voice was hoarse, anger surging in his eyes. What support does Jin Eating have? Does Ning Mo really think he can withstand our wrath? What do you think? What other support could it be? That fire elemental awakener plus another person, with just the two of them, can move freely in the kingdom's headquarters. More than a dozen 7th-tier awakeners attacked, even the Green King personally participated, and what was the result? They couldn't capture the person, and all the laboratories in the ancient city were instead destroyed. Elder Yu paused for a moment, then added in a deep voice, This must be the reason for Jin Eating's arrogance. If we act rashly, the outcome might be even worse than Elder Lei's. It's too strange. Why did two such strong beings suddenly appear? Why had they never shown themselves before? There are too many questions. Elder Shui said solemnly. Elder Yu sighed. The central tower will soon no longer be our central tower. We cannot afford any more accidents. Are we just going to let this matter slide? Otherwise, should we go deliver more heads to Jin Eating? Elder Yes' voice carried a sense of powerless fatigue. Early morning 7:00. Lin Mu walked out of the bedroom in a daze. The sound of running water came from the washroom. He was somewhat surprised that Su Nianha had woken up so early. As he reached the door of the washroom, he was about to speak when Su Nianha interrupted him with a smile. You're awake. Don't rush to leave, I had someone bring the toiletries over. Sit on the sofa for a while, they'll be here soon. Ding dong. Just as she finished speaking, the villa doorbell suddenly rang. Su Nianhe smiled softly, her voice sweet. Right on time. Since you're awake, go answer the door. Lin Mu paused, swallowing the word leave that was on the tip of his tongue, and turned to walk towards the door. The moment the door opened, a woman in her 40s dressed in black had just uttered the word king when her pupils suddenly constricted, freezing in place. Lin Mu glanced at her and thought to himself, S-level. He then extended his right hand and calmly said, please hand it over to me. Oh. The woman panicked in an instant, confusedly handing over the item. Lin Mu received it and asked, do you want to come in? The woman repeatedly waved her hands, her voice hurried, no thanks. With a bang, the door was closed. However, the woman stood there, her face filled with astonishment as she muttered, God, could it be that what Xiao Ning said was true? She wasn't joking. A king and an ordinary person. This is too explosive. The faucet continued to run as Lin Mu stood beside Su Nianhe, brushing his teeth before the mirror. Su Nianhe had changed into a more alluring white lace slip dress. With just a glance from Lin Mu's peripheral vision, the view of her décolletage was unmistakable. Yet Lin Mu would never do such a thing. His gaze remained resolute and fixed straight ahead, yet the mirror, unblinking, revealed everything it was meant to reflect. Su Nianhe broke the silence, first her voice soft and warm. This feels rather nice, doesn't it, Lin Mu? She deliberately edged closer to him, making her allure even more pronounced. Lin Mu paused briefly, then replied coolly, I'm not sure what you mean, but these clothes of yours are far. Su Nianhe blinked in mild surprise, glanced down at her dress, then swept her eyes across her chest, and suddenly burst into laughter. Lin Mu, this is what I wear at home, not for others to see. Tilting her head slightly, she teased, so, are you worried someone else might see me dressed like this? Lin Mu raised an eyebrow. Don't read too much into it. It was merely an offhand remark. After Lin Mu left, Su Nianhe settled onto the sofa, loosely coiling her long hair, her pale legs draped casually over the coffee table. She glanced down at her dress again and murmured softly, is it really too revealing? Perhaps it is, but this is my home after all. Why does he fuss so much? In the end, she resolved, then I'll change everything. Not just this dress, but all my clothing everywhere I live, into something more modest. Baizhou Tower, 22nd floor. Qin Zhang lay weakly on the bed, his chest tightly wrapped in bandages. Lu Ping stood beside him, eyes seething with suppressed fury. Chief Qin Zhang, the Central Authority's conduct is utterly unacceptable. Qin Zhang waved a hand faintly, his voice tinged with resignation. Enough. At least they've sent me back. They only conducted routine internal inquiries. Routine? You spent an entire week unconscious at Central Authority after waking up. Lu Ping hadn't finished speaking before Qin Zhang lifted a hand to silence him. Qin Zhang turned toward Kong Nan and offered a wry smile. Kong Nan, I truly had no idea you were so skilled. This time I nearly stepped across the threshold of the underworld. Kong Nan lowered his head, a thin sheen of sweat glistening at his temples. If the act wasn't convincing enough, I'd never have passed Central Authority's scrutiny. My medical training allowed me to avoid fatal wounds. Child's play, really. Qin Zhang managed a faint, weary smile. I see. You truly outdid yourself. Kong Nan pressed gently. Chief, what exactly did Central Authority ask you these past days? Why did they delay your return for so long? A jumble of questions, some even brought in lie detection specialists. Clearly they trust me not at all. Qin Zhang spoke calmly. Lu Ping's eyes widened. They actually employed lie detectors. Then you. Qin Zhang nodded. The world is vast and full of marvels, and besides, I fear no interrogation. We truly know nothing. He paused, his gaze shifting between the two with quiet bewilderment. So, tell me, what is the truth about that fire element awakened one? One person faced 4 elders and killed one before vanishing without a trace. No one alive comes to mind who could accomplish such a feat. The only 2 who might have done so are already dead, and yet this awakened one commands a fire affinity of staggering intensity. Lu Ping and Kong Nan exchanged silent, knowing glances. Neither held even the faintest clue about this enigmatic figure. At 1:15 p.m., a black Maybach came to a smooth halt along the side street outside Duanxi Tavern. Inside the tavern, Gutsong sat with a cigarette dangling from his lips, smoke curling slowly from the weathered lines of his face. A man radiating quiet indifference, as if life and death held equal weight. As the door creaked open, he squinted, drew deeply on his cigarette, then crushed the butt, and smiled at the newcomer. Brother, you weren't supposed to be tracking down your sister. Lin Mu tossed his car keys onto the bar and slid onto a high stool. That's right. What of it? Gutsong immediately thrust his phone into Lin Mu's face and tapped play. The screen blazed with footage of the ancient city engulfed in flames. So, did you take your sister there for some pyrotechnic fun? Lin Mu blinked, then chuckled lightly. The speed of online dissemination never ceases to amaze me. He summarized last night's events, omitting Su Ninha entirely. Gutsong listened, eyes wide as Saucers lit another cigarette, and spoke through drifting smoke, voice hoarse. Brother, that was the Central Authority's shadow network. And you went in alone. He paused, then added, I know you're strong, but charging headlong like that kind of confidence borders on recklessness. Lin Mu waved a hand, smiling, I know my limits. By the way, Zhao Shanha contacted me on the way back. I briefed him too. He's arriving in Jiangxing tonight. We're meeting up. There are things best discussed face-to-face. 5:30 p.m. Just come straight to my place. Zhao Shanha. Gutsong nodded. Understood. If he made a point of saying it's urgent, it must be serious. Where are you headed next? Lin Mu pointed behind him with a wry, resigned smile. Class. Gutsong's lips twitched as he stifled a laugh. Sorry. I keep forgetting you're still in school. Lin Mu. The golden light of sunset bathed Jiangxing Academy's Central Plaza. 3 hours of extreme physical training had just concluded. Trainees lay gasping across the plaza, sweat-soaked uniforms clinging tightly to their skin. In a corner of the plaza, Wang Yueban waddled over, chest heaving violently. Staring at Lin Mu, who hadn't broken a single sweat, he gaped in utter disbelief. Brother Mu, are you even human? How can you endure training this intense and not shed a single drop of sweat? Lin Mu lifted his gaze and smiled faintly, offering a flippant reply. Actually, I sweated plenty. The fabric's just high quality. Dries fast. Wang Yueban froze, then realized Brother Mu's talent for brazen, effortless fabrication was truly peerless. He leaned in, voice dropping to a hushed whisper. Brother Mu, yesterday afternoon was Instructor Cheng Zhao's first physical conditioning class, and you dared skip it. I've never bowed to anyone in Jiangxing, but you've earned my genuine awe. Lin Mu spoke with quiet seriousness. Don't exaggerate. We filed a formal leave request. Whether the academy approves it is their call, but the procedure was followed and official notice was given. Wang Yueban's expression stiffened. To justify truancy with such unshakable composure left him momentarily speechless. Just then, as he turned, his body locked mid-motion, his expression tightening sharply. Brother Mu, isn't that Instructor Cheng Xiao? Why is he heading this way? Shit. You're doomed, bro. Did he come to reprimand you? His eyes gleamed with mischievous anticipation. Lin Mu followed his gaze, and his own brows lifted in quiet curiosity. Cheng Xiao was indeed walking directly toward him. As Cheng Xiao approached, Wang Yueban immediately stood tall and said, Cheng Xiao, instructor. Cheng Xiao nodded, then looked at Lin Mu, a glimmer of understanding flashing in his eyes. I see, so it's you. That makes sense now. He added with a smile, we met in Jinbei City. You are Gu Guess. Distant cousin. Your theoretical knowledge was mentioned by Instructor Chen last night. You are indeed exceptional. Wow. Wang Yueban exclaimed internally, so Mu Ge has top-notch connections. Lin Mu politely responded, yes, I remember you as well. He then self-deprecatingly laughed. Unfortunately, my strength is lacking, so I can only delve into theory. Cheng Xiao, however, narrowed his eyes slightly and calmly said, those theories cannot be summed up just through research. Without practice, I do not believe them. Before Lin Mu could explain, he continued, but since you are Gu Guess' cousin, that explains everything. Lin Mu paused, surprised that this person was quite nice and had directly helped him out. By the way, do you know the person staying at your house? Cheng Xiao suddenly asked. Yesterday you were the only one who took a sick leave from the academy, so Instructor Du and I visited your home in the afternoon. A home visit? Lin Mu looked at Cheng Xiao, seriously stating, that person was temporarily sent to my home by Gugu. They will leave after some time. Cheng Xiao replied with an and was about to leave. However, after a couple of steps, he turned back, his tone serious. Is it convenient for me to visit the patient tonight? Don't be nervous, it's just a simple visit. Why left in a hurry yesterday? Lin Mu hesitated and replied lightly, maybe another day, we have guests coming tonight. Cheng Xiao and Wang Yueban were both stunned. Wang Yueban's face was filled with disbelief. This is a top-ranking Jina envoy. What the heck? Mu Ge actually declined. If Instructor Cheng Xiao could come to my house, my dad would be so excited he might jump up. Cheng Xiao furrowed his brow slightly, a hint of surprise in his eyes. He didn't expect his identity would be rejected. He then chuckled lightly, patting Lin Mu's shoulder. It's just a simple visit, a few words. Don't feel too much pressure, I'm not that scary. Lin Mu paused and smiled helplessly. All right, class is about to end soon. How about? Cheng Xiao, instructor, you come with me now. Sure, let's go. Cheng Xiao's expression instantly relaxed. After the two turned to leave, only a bewildered Wang Yueban remained standing in place, muttering to himself. Wait, it's not even class time yet. Mu Ge, you are really bold. And you brought Instructor Cheng Xiao along to leave early. The elevator slowly ascended in Yunjing. Cheng Xiao looked at Lin Mu beside him, speaking with the tone of an elder giving advice. You are still young, the future is bright. Don't be too fixated on theory. Only strength truly belongs to you, understand? Lin Mu nodded. Yes, that makes sense. And with Gu guest connections I will guide you well in the academy. Just as Cheng Xiao finished speaking, the elevator opened smoothly with a ding. That's not necessary, you just treat me equally, Lin Mu said, raising his hand to gesture for him to go ahead. Cheng Xiao smiled and stepped out of the elevator, secretly thinking Gu guest's distant cousin is indeed a kid with lofty ambitions. It's a pity though having only theory is useless. With a click, Lin Mu pushed open the door and a deep teasing voice immediately came from the living room. Oh, the big shot is back from school. Instructor Cheng Xiao, please come in, no need to change your shoes, we don't have spare slippers at home. As Lin Mu's voice fell, the three figures in the living room froze simultaneously and the air instantly fell silent. Cheng Xiao nodded and stepped through the entrance, but as soon as he entered the living room his steps suddenly froze. Three people were seated on the sofa, and an invisible sense of oppression rushed towards him. He recognized two of them, but the imposing aura from the square-faced man surpassed that of the other two. Cheng Xiao's mind went blank, and for a moment he forgot what to do. However, Lin Mu calmly walked past him, sitting directly between Zhao Shanhe and Qinghe, looking up at him with a smile. Instructor Cheng Xiao, feel free to take a seat. Gutsong exhaled a puff of smoke, his voice hoarse. It's Cheng Xiao. Qinghe looked at him and said flatly, Cheng Xiao, is there something you need? Zhao Shanhe, on the other hand, emanated a commanding presence, speaking in a deep voice from Jina Court. King's Chief Gugu. Cheng Xiao quickly nodded, then turned to Zhao Shanhe politely. Hello? He paused, still trying to process everything. Chief Qinghe, I have nothing. He initially thought the guests Lin Mu mentioned were relatives or friends, but this setup completely exceeded his imagination. Whom should we stay for a meal? Qinghe calmly asked. No need. Sorry to interrupt, I suddenly remembered I have urgent business. Cheng Xiao almost blurted out, then looked at Lin Mu, his tone urgent, yet trying to remain calm. You entertain the guests well. He'll leave first. Lin Mu smiled lightly. Aren't you going to stay for a while longer? Cheng Xiao, instructor. No, really have urgent business. Cheng Xiao's words just finished, the door slammed shut with a bang as he hurried to the elevator, letting out a long breath. But his mind was still racing. I can understand the pressure from those three. But why did I feel that when Lin Mu was sitting among them, he seemed to be the one exerting the strongest sense of pressure here? As the elevator doors opened, Cheng Xiao shook his head vigorously, muttering to himself, Am I going crazy? He's just an ordinary student. In the living room, Zhao Shanhe laughed heartily. As expected of you. You challenged their base alone. It seems you've almost recovered. Lin Mu nodded, 90% recovered. He then turned to Qinghe, his voice softening. You seem to be recovering well too. In just over a week, I should be able to return to Jina Court. King's voice carried a hint of respect. Alright, let's get to the main topic. Zhao Shanhe suddenly stopped laughing, his tone instantly serious. The three pairs of eyes focused intently on him. Before I came, while the old man was still conscious, I told him about last night's events. He only replied, the kingdom organization behind the central screen is far from simple, and even that so-called Qing Wang is merely a figurehead. At the same time, the pupils of all three simultaneously constricted, a sense of alarm rising in their hearts. Lin Mu said solemnly, Continue, what happened next? Zhao Shanhe sighed helplessly. If I ask further, the old man will lose his clarity again. He paused, a murderous intent in his voice. But according to my speculation, the current kingdom organization is merely their new force. Those mysterious powerhouses who emerged 25 years ago are the ones who established the central power. We were all young back then. He glanced at Lin Mu and smiled. You were the youngest, you weren't even born then. After escaping from them, the old man spent most of his time in confusion, and on the rare occasions he regained clarity, his words were fragmented, mere shards of sentences, leaving me utterly unable to piece together the truth of that bygone era. That battle 25 years ago shattered the Zhenyi Tribunal's peak combat strength. Not a single soul who knew the truth survived. All subsequent reinforcements were fresh recruits. Fortunately, he turned toward Lin Mu. Thank the heavens, you're still alive. Gutsong lit a cigarette, took one drag, then frowned. The more I hear, the less sense it makes. I've never heard you mention any of this before. Qing, he stood utterly bewildered. These events were entirely unknown to him. You've spoken at length, so what really happened 25 years ago? Lin Mu pressed, voice grave. Zhao Shanhe swept his gaze across the three of them, and replied soberly, I don't know. Gutsong choked on his smoke. Qing, his lips twitched faintly, and Lin Mu's expression darkened instantly. Lin Mu pressed, voice grave. Zhao Shanhe swept his gaze across the three of them, and replied soberly, I don't know. Gutsong choked on his smoke. Qing, his lips twitched faintly, and Zhao Shanhe spoke with quiet gravity. Lin Mu sighed. Is there truly no way to restore the old man's full lucidity? Zhao Shanhe shook his head. Every method has been attempted. Perhaps the trauma of that time left shadows too deep to dispel. Let us set this aside for now. Zhao Shanhe shifted tone. Lately, factions once loyal to the Crimson King have grown active across the land. Two things surprise me. First, they've harmed no civilians. Second, the Crimson King is long dead. Who then commands these forces? Lin Mu paused, then declared firmly, "Aberrants remain human, capable of virtue or vice. Since they've spared civilians, we need not intervene, for now." Indeed, Zhao Shanha smiled, easing the tension. "Let's eat while we talk. I've finally earned the privilege of tasting Chef Gu's culinary art." Gutsong blinked bewildered. "Me? Zhao Shanha glanced quizzically at Lin Mu. "Moi." "Qing," he interjected smoothly. "Director, the vegetables are already sliced." Lin Mu smiled, turning to Gutsong. "Begin, Chef Gu. Cook freely. We'll eat whatever you prepare." "Bloody hell." Gutsong froze, scrambling for an excuse. "I just remembered. I have something urgent to attend to today." Before the words fully left his lips, Lin Mu had already settled a firm hand upon his shoulder, voice earnest. "Brother, you're the only one among us four who can cook." "Huh. Then finish cooking before you go," Zhao Shanha added, delivering the final blow. "I second that." Qing, he nodded solemnly. Gutsong's face darkened completely. Rising without a backward glance, he strode toward the kitchen and tossed over his shoulder. "Just wait and see if I spice your meal or poison it." That evening at 1030 p.m. in the heart of Shangyun District, Ming City, stood the five-story Wei Hu Mall, silent, still, and watchful. The mall had only just closed. Staff members, bags in hand, streamed out one by one, the glass doors sighing shut behind them. Moments later, the interior lights dimmed floor by floor. Only the topmost level remained bathed in a faint amber glow. Then, 3 rapid footsteps echoed down the 5th-floor corridor. The trio halted simultaneously before a single door. Knock, knock, knock. One tapped sharply upon the door with his fingertips. "We've told you. No need to knock when it's urgent." A deep, resonant voice answered from within, and the door swung open. They slipped inside without hesitation. "Brother Hu, the mall is surrounded." One man blurted urgently, slamming his laptop onto the desk and jabbing at the surveillance feed. "Look at their numbers. They must total hundreds." Cho Hu's expression hardened instantly. His eyes locked onto the monitor, gray-robed figures advancing in a widening arc around the mall. Are these Zhenyi tribunal agents, or Daybreak operatives? The question barely escaped his lips before he slammed his fist onto the desk. "No, something's wrong. How the hell were we exposed so suddenly? Who among you recruited new members in recent days?" Cho Hu's gaze swept over the 3 men, voice low and venomous. The man on the left bowed deeply. "Brother Hu, I gained 1 new recruit yesterday." "Bring him here now," Cho Hu commanded coldly, knuckles cracking audibly. "Yes, sir." The man fumbled for his phone and dialed 3 times. His face grew ashen. With profound shame, he met Cho Hu's gaze. "Brother Hu, he's vanished." Silence fell like stone. Cho Hu stared unblinking at the monitor. The gray-robed figures drew ever closer. One man broke the stillness. "Brother Hu, shall we choose an escape route?" "Escape? I am Cho Hu." Before the words fully settled, a deafening explosion rocked the building. Boom. The ground-floor glass entrance shattered, inward glass shards scattering like shrapnel as scores of gray-robed figures surged through. At their vanguard, a figure radiated the oppressive aura of a 7th-rank initiate. His voice boomed, chilling and absolute. "No prisoners. Leave none alive. Advance." Above, a gray-robed soldier shrieked, pointing upward. Instantly, nearly 100 figures leapt from the ceiling, bodies contorting midair, skin peeling, fangs erupting, transforming into monstrous aberrations in a heartbeat. "None alive. I'll return that vow to you." Cho Hu launched himself from the 5th floor. Twin gray wings unfurled behind him, each beat unleashing hundreds of razor-sharp gray energy blades. Yet 2 figures stepped forward and absorbed every strike. Cho Hu's pupils contracted. "Only 2 7th-rank initiates. I'll take them both alone. Follow me and carve our path in blood." Even as he spoke, the 3 men behind him mutated into colossal beasts, roars tearing through the mall like thunder. Remnants of the Crimson King's faction. "Cho Hu, today marks your end." Crash. A great sword clashed against gray wings, sparks flying like molten stars, the stench of blood flooding the air. Moments later, atop Wunyan Tower in Jinbei City, Yuning pushed open the door, breath slightly ragged. "Elder sister, Cho Hu has sent word." She exhaled softly, adding, "But only a handful escaped with Cho Hu, severely wounded. The rest. It was the new recruit taken in yesterday in Ming City who betrayed them." Sun Yinha's expression turned glacial. A terrifying aura of slaughter flared in her eyes. "Xiong is to meet them and escort them to Jinbei City. This world grows perilous, far more unstable than before. Also, issue orders for the next 2 months. All newly recruited personnel are to be detained and subjected to rigorous scrutiny. Effective immediately, We accept no new recruits. Understood. Yu Ning bowed deeply and closed the door with quiet reverence. Alone in the room, Su Nianhe rose slowly. Her crimson gown swayed gently with each step, silver stiletto heels clicked crisply against the marble floor. Click, click. She approached the flower stand by the window. The bouquet bloomed luxuriantly, dewdrops clinging to velvety petals. Another move orchestrated by the kingdom. Her voice dropped low. What ultimately do they seek? And what did the Black King mean by forced into desperation with his dying breath? With the kingdom's current strength, who among them could compel her to such extremity? Even a national guardian would lack the power to instill such dread. Her gaze grew complex. This absurd world. Truth masquerades as falsehood. Falsehood wears the mask of truth. Men climb ever higher only to find themselves imprisoned within a vaster cage. Her slender fingers brushed a petal. Her voice turned glacial. There is beyond doubt a far more terrifying hand manipulating this world. In an age where lives are worth less than grass, true freedom lies only in standing at the apex of power, becoming the architect of rules, not their subject. Her gaze returned to the flowers. The frost in her eyes melted away, softness returning, a faint, tender smile curving her lips. Her scarlet lips parted, voice laced with gentle reproach. You Lin Mu, always so stern-faced. Your heart races like a trapped bird, yet you force yourself to appear calm. Humph. She plucked a dew-kissed bloom, fingertips delicately flicking a droplet from its petal. Her voice soft as silk. Next time you meet this sovereign, smile for me, won't you? Agreed. Lin Mu raised his wine cup. His eyes met those of the three across the table, his smile widening. Tonight, I follow your lead. No one leaves sober. Huh, that's the spirit. Zhao Shanhe laughed heartily. 3 or 5 kindred souls sharing wine and laughter. That is life's greatest joy. A toast, to what and how much? Gutsong lifted his cup, voice rough-hewn, a quiet smile playing on his lips. Qing, he raised his own glass without delay, voice resolute. I follow Director Zhao. Whatever Director Zhao drinks, I drink the same. Half a month later, the glass door at the main entrance of the Zheneting building slowly swung open. A man dressed in plain clothes walked in with a long sword hanging at his waist, his face exuding a hint of elusive wickedness. Chief Qinghe, you're back. A member on duty in the lobby looked overjoyed and hurriedly rushed to stand in front of him. Qinghe smiled and patted his shoulder and back. His booming voice instantly attracted the attention of everyone in the lobby. Several doors opened simultaneously and hurried footsteps rushed towards the main entrance. Everyone exclaimed in unison, Chief Qinghe. Qinghe scanned the crowd with a gentle gaze. Everyone, it's been a long time. Of course it's not too long, but moments later in an office on the 33rd floor. Qinghe sat facing Feng Shi and Ning Mo, a smile on his lips. The look in your eyes is just like you're interrogating a criminal. Feng Zai's voice carried concern. Are your injuries completely healed? Qinghe nodded. Yes, I'm healed. Ning Mo crossed his arms, a glint of sharpness flashing in his eyes. Have you been staying at Gutsong's place? Yes, why? Qinghe countered. Cheng Xiao said you're living at Gutsong's distant cousin's house, Ning Mo said in a calm tone. Qinghe paused for a moment and chuckled. Gu Guest Tavern is too small, his cousin just happens to live nearby, and the house is spacious. As he spoke, the air instantly fell silent. Feng Zai's beautiful eyes shifted, lost in thought. Ning Mo's gaze deepened, and he spoke solemnly. A month ago, on the day after you were rescued, a man in a black robe drove Gutsong's car and stopped on the auxiliary road outside Zheneting. I can be sure he's the fire element awakened one. He paused and added, Qinghe, you stayed at Gutsong's for a month. Do you know that man's true identity? Is Gutsong hiding something? King's expression slightly tightened, his tone serious. I have indeed been curious and discussed this with Gu Go. He only said the time was not right, and we have no reason not to trust Gutsong. Not the right time. Ning Mo's brows furrowed slightly. At this moment, Feng Shi interjected. Qinghe, I heard that Gu Guest's distant cousin has impressive theoretical knowledge. You live under the same roof. What kind of person do you think he is, eh? Him. Qinghe pretended to ponder for a few seconds before chuckling. Just a freshman from the Awakener Academy. In short, he's an ambitious young man with a lot of theory, but little strength. He glanced at the two and added with a smile, what? Are you both interested in him? The atmosphere in the air became subtly quiet. Let's not mention him anymore. Ning Mo was the first to break the silence. We have already disrupted the balance with the central, and we must remain vigilant at all times. You can leave first. Feng Shi stood up and left. As Qinghe reached the door, he paused slightly and turned sideways. If you're curious, why not go see for yourself? After speaking, he strode away, not giving Ning Mo a chance to respond. Ning Mo was taken aback, his gaze growing increasingly puzzled as he murmured, Qinghe, seems a bit different from a month ago. He pondered for a moment and made a decision. In the North District, a standalone villa was situated 1 kilometer away from the Sun Moon Cafe, heavily guarded inside and out. Every guard was a powerful awakened one. A black sedan slowly stopped at the main entrance of the villa. When Zhao Shanha opened the car door, a guard in black quickly stepped forward, bowing respectfully. "Boss, you're here." Zhao Shanha nodded slightly, his voice low. "How has the old man been lately?" The guard paused and answered truthfully, "As usual, boss." Zhao Shanha let out a soft sigh and walked towards the villa's main door. In the living room, several guards bowed their heads simultaneously. "Boss." He nodded and walked straight up to the second floor. In a bedroom on the second floor, an elderly man was sitting in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, basking in the sun, his gaze vacant, as if shrouded in a layer of mist. The door was gently pushed open, and Zhao Shanha waved his hand to the guards inside, who understood and quietly retreated. Footsteps approached slowly, and the old man gradually tilted his head up. Zhao Shanha crouched down, his voice extremely gentle. "Father, I'm here." You. The old man's voice trembled, and his hollow gaze suddenly sparkled with a faint glow. "It's Shanha has come." Zhao Shan's heart jolted, his expression filled with joy as he supported the old man's arm with both hands. "Father, you are awake now? That's wonderful." The old man's stiff arm slowly rose but stopped midair, as if being pulled by an invisible force. Zhao Shanha hurriedly grasped that withered hand, his voice trembling with excitement. "Father, I'm here. What do you want to say? Take your time, no rush." The old man used all his strength to utter a few words. They are demons. You can't fight them. Live. Peacefully." Zhao Shan's expression changed drastically, his voice urgent. "Father, who are they that you speak of? What are demons? Please say it slowly. Don't investigate further. No chance of victory. This is a cage." The old man's voice grew weaker, his speech gradually becoming slurred. "Father, can you let me understand a bit? You." Before Zhao Shanha could finish his words, the old man's eyes suddenly shifted, his gaze becoming dazed as he looked at him in confusion and asked, "Who are you?" Zhao Shanha abruptly raised his head, a lump forming in his throat. Why did it always cut off at such crucial moments? He suppressed his emotions, his voice still gentle. "Father, I am your son." "You are my son." The old man tilted his head, his gaze blank. "Yes, I am." "No, you are not." Zhao Shanha forced a smile and pressed on. "Then who do you say is your son?" "My son is Shanha. I am Shanha, father. My own son. How could I not recognize?" After a moment, Zhao Shanha sighed as he stood up, his voice as light as a breeze. "Father, I will come to see you again next time. You will definitely recover soon." The old man's gaze was vacant with no response. Zhao Shanha shook his head helplessly and turned towards the door. Just as he grasped the doorknob, the old man's intermittent voice suddenly came from behind. "Since ancient times, it has always been life or death. There is no surrender. Losing halfway does not make sense." In Jinbei City, on the 25th floor of the Wunyan building, in a spacious room, Chiu Hu's injuries had fully healed, and he was lounging on the sofa with his legs crossed, looking at the visitor with a smile. "Brother, what brings you to Jinbei City today?" Xionghe sat down beside him and replied casually, "Just came to see if you're still alive." "Hey." Chiu Hu waved his hand, his tone full of pride. "It was just a drizzle. Half a month ago, I single-handedly faced 2 7th-tier awakened beings from the kingdom and led people through their encirclement. Those guys were just that." Xionghe's expression suddenly froze, his entire being stiffened in place as he raised an eyebrow and said, "Chiu Hu, have you forgotten something?" Forgotten what?" Chiu Hu tilted his head and smiled back. "If I had arrived half a moment late, none of your brothers who fled would have survived, barring any unexpected circumstances." The air instantly grew still, as if it had solidified. Chiu Hu's lips twitched, his earlier arrogance suddenly deflated. He had been bragging about this for half a month, nearly forgetting how embarrassing it had been at that time. He forced a smile, saying, "Hey brother, just for fun. Just consider it a bit of entertainment." Click. The door was pushed open, and Yuning walked in with graceful steps, her pink short hair swaying slightly. She looked at Chiu Hu and teased, "I could hear you from outside, and you still have the face to brag. Truly shameless." Chiu Hu was momentarily at a loss for words, his voice lowered. "Sister Ning, doesn't Wang have any plans lately? I'm so idle here." Xionghe also looked at Yuning and said in a deep voice, "It feels like the calm before a storm right now." Yuning elegantly sat opposite them and slowly began. "Wang took Lan Jie to Jiangcheng." "Jiangcheng." Xionghe's brows furrowed slightly. Chiu Hu immediately seized the opportunity to tease. "Oh, haven't you always been his shadow? This time Wang didn't take you with him." Yuning's expression suddenly turned cold, a blue tail wing unfurling from her back. Hey. Sister Ning. Sister Ning." Chiu Hu's face instantly filled with a fawning smile. "I didn't mean it that way." We can bicker, but let's not resort to violence, right? Don't force me to hit you. Yu Ning snorted, coldly retracting her tail wing and adding, our hidden base in Jiangcheng was wiped out overnight. It should be the work of the kingdom. If it were the Zheni Ting or Baizhou news would have leaked out by now. Xiong Hei's brows knitted tightly. In a small place like Anping District, what could possibly be worth their attention? Yu Ning shook her head, her delicate brows slightly furrowed. Recently, the influence of the kingdom has spread across major cities without any hint of restraint. It's as if they are searching for something, which is why Wang decided to go personally this time. What about me? Xiao Hu's eyes lit up, his voice filled with anticipation. I've recovered, don't make me idle in the mansion. Don't even think about it. Yu Ning interrupted coldly. Xiao Hu pouted, turning his head away in resignation, a look of unwillingness written all over his face. 9:00 a.m. In the central square of Jiangcheng Academy, Cheng Xiao stood on an elevated platform, delivering a speech, his voice carrying through the loudspeaker to the entire crowd. In a certain formation below, Wang Yueban leaned over to Lin Mu's ear and whispered, Brother Mu, this Cheng Xiao is completely absurd. Forcing the students to carry weights to climb the highest peak in Jiangcheng for a whole day, and even setting a time limit, isn't that ridiculous? Lin Mu replied flatly, his intentions are good, but this training does pose risks for the students. However, since it's been announced, it implies that the academy has reached an agreement with him. If this goes awry, it would be catastrophic. Wang Yueban's words were cut off by a girl beside him. Oofed. You big fatty, what a jinx. Hey. Wang Yueban retorted angrily. What's wrong with being fat? Did I eat your family's rice? And you, a girl with a height of 158 centimeters and a weight of 130 jin, how dare you say anything about me? You. The girl's face turned red with anger, momentarily at a loss for words. At this moment, Lin Mu's pocket suddenly vibrated. He curiously took out his phone, and upon seeing the caller ID, immediately answered. Wang Yueban quickly tugged at his sleeve, whispering, Hey, Brother Mu. Your voice is too loud. Cheng Xiao is still speaking. Lin Mu nodded at Wang Yueban, turning to walk towards the back of the square, his steps calm and unbothered by the gazes around him. Wang Yueban was internally shocked. He's just so openly leaving the group to answer a call. Nearby students also cast surprised glances, but quickly returned their attention. After all, Lin Mu had an absurdly high rate of skipping classes, never managing to attend a full week, yet the school always turned a blind eye. Everyone subconsciously shared a consensus: this person must have an extraordinary background. Lin Mu reached the far end of the square before speaking. Hey, what's going on? A hoarse voice came from the other end of the line. I remember you said your home is in Anping District, right? That's right. A massacre occurred in Anping District around midnight, and the Zheni Division discovered numerous bodies of altered individuals. The attackers were all gray-robed figures, and their faces were barely recognizable on the surveillance. Moreover, they were seen in every monitoring area of Anping District during the night. Gray-robed. Lin Mu's expression suddenly grew serious. Why Anping District? What could possibly attract their attention there? It's still unclear. I've already sent Xiaoman and Sanshur over there. Gutsong paused before adding. Besides the gray-robed figures, I also saw a familiar figure. It should be her, if nothing goes wrong. Who? A light chuckle came from the other end of the line. Your girlfriend. Lin Mu was taken aback for a moment, surprised at why she would appear in Anping District. Then his voice turned cold. Gutsong, shouldn't we have a proper discussion now? Alright, I can't afford to provoke you. Gutsong quickly changed the topic. Should I send you the surveillance video to have a look now? Lin Mu said in a deep voice. No need, I'm coming to find you now. After hanging up, Gutsong sat in the tavern, chuckling softly, still pretending. Upon hearing his girlfriend was in Anping District, he came rushing over immediately. After putting away his phone, Lin Mu strode out of the academy's main gates. The three instructors on the platform simultaneously looked at his departing figure, their expressions instantly. Cheng Xiao paused for a moment before continuing to elaborate on his speech. This weight-bearing mountain climbing journey is not as difficult as everyone imagines. You only need to carry 150 jin. As soon as his words fell, the entire audience gasped. Carrying 150 jin is indeed not overly difficult, but to carry it while climbing the highest peak in Jiangcheng is an utterly life-threatening challenge for this group of students. After all, the academy had a vast majority of zero-stage Awakeners, with only a few first-stage Awakeners, and second-stage Awakeners were as rare as phoenix feathers. Cheng Xiao continued, the academy will deploy a powerful force of guards for protection. However, this training will take place off campus. While the academy does not oppose family members accompanying it, does not encourage it either. Wang Yueban looked around the crowd and finally spotted Lin Mu at the edge of the square. He was walking toward the school gate without a moment's pause. Wang Yueban's eyes widened in shock, internally shouting, no way, bro. Cheng Xiao is still on the platform. You just walked away. not giving any face at all. Inside the experimental tower of Z District at the research base, in Shunjing the guards were at their most. A tall woman in a white lab coat walked slowly into the building, her ivory high heels tapped crisply along the empty corridor. A guard hurried forward respectfully. Director Lin, the directors are waiting for you on the 3rd floor. Very well. How many are there? Lin Yan asked calmly. The guard bowed his head and replied, Director Lin, all 3 directors are present. A flicker of surprise crossed Lin Yan's beautiful eyes as she followed the guard into the elevator bound for the 3rd floor. They stopped before a heavy metal door. The guard turned, bowed, and said, This area is beyond my clearance. Director Lin, your identity has already been registered. You please proceed. Lin Yan nodded and smiled. All right, thank you for your efforts. After a 3-stage identity verification, the metal door slid open to reveal a long corridor. A faint smile curved Lin Yan's lips. At last, she could access the base's core experiment. Her heel's crisp clicks ceased at the corridor's end as she lifted her jade-like hand to the wall's biometric reader. After another round of verification, the alloy door at the end slowly opened, and several hearty laughs spilled into her ears. All right, enough of us old men exposing each other's faults, someone said. Director Zhu looked toward Lin Yan at the doorway with a smile, rising to beckon. Come Yin, take a seat. We've been waiting for you a long time. You are the first person to make all 3 directors wait together. Grandpa Zhu, you're teasing me again. Lin Yan replied in a soft, sweet voice with a hint of playful reproach. Haha, now we must call you Director Lin. Director Ming laughed heartily. So promising and accomplished. Even if the 3 of us in our youth were combined, we could not match the speed of this last progress. Lin Yan smiled and took the vacant seat, replying humbly, Not at all. It is all thanks to the 3 grandfathers' guidance. Without it, how could Yin have come this far? Once Lin Yan had settled gracefully, Director Ma's smile faded, and he spoke solemnly. Yin, you are the pride of all 3 of us, let us not waste words. There are 2 possible directions for your subsequent experiments. After deliberation, we have decided to let you choose. Lin Yan straightened her eyes earnest. Grandpa Ma, what are the 2 options? First, the development of sacred artifacts. Second, experiments on integrating aberrants into human. Director Ming hesitated before adding, Actually, we would recommend you choose the first option. Before he could finish, Lin Yan's gaze hardened, and she cut him off. Yin chooses the second. Director Ming froze, clearly surprised. Director Zhu slapped his thigh and laughed aloud. I knew this last would pick that. You 2 still don't know her as well as I do. Directors Ming and Ma exchanged helpless looks and smiled. Director Ma looked at Lin Yan, both gratified and solemn. Then in the coming days you will first accompany me to become familiar with the experiment, afterwards take a good rest to recuperate. This is a formidable and protracted experiment. If it succeeds, the world's suffering will be reduced by at least 80%. A flicker of puzzlement crossed Lin Yan's beautiful eyes as she softly asked, Grandpa Ma, why 80%? If aberrants could be prevented from feeding on flesh and blood, would not much of the world's suffering be gone? The 3 elders smiled together. Director Zhu said earnestly, Yin, the remaining 20% lies in the treachery of human hearts. Inside Duansha Tavern, Gutsong's cigarette clamped between his lips repeatedly zoomed in on the surveillance footage on his laptop. As smoke curled around him, he spat out the butt and wiped his mouth, muttering, Too hot again. His frown deepened as he tapped the map of Onping District on the screen. Could this Jiangxing territory still harbor things I do not know? The tavern door creaked open. Gutsong looked up and smiled. That was quick. Are you here because your home is in Onping District, or where is the surveillance footage? Lin Mu strode to the bar and sat down. Gutsong pushed the laptop across, his voice hoarse. I've enlarged everything to the max. The only face you can make out is that of your. Before he finished, he met Lin Mu's icy gaze and quickly added with a smile, I haven't said anything at all. Lin Mu quickly switched the footage, brow slightly knit. How did you end up in Onping District? He then looked up and said in a low voice, the key. I knew you would go, let's go together. Gutsong began, but Lin Mu interrupted, no need. I will go alone, or I might as well go home while I'm at it. Gutsong hesitated and slapped the key down on the bar. I can come with you, and we can find Xiao Man and the others on the way. Lin Mu had already seized the key, stood up, and pushed open the door without looking back. Leave Onping District to me. Gutsong was taken aback, relit a cigarette, slumped into the leather seat, and teased. You're taking it on yourself. Clearly you're just afraid of another third while tagging along. His attempt to cover it up only made it more obvious. Outside on the service road, an engine roared as a black Maybach merged onto the main road and sped toward Onping District. Lin Mu gripped the wheel with one hand, stamped the accelerator, and thumbed his phone. His finger hovered over Su Niani's number as his brow tightened. I'm not even going to see her. Why am I about to call? In the next second the call was placed. It had barely rung once before being answered. Su Nianhe's voice came through lightly teasing. Has the sun risen in the west? The big ice block actually called. Does she miss me yet? Lin Mu's face darkened regretting the call, but he still said, Are you in Onping District? There was a pause, then a melodious laugh, you noticed. What are you coming to see me? But I'm not free today. A sudden shriek pierced the earpiece. Lin Mu's brow lifted. What's happening over there? If you miss me, wait until I finish handling things, and I'll come to your home. How about that? Her voice remained gentle. Lin Mu said calmly, I'm on my way to Onping District. Is it related to the kingdom? There was a pause, then her voice turned cold. The force I was concealing in Onping District was wiped out by people of the kingdom last night. However, their target was not me but felt as though they were searching for something. Searching? Contact me when you arrive in Onping District. My position is not fixed. The call was cut off. Lin Mu lowered his phone, his expression tightening. When did I say ID contact? Onping District, the outskirts plain. More than 10 bodies in gray robes lay on the ground, the scent of blood mixed with dust, and was whipped up by the hot wind. A middle-aged woman stood with her head bowed before Su Nianhe and said respectfully, Sovereign, what shall we do next? Su Nianhe's cool voice cut her off. Enter the city. I, the Sovereign, would like to see what a small Onping District could possibly hold that warrants the kingdom's mobilization, she said. She paused and added, If we act in the city, avoid ordinary civilians as much as possible. Yes, Yulan replied respectfully. Meanwhile, in a dark, lightless basement somewhere in Onping District, piercing screams echoed endlessly. Xiao Man's dagger glimmered with a cold light in the dimness, stirring within the body of the man in the gray robe until he lost all vitality. She retracted the dagger, blood dripping from its tip, and pouted helplessly, saying, Sanshur, are they really that tough? There's still one here gasping for breath. Let's see if this last one is hard-headed too. Sanshur chuckled lightly, his smile devilish and sinister, frightening the gray-robed man into trembling all over. The gray-robed man stammered, Don't kill me. We really don't know anything. Don't know? Then that's easy. Xiao Man smiled as she crouched down, looking at the gray-robed man, and adding, Your companions were quite resilient. I hope you are too. With that, the dagger danced again, and screams filled the basement once more. Don't rush, there are still 99 more stabs hang in there. Xiao Man said, her dagger moving even faster. 2. Oh, they'll talk. Xiao Man's dagger suddenly halted, a glint of excitement flashing in her and Sanshur's eyes. Blood flowed from various wounds on the gray-robed man's body, and he gasped weakly, saying, Will, just don't kill me. Xiao Man retracted her dagger, her expression joyful. Wouldn't it have been better to do this sooner? If everyone just got along, things would be much better. Why resort to violence? Sanshur also crouched down, speaking solemnly. Don't waste time, speak. Cough, cough. The gray-robed man spat blood, his gaze growing hazy as he weakly murmured, We came to seek. Save me. As soon as he finished speaking, his body collapsed straight to the ground. Xiao Man and Sanshur were both stunned. Hey. Xiao Man pushed the gray-robed man, and Sanshur quickly checked his breath, then sighed. He's already gone cold. No way. We finally found a soft spot. Oh, how frustrating. Xiao Man stomped her foot in frustration. Let's go. Onping District is quite lively right now, Sanshur said as he walked towards the stairs. Xiao Man followed, annoyed. What a pity, we were so close to knowing their purpose. 12:30 p.m. In the Duansha Tavern, the aroma of instant noodles filled the air as Gutsong boiled his cup noodles while intently staring at the computer screen. The screen displayed real-time surveillance footage from various corners of Onping District, and his computer privileges were on par with Jiang Cheng's chief executive. At that moment, the tavern door creaked open, and Gutsong paused, wondering who it could be at this hour. When he recognized the figure, his eyes widened slightly, and he smiled, raising his gaze, a rare guest. What brings you here? The visitor, a burly man with a cold expression, walked straight to the bar and said in a low voice, Gutsong, I have something I want to discuss with you. My distant cousin. Cough, cough. Gutsong choked on a puff of smoke, his eyes filled with confusion. Are you joking with me? The current ruler of the Jina court wants to discuss with a freshman from the academy. Ning Mo nodded, saying, Yes, I heard from Qing He and Cheng Xiao that his theoretical knowledge is very. Gutsong's expression instantly became intriguing. He knew Ning Mo must have guessed something, then teased. May I ask what theoretical knowledge requires a 7th-tier Awakener to come learn about? Ning Mo directly avoided the question, his tone serious. Is he available? It should be class dismissal time now. Oh, I heard he lives nearby. I can wait. Gutsong paused for a moment, his voice hoarse. It's quite unfortunate you came today. He's gone home. How about you come back another day? Gone home. Is he skipping class? Ning Mo asked in return. Yes, something came up at home. How about you? Before he could finish, he was interrupted. Where does he live? Ning Mo realized he was being presumptuous and added, I'm just asking casually, no other intentions. Gutsong twitched the corners of his mouth, secretly cursing, just asking casually. No other intentions. Your thoughts are all written on your face. He smiled and shook his head, taking out a piece of paper and writing down a phone number to hand over. If you want to discuss anything, just call directly. You don't need to go through me. Ning Mo took the note like a treasure and tucked it into his pocket, then looked at Gutsong. Where does he live? Gutsong replied. I gave you the phone number. Oh, just ask him yourself. I only remember he lives in Onping district, but forgot which specific community. You don't even know your distant cousin's address. Ning Mo asked back, a faint smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Gutsong smiled, trying to mask his embarrassment. Hey, being distant relatives I haven't visited in years, how could I remember clearly? Thanks, I have something to attend to, so I'll head back first. Ning Mo stood up and strode out. Gutsong flicked the cigarette box. A cigarette landed perfectly in his mouth, and amidst the swirling smoke he chuckled softly. Once Ching he gets back, he should have said something right. Outside the tavern, Ning Mo got into a black SUV, saving the phone number into his phone. After exiting the auxiliary road, he abruptly pressed the accelerator, the engine roaring as he murmured to himself, Onping district. 5:00 p.m. On a bustling street in Onping district, Su Nianhe donned a black casual outfit, walking lightly along the auxiliary road, her long hair tied up in a high ponytail, her fair ankles subtly revealing with each step. Passers-by all stopped in their tracks, unable to help but be captivated by her beauty. Yulan quietly followed behind her like a silent shadow. Suddenly a loud crash erupted as a car rear-ended another on the street. The woman in the passenger seat instantly exploded in anger, shouting furiously, "Red light! What were you thinking?" The man in the driver's seat kept apologizing, but his eyes still glanced towards Su Nianhe, filled with awe. The woman in the passenger seat followed his gaze, her anger surging as she slapped the man's right cheek. "Look, I told you not to look." A red mark immediately appeared on the man's face. He snapped back to reality, urgently saying, "Honey, let me explain." The owner of the car that was rear-ended angrily got out, and upon seeing this scene through the window, he paused silently, thinking, what a tigress. Just like my wife. A sense of sympathy for their shared plight inexplicably arose within him. At the end of the auxiliary road, Su Nianhe arrived at a relatively quiet area, stopping and saying coldly, "You head north. If you spot any signs of the kingdom, don't alarm them, just follow quietly." "Understood," Yulan respectfully replied, but as she turned she suddenly froze. A familiar figure entered her sight, the man who had opened the door at the king's villa that day. She quickly regained her composure, smiled, and signaled to Lin Mu before hastily leaving, secretly pondering, could it be that the king has really fallen in love? Or perhaps... Lin Mu walked up to Su Nianhe and asked, "What did you find?" Su Nianhe leaned forward, tiptoed, and replied softly, "Guess." Lin Mu scanned the street and asked again, "Why did you choose to gather here?" Su Nianhe chuckled lightly, raising her delicate hand to Lin Mu's chin. "Lin Mu, give me a smile, and I'll tell you." Lin Mu gently grasped her wrist, his tone calm. "My home is nearby." "So what have you discovered in this area?" "Your home." Su Nianhe's beautiful eyes flashed with a hint of surprise, then she withdrew her hand, her voice gentle. "No wonder you're so concerned about Onping district." As soon as she finished speaking, her expression suddenly turned cold. A calloused hand suddenly landed on Lin Mu's shoulder. The newcomer held a large bag of vegetables in his left hand, wearing a floral vest on his upper body and shorts on the lower with flip-flops on his feet. He looked Su Nianhe up and down, his voice deep with a hint of gossip. "Son, why did you suddenly come home instead of attending class properly? And you didn't even call when you came back." Lin Yi added, then cast a meaningful glance at Lin Mu. Lin Mu's face turned dark at once. Indeed, he couldn't hide from this at this hour. Upon hearing this, Su Nianhe's beautiful eyes widened in surprise. Her previous cold demeanor completely vanished, replaced by a hint of adorableness. She looked at Lin Yi, her voice sweet to the point of being cloying. "Hello, uncle." "Hello, hello." Lin Yi responded with a smile, then patted Lin Mu's shoulder and raised his voice deliberately. "Have you gone mute, kid?" Just as Lin Mu was about to speak, Lin Yi preemptively looked at Su Nianhe teasingly, saying, "Little girl, my son is just this quiet, just like me when I was young. When you were together, did his character not trouble you?" Su Nianhe quickly waved her delicate hand, chuckling. "Not at all, uncle. I think Lin Mu is quite good like this, very genuine, I like it." Upon hearing this, Lin Mu's eyes widened in surprise. Lin Yi was also momentarily stunned, not expecting this girl to be so direct. He glanced at his son, wondering how did this kid manage to charm her. Could it be? He has my old charm. No, wait, let me explain. Just as Lin Mu wanted to clarify, he was pulled behind by Lin Yi. Lin Yi looked at Su Nianhe with increasing satisfaction, speaking gently. "Little girl, what's your name?" "Uncle, my name is Su Nianhe." Su Nianhe's demeanor became even more obedient, her eyes filled with laughter. Lin Yi nodded with a smile. Such a nice name, it sounds gentle. Thank you for the compliment, uncle. Su Nianhe replied sweetly. You look so young standing next to Lin Mu. One wouldn't know you're not brothers. Haha, how could that be? I'm getting old. Lin Yi feigned humility, but the smile at the corners of his mouth couldn't be contained. His first impression of this future daughter-in-law was outstanding. Lin Mu couldn't help but speak again. Dad, actually, it's not what you think. Let me explain. Go away. Lin Yi interrupted directly. What good could come from your dull brain? Su Nianhe looked at Lin Mu, who seemed embarrassed and doubting his life, and couldn't help but giggle. I never thought that there would be a day when you, Lin Mu, would be suppressed by blood ties. I'm really curious about what your mother is like. Lin Yi didn't notice the little exchanges between them, smilingly inviting. Nianhe, it's almost dinner time. You must be hungry, right? I bought plenty of vegetables today. Oh, otherwise why not come over for dinner? The food cooked by your aunt is simply delicious. He didn't insist. After all, meeting the parents can make girls feel shy, and besides, his son had just returned to Jiang City for a few months, and the two probably hadn't been together for long. Su Nianhe paused at his words, her expression a bit hesitant. Lin Yi immediately understood, smiling and smoothing things over. It seems that uncle didn't consider it well. You both have to return to the academy tonight, right? Let Lin Mu take you around Onping district. Don't come back too late. Uncle understands. However, Su Nianhe suddenly smiled, her voice sweet. No, uncle, I was just a bit taken aback and hesitant, because I didn't want to trouble you and Annie. Hey, what trouble is this? Lin Yi laughed, his eyes squinting with joy as he gently patted Lin Mu's back of the head. He'll head home to prepare you, take Nianhe around, and just be back by 6 p.m. What do you mean, eyes? Lin Yi interrupted him again, looking at Su Nianhe, his tone gentle. Then uncle and Annie will wait for you at home. Su Nianhe nodded with a smile. Got it, uncle. After Lin Yi left, Lin Mu stared at Su Nianhe with a speechless expression. Are you crazy? Su Nianhe's eyes flashed with displeasure. What? Do you dislike me going to your house? Fine, since you don't want to. Before she finished, Lin Mu cut in. My parents will definitely keep serving you food, so you can come up with your own reasons to refuse then. The retort Su Nianhe was about to make was immediately swallowed back. She grabbed Lin Mu's arm, her voice soft. Oh, so that's what you meant. I misunderstood. I apologize. Lin Mu looked puzzled. What is there to apologize for? Can you tell me now, why are you near my house? Because this area is the most suspicious. Su Nianhe laughed, pulling his arm forward, her long ponytail swaying lightly with her steps, her lips curling into a sweet smile. Let's go, Lin Mu, take me home. We'll talk as we walk. What do you mean by this area is the most suspicious? Lin Mu was pulled along in the direction Lin Yi had left, not letting go of her hand. After the two left, a burly man appeared at the spot where they had just stood. He wore a gray trench coat with the brim pulled low. Watching the flirtatious figures in the distance, he furrowed his brows, a hint of disappointment in his expression, murmuring to himself. Could he really just be an ordinary student? He glanced again at Su Nianhe, who was beside Lin Mu, sighing. Seems like I was overthinking. As he spoke, his gaze swept over the crowded rush hour, looking in a certain direction with his brows furrowed even tighter. This is the third suspicious person to appear here. In Wudong community. The moment Lin Yi opened the door, he shouted loudly towards the living room. Wife. We need to cook more dishes today. A big happy event. Jiang Shuwan came out of the bedroom in a cream-colored nightgown, her eyes filled with teasing. What's wrong, dear? Did you win the lottery? Or do you think you've done well again today? Lin Yi, having changed his shoes, approached Jiang Shuwan with a large bag of vegetables, grinning so widely his eyes almost squinted. Wife, guess who I saw at the entrance of the community? You want me to guess again? Don't you ever learn? Jiang Shuwan poked his arm in mock annoyance. Lin Yi's expression stiffened. I won't guess. Then his tone became serious. I saw our son. Jiang Shuwan's expression instantly darkened, tinged with a hint of anger. He skipped class again. It's not even after school yet. She then helplessly smiled. Forget it, as long as he doesn't get expelled, I don't expect much from him. She glanced towards the entrance, and then at Lin Yi. Where is our son? He hasn't come up yet, but he will soon. I told them to be home by 6. They? Jiang Shuwan was momentarily taken aback. Lin Yi smirked mysteriously. Wife. Our son brought his girlfriend to Onping district. I intended to politely invite them for dinner, but to my surprise the girl agreed right away. Our son has finally made some progress. He's dating now. Jiang Shuwan's eyes widened in disbelief as she exclaimed, Really? Is that true? Our clueless son is actually dating. How does the girl look? Lin Yi paused for a moment, his tone serious. Wife, let's put it this way, she's on par with you at your peak. Wow. But why would this girl like him? As soon as Jiang Shuwan finished speaking, her expression suddenly darkened. Wait. What do you mean by peak? Lin Yi, clarify your words. Am I not beautiful now? Lin Yi felt a jolt in his heart. Oh no, he stepped on a landmine with his wife. He quickly forced a smile. In heaven, And on earth my wife is the most beautiful. Alright, let's hurry and prepare, the kids will be here soon. This time I'll let you off the hook for the sake of our future daughter-in-law. Hurry and chop the vegetables, we need to cook at least 10 dishes today. Jiang Shuwan turned and walked towards the kitchen, humming a little tune, her spirits lifted. Got it, wife. Lin Yi smiled and quickly followed her. In the kitchen, as Jiang Shuwan washed the vegetables, she suddenly raised her head. Honey, the girl is coming over so readily. Do you think our son might have gotten her pregnant? Lin Yi abruptly halted the knife he was using to cut meat, his tone uncertain. Should probably. I feel it shouldn't be. With that clueless face of his, unless the girl takes the initiative, I really can't imagine him being proactive. The scene shifted to Qingshou Mountain in the northern district of Jiang City, the only mountain peak in the urban area. As the sky darkened, tourists at the foot of the mountain gradually dispersed. Meanwhile, at the summit, countless corpses lay sprawled in disarray around a simple temple. Only a gray-robed man at the 7th stage, half kneeling on the ground, propped himself up with a long sword, his voice weak and filled with fear. Monk King, we were only responsible for delivering messages. Why must you kill indiscriminately? The monk before him remained expressionless, speaking calmly. 25 years ago, this humble monk had no further dealings with the kingdom. Now that you have disturbed my peace, you shall naturally pay the price. You are unconcerned about the call of the Qing King, but what about the Supreme One? Are you not afraid of his return? The gray-robed man coughed up blood, his voice carrying a final threat. I advise you one last time. Bang! The monk cut off the gray-robed man's neck with a single palm strike, blood gushing forth. After doing all this, he clasped his hands together. My apologies, my apologies. His gaze swept over the corpses on the ground, and he sighed softly. What a hassle, I have to clean up again. In the next moment, his gaze suddenly turned cold as he stared at the darkening sky, murmuring, Supreme One, for the sake of evil. This humble monk back in the day lost his original heart. But this world is nothing but a cage. Whether right or wrong, it no longer matters. The scene shifted to Wudong Community at 5:50 p.m. The aroma of delicious food wafted from the kitchen, accompanied by the sizzling sounds of cooking. Jiang Shuwan asked while flipping a frying pan, honey, it's almost 6. What if the girl is too shy to come? That shouldn't be the case. Lin Yi leaned against the kitchen door frame, reminiscing, and suddenly laughed. If anyone feels shy, it should be our son. Hiding his romantic life, he's really grown up and has his own secrets now. Oh dear, Jiang Shuwan suddenly exclaimed. Lin Yi rushed forward, anxiously grabbing her wrist. What's wrong, wife? Did you burn yourself? Or? Jiang Shuwan tilted her head slightly, a hint of doubt flashing in her eyes. Honey, since it's her first time coming to our home, shouldn't we give her a red envelope? Lin Yi was taken aback, stroking his chin as he pondered for a moment before nodding. You have a point, but we have no experience. How much should we give? What about checking short videos? Lin Yi added seriously. Jiang Shuwan helplessly chided, is there even time to check? What if the kids arrive soon? Let's just give 100. She paused, then corrected herself. No, that's too much. It doesn't seem like something an ordinary family would give. Let's make it 100,000. Lin Yi twitched at the corner of his mouth. Wife, 100,000 doesn't seem right either. He quickly picked up his phone and searched, speaking rapidly. Just 100,000. It's not a small sum for a first visit to someone's home, he added. All right, you go prepare. Jiang Shuwan urged with a smile, her eyes filled with anticipation, murmuring softly, my son is truly exceptional. Even a stubborn person like him can attract such a beautiful girl. It must be because I have good genes. The son takes after his mother, no doubt about it. Moments later, the round dining table was filled with fragrant dishes. Jiang Shuwan looked at the table full of food, nodding in satisfaction, her smile even more radiant as she turned to Lin Yi and said, honey, it's 6 o'clock, call our son. If this rascal dares not bring her back, I'll give him a beating next time he comes home. Just as Lin Yi picked up his phone, the entrance suddenly echoed with the sound of the door opening, followed by Lin Mu's voice. Dad, Mom, I'm back. What do you mean you're back? Jiang Shuwan rushed out from the dining room, her face filled with anger, but as she reached the entrance, her steps halted abruptly, her anger instantly transforming into surprise. She silently wondered, such a beautiful girl, how did her son manage to win her over? Lin Yi followed her to the entrance, and upon seeing 2 people standing at the door, he let out a sigh of relief, a gratifying smile spreading across his face like that of a proud father. Lin Mu looked at the sparkling eyes of his parents, feeling helpless as he facepalmed. Sun Yinha stood behind him, feeling a bit nervous. As her beautiful eyes swept across Jiang Shuwan, she silently sighed, no wonder Lin Mu is so handsome, his mother is so beautiful. She suddenly snapped back to reality, breaking the silence, first sweetly saying, hello, uncle and aunt, my name is Sun Yinha. Jiang Shuwan's eyes sparkled with even more joy as she quickly stepped forward to take Sun Yanni's hand, leading her into the living room. Yinha, come in. Make yourself at home, don't stand on ceremony. She carefully observed Sun Yinha, her tone gentle. You're truly a kind and gentle child. Lin Mu watched his parents fussing over Su Nianhe, secretly wondering, is gentle even a word that applies to her? Dear readers, please help with free gifts and urge updates. I beg for recommendations, and also please give 5-star reviews. Love you all. Moreover, the plot of this book has just begun to unfold, and the upcoming events have the author himself super excited, exhilaratingly thrilling, and sweet. Lin Mu shook her head and stepped closer to the living room, deliberately raising her voice. Dad, Mom, is anyone going to pay attention to me? However, no one in the living room responded to his words. Lin Yi and Jiang Shuwan's gazes were glued to Su Nianhe, not even sparing a glance for their son. Su Nianhe slightly lifted her eyes, meeting Jiang Shuwan's gaze, her voice sweet. Auntie, you are so beautiful. You look even younger than me. It's amazing. How do you maintain yourself? Jiang Shuwan's beautiful eyes widened in surprise, then she laughed, covering her mouth. Oh dear, I'm already of a certain age. How could I be considered beautiful? Despite her words, the smile in her eyes was undeniable, and she thought to herself, this future daughter-in-law is truly delightful. Her impression points skyrocketed at this moment. Su Nianhe chirped, but Auntie, you are clearly around 20 years old. What I said is from the heart. Lin Mu and Lin Yi could only watch, unable to interject. Lin Mu sighed lightly, wanting to explain, but seeing his parents' reactions, he swallowed his words. It was likely they wouldn't believe him anyway, and would just say he was being overly sentimental. Lin Yi watched the two of them praise each other, secretly amused. This child is too much like his wife. There's no doubt that their son will be completely under control. Jiang Shuwan suddenly slapped her forehead and laughed, pulling Su Nianhe toward the dining room. We've been chatting too much. The dishes are going to get cold. Nianhe, Annie wasn't sure what you like to eat, so I made a bit of everything. You can pick what you like, don't hold back. Su Nianhe paused slightly, then smiled. I know I will treat this place like my own home. That's the spirit. Jiang Shuwan glanced at the father and son, who were still frozen in place, and urged, what are you two still doing? Come sit down and eat. Lin Yi quickly nodded and patted Lin Mu's shoulder. Let's go, son, what are you thinking about? Okay, Lin Mu replied with a smile, meeting Su Nianhe's gaze. Su Nianhe winked at him, sending a reassuring glance his way. In the dining room, the four of them were already seated around the round table. Jiang Shuwan was the first to pick up a piece of grilled fish and put it in Su Nianhe's bowl, her face beaming with a smile. Nianhe, eat more. Lin Mu cleared his throat and said, Mom, actually, Nianhe isn't feeling well today. That's why she hesitated when Dad invited her. I was afraid that if she came and didn't eat, it would make you worry, so let's not serve her any dishes for now. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Nianhe's beautiful eyes flashed with surprise. She didn't expect Lin Mu would really help her find an excuse, and when she turned to look at him, a faint smile unconsciously appeared on her lips. Lin Yi suddenly understood. So that's how it is. It's fine if you eat less or don't eat at all, just don't hold back. Jiang Shuwan quickly nodded, then looked at Lin Mu reproachfully. You should have told us earlier that Nianhe isn't feeling well. If I had known, I would have made some porridge and lighter dishes. It was my oversight as your auntie. No. Su Nianhe waved her hands repeatedly, her voice soft. Uncle and auntie are too good to me. I am truly flattered. This feeling is really wonderful. Lin Mu picked up his chopsticks and reached for the fish in Su Nianhe's bowl, wanting to take it away. You shouldn't eat this today. I'll save it for next time. But just as his chopsticks touched the fish, another pair of chopsticks blocked his. He looked at Su Nianhe in confusion. Su Nianhe stared directly into his eyes, her gaze resolute. This was given to me by Auntie. Of course I have to eat it. Lin Mu was immediately stunned, and Jiang Shuwan laughed, even more happily, teasing Lin Mu. Really? You're fighting over a piece of fish. Can't you just take another piece? Under the watchful eyes of the three, Su Nianhe picked up the fish, slowly brought it to her mouth, and as she chewed, her brows furrowed slightly before quickly relaxing. In her heart, she was cheering herself on. Swallow it down. Swallow it. Su Nianhe, you must swallow it. You can't spit it out. Lin Mu looked even more astonished as the scene of her with the bowl of noodles was still vividly etched in his mind. He was already prepared to clean up the aftermath. However, the expected situation did not occur. After swallowing, Su Nianhe looked up, a smile spreading on her lips, her voice sweet. Auntie, the grilled fish you made is really delicious. Next time when I'm feeling better, I could eat a whole one by myself. Great. Jiang Shuwan's eyes sparkled, then she asked, what fruits does Nianhe want to eat? Auntie will go wash them. Su Nianhe was about to shake her head when Lin Mu spoke up first. Mom, Nianhe isn't feeling well, don't let her eat anymore. Su Nianhe's smile was almost overflowing, but Jiang Shuwan rested her chin on her hand, looking at Lin Mu with a teasing tone. I didn't see that coming. Then she turned to Su Nianhe, curious. Auntie is a bit curious, how did you two get together? Lin Mu and Su Nianhe were both taken aback. Lin Mu was about to speak when Su Nianhe jumped in first, her voice shy. Auntie, it was Nianhe who pursued Lin Mu. She was afraid Lin Mu, the big block of ice, would start explaining all sorts of nonsense. Jiang Shuan exchanged a knowing smile with Lin Yi, then asked, "So where are you two in your relationship?" Lin Mu helplessly interrupted, "Mom, just eat your meal." Jiang Shuan shot him an eye roll, and Lin Yi quickly smoothed things over, "Haha, let's eat." However, Su Nianyi's gaze remained fixed on Lin Mu's profile, a faint smile lingering on her lips. An hour later, the sky was already cloaked in night. In a narrow alley near Wudong Community, two figures in black walked one after the other. "Have you heard? The group from Qing Shou Mountain has gone completely silent. They probably fell into the hands of the Zhan Yiting." The person on the left spoke in a low voice tinged with a hint of fear. The person on the right scoffed, but could not hide the panic in their tone. "We're really unlucky. Being sent to carry out this task is no different from sending us to our deaths. The Qing Wang really overestimates us. How can we possibly handle those 4 living hells?" The left person sighed, stopping his steps. "I thought it would be easy to annihilate Zhan Yiting, but what happened? Zhan Yiting is still intact, yet the kingdom was forced to move its headquarters to Mingcheng. I have a feeling that the days ahead won't go smoothly. Stop overthinking." The person on the right patted his companion's shoulder, trying to bolster his courage. "We know exactly how strong the kingdom's power is. Even if we face Zhan Yiting Heiden before the final battle, they aren't our match. In terms of awakened ones, we definitely have the upper hand. What is Qing Wang worried about? But their hidden strength should not be underestimated." The left person trembled. Otherwise, why would Qing Wang resort to such measures? Before he could finish, a steady sound of footsteps suddenly came from behind. They both halted and turned around. Under the dim streetlight at the alley's entrance, a man dressed in a gray trench coat and wearing a baseball cap approached slowly, the brim pulled low, obscuring his face, but exuding a strong sense of oppression. When he was less than 5 meters away, the man stopped and said in a deep voice, "This trip to Anping district is not in vain. The people of the kingdom have." At that moment, 2 cold glints shot forth simultaneously. The aura of a 5th-tier awakened one erupted. Suddenly, the man in black to the left narrowed his eyes, saying, "You heard what you shouldn't have, so you can only die. Keep it down. This is the urban area." As the words left the right-hand man's mouth, a long knife sliced through the air towards the man with a sharp whoosh. The blade carved a glaring silver arc in the night. Boom! A surging gray mist suddenly erupted from around the man, devouring the attackers like a living entity. Janacourt. Ningemo. The other man's pupils constricted, suddenly turning to retreat, but his body felt as if gripped by an invisible hand, unable to move. "Do you think there's any chance of survival in my hands?" A chilling voice suddenly appeared behind him. Ning Mo's right hand formed into a fist, the gray mist's residual shadow piercing through his chest. Blood splattered onto Ning Mo's trench coat. The other person let out a shrill scream amidst the gray mist, his body gradually being eroded into powder. When the gray mist dissipated, the alley was left with the acrid scent of blood. Ning Mo looked down at his blood-stained hand and said in a deep voice, "This little Anping district is truly interesting. This is already the 3rd group of awakened ones from the kingdom." As he spoke, his figure gradually blended into the night, vanishing at the alley's entrance. Just as Ning Mo left, a woman slowly emerged from the shadows at the alley. She scanned the bloodstains in the alley and murmured, "Why is he here? This Anping district." She quickly edited a message and sent it. "Report this matter to the king first." At Wudong Community, Su Nianha stood at the entrance, her voice growing sweeter. "Thank you, uncle and aunt, for your warm hospitality. Nianha will head back now." No sooner had she finished speaking than Lin Yi rushed out of the bedroom. Clutching a thick, bulging red envelope, his face lit up with a smile as he approached Su Nianha, saying, "Here, this visit was too sudden, and uncle and aunt couldn't prepare any gifts in advance." Lin Mu stood to the side, his expression stiffened goodness. He pulled out the red envelope directly. Su Nianha hurriedly waved her hands in refusal, her voice soft. "Uncle and Aunt Nianha is already very flattered. This red envelope really. What's there to be flattered about?" Jiang Shuan suddenly walked over briskly, snatching the red envelope from Lin Ye's hands and stuffing it directly into Su Nianyi's pants pocket, causing the originally flat pocket to bulge out. "Make sure to come visit often when you have time, all right?" After finishing, Jiang Shuan gently took Su Nianyi's hand and said, "Nianha, if Lin Mu ever makes you unhappy or angry, you can tell Andy. He'll help you teach him a lesson." She paused again, her voice becoming even softer. "If one day something unavoidable truly happens, as long as you both love each other, any difficulty will be easily resolved, understand?" Su Nianha nodded vigorously, her voice sweet. "I understand, Andy." Jiang Shuan nodded in satisfaction, suddenly turning to look at Lin Mu, her voice abruptly rising. "Did you hear that?" Lin Mu had just opened his mouth when he was interrupted by Jiang Shuan. You speaking so stutteringly." Jiang Shuan placed her hands on her hips, her tone laced with a hint of frustration. If you dare to bully Nianhe in the future, just wait and see how your dad and I will deal with you. Auntie Nianhe will always be accommodating towards Lin Mu, you can rest assured. Soon Nianhe stepped forward and linked her arm with Jiang Shuan's, her voice sweet. Jiang Shuan's smile widened, and she gave Su Nianhe a big hug, saying, Auntie really likes you. The door opened with a click. Lin Yi smiled and nodded towards the door. They'll see you down. Oh, don't refuse, it's on my way to buy some green onions. The three of them gradually faded away in the corridor. Jiang Shuan turned back to the living room, elegantly sitting on the sofa. A faint smile appeared on her lips. Su Nianhe, this girl is really something. Then she sighed softly. Alas, my son who is so unambitious, how is it that the girl has come to this extent, yet he still doesn't get it? Looking at her son's expression, one could tell that the two were probably not even on speaking terms at most, just some awkward. The two of them are truly cut from the same cloth. When they encounter a girl they like, they often say the opposite of what they mean. I still have to help them out. Not long after, a light knock sounded on the door. Jiang Shuan paused, her eyes flickering with a hint of confusion as she murmured, Is it that quick to buy green onions? Wait, he brought the key, right? She set down her cup and slowly stood up, slipping on her slippers as she walked towards the entrance. Click. She opened the door. Standing outside was a middle-aged man in black, his eyes filled with a fierce, sinister aura. Upon seeing Jiang Shuan, his breath quickened and the terror in his eyes almost spilled over as he trembled and called out, Blood King. Boom! A suffocating, killing intent suddenly erupted from the depths of Jiang Shuan's eyes. He broke out into a cold sweat, his legs going weak. I only came to deliver a message. You deliver a message? Heh, get in here. Jiang Shuan turned and walked towards the living room, her tone icy. As the man was about to step up, a cold, piercing voice sounded from behind. Don't make me repeat myself, get in here. The man froze, cursing internally. Why did this deadly task fall on my head? I hope the people from Qingshou Mountain are all dead. At least I can handle this smoothly. At the very least, those 3 hostages will arrive shortly, and there shouldn't be any accidents. He took a deep breath, gritting his teeth as he truly began to roll himself into the living room. In the living room, Jiang Shuan sat upright in the center of the sofa, her back straight. The man in black stood before her, trembling with fear, his voice barely above a whisper. A hidden force has emerged, and the Qing King suspects it to be remnants from 25 years ago. So, we were specifically ordered to summon the 4 kings back. Jiang Shuan's lips curled into a cold smile. Qing King. Heh, what is he worth? I severed ties with the kingdom cleanly 25 years ago. While I have no interest in killing today, just leave. The man in black stiffened, suddenly mustering all his courage, his voice deliberately probing. Blood King, I've heard that your family is particularly harmonious, and your children are all very outstanding. Swish. Before he could finish, the man's pupils dilated, and he felt a choking sensation suddenly constricting his throat. The man in black clutched his chest, gasping for breath, and with his last ounce of strength he roared, I told you, I am just a messenger. Although your daughter is well protected at the research base, the 3 who just left are your husband, son, and daughter-in-law, right? Don't you care about their lives? Do you think you can live a peaceful life just by hiding among the masses, eh? You know better than anyone how much blood you have on your hands from 25 years ago. Even if you chase after them now, it will be too late. The man in black suddenly revealed a bitter smile. So, Blood King, can we talk properly now? If you dare to touch a single hair on my son or daughter-in-law, I will make you suffer, endlessly tearing you to pieces. Jiang Shuan's anger reached its peak, her voice carrying a ruthless intensity. Rest assured, I am not that foolish. The man in black coughed blood weakly, but inside, he was sneering, as long as I hold on to one of the 3 hostages, my life will be preserved. Everyone has a soft spot, especially a mother with children. Outside Wudong community, 2 figures in black casual attire walked side by side towards the fork in the road. Suddenly Su Nianhe paused, her delicate brows furrowing as a wave of nausea washed over her. Ultimately, she couldn't hold back and squatted down by the roadside, beginning to retch. A warm hand gently patted her back. Lin Mu's voice playfully calm. You could have avoided that piece of fish. Phew. It feels much better to throw it up. Su Nianhe straightened up, raising her jade hand to wipe her lips, but a tissue was already offered to her mouth. Lin Mu paused, slightly holding the tissue. What am I doing? Su Nianhe's beautiful eyes widened in surprise, and in the next second, she seized his wrist, using his hand to wipe the residue from her lips. In that moment of eye contact, it felt as if time had stopped. Her voice soft, Lin Mu, do you like me? Thump, thump, thump. Lin Mu's heart raced suddenly. He abruptly withdrew his hand, threw the tissue into a nearby trash bin, and walked ahead, his mind blank, as he forcibly suppressed the surging panic. Su Nianhe let out a laugh, her smile growing more radiant. She quickly caught up with Lin Mu, tugging on his arm. You always do this. When faced with difficult questions, you go silent. Lin Mu paused, turning to meet her gaze. The calmness he had just regained was once again disrupted. His eyes flickered, and after a moment of silence he spoke. Be serious. What you said is too abrupt. Lin Mu, I am asking seriously. Look into my eyes when you speak. Sun Yinha stepped forward, the distance between them suddenly narrowing close enough to clearly hear each other's breath. Lin Mu breathed hastily, pulling her arm as they walked forward. All right, we are almost at the fork. Your car. Sun Yinha allowed him to lead her, her eyes sparkling with deeper amusement. It seems this big ice block can also melt. Meanwhile, behind them a man in a gray trench coat and baseball cap was quietly following. He watched the interactions of the two, just now completely shattering the last bit of hope in his heart, sighing. Indeed, I was too optimistic about the situation. This is just a young man lost in love. He can never be the chief. Until the moment of parting at the fork. Sun Yinha grabbed Lin Mu's wrist with one hand, while pulling out a bulging red envelope with the other, her eyes filled with mirth. Lin Mu, I have already won over your parents. Lin Mu froze for a moment, a slight curve appearing at the corners of his mouth, speaking casually. My parents are not that foolish. Even if I didn't explain, they could figure out our situation. So why do you think they gave me this red envelope in the end? Sun Yinha shook the red envelope in her hand, her voice gentle. Goodbye, I have a feeling we will meet again soon. Before her words faded, she suddenly lunged at Lin Mu, wrapping her arms around his neck, her eyes brimming with tenderness. Without waiting for Lin Mu to react, her red lips had already pressed against his, their bodies tightly pressed together. She could clearly feel his heart racing and his hurried breathing. In the next second, she released him, turning away and striding away, not looking back as she called out, Goodbye. Don't think about me too much, of course you can't forget about me. Her figure gradually disappeared into the night. Lin Mu took a deep breath, raising his hand to lightly touch his lips, murmuring helplessly, This woman. He walked towards the other side of the fork, thinking, from my parents' expressions, they must have seen through it. Then he smiled faintly, continuing towards the waiting Maybach. After the two left, Ning Mo approached the fork, sighing. I can now confirm with 300% certainty, he definitely has no connection to the chief. His expression suddenly turned serious as he noticed several figures in black stealthily following Lin Mu from behind. Ning Mo said in a low voice, Are they from the kingdom again? But why are they following him? After saying this, his figure quickly chased after them in the night. Meanwhile, Sun Yinha walked lightly on the quiet side, rode the smile in her eyes yet to fade. Suddenly, she paused, a cold smile appearing at the corner of her mouth. This is truly unexpected. They have come to me willingly. For men in black were slowly closing in around her, their shadows stretching long under the streetlights. Tisk tisk, this woman is truly enchanting, so fresh. If only we could enjoy her. One of the men spoke with a lewd chuckle. Another interrupted sternly, Don't cause trouble for yourself. We must ensure the hostage's absolute safety. She must not receive so much as a scratch, or we won't survive either. Sigh, I was just expressing my desire, but seriously, with her looks, she is definitely top-notch among top-notch. Sun Yinha stood quietly in place, her beautiful eyes scanning the four men, and beneath her feet a blood-colored lotus had quietly emerged, shimmering with a bewitching red glow. Little girl, come with us willingly, and we won't harm you. Give up your resistance, or... The leader of the black-clad men suddenly unleashed the oppressive aura of a fourth-tier awakened one. The four men closed in on her, one sneering, surrounded like this, and still not shouting or causing a scene. This woman must be a fool. Sun Yanhe's smile grew colder. I can go with you, but can you tell me why? This is different from what I expected. She doesn't even have the slightest thought of escape or resistance. Such a person is quite rare. One of the black-clad men spoke with disdain. Enough, quickly knock her out and meet up with the adult. As the leader gave the order, one man's hand shot out like lightning towards Sun Yanhe's neck. Bang! Just half an inch away from Sun Yinha, his form suddenly transformed into a cloud of blood mist, exploding in the night, blood droplets splattering on the blood-colored lotus on the ground. Since you've come this far, did you truly believe you'd walk away alive? Sun Yinha's voice slithered into their ears like a specter's whisper. Simultaneously, identical blood-red lotuses bloomed beneath the soles of all three. A flash of crimson light, and before they could even emit a shriek of agony, their bodies dissolved into scarlet mist, scattering across the cobblestones of the side path. At that moment, Yulan materialized before Sun Yinha and bowed her head with solemn reverence. Your Majesty, they dared raise hands against you. Could it be? Sun Yinha lifted a delicate hand in gentle dismissal, her tone serene. No. They must have come for another purpose, likely tied to a rival faction. How fares your end? Yulan shook her head faintly. The captives held their tongues tightly. All have been dealt with. Sun Yinha paused, then gazed toward the direction Lin Mu had vanished, her beautiful eyes flickering with quiet contemplation. She turned to Yulan, continued searching the vicinity. It is already deep night. If confirmed as agents of the kingdom, eliminate them without hesitation. Understood. Yulan responded with crisp deference and leapt into the ink-black night, vanishing without trace. Su Nianhe watched the distant lanterns shimmer, a subtle enigmatic smile curling her lips. It seems we parted only moments ago, and yet our reunion draws near. As her words faded, she dissolved into a fleeting afterimage streaking toward Lin Mu's trail. Meanwhile, Lin Mu bypassed the Maybach entirely, turning instead into a narrow shadow-draped alley, where only faint yellowed rays from distant street lamps seeped in. A faint disdainful curve touched his lips as he halted at the alley's center, waiting as if expecting someone. Behind him, three black-clad figures exchanged knowing smiles. How convenient. He walked straight into a dead end, delivering himself into our hands. One scoffed. Our master is overly cautious. 3 ordinary mortals. Yet he deploys over a dozen 4th and 5th rank Awakeners. Utter overkill. Enough chatter. Act swiftly. Our master may well be embroiled in peril, awaiting our report. The trio advanced shoulder to shoulder down the alley. Near the alley's mouth, Ning Mo emerged silently, murmuring to himself, strange. What could possibly be hidden within Gutsong's distant cousin that warrants such pursuit? He hurried forward, a wry smile playing on his lips. Gutsong, you owe me dearly. Deep within the alley, Lin Mu had already turned, his gaze calm, unwavering, fixed upon the 3 approaching figures. Ah, dare he stop and stare us down? One black-robed man clapped mockingly, dripping with contempt. No delays, render him unconscious. And take care not to strike too hard. Leave it to me. The rightmost figure erupted with the aura of a 4th rank Awakener. His fist wreathed in violent wind slammed toward Lin Mu's face. Boom! His fist still half a foot from Lin Mu, when Lin Mu's own struck, first crashing into the man's abdomen. The black-robed man flew backward like a severed marionette, slamming into the alley wall. Cracks spiderwebbed across its surface, blood spurted from his mouth as he crumpled lifeless and silent. The remaining 2 recoiled sharply, their pupils contracting in shock, as twin blades hissed from their sheaths, cold steel gleaming dully in the dim light. And at the alley's mouth, Ning Mo froze utterly. Disbelief flooded his eyes. A 4th rank Awakener, felled in a single blow. Oh Gutsong, you'll pay for this fiction. Lin Mu walked calmly toward the 2, voice tranquil. I have one question. What reason do you have to lay hands upon me? Silence. No more talk. The lead figure unleashed the overwhelming pressure of a 5th rank Awakener. Together, take him alive. Alive? Lin Mu let out a cold, mirthless laugh, his eyes hardening into glacial ice. Then keep them no longer. Before the final syllable faded, his irises flared ice blue, biting cold erupting from his gaze. Frost exploded beneath his feet, surging outward in an unstoppable wave. The 2 charging figures raised their blades, only to be instantly encased in glacial armor. From ankle to crown, even the terror frozen in their pupils remained unblinking, as they became twin statues of living ice. Crack! Fractures webbed across the ice, then shattered explosively into glittering motes, scattering like crushed diamonds through the amber gloom before vanishing into the alley's whispering wind. The frost receded from Lin Mu's feet, his eyes softened back to deep obsidian. He turned to leave, then halted abruptly. In the alley's hazy light stood a man in a gray trench coat, wearing a baseball cap pulled low, shielding eyes already reddened with suppressed emotion. His shoulders trembled faintly, as though holding back a tide. Lin Mu studied him for a long moment. Then a knowing smile rose at the corner of his lips. As he stepped forward, a graceful silhouette materialized beside the man. Su Nianhe's gaze swept over Ning Mo, flashing brief surprise, before gliding past him with feline grace toward Lin Mu. Ning Mo jolted violently, eyes widening in disbelief. For as she passed him, he sensed, not a whisper, not a ripple, of her presence. Su Nianhe stopped before Lin Mu, and suddenly rose onto her toes. Warm breath brushed his ear, her crimson lips parted, voice lowered to a velvet whisper. It seems you've been discovered. Lin Mu blinked, startled. Why have you returned? Because I too have undergone the same transformation. Yet why us specifically? Su Nianhe stepped back, her delicate brows arching with quiet inquiry. Lin Mu stiffened. Then his expression shifted, sharp and grave as realization struck like lightning. Meanwhile, on the adjacent side path, Lin Yi gripped 2 vibrant green scallions in one hand, a cigarette dangling lazily from his lips, smoke curling upward in slow, languid spirals. A post-dinner smoke. Without it, something feels missing. Suddenly his brow lifted. 2 black-robed figures approached Hedon. Strike now. The others have likely succeeded already. One spoke coldly. How tedious, a mere mortal. A single finger would grind him into dust. As he finished speaking, the leftmost figure lunged, fist roaring with gale-force wind, toward Lin Ye's face. Lin Yi smiled, then flicked the cigarette butt aside. It streaked like a scarlet arrow straight toward the attacker. Arg! A scream tore through the air as the ember struck true, buried deep in the man's left eye. He collapsed, writhing, blood oozing between clenched fingers. The second assailant's composure shattered. He hadn't anticipated the husband of that woman would prove so formidable. A fifth-rank Awakeners aura detonated around him, leaves swirling violently in the vortex as he launched himself at Lin Yi. Lin Yi spoke, voice laced with dry amusement. Tell me, do you know what it feels like to die by scallion? The black-robed man's eyes flared with murderous intent, then forcibly reined it in. For this man must not die, only be subdued. His fist neared Lin Ye's chest, when Lin Ye's scallion cracked across his wrist like a whip. Snap! The sound of breaking bone rang sharp and brittle, like snapping dry bamboo. The man grunted in pain. Before he could react, boom, boom, 2 more impacts echoed, and both attackers lay motionless, breath extinguished. Instantly, an invisible force enveloped their corpses, reducing them to ash, leaving not even a trace of blood behind. Lin Yi glanced at the blood-smeared scallion in his hand, sighed softly, and tossed one into a nearby bin stained with blood. It's no longer fit to eat. His voice, deep and resonant, murmured, could it be? As he reached the residential complex gate, his expression twisted in sudden alarm. Damn it. My son, and his fiancée. Dad, a familiar voice rang out. Uncle, another soft voice followed suit. Lin Yi completely relaxed and smiled as he turned around. Didn't you return to the academy? Why are you back again? He was entirely unconcerned about his wife's safety. Since someone had made a move against him, they must have aimed at his wife's weakness to threaten her into doing something she had no choice but to comply with. Lin Mu was momentarily taken aback, quickly conjuring up reasonable explanations in his mind. However, Sun Yinha spoke first, her voice gentle. Uncle, it seems I left something at home. But I'm not sure, it might be somewhere else, so I came back to check. Oh, so that's how it is. That's great. As long as you're fine. Just as Lin Yi finished speaking, a hint of confusion appeared in the eyes of Lin Mu and Sun Yinha. Lin Yi laughed heartily to cover it up, quickly shifting the topic. All right, let's head home. Your mother just called and said Yinha has spent too little time at home and wants to stay a bit longer. Dad, you only bought 1 green onion and you made a special trip for it. Lin Yi gave him a light tap on the back of his head, the force neither too strong nor too weak. Don't you know why? Can I smoke at home? Lin Mu immediately burst into laughter, understanding the implication in an instant. As they reached the front door, Lin Mu, Sun Yinha, and Lin Ye's footsteps came to a simultaneous halt. Faint voices of conversation could be heard from inside the room, and a hint of confusion flashed in the eyes of the three. Lin Yi suddenly coughed twice as if to signal those inside, then deliberately raised his voice to say, I forgot to bring the keys. However, Lin Mu did not respond, and directly took out the keys to unlock the door, quickly striding towards the living room. Sun Yinha followed closely behind with light steps. As they stepped into the living room, both of them froze on the spot. Lin Yi followed in, leisurely squinting at the scene before him, sighing inwardly in resignation. It seems the 2 kids caught sight of this. How did I forget about this? In the living room, Jiang Shuwan was elegantly seated on the sofa, and across from her sat a man in black, blood streaming down his face, staining half of it. The man caught sight of the 3 at the door, his pupils dilating in shock, a wave of despair surging within him as he cursed viciously in his heart, this bunch of useless trash. Can't even handle 3 ordinary people. Mom, who is this? Lin Mu scrutinized the man in black, raising an eyebrow slightly. Jiang Shuwan's beautiful eyes flashed with surprise, and then she quickly replaced it with a delighted smile, walking over to Lin Mu and Sun Yinha. Oh. How come you and Yinha are back again? She grasped Sun Nianyi's delicate hand, her tone gentle. Annie was just talking about you, saying that she didn't get enough time to chat with Yinha. Sun Yinha's eyes curved with a sweet smile as she responded, Auntie, I also want to stay with you a bit longer. At that moment, the man in black suddenly leapt to his feet, trembling as he attempted to slip out the door, only to be firmly restrained by Lin Ye's hand on his shoulder. That hand felt as heavy as a mountain, and the man instantly froze in place, unable to move, even a toe, his mind surging with turmoil. What kind of strength is this? Lin Yi chuckled lightly, trying to ease the tension. Son, this is our distant relative. You could say he's your distant third uncle. Lin Mu was about to politely respond when Lin Yi cut him off with a wave of his hand. No need for formalities, just skip it. He turned to the man in black, his tone as casual as if making small talk. Brother, how did you get that injury on your head? At the end of his words, his hand subtly exerted more pressure on the man's shoulder. The man gritted his teeth, nearly biting them to pieces, but dared not utter a sound. Jiang Shuwan timely took over the conversation, her tone playful. Oh, just now your third brother was going on and on at me about it. He crashed his car into the railing nearby. Since it's close to our home, he came over. She tugged at the man's arm, pulling him into the living room and pressing him back onto the sofa, adding, "Really, how could you get such an injury and not go to the hospital, immediately thinking of coming to your sister's house instead, eh?" The man's voice trembled, his eyes dodging Jiang Shuan's gaze. I want to go to the hospital now." Lin Yi placed the green onion in the kitchen, and when he came out his voice was eerily calm. "What hospital? This little injury I can handle for you easily." Lin Mu glanced at the man's forehead where blood was still seeping out, feeling increasingly uneasy, but unable to pinpoint what was amiss. He could only tentatively ask, "Dad, did you study medicine?" Lin Yi smiled, his tone relaxed. "It's just a little scratch on the head, a few band-aids will do." Lin Mu and Su Nianhe exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with astonishment. The blood on the man's head was nearly flowing down to his chin. How could this be just a scratch? Clearly it was a serious injury. Lin Mu paused, unable to resist pressing further. "Dad, if I'm not mistaken, the blood on this third uncle's head has started to flow down his face. Maybe we should really go to the hospital." The man looked at Lin Mu as if he had grasped a lifeline, tremblingly agreeing. Yes, we should go to the hospital." But before he could finish, Lin Yi interrupted. "It's fine, your eldest brother has large band-aids at home." The man's voice trembled with urgency. I really still want to go to the hospital, elder brother. At this moment Jiang Shuan had already turned her gentle gaze to Lin Mu, smiling as she smoothed things over. "All right, your third uncle has always been mischievous since he was young, off and getting into fights. This little injury is nothing to worry about." She then turned to Su Nianhe, her tone even softer. "Nianhe, how did you come here today? Did you take a car?" Su Nianhe's voice was sweet. "Annie, my family sent me here. They are waiting for me outside the community." Jiang Shuan immediately responded, "It's getting late. Let your uncle take you home." She turned to Lin Yi, smiling as she added, "Darling, please see off our son and future daughter-in-law." And Nianhe. As soon as the words future daughter-in-law were spoken, Su Nianhe's eyes lit up instantly, and her lips couldn't help but curl upwards, her joy nearly bursting forth on her face. "All right." Lin Yi laughed as he walked over, casting a questioning glance at Su Nianhe. "Nianhe, weren't you—" Yes. Su Nianhe immediately took Lin Mu's hand, smiling brightly as she shook it. "It might be in your room. Let's go find it together." Lin Mu looked at her in confusion. "You've never even been in there. Hurry up." Su Nianhe didn't wait for him to finish, pulling him towards the bedroom. As soon as they pushed open a door, Lin Mu's expression darkened, and he quickly stopped her. "This is Yin Yan's room." Su Nianhe tilted her head slightly, her eyes carrying a hint of innocence. Lin Mu helplessly pointed to the opposite. "This one is it." As soon as he finished speaking, Su Nianhe took Lin Mu's hand and rushed into the bedroom, the door clicking shut behind them. In the living room, Jiang Shuan and Lin Yi exchanged smiles while the man in black on the sofa wore a face of despair. He had already sensed the outcome of the day. In the bedroom, Su Nianhe lay directly on the bed, closing her eyes, her fair jade-like feet gently swaying in front of Lin Mu. Lin Mu helplessly sat down at the foot of the bed and sighed. "Why must you come to my room?" Su Nianhe opened her eyes with a slight smile, and in the next second she rolled over her jade foot, directly stepping on Lin Mu's back with a slightly spoiled tone. "I like coming here, is that a problem?" "All right, let's go." "No, this king wants to lie down for a while longer." Just as the words left her mouth, the door creaked open, and Lin Yi's loud voice followed. "Son Nianhe, I found the things." He suddenly paused halfway, his eyes sweeping over the reclining figure of Su Nianhe on the bed, then glancing at the jade foot that was faintly visible on Lin Mu's back, raising an eyebrow, and muttering to himself, "Today's young people really know how to have fun." Su Nianhe abruptly withdrew her foot from Lin Mu's back, sitting upright, with a flush instantly rising to her cheeks. Lin Mu's expression stiffened, hurriedly explaining, "Dad, don't jump to conclusions. It's not like that." Lin Yi immediately laughed and interrupted, winking at him. "No rush, no rush. It's not easy to find those things right now. You guys enjoy yourselves. No, I mean look for a while longer." Before he finished speaking, the door was slammed shut, leaving behind an atmosphere of awkwardness. Lin Mu stood up and looked at Su Nianhe, unable to resist teasing. "You actually have a time when you feel embarrassed. It's truly rare." "Oomph." Su Nianhe snorted coldly and turned her head away. "All right, get up and put on your shoes, we should." Lin Mu walked towards the door, his tone becoming serious. "The night is when they mainly act. Lin Mu, you're not waiting for me." Su Nianhe quickly jumped off the bed, chasing after him in her slippers, her jade hand gripping the corner of his clothes. Outside the entrance of Wudong community, the warm glow of the streetlights spilled onto the ground. "Uncle, you really don't need to send us back." Su Nianhe's voice was soft, carrying a hint of a spoiled tone. Lin Mu nodded along. "Dad, Nianhe has family coming to pick her up. It's very safe. It's safer here for my son, and you don't need to send us." The two of them sang in harmony, politely rejecting Lin Yi's kindness. Lin Yi paused for a moment, but his tone was serious. "After all, it's quite late now. I should send you both back." Lin Mu smiled helplessly, leaning closer to whisper, Dad, just relax. Let me tell you secretly, actually the one coming back to the academy with me is a top-ranked Jina envoy from Jina Ting. With such a big figure around, why would you worry? Nonsense. Lin Ye's face was filled with disbelief, patting his shoulder. Is someone like that someone you can come into contact with? Don't fool me. Just as Lin Mu was about to continue his bluff, a sudden urgent ringtone rang from Lin Ye's pocket. He quickly pulled out his phone and answered, his tone softening instantly. Honey, what's wrong? Alright, I got it. Just now my son and Nianhe didn't want me to send them back. Perhaps they think I'm delaying their fee. Good, as long as you are fine. After hanging up, Lin Yi realized he had inadvertently mentioned the two kids and immediately laughed heartily. Since you don't need to be sent back, make sure to pay attention to safety on your way back. He looked at Lin Mu and added another reminder. Remember to report your safety when you arrive, understand? Although Lin Mu was puzzled as to why his father suddenly relaxed, he still readily agreed. You can rest assured. Su Nianhe also gently echoed, Goodbye, uncle. Lin Ye's face instantly filled with a smile, waving at her. Remember to visit often. Both uncle and aunt like you very much. Su Nianhe nodded seriously. I will, uncle. Watching the two figures leave, Lin Yi couldn't help but smile, murmuring softly, Looks like I might be able to hold a grandchild in a few years. It's just this brat's character. Sai, being able to find a girl like Nianhe, you should be secretly happy. If you don't cherish her, your mother and I will be the first to disagree. As the two of them reached a fork in the road, Su Nianhe suddenly chuckled lightly. Didn't I say it accurately? We just parted here, and now it's the second time today. Lin Mu was just about to speak when Su Nianhe suddenly opened her arms and lunged towards him. Lin Mu instinctively pushed her away gently, his tone carrying a hint of helplessness. Go back, your man is waiting for you across the road. He himself didn't realize that his voice was much softer than usual. Su Nianhe pouted in displeasure as she was pushed away. She turned to look across the road where Yulan was quietly standing. Upon seeing Wang suddenly turn around, Yulan felt a jolt in her heart. Oh no. Did I just ruin Wang's big matter? Su Nianhe turned back, staring directly into Lin Mu's eyes with a hint of reproach in her tone. Lin Mu, when you pushed me just now, do you know where you pushed me? Lin Mu's eyes widened in realization, suddenly recalling that in his moment of panic his hand seemed to have touched two soft places. His expression stiffened as he quickly replied, I'm sorry, Su Nianhe, not waiting for him to finish, coldly snorted and turned to leave quickly, her voice trailing back. Sorry, all you know is to say sorry. You don't understand anything else. Lin Mu, you are really foolish. Lin Mu watched her figure gradually disappear into the night, helplessly shaking his head as he turned towards the direction of the Maybach. In the shadows not far away, Ning Mo stood frozen and placed the scene and conversation from just now exploding in his mind like thunder. He was completely stunned as he had confirmed that Lin Mu was indeed the Ting Shou. But the fact that the Ting Shou was in a relationship was even more shocking than knowing that the Ting Shou was still alive. He murmured softly, This is unbelievable. What kind of power does this woman have to make the Ting Shou? Taking a deep breath, Ning Mo walked toward Lin Mu's direction. Just when he was only 5 meters away from Lin Mu suddenly stopped in his tracks. Ning Mo felt a jolt in his heart and also halted his steps. Lin Mu smiled slightly, pulling out a cigarette case from his pocket and swinging it back, a cigarette flying straight toward Ning Mo. Ning Mo raised his hand to catch it steadily, and then Lin Mu tossed another one for himself, a flicker of weak flames igniting at his fingertips, lighting the cigarette. All right, enough with the sentimentality, Lin Mu interrupted with a smile. When did you arrive in Anping district? After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Lin Mu remarked, I knew it, Gutsong must have said something to you. But it doesn't matter, I never intended to deliberately hide it from you. Ning Mo nodded, saying, I understand. If you truly wanted to conceal it, you wouldn't have let Gutsong know from the start. So when do you plan to return to Zhen Yiting? Lin Mu waved his hand to interrupt. Zhen Yiting still needs you to hold the fort in the short term. Currently my identity alongside Zhao Shanhe and Gutsong is under the radar. When the other side reveals their cards, that will be my time to return. At that time, it will be a bloody storm that will establish the landscape of Huaxia. This battle will certainly claim many lives. Ning Mo took a deep breath, his expression solemn. Ning Mo vows to follow the head of the court until death. Lin Mu smiled lightly and said in a deep voice, Ning Mo, the sky is dark now. Ning Mo's expression was grave, his voice resounding, if the world is engulfed in boundless darkness, then I shall wield my body to carve out a ray of light. Lin Mu raised his gaze to the pitch-black sky, his voice low and solemn, if the world is engulfed in boundless darkness, then I shall wield my body to carve out a ray of light. He paused for a moment, then stepped forward, not looking back, as he said, Let's return to Zhen Yiting, Ning Mo. This dark sky will eventually welcome the light. On the other side, a red off-road vehicle sped down the main road of Anping district. Su Nianhe sat upright in the back seat, gazing out at the fleeting night scenery then looking down at her chest, gently cradling her fragrant cheek, her lips unconsciously curling upwards. She secretly pondered, would Lin Mu like the touch just now? Moments later, a black Maybach slowly emerged from the side road, the roar of its engine exploding on the main road. Suddenly, at the next red light, the Maybach executed a slick drift, the tires screeching against the pavement as it made a sharp return. Lin Mu slammed the gas pedal while crushing the cigarette, but between his fingers. Scenes from home flashed through his mind, the strangeness of his third uncle and the concealed expressions of his parents. His expression grew more puzzled, and he ultimately decided to return home. When the door to Wutong community was pushed open, Lin Mu's brow instantly furrowed. The room was pitch black, not a single light was on. "Dadmom." He stepped into the entrance and tentatively called out. His voice echoed in the empty living room, but no one responded. The moment he pressed the switch, the crystal chandelier suddenly lit up. Lin Mu walked over to the sofa and sat down, noticing the remnants of blood on the floor that had not been cleaned up. Lin Mu's fingers flew as he quickly dialed a number. The phone rang 3 times before it was answered, and his father's booming voice came through. "What's up, son?" Lin Mu immediately sighed in relief. He suppressed his doubts and asked with a smile, "Dad, I came home to get something again. Are you and Mom still out at this hour?" There was a brief silence on the other end of the line, and he could vaguely hear his mother's soft voice, though it was too faint to discern. Then Lin Ye's teasing voice came through. "You rascal, always losing things. We ran out of disinfectants at home, so we thought to take your third uncle to the hospital fearing infection right after you left. Your third uncle suddenly bled profusely, and we hurried to take him away without cleaning it up. You can help us tidy up." Lin Mu pressed on. "Dad, who is this third uncle? Which distant relative is he? I've never heard you mention him before." "Oh, if it weren't for your third uncle having an accident near our home today, you might never have met these relatives in your life. All right, be careful on your way back, and remember to report your safety. And one more important thing, wake up your thickhead brain. Don't always let the girls take the initiative." Lin Yu didn't give his son a chance to respond, and directly hung up the phone. At this moment, he was driving a black sedan at high speed on the main road. A cold voice came from the back seat. "Continue. Is it in Ming City or Forbidden Zone City?" The man in black trembled violently, his head wrapped in layers of bandages, his voice shaking uncontrollably. "The headquarters is indeed in Ming City, but the Qing King has recently moved the core forces to Forbidden Zone City. I'm really just responsible for delivering messages. I've said all that I know you." Bang! Jiang Shuan raised her hand and struck down the man in black, immediately slumping in his seat lifeless. Lin Yi remained indifferent and spoke, "Wife, I'll accompany you." "No need." Jiang Shuan interrupted him, but her voice suddenly softened. "Husband, you must remember you are an ordinary person." Lin Yi chuckled lightly. "All right, I'll listen to my wife." As soon as he finished speaking, he floored the accelerator, and the black sedan sped away like an arrow towards Forbidden Zone City. In Wudong community, Lin Mu had already cleaned up the bloodstains left in the living room. He leaned against the sofa, his brows slightly furrowed. Although it made sense logically, he still felt something was off. After a moment, he sighed deeply and murmured, "Perhaps I'm just overthinking you. As long as Mom and Dad are safe, that's enough." Beautiful words come from the heavens, writing poems and verses in a frenzy. Suddenly, the urgent ringtone of his phone rang, and Lin Mu glanced at the caller ID, almost instantly answering. "What's up?" On the other end, Gutsong's hoarse voice mixed with the roar of vehicles came through. "Are you still in Onping District?" "Yes. Do you want to pull off something big tonight?" Lin Mu raised an eyebrow. "What do you mean?" Gutsong chuckled softly, his tone carrying a hint of mystery. "Sensher and Xiaoman have been tailing those gray-robed men. Can you guess where they ended up?" "Don't play riddles." Lin Mu's voice grew serious. "Forbidden Zone City." Gutsong's words made Lin Mu's heart sink. He paused for a moment, then added, "That ruined city, you should be familiar with, though I've already called them back. Their strength is insufficient to venture deeper." Forbidden Zone City. Lin Mu's brow furrowed even deeper. "Where are you now?" "On the road. I'll reach Onping District soon." "Brother, wait for me. Don't charge in alone like last time." After Gutsong finished speaking, the roar of the engine on the other end suddenly intensified, as if it would break through the earpiece. Hanging up the phone, Lin Mu walked to the floor-to-ceiling window. The night outside was as dark as ink, and a sense of sorrowful memories resurfaced in his mind. Half an hour later, outside Wudong community, the roar of engines approached, and a black supercar came to a steady stop beside the Maybach. The window slowly rolled down, and Gutsong, holding a cigarette, called out in a hoarse voice, "Brother, are you fast or not?" Lin Mu opened the car door and sat in the passenger seat, casually saying, "I can see you're pretty fast." Gutsong paused, his hand holding the cigarette hanging in midair. He turned to look at Lin Mu, his expression strange. "That sounds like a compliment, doesn't it?" Lin Mu calmly urged, "Think too much, let's get going." "Don't rush," Gutsong said, handing Lin Mu a black cloak and a white mask. Lin Mu's gaze was filled with confusion. Why is there still a mask? Gutsong put away his joking demeanor, his tone serious, just in case. Who knows what kind of monsters and demons are hiding in that place. By the way, this mask has a built-in voice modulation feature, and I've tested it. It's quite reliable. Voice modulation. Lin Mu chuckled softly, mentally calculating, when I return this time, I should take the time to make a few more human skin masks. After all, in the field of research, his talent had long surpassed those so-called experts. If it weren't for his overwhelming strength, perhaps he would now be walking the same path as Lin Yan. Yes, it automatically alters your voice. Gutsong's words suddenly halted midway, and then he patted his forehead, smiling as he added, I've had too much to drink, I shouldn't be explaining this to you. In this regard, you're the expert. You've been walking around in a human skin mask for 6 years. Tisk impressive. You're truly top-notch. Lin Mu's expression darkened. Once we enter the forbidden zone, if you encounter any uncontrollable situations, retreat immediately. Otherwise, you'll only drag me down. Gutsong lit another cigarette, took a deep breath, and pressed the accelerator to the floor, the intense feeling of acceleration hitting them instantly. He pouted, Brother, your words are really harsh. Lin Mu leaned back in his seat, his gaze fixed on the rapidly retreating night scenery outside, just stating the facts. It's even harsher now. If you find it harsh, just speed up. Viru. The engine of the black supercar roared like a ferocious beast, dashing towards the Forbidden Zone city. 1100 p.m. Several months had passed since the endgame battle, and though the corpses in the Forbidden Zone city had been gradually cleared, the entire city remained a silent ruin. The air was filled with an enduring stench that was nauseating. At the outskirts of the Forbidden Zone, the central guarding forces remained stationed, tightly blocking any ordinary people attempting to approach the battlefield of the endgame. In the deepest part of the Forbidden Zone, amidst the endless broken walls, a 500-square-meter wall had quietly been erected. Within the wall stood several buildings resembling courtyard houses, yet not a single light shone through, not even a faint glow. The entire area inside the wall was horrifyingly silent, with a chilling atmosphere slowly flowing. At this moment, the Qing Wang sat calmly on a stone seat at the center of the walled area, with 12 gray-robed individuals exuding the aura of initial stage 7th rank, standing respectfully on either side, heads lowered in silence. The Right Guardian broke the silence first, his voice filled with reverence. Lord Qing Wang, the forces sent to summon the Blood King and the Monk King have not responded. Although the Death King and the Skeleton King agreed to come, it is now late at night. They have already arrived. The Qing Wang interrupted in a deep voice, his profound gaze fixated on the thick darkness ahead, his tone devoid of any ripples. The Right Guardian was taken aback. Just as he looked up towards the front, a burst of maniacal laughter suddenly tore through the silence. Haha. Zhanqin, you truly have fallen on hard times. Even the kingdom's headquarters has been forced to relocate. Your current state, hiding behind the walls, is practically inscribing the words afraid of death on your face. What you're losing is not just your dignity, but the dignity of the entire kingdom. The 12 gray-robed individuals instantly felt a strong sense of pressure sweeping over them, rendering them momentarily frozen. A middle-aged man slowly approached the Qing Wang, standing nearly 2 meters tall, his imposing figure radiating the aura of 7th rank high realm, without reservation, pressing down like a fierce wind, making it hard to breathe. Death King, shall you mind your attitude when speaking to the Qing Wang? The Right Guardian suppressed his anxious heart and admonished sternly. Shao Li sneered, his eyes filled with disdain as he glanced at the Right Guardian. Attitude? What are you even? When I was slaughtering cities back in the day, you hadn't even grown all your hair yet. Get to the side, you have no place here to speak. The Right Guardian's angry shout had barely escaped his lips when a bone-chilling cold suddenly surged into his heart. A rough hand had heavily slapped down on his shoulder, and Shao Li's voice whispered in his ear, filled with mockery. This is your first warning. For Zhanqing Sake, I won't kill you this time. That's enough, Shao Li. The Qing Wang had appeared behind Shao Li at some point, surrounded by a layer of faint dark purple poisonous mist. Shao Li coldly laughed again and heavily patted the Right Guardian's shoulder. Since you've chosen to be a dog, don't cause trouble for your master. As soon as he finished speaking, his gaze suddenly sharpened, and without hesitation, he punched backward. Boom. The two punches collided with a resounding crash, the residual force sweeping outward. Amidst the flying debris, Shao Li staggered back 2 steps, while the Qing Wang was knocked back 3 steps, his robe rustling in the wind. Shao Li, what do you want to do? Shao Li sneered, his eyes brimming with provocation. Of course, I want to see just how useless your strength is that allows people to slaughter freely at the kingdom's. Shao Li sneered, his eyes brimming with provocation. Of course, I want to see just how useless your strength is that allows people to slaughter freely at the kingdom's headquarters and still leave unscathed. The Qing Wang took a deep breath to suppress his anger and spoke in a deep voice. This king cannot stop them, nor can you. Xiao Li's expression turned cold as he looked up and down at the Qing Wang. Not bad. You, the once inexperienced kid who followed us, have really come to see yourself as someone important now. The Qing Wang's brows shot up sharply, and the aura of 7th rank high realm erupted suddenly. The 12 gray-robed people moved as one, drawing their weapons from their waists, the cold light flickering as they surrounded Xiao Li. The Qing Wang's brows shot up sharply, and the aura of 7th rank high realm erupted suddenly. The 12 gray-robed people moved as one, drawing their weapons from their waists, the cold light flickering. In the midst of the tense standoff, an old yet powerful voice suddenly pierced through the charged atmosphere, reaching everyone's ears. The remnants of the previous dynasty haven't been dealt with yet, and you all are turning against each other first. All eyes instantly turned towards the voice. An elderly man leaning on a cane slowly walked over, his hair white, yet spirit vibrant, every step taken with steady strength. He glanced over the tense duo and spoke calmly. Enough, this ends here. Then he looked deeply at the Qing Wang. My time is precious. Tell me what's going on with those remnants. And what about the identities of those two who broke into the headquarters? Don't you have a single clue after all this time? You've led the kingdom for over 20 years. What have you been doing? As he spoke, the old man's aura of 7th rank high realm erupted without reservation, and he slammed his cane onto the ground. With a loud bang, the hard ground was instantly smashed into a deep pit, cracks spreading like a spider's web. Seeing this, Xiao Li restrained his aura and casually walked over to a nearby bench to sit down, his voice laced with mockery. Feng, sure at your age you're still alive. The Qing Wang also retracted his aura and looked at the newcomer, Skeleton King. The old man walked past him, slowly settling onto another bench, his voice aged yet sharp. Xiao Li, I can calculate it. This year, you have a great omen of misfortune. You might as well prepare for your affairs in advance. Huh? Xiao Li suddenly burst into wild laughter, his eyes filled with defiance. Old man Feng, do you believe I can twist your head off right now? The Qing Wang watched the sharp exchange between the two internally, sighing helplessly. If it weren't for the situation already spiraling out of control, I would truly never want to see them in my lifetime. The old man, however, paid no mind to Xiao Li's provocation, speaking calmly. I do not argue with those. As he finished speaking, he squinted his murky eyes, looking towards the darkness outside the wall, his expression suddenly surprised. I never thought you monk would actually come here. Everyone's gaze converged once more as a monk dressed in robes slowly approached, his steps steady, emanating an almost imperceptible aura of Zen. The Qing Wang raised an eyebrow, looking at him with confusion. The person I sent to Qing Shou Mountain. Before he could finish, he was calmly interrupted by the monk, his tone devoid of emotion. Killed. Xiao Li and Feng Sure simultaneously raised their lips in amusement, keenly observing the Qing Wang's reaction as if watching a good show. The Qing Wang's forehead bulged with veins, the poisonous mist around him thickening, almost solidifying. I need an explanation. Explanation? The monk smiled faintly. All right, I shall give you an explanation. He then clasped his hands together and softly chanted Sin. Boom. The aura of 7th rank high realm suddenly erupted around the monk, and his figure morphed into a phantom under the night, striking directly towards the Qing Wang's face. At the periphery of the forbidden zone, the central guards were sprawled across the ground, lying haphazardly. All the corpses had been split in two, and a thick scent of blood lingered in the night air. A figure in a black robe walked leisurely into the depths of the forbidden zone, her face obscured by a blood-red mask with 2 long blades hanging at her waist. Wherever she passed, the central guards and the forces of the kingdom were ruthlessly slaughtered, the ground quickly covered in dismembered bodies. In the center of the forbidden zone, a group of Awakeners in daylight uniforms stood on high alert. Luo Ping's voice trembled with suppressed shock. Chief Qin Zhang, the 3 people who just passed. Any one of them could annihilate us at any time. Is there truly such terrifying power in this world? Then why during the final battle? Before he could finish, Qin Zhang raised his hand to interrupt. There are too many things in this world that we do not know. Even as the Chief of Daylight, I only learned today of the terrifying force behind the Central Command. And these terrifying beings have chosen to gather here today. I suspect it must be related to the previous fire-type Awakener. Kong then stepped forward, suppressing her voice. Chief, do you mean that in the face of such terrifying power, the forces behind the Central Command still harbor fear towards that fire-type Awakener? Qin Zhang paused, contemplating for a moment before responding in a deep voice. It's hard to say. I always feel that this seemingly calm world is about to welcome a storm of blood and gore. And the power of daylight compared to the two forces secretly colliding is like a moth to a flame. Moreover, the last time the Zhen Yi court openly acted against the Grand Elder has already revealed many issues. Now it only lacks an opportunity. Both sides are waiting, anticipating the full exposure of the other's trump cards. Luo Ping pressed on, do you mean? Once one side's trump card is revealed, this war will inevitably break out. Qin Jiang interrupted, his voice heavy. There is no comparison with the final battle. This war will only be more brutal. And once it begins, it will be a fight to the death, continuing until one side is entirely annihilated. It will never cease. So both sides are waiting, and actually neither has a guarantee of victory. Luo Ping's eyes widened in disbelief. Chief, the three people just now all exuded a terrifying aura of high-level 7th stage, and you say there's no guarantee of victory. That can't be. Ning Mo of the Zhun E court is only mid-listage, and any one of them could easily pierce through them, right? Qin Jiang sighed softly. It's not that simple. Have you ever considered who was in command of the Central Command before the Elder Council took over? Why has there been no news about the events of years past? He paused, continuing, let's assume that the forces that commanded the Central Command for over 20 years were annihilated by the forces behind the current Central Command, yet they did not completely eradicate them, and remnants could still be hiding in the dark. After 20 years, how strong could their secretly amassed power be? No one can guarantee that. Luo Ping and Kong Nen exchanged shocked glances, sensing that Qin Jiang's reasoning was audacious. Kong Nen asked softly, Chief, if that's the case, how should daylight position itself once the war breaks out? Luo Ping also held her breath, listening intently. Qin Jiang glanced at the two, forcing a bitter smile. Daylight will be the first to be annihilated. The expressions of the two changed dramatically, and Luo Ping urgently questioned, Chief, why is that? Because we are too weak. A daylight is too weak. After all, it has only been established for a few months, and there is no time left for it to grow slowly. Qin Jiang sighed heavily, his voice tinged with gravity. Even among the 5 great elders of the Central Command, 2 have fallen, and 1 is gravely injured in these past few months. How can we fare any better? The fact that we have survived until now only proves one thing: our existence is like that of ants in their eyes. He chuckled self-deprecatingly, then his tone suddenly turned resolute. But that is also a fact. What we can do now is to strengthen ourselves as much as possible and strive to survive when the Great War arrives. As long as we survive, it will be a victory for us. As for their endless conflict, what does it have to do with us? We are merely insignificant pawns in their eyes, yet even as pawns we must carve out a path to survival in this doomed game. Just as Luo Ping and Kong Nan's eyes grew more astonished, Qin Jiang suddenly chuckled lightly, his tone easing. Of course, all of this is just my speculation. You need not worry too much in advance. Swish! A cold light suddenly cut through the night, and several daylight members nearby were cleaved in half, without even a scream, blood gushing as they collapsed to the ground. Someone has broken in. Luo Ping shouted in alarm. In an instant, a violent oppressive force surged towards Qin Jiang and the others. In the next second, a figure in a black robe wearing a blood-red mask appeared before them, her form flickering like a ghost. Qin Jiang and his companions' pupils constricted as a chilling, killing intent bore down on them, an intense sense of fear flooding their hearts. In a moment of desperation, Qin Jiang suddenly bent down, his voice trembling with reverence. I am Qin Jiang, Chief of Daylight, here to await your presence, my lords. The figure in the black robe, however, let out a cold laugh, raising her wrist, the gleam of her long blade already threatening Qin Jiang's throat. In a critical moment, Qin Jiang drew his long sword and resolutely stabbed it into his own chest. Blood immediately sprayed from the corner of his mouth, and he staggered back half a step, weakly saying, Qin Jiang can handle it himself. Do not dirty your hands, my lords. He gestured towards Luo Ping and Kong Nen, his eyes conveying a message. The members of Daylight suddenly came to their senses, each drawing their weapons to stab themselves. Several streams of blood splattered in the night, all of them weakly, half kneeling on the ground, their eyes filled with terror. This scene surprised the figure in the black robe. She sheathed her long blade, casting a disdainful glance at Qin Jiang. Her crisp voice, now low and hoarse, said, The weak will ultimately perish because of their weakness. After the figure in the black robe left, Qin Jiang wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, muttering in a low voice, Weakness. This dark world is inherently one of the survival of the fittest. Until reaching the peak, one must bend and crouch to live, to have even a glimmer of hope. I, Qin Jiang, also have my own way to survive. Luo Ping quickly stepped forward, looking at the blood continuously oozing from Qin Jiang's chest, her eyes wide with shock. Chief, you are being too harsh on yourself. You're really thrusting hard. Qin Jiang forced a bitter smile. Otherwise, I am before the figure in the black robe. If I do not truly stab myself, how could she let us go? He paused, a hint of contemplation flashing in his eyes. It seems that the forces behind the Central Command are not a monolithic entity after all. At this moment, Kong Nen stepped forward, her gaze filled with astonishment. Kong Nan's voice was urgent. Chief, you have pierced it at the right spot. If not handled in time, you will. Qin Zhang's brow furrowed sharply and a mouthful of fresh blood spurted out again. He struggled to say, "Then what are we waiting for? Help me." Before he finished speaking, his figure began to topple to the side. Luo Ping hurriedly supported him and turned to look at Kong, then panic written all over his face. Why did Chief Qin suddenly faint? Inside the walls of the restricted area, King Qin sat on the main seat, his face bruised and swollen, his knuckles white as he forced down the surging fury within. The monk sat calmly on a side bench, his robe slightly dirty, yet his gaze remained tranquil. When he looked at King Qin, his tone was devoid of any waves. "Now do you still want to explain?" King Qin's voice was filled with suppressed anger. "Monk King, do not overreach." The old man's cane gently struck the ground, making a dull thud, and his aged voice resonated with a hint of authority. "All right, let Zhang Qing discuss the matter at hand. Our internal strife is exactly what the enemy hopes to see." Shaoli sneered, glancing sideways at the old man. "Old Feng, why didn't you stop him when the monk was beating him just now?" The old man slowly raised his eyes, a glimmer of deep meaning flashing through his murky gaze. "I just wanted to see if Zhang Qing would be beaten to death by the monk. But unfortunately Zhang Qing still has some abilities." He continued, "This means that none of us can stop that fire element awakener. This matter cannot be blamed on him." The monk lowered his eyes and clasped his hands, speaking softly. "In all things, harmony is of utmost importance." "Ha ha ha." Shao Li's wild laughter suddenly interrupted. "You monk talk about harmony, but your strikes are fiercer than anyone else's." King Qin's face grew increasingly grim, veins throbbing on his forehead. He truly wanted to kick the heads of the three in front of him like soccer balls, but his strength did not allow it, so he could only temporarily endure the humiliation. "Not at all." The monk calmly added, his tone still indifferent. "It was he who disturbed my tranquility for many years. This was merely a slight lesson, do not think." "Enough, both of you stop talking." The old man looked at King Qin again, his cane lightly tapping the ground. "Now that it's quiet, speak. You summoned us here, what do you want to do? Or have you discovered something?" Just as King Qin was about to speak, he was interrupted by the monk. "If it's internal conflict among Awakens, I will not participate. Let me speak first." King Qin's deep voice halted him. The 12 gray-robed figures behind him stood with their heads bowed, not daring to breathe, the invisible pressure from the four enveloping them tightly. King Qin took a deep breath, suppressing his anger as he spoke. "First, I can now confirm that the remnants from back then have formed a considerable force. As for who was missed back, then only you and the Blood King know best. Second, the two who infiltrated the ancient city that day are likely not from those remnants, but from a new. Those remnants have endured for over 20 years and would never take such a risky action to expose themselves. That fire element Awakener even dares to run rampant in the headquarters." At this point, King Qin's gaze suddenly turned fierce as he added, "Third, it concerns the Red King." "Red King?" Shaoli raised an eyebrow, his tone tinged with surprise. "Why bring up the deceased?" The monk replied calmly, still maintaining his unperturbed demeanor. The old man's voice carried a heavy sense of age, suppressing the questions of the two. "Do not argue. Let Zhang Qin continue." King Qin paused, sweeping his gaze over the three, and solemnly said, "If the Red King is dead, her forces should have fragmented, yet now they have not only remained intact, but have become increasingly cautious. It is as if they are still obeying the orders of the same person. Normally this situation should not occur. Half a month ago in Ming City, the S-level aberrant under the Red King Xiao, who had his hidden base infiltrated by our people. He was already in a situation of certain death, yet another group of aberrants came to his rescue. The speed of this rescue was rather quick." King Qin's tone grew heavy. "What makes me uneasy is that after the rescue, all the aberrants hidden in various cities under my command mysteriously lost contact overnight. Indeed, it was overnight. All the aberrants deployed by the kingdoms have disappeared without a trace." He took a deep breath, his eyes filled with certainty. "Thus I suspect the Red King is not dead." As his words fell, the air suddenly fell silent. The monk's eyes flashed with doubt as he broke the silence. "First, your evidence is not sufficient. If the Red King is still alive, why does she not strike at the center? There are no more national enforcers in the world, so she should have no concerns." "National enforcer?" Shao Li's eyes flashed with a hint of reminiscence as he sneered. "A newly emerged 8th-tier Awakener, his appearance is filled with doubts from the start. However, during the era of the National Enforcer, we have long hidden from the world and have no interest in inquiring about such matters. But now," he shifted the conversation, raising his eyes to look at King Qin. "Zhang Qin, since we are on this topic, let us talk about the identity of this National Enforcer. By the way, there is also someone I am interested in, the one titled White Death by Ju." King Qin met his gaze and said solemnly, "I can assure you they are all dead. The deceased do not need to be discussed further, it is just a waste of time." Shaoli sneered, yet his eyes seemed deep in thought. The old man slowly spoke. I can also confirm that back then none escaped. All remnants of the previous dynasty died at our hands. King Qing furrowed his brow, and the monk added indifferently, there is another person who, although did not die in front of us, will only die more miserably if the Blood King acts. Tisk tisk. Shaoli looked up at King Qing. You are indeed clever to only summon the three of us, that crazy woman. King Qing replied gravely, the Blood King was also called, but the person sent like the monk's side has gone silent. Moi. Shaoli showed a look of surprise. You dare to summon that woman. I heard she is now married, but is truly amusing to think about. I cannot imagine her soft and delicate appearance. He suddenly changed the subject, curiosity gleaming in his eyes. By the way, what method do you plan to use to invite her? King Qing looked at the right protector, who understood his meaning, and stepped forward respectfully. The Blood King is now married with children. Therefore the best strategy is to hold her family hostage. As the words fell, the pupils of the three shrank simultaneously. The monk's brow furrowed, Shao Li's expression stiffened, and the old man's right hand holding the cane trembled slightly. The air once again solidified. King Qing's gaze swept over the three, his expression puzzled. Just as he was about to speak, he was interrupted by Shao Li's deep voice. When did you strike? The right protector quickly responded, the last message was a few hours ago. They were already preparing to act then. Shao Li frowned deeper as he looked at the monk. Monkjiang City is not far from here, right? The monk replied, not far, just a few hours' journey. The air fell into silence once more. Shao Li suddenly stood up, moving a chair from beside the Qing Wang to between the monk and the old man. Qing Wang raised an eyebrow, his tone laced with curiosity. What do you mean by this? Zhanqing, you better pray that the family of that madwoman is safe now. Shao Li's voice grew heavy as he added, otherwise if a woman awakened in her violent state goes mad, we can only collect your corpse. At this moment the monk calmly stood up, looking at Qing Wang, his tone devoid of any ripples. What you said is all mere speculation at this point. If you truly discover any clues about the Red Wang's survival, this poor monk will take action, but for now I must take the lead. Don't rush, I will go with you, the old man interjected. This is our last chance to act for the kingdom, Zhanqing. The old man leaned on his cane as he slowly stood up, his murky gaze sweeping over Qing Wang. If your information proves to be wrong and the operation fails, then let the kingdom fend for itself. Aren't you truly afraid of the return of the master? Qing Wang's voice suddenly turned cold, a dark purple toxic mist swirling around him. Shao Li scoffed. If the master could return, would we be waiting until now? I remember that there was another person by the master's side back then, Zhanqing. Did he not stay in Huaxia, but left with the master? Qing Wang's eyebrows shot up, about to speak, when a sudden hurried footstep approached, shattering the silence of the surrounding walls. Everyone's gaze snapped towards the depths of darkness, where a figure in gray robes stumbled forward, panic in their voice. Qing Wang, someone has broken in. With a flash before the words could settle, a cold light sliced through the darkness. A long knife, exuding a chilling intent, suddenly pierced the messenger's chest, the blade embedding itself into the ground. As blood gushed forth, the gray-robed figure slumped lifelessly, completely devoid of breath. Boom! In the next moment, an extremely violent seventh-tier aura surged like a tsunami, the debris on the ground lifted by the invisible wave. 12 gray-robed figures tightened their grips on their weapons, their aura tense to the utmost. Qing Wang's pupils constricted, the war spear in his hand subtly tightening, as the dark purple toxic mist roiled around him like a living thing. Seeing this, the monk calmly returned to his seat, his voice steady. Since we have arrived, we might as well watch. The old man also leisurely sat back down, lightly tapping his cane on the ground. I believe what this monk says makes sense. Unfortunately, judging by the intensity of this aura, it seems we won't have to collect Zhanqing's corpse after all, Shao Li added with a smirk, his tone tinged with mockery. What do you say? Shall we make a bet? Bet on whether Zhanqing is alive or dead. Boom! The violent aura continued to approach, and a figure in black robes with a blood-colored mask suddenly came into view. She moved with a ghostly grace. Each step caused the ground to erupt with spiderweb-like cracks. Amidst the flying debris, she had already reached the corpse of the gray-robed figure. With a flick of her jade hand, the long knife was pulled from the ground with a swish, blood dripping from the blade and splattering onto the ground, creating glaring crimson blossoms. She lifted her gaze towards Qing Wang, her eyes beneath the blood-colored mask bursting with endless killing intent, her voice icy. Zhanqing, come here and kneel before me. How dare you be so disrespectful to the Qing Wang? A seventh-tier initial realm gray-robed figure shouted angrily as he stepped forward, his aura suddenly erupting. Swish! The blade flashed like a startled swan, too fast for the eye to follow. The gray-robed figure's eyes widened in horror, a choking sound escaping his throat as his body was cleaved into 3 pieces, crashing heavily to the ground, blood splattering onto the surrounding robes. How dare you? The right protector roared, his 7th-tier middle realm aura erupting as his long knife was drawn with a clang. But the scream sounded even faster than the sound of the blade. Ah! With a clang, the right protector's long knife fell to the ground alongside his severed right arm, blood gushing from the stump splattering all over his face. He clutched his severed arm and stumbled back, racked with pain, his eyes filled with terror. Blood Wong, you are outrageous. The 7th-tier high realm aura surrounding Qing Wang exploded, the dark purple toxic mist swirling even more violently. Xiaoli couldn't help but scoff. Tsk tisk, as bloody as ever, she truly is that madwoman from back then. As soon as he spoke, the figure in black robes suddenly turned to look at him, the violent aura swirling around her like a hurricane, instantly compressing the ground into a shallow pit. The monk and the old man exchanged glances, and in an instant they both lifted their chairs and transformed into 2 shadows, appearing 10 meters away on an empty patch of ground, sitting down calmly. At my age, I cannot be accidentally harmed, the old man said, gripping his cane, his tone steady. Xiaoli, how many pieces do you want to be? The figure in black robes spoke coldly, slowly spinning the long knife in her hand, the blade reflecting a chilling gleam. Xiaoli cast a sidelong glance at the 2 sitting far away, a smirk involuntarily creeping onto his face. Don't get excited, I spoke without thinking. I sincerely apologize to you. He paused, pointing in the direction of Qing Wang, urgently reminding, there is a head for every debt. Zhan Qing is over there. I am not your enemy today. The old man's aged voice rang out with a teasing tone. Xiaoli, where is your backbone? Xiaoli raised an eyebrow, attempting to regain his dignity. This is my respect for women. The monk's calm voice followed. You bully the weak and fear the strong. The figure in black robes advanced step by step towards Qing Wang, each step hitting the ground like a heavy hammer, the stone slabs beneath her feet instantly cracking into spiderwebs, debris lifted and thrown by the violent aura. She lifted her gaze towards Qing Wang. Zhan Qing, can't you understand what I'm saying? Qing Wang's face darkened ominously. My people have already been killed by you, and your right protector has also lost an arm. What more do you want? I'll say it one last time, kneel before me. The figure in black robes gripped her twin blades tightly, the edges glinting with an eerie blood light under the night sky, the violent aura pressing towards Qing Wang's face. You madwoman, don't go too far. As Qing Wang's words fell, Xiaoli the monk and the old man simultaneously grabbed their chairs, their figures transforming into 3 shadows as they dashed to an empty space 20 meters away, their movements so synchronized it seemed rehearsed 1,000 times. Xiaoli, sitting with his legs crossed, wore a mischievous smile on his defiant face. I do admire Zhan Qing a bit. The old man grasped his cane with both hands. He is still too young, having not experienced the slaughter feast of those years. The monk pressed his palms together, his tone calm. Courage is commendable. Boom! An even more violent aura suddenly wrapped around the figure in black robes. Her eyes turned crimson in an instant, the black robes fluttering in the airflow, resembling a Shura from hell. Since you won't kneel, I will beat you down to your knees. In the same realm, do you think I would fear you? Qing Wang's aura suddenly surged, the dark purple toxic mist crashing towards the figure in black robes like a tidal wave as he swung his war spear, creating a silver arc that aimed directly for the black-robed figure's throat. Poison. A despicable lowly trick. Worthless. The black-robed man's berserk aura instantaneously coalesced into a wall of force, utterly dispersing the advancing poisonous mist. Her jade hand swung fiercely, the twin blades carving 2 uncanny streaks of bloodlight through the night blood slash. In that instant, she moved like a specter, evading the halberd and driving her blades with unbearably savage force straight for Qing Wang's chest. Qing Wang's pupils constricted, the halberd was hastily retracted, and in a flurry of motion held horizontally before his body. With a thunderous crash, the 2 blood-glossed long blades slammed into the halberd, and an even more feral aura immediately wound itself about the black-robed man's blades. Her voice was icy and cutting trash. A moment later, a mountain-like force struck the halberd. Qing Wang felt himself driven back like a kite, with its string severed. The hands that wielded the halberd had gone numb, a gouge split the base of his thumb, and blood trickled down the shaft. With every step the black-robed figure took, the ground beneath seemed to shatter as if struck by a falling meteor. The shockwave from their collision swept outward, stones scattering as a howling wind peeled dust from the earth. 3 figures in the distance observed the one-sided onslaught with avid interest. The monk watched Qing Wang's disgraceful retreat and said calmly, "Shall we intervene to a degree? After all, he is the kingdom's ruler. We should not allow him to be slain." Xiaoli crossed his arms and gave a light laugh. Sound advice, go then. The monk's face remained composed. I only make a suggestion, that does not mean I shall act. Shaoli sneered mockery in his eyes. Cowards who bully the weak. Monk, I'll hand that right back to you. The old man's murky gaze swept over the buildings being cleaved by blade light. He shook his head with a sigh. There is no need to stop her. If her family is safe, she will naturally stop when she chooses. He paused, as for where that limit lies none of us can divine it. His tone shifted and his eyes hardened. But if her family has already suffered, then there is even less reason to intervene. When this woman rages, she truly does not fear death. Xiao Li's mad laughter pierced the night. If Zhanqing had known the other title that madwoman once bore, he would never have dared such actions. Indeed. The old man's gaze drifted toward the distant blade light, a distant recollection flickering across his face as he quietly uttered for words the king of decapitation. Fortunately, we were not her enemies then, or else life would have been sleepless and fraught with dread. The monk regarded the one-sided crushing of Qing Wang and said, in time, if we do not intervene, he will likely be killed. Before his words had even died, blood exploded from Qing Wang's mouth. His body, like a kite, with a broken string, flew backward and struck a courtyard wall with a heavy crash. Amid the roar of collapsing brick and stone, dust billowed and debris scattered. When the dust cleared, Qing Wang staggered, half kneeling, his palms pressed to the cold earth to steady himself. His body was lacerated in scores of wounds down to the bone. Blood snaked from countless cuts and pooled into small crimson puddles upon the ground. Cough, cough. He hacked up more blood, then slowly raised his head toward the looming black-robed figure, his pupils shrinking with abject terror. He felt with terrible clarity that this madwoman truly meant to kill him. The ground trembled with each of Jiang Shuwan's steps. Thud, thud. Each footfall pressed on Qing Wang's heart. She held her twin blades, blood still dripping from the edges, the hem of her black robe snapping in the night wind as disdain laced her voice. Garbage. In the end, you still end up kneeling to me, do you not? 10 gray-robed men unsheathed their weapons in an instant and fanned out to stand before Qing Wang. Their grips trembled on the hilts, terror written across their faces, yet they forced their weapons before them, attempting to bar that death-like silhouette. On a distant bench, the old man rose first, his voice, even she has vented enough. Let us approach. 7th-tier Awakeners are too rare, we cannot let them all be slaughtered. At that instant, 3 figures became 3 afterimages, streaking through the night like lightning and landing steadily before Qing Wang. The old man slammed his cane down with a thunderous crack, the impact splitting the earth. He glanced at the 10 gray-robed men and said flatly, disperse. You have some loyalty after all. He then raised his eyes to the black-robed woman, his tone deepening, that is enough. Stand down. Jiang Shuwan laughed coldly, the blade's frosty gleam reflected against her mask. Heh, Fengsher, what are you to me? How dare you boss me about? The old man's brow furrowed as the 70-year surges of power around the 3 men abruptly erupted like invisible tidal waves. If you have not vented enough, the 3 of us can continue to oblige. The auras of the monk and Xiao Li swelled in unison. The triple pressure of 3 7th-tier cultivators collided violently, with Jiang Shuwan's presence in the air. Qing Wang had been carried to a more distant, safer spot and lay slumped on the ground, panting. Jiang Shuwan gave a light laugh, and with a flick of her wrist, the twin blades suddenly pointed straight at the 3 of them. The 3 exchanged looks of stunned disbelief. This woman truly was mad. Yet in the next instant, she sheathed her blades. With a crisp click, she lifted her gaze toward Qing Wang, and in a quiet voice that nonetheless reached his ears, warned Zhanqing, this is my final warning. If you ever lay a hand on my family again, I will see to your slaughter. With that, she turned and strode away, her black robe snapping in the night wind. Without looking back, she called out, the same goes for the 3 of you. The old man spoke gravely. Shui Wang, this gathering was convened because of the remnants from those years, and the SSS-rank Wang may not be dead. Jiang Shuwan's steps faltered and her aura chilled. The affairs of this world ceased to concern me 25 years ago. But if I catch anyone coveting my family again, no matter who it is, I will take your heads one by one. Her figure gradually melted into the night. Xiao Li watched her vanish, a brow raised in bafflement. What? This madwoman is ill. What business is this of ours? The monk sighed and shook his head in helplessness. Had I known, I should not have come today. You were right to come. Among us, your medical skill is the greatest. Go and tend Zhanqing. The old man finished and strode steadily toward Qing Wang. Cough, cough. The Qing Wang leaned against the courtyard wall, his face as pale as paper, his chest heaving violently as he continuously coughed up dark red blood staining the ground before him. A figure in a gray robe was carefully treating his abdominal wounds. That's enough, you can go now, an old man's voice suddenly sounded behind him. Without waiting for the gray-robed man to respond, he added, he won't die. The Qing Wang weakly lifted his gaze towards the three approaching figures, his eyes filled with unwillingness. That woman I will definitely not let her go. The air fell silent for a moment. The old man looked speechless. The monk sighed helplessly, and Shaoli stared blankly, as if they were looking at a fool. Clearly he was battered half to death. Where did he find the courage to say such things? Shaoli suddenly let out a scoff, a hint of malice in his tone. Otherwise, let's just let him die now to avoid dragging us down later. The monk calmly agreed. I concur if the three of us are of one mind. One mind, my foot. The old man's veins bulged as his face displayed helplessness, interrupting, save him. The monk raised an eyebrow and asked calmly, there are many ways to save someone. Are we saving him alive or saving him from death? Feng Shi. The Qing Wang listened to the conversation of the three, his anger boiling over, and he spat out a mouthful of blood before collapsing weakly. A moment later, Jiang Shuan, dressed in a black robe and wearing a blood-colored mask, moved like a shadow, swiftly weaving through the broken walls at the edge of the forbidden area, her speed so fast it was almost invisible. Suddenly, she paused, her beautiful eyes scanning the two figures in black robes blocking her path. The one on the left wore a white mask, while the one on the right wore a gray mask, both radiating a faint, indistinct aura. Oh, looks like a formidable character has arrived. The figure on the right chuckled lightly. Let's interrogate her first, the figure on the left said blandly. Interrogate? Jiang Shuan suddenly laughed, a hint of disdain curling her lips. How many lives do you have to dare to interrogate me? She swept her gaze over the two, her voice as cold as ice. I can't be bothered to kill. If you leave now, you may live. Gutsong was momentarily taken aback, then clapped his hands, his tone tinged with sarcasm. Wonderful, truly wonderful. How did she become so blindly confident? Linmu looked at the black-robed figure before him, his brow slightly furrowed, and said in a deep voice, she doesn't seem like someone from the kingdom. Let's trap her first. Earthen prison. Gutsong's sixth-tier mid-level aura suddenly erupted as he abruptly lifted his right foot and stomped down heavily onto the ground. Bang! With a muffled sound, the soil beneath the ruins suddenly surged upward, as if alive, quickly forming a towering earthen cage that sealed the three tightly inside. The pitch-black soil instantly obscured the moonlight above, leaving only an oppressive dimness. Jiang Shuan looked at the earthen prison that blotted out the sun, a glint of interest flashing in her beautiful eyes. An Earth-type ability user. The scorching firelight spread like wildfire, instantly illuminating the dark earthen prison as if it were daylight. The scorching firelight spread like wildfire, instantly illuminating the dark earthen prison as if it were daylight. Jiang Shuan's beautiful eyes rarely revealed a hint of surprise. A high-level 7th tier. Is she also a fire-type awakened? There are quite a few hidden powers in this world. No wonder that useless Zhan Qing thought to gather the four kings from before. Gutsong stared at the black-robed figure wearing a blood-colored mask, his voice hoarse. Are you still confident? Jiang Shuan's lips curled up slightly, her clear voice becoming low and husky through the mask. You two little fellows are quite amusing indeed. Look at you still pretending in this situation. You're quite amusing as well. Gutsong raised his right hand slightly and shouted, bind. Several arms of soil suddenly burst forth from the ruins beneath Jiang Shuan's feet, twisting upwards like vines to quickly wrap around her black robe. In the blink of an eye, they wrapped around her waist and arms, attempting to bind her tightly. Linmu scrutinized the black-robed figure, saying in a deep voice, those hiding their heads and showing their tails, take off her mask. That's exactly what I intend. Those hiding their identities are never good. Gutsong spat immediately after speaking, of course I'm not talking about us. Just as the layers of soil were about to touch Jiang Shuan's blood-colored mask, a faintly mocking smile appeared on her lips. Boom! A violently explosive aura suddenly erupted from her entire being. The invisible air wave spread like a shockwave, instantly shattering the soil wrapped around her black robe into powder which fell to the ground like dust. Lin Mu and Gutsong's pupils suddenly constricted, their expressions changing. Gutsong exclaimed, what the hell? Brother, didn't you say only that Qing Wang was a high tier? Well, look at that. Guyi encounters a high-level situation as soon as he appears, truly a generous offering. Jiang Shuan glanced at the two, chuckling lightly. I didn't want to make things difficult for you, since you seek torment. Let me simply play with you. As she spoke, she lightly waved her jade hand, and the long knife, emanating a strange blood light from her waist, was drawn, its blade pointing directly at the two, the blood-colored blade, reflecting the firelight, exuding a chilling aura. Heh, you think too highly of yourself. Lin Mu's surrounding crimson flames burst even more fiercely. Amidst the blazing firelight, he clenched his right fist tightly, and a crimson flame dragon roared out from his palm, charging toward the black-robed figure. Just as the fire dragon was about to strike Jiang Shuan, a more violent wave of energy suddenly erupted within her. The invisible wave of energy cut through the air like a blade, and the fire dragon was directly sliced apart, transforming into two streams of crimson flame that roared away to the sides, crashing heavily against the inner walls of the earthen prison with a thunderous boom. Lin Mu's gaze sharpened, his heart racing. He never expected to encounter a seventh-tier awakened being on the outskirts of the forbidden area, and this person's aura was even stronger than that of the Qinghuang. He immediately said in a deep voice, "Gutsong, go outside the earthen prison to reinforce the defenses and ensure its solidity. You won't be able to intervene here." After speaking, he cast a glance to his side, only to find that Gutsong's figure had already vanished. Outside the earthen prison, Gutsong slammed his palm heavily against the ground, causing the outer layer of soil of the earthen prison to rapidly thicken, becoming as hard as iron. He looked at the continually rising earthen prison and muttered to himself, "People must recognize their own strength. Only by heeding advice can one eat well. In this 1v1 battle, I refuse to believe that anyone below the 8th tier can match Lin Mu." In the earthen prison, the flickering firelight illuminated the masks beneath the two black robes. "You're quite confident, little fellow." Jiang Shuan's voice carried a hint of laziness and nonchalance. "Confidence comes from strength. I hope you'll still be this tough later." Before Lin Mu could finish speaking, several streams of crimson flames erupted from his palm, roaring towards the black-robed figure with a scorching wave. A strange bloodlight suddenly cut through the crimson flames. Jiang Shuan's long knife pressed directly against the white mask on Lin Mu's face. "I am quite curious about your identity. How many 7th-tier awakened beings are there in this world?" Curiosity can lead to death. Lin Mu's figure flashed like a specter, evading the long knife. In an instant, his right fist engulfed in raging flames, striking towards Jiang Shuan, the crimson flames soaring to the sky. Outside the earthen prison, cold sweat gradually oozed from Gutsong's forehead. He stared at the ever-spreading cracks on the prison wall, his heart filled with uncertainty. This person can actually confront Lin Mu Heiden. He struck the prison wall again. More soil surged from the ground, firmly supporting the loosened walls. At this rate, this prison will not hold for long. With that woman's strength, breaking through this earthen prison should not be difficult, but why is she not moving? Could it be that she is equally confident in her strength, determined to deal with Lin Mu within the prison? He sighed deeply, frustration evident in his tone. What a narrow-minded view. I thought that having strength at the 7th-tier middle stage would place me at the top, but now it seems far from enough. With a roar, Jiang Shuan released her full power, unleashing a violent force to its utmost limit. She chuckled lightly, her voice laced with excitement. "Your strength indeed exceeds my expectations, hence your identity must be quite interesting. I never intended to harm you, but since you brought this upon yourself, let me unveil the mystery today." With a swift motion, another long knife was drawn, firmly gripped in her left hand. With two knives in hand, every step Jiang Shuan took cracked the ground beneath her, her violent power swirling around her like black flames resembling Ashura. "Umph! So arrogant." Lin Mu scoffed outwardly, yet a storm surged within his heart. The figure in the black robe was unheard of, a violent type with dual knives. Who could it be? Boom! The ground beneath Jiang Shuan crumbled as her figure vanished from Lin Mu's sight. In the next moment, Lin Mu's pupils widened in shock. A wave of extreme violence surged, accompanied by two blood-red knives that had swiftly reached his face. Clang! A transparent blade light erupted from the silver-white hilt in Lin Mu's hand, precisely blocking the dual knives. The impact of the weapons resonated like a shockwave, causing the prison walls to loosen further with debris falling. Immediately after, Lin Mu's eyes turned an icy blue, an extreme chill emanating from within him. Boom! The ultimate icy domain erupted, instantly freezing Jiang Shuan into a human-like ice sculpture. Lin Mu smirked. Is that all there is to it? Just as he reached out to uncover the identity of the figure, boom! A layer of ice was instantly shattered by a violent gust. Jiang Shuan's figure burst forth from within, shaking off the shattered ice from her black robe. "I return that statement to you. Is that all there is to it?" A glint of disbelief flashed in her eyes, her voice carrying a hint of shock. "An ice-type awakened being. So it turns out the White Death of the Zhun Yi court is still alive. Haha, this is truly amusing. However, your survival is a good thing for this world. Since the mystery of your identity has been unveiled, I do not have time to play with you anymore. Do you think you can leave my hands?" As the words fell, a surge of cold energy erupted around Lin Mu, instantly covering the interior of the earthen prison with a layer of translucent hard ice. The icy surface shimmered with a bone-chilling light, freezing the already solid earthen prison like an ice fortress. How naive indeed. Jiang Shuan chuckled, her tone radiating unmasked confidence. If it comes to a fight for life and death, the outcome may be uncertain. But now if I wish to leave, you should know very well that you cannot stop me. Outside the earthen prison, Gutsong sensed the sudden eruption of icy energy inside his expression, turning alarmed, unable to help but curse. What the hell? Is this for real? Even the trump card has been forced out. Just as his words fell, a massive explosion shook the ground, and the sturdy earthen prison crumbled. As debris flew, Gutsong's pupils shrank vaguely, seeing two flashes of eerie blood-colored blade. Immediately after, the figure in the black robe transformed into a streak of black lightning, swiftly weaving through the ruins under the night, disappearing into the depths of darkness after a few leaps. The earthen prison completely collapsed, and the dust slowly settled. Lin Mu's figure appeared beside Gutsong, gazing in the direction where the black-robed figure had departed, replaying the words spoken before their departure in his mind. Don't worry, little guy, your secret does not interest me at all, nor am I inclined to spread it around. Gutsong immediately approached, asking, Brother, what happened? Did you expose your trump card in a 1v1 and still not take them down? Is there another awakened being so strong in this world? Then you. Lin Mu's eyes deepened, raising his hand to interrupt. This person should not be from the kingdom. If she were from the kingdom's forces, there would be no reason for her to leave, nor would she say she wouldn't leak secrets. He paused for a moment, then sighed lightly. Well, even if my identity is exposed, the kingdom will only know that I am still alive. They will not know my true identity now, which is not important. Lin Mu's gaze swept over the collapsed ruins of the earthen prison, his expression filled with contemplation, seemingly recalling the blade light and the aura of the black-robed figure. Gutsong's voice broke the silence. Brother, the commotion here is too great. Should we continue deeper? Lin Mu slightly regained his senses, looking at Gutsong with a serious tone. I have a feeling that the depths may hide. Hey, since we're here, we should just go for it. Gutsong patted Lin Mu on the shoulder, adding in a hoarse voice, I don't believe that besides the kingdom's Qing Wang we will encounter another 7th-tier awakened being. Lin Mu remained silent for a moment, nodding at Gutsong. Then let's continue deeper. If the situation is not right, you leave at the first moment. Don't worry, brother. Gutsong smiled and made a gesture. I Gui only engage in high-end battles. I still have the strength to protect myself. The two figures quickly moved deeper into the forbidden zone under the night, their footsteps masked by the wind in the ruins, leaving only two gradually disappearing silhouettes. Moments later, outside the forbidden zone, on a hidden tree-lined path, a black sedan quietly parked in the shadows of the trees. A figure in a black robe quietly appeared beside the car, swiftly tearing off the oversized black robe. The tight black outfit inside accentuated her figure even more. The driver's door opened with a click. Lin Yi quickly got out of the car, walked to Jiang Shuwen, smiling as he took the black robe and blood-red mask from her hands. Wife, you're back? I'll take care of the things. As he spoke, he turned to place the items in the trunk. Jiang Shuwen leaned against him like a little bird, her voice gentle. So annoying, I've gotten so much blood smell on me from this trip. Lin Yi laughed heartily and wrapped his arm around her waist, saying, Hey, who cares about the scent? As long as it's the scent of my wife, I love it. Jiang Shuwen playfully poked his forehead with her fingertip and then turned towards the passenger seat. Let's go, husband. We need to have a good bath when we get back to wash off the bad luck. Lin Yi chuckled as he returned to the driver's seat. All right, we must have a good wash. What about after my wife finishes bathing? The car doors slammed shut with a bang, and the engine roared to life as the black sedan sped towards Jiang City. Husband, I discovered something quite interesting during today's mission to the Forbidden Zone. Jiang Shuwen leaned back in the passenger seat, a light laugh escaping her lips as scenes of the earlier battle flashed in her mind. Lin Yi's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Is there something that interests my wife? Do tell. The head of the Jina court who died in the final battle is actually still alive, and Lin Yi was momentarily taken aback, a look of surprise crossing his face, but he quickly regained his composure. After all, who lives and who dies has nothing to do with their family. Jiang Shuwen suddenly changed the subject. Husband, have you ever heard of someone awakening two abilities simultaneously? Lin Yi paused. Two abilities? That shouldn't be possible. I've never heard of it. Jiang Shuwen smiled gently. Indeed, this is quite a paradigm shift, but dual ability individuals do exist. When I returned to the outskirts of the Forbidden Zone, I encountered two people. One was a fire-type awakener, and the other was an earth-type awakener. I didn't intend to harm them, but they were rather amusing, even trying to take my mask to check my identity. Later, I was afraid you would be worried, so I decided to take them down with all my strength. As a result, the fire-type awakener suddenly unleashed a realm of ice, and a transparent blade of light appeared out of nowhere. Today was indeed quite interesting. Lin Yi smiled faintly. Dual abilities. If such a person can grow, they would definitely become a terrifying existence. It seems the head of the Jina court was too hasty to breach the Forbidden Zone today. Yes, but it doesn't concern us anymore. As long as our children are safe and happy, that is our greatest happiness. Jiang Shuwan's mind conjured images of Lin Mu and Lin Yin, and her lips involuntarily curled upwards as she softly mused, our son has already been pursued by others. I wonder what kind of person Yin Yin will meet in the future. If Yin Yin gets married, I really won't want to let her go. That's easy, just let the man move in with us, right? Lin Yi chimed in with a smile. Jiang Shuwan's eyes lit up as she clapped her hands. Yes. What a great idea, husband, you're so clever. Lin Yi grinned, feeling pleased. Getting praised by my wife means tonight will definitely be a night of happiness. In the central area of the Forbidden City, two figures in black robes swiftly traversed through the ruins. The few gray-robed individuals along the way barely sensed the commotion before their throats were slit by a flash of cold light, their bodies silently collapsing amidst the rubble. This feeling is invigorating. Gutsong's hoarse voice carried excitement. By the way, was it even more thrilling when you stormed the ancient city alone? Suddenly Lin Mu came to a halt, pressing Gutsong's shoulder with a serious tone. I have a feeling something is off here, as if we are not hidden in the dark, but rather exposed in their sight. No way, brother. Gutsong whispered, we've been cautious enough this whole way. Could it be that the noise from the collapsing earth prison was too loud? But we were still at the outskirts of the forbidden zone then. Lin Mu's eyes suddenly sharpened, his voice urgent. Go. Huh. Gutsong was momentarily stunned. Although filled with confusion, he swiftly followed Lin Mu into another path. Less than a minute later, Lin Mu stopped again, his brow furrowing. Gutsong leaned in and asked in a low voice, what's wrong now? Lin Mu swept his gaze across the eerily silent ruins and spoke gravely, unless I'm mistaken, Gutsong, we are surrounded. Gutsong's expression shifted quickly, scanning the surroundings. This place is so quiet that even the insects aren't chirping. But your sixth sense has never been wrong. Where do we go? We charged straight out away from the forbidden zone. Just as Lin Mu finished speaking, his brow twitched sharply, and he said in a deep voice, it's too late. I haven't felt this heart-pounding sensation in a long time. He looked at Gutsong, his tone serious. Brother, if things go awry, you need to escape immediately. I can manage to get away on my own. Stop talking nonsense. Gutsong grinned, with our duo, what kind of situation can't we break out of? Before he could finish, his smile froze on his face. The sound of heavy footsteps surged like a tide from all directions, the crushed stones crunching underfoot, causing the ground to tremble slightly. Lin Mu's expression hardened, and he said solemnly, don't hesitate later. If you go first, I can relax. Gutsong swallowed hard, his voice tight. We can't possibly encounter those perverted level guys again, right? Just then a chilling laugh suddenly pierced the silence. What Zhanqing said is indeed not false. The remnants from back then have become so bold as to dare to rampage deep within the kingdom. However, your choice to come to the Forbidden City today is your tragedy. An old man leaning on a cane slowly emerged from behind the ruins, flanked by nearly 100 gray-robed Awakeners, the aura of murderous intent pressing down like a tangible weight. The old man slammed his cane heavily onto the ground. Boom. The ground instantly gave way, creating a deep pit as the aura of the 7th tier high realm surged forth like a tsunami, sending stones flying in all directions. Lin Mu and Gutsong's faces both fell. They had initially believed the Qing Wang represented the peak of the kingdom's combat strength, yet the aura emanating from this old man was even more profound than that of the Qing Wang. Immediately afterwards, the footsteps behind them abruptly ceased, and a wild, arrogant laugh accompanied by a similarly terrifying 7th tier high realm aura erupted. Huh. With such a commotion, I thought we had caught a big fish, but it turns out to be two little mice. A towering man 2 meters tall appeared behind them. Next to him, a monk quietly appeared, hands clasped with a tone of resignation. When will this endless infighting ever cease? Cease. Shaoli sneered, as long as there are people, there will be conflict. Even if only 2 people remain in this world, it will still be the same. He turned to the black-robed individuals surrounded at the center, his voice filled with disdain. What? Are you scared, silly? Lin Mu and Gutsong's pupils instantly constricted, their hearts stirred by the overwhelming foundation of the kingdom utterly overturning their understanding. The 3 individuals emanated auras of the 7th tier high realm, including the earlier one they faced, along with the Qing Wang, that made a total of 5 7th tier high realm beings. This was simply too absurd. Gutsong, Lin Mu bellowed. Understood. Gutsong drew a deep breath. Earth burial. Scorching ashes. Boom. For massive earthen walls erupted from the ground, towering like colossal mountains and shielding them at their center. Instantly, the soil beneath the gray-robed figures churned violently, transforming into countless jagged stone spikes that surged upward with lethal force. Simultaneously, a towering earthen pillar, tens of meters high, shot skyward, lifting Lin Mu and Gutsong high into the air. At the very apex of the pillar's ascent, boom, Crimson flames detonated around Lin Mu, blazing with the fury of a fallen sun, illuminating the desolate ruins in blinding, searing daylight. Several roaring crimson fire dragons surged outward, slamming into the gray-robed figures on either side. Thud, thud, thud. Wherever the fire dragons passed, the gray-robed figures screamed in agony. Engulfed, incinerated, reduced to blackened husks. Ha ha ha. Shao Li threw back his head and roared with exhilaration. It seems this sovereign spoke too soon. This is no mere fish. This is a true Leviathan. Today we shall relieve Zhanqing of a most formidable burden. As the words left his lips, an obsidian black longbow materialized in his right hand, his aura surging instantly, unleashing the overwhelming pressure of a 7th-rank high realm cultivator like a tidal wave. With a fluid sweep of the bow, the fire dragons disintegrated midair, sliced cleanly in half, scattering into a shower of dying embers. We were just debating this fire affinity awakened one, yet he delivers himself straight into our grasp. The elder slammed his cane hard against the ground. Thud. A shockwave cracking the earth wide open as black lightning erupted violently around his form. Blind confidence breeds inevitable ruin. In the next heartbeat, several bolts of black lightning tore through the air, hurtling unerringly toward the two atop the earthen pillar. The monk pressed his palms together and murmured softly, "Alas, may this be the last time I raise my hand against an awakened one." At once a soft golden radiance enveloped him, his skin shimmering like molten gold, as if clad in an invincible divine golden body. Damn it, this elite tier battle just got way too intense. Gutsong cursed, but his gaze remained locked, unblinking on the closing lightning bolts. Go! Lin Mu's command had barely left his lips when both leapt from the pillar in perfect unison. Where they raced, fire soared skyward and earthen walls rose in rapid succession, hurrying toward the outer perimeter of the forbidden zone. Ahead, several 7th-rank initial realm gray-robed figures stood poised, long blades drawn, edges gleaming with cold menace, blocking every escape route with disciplined precision. Behind them, the lightning-wreathed elder and the golden-bodied monk pursued relentlessly, each step shaking the earth beneath them. Then Shao Li abruptly halted, his 7th-rank high realm aura erupting anew. A defiant smirk curled his lips. "Let us see whether you can withstand this sovereign's arrow." And with that he drew back the sacred artifact, intoAwakeners. The bowstring hummed, a black arrow loosed with thunderous force. It seemed sentient, woven from pure annihilation, as it pierced through wall after wall, unswerving, aimed directly at Lin Mu and Gutsong. Damn, a ranged freak. Seriously. Even as Gutsong spat the curse, he planted his right foot hard, summoning an earthen wall far denser and sturdier than before, rising like an impregnable bastion before them. Lin Mu deliberately lured the elder and the monk down another path, the crimson fire dragons clashing violently with black lightning across the ruined night landscape. Shockwaves rippled outward like tsunamis, dust plumes exploding skyward, shards of stone flying like shrapnel. Boom! The black arrow punched straight through Gutsong's newly erected wall, its momentum weakened yet still shrieking through the air, only finally clattering to the ground upon impact with the second wall. Shao Li darted like a phantom through the rubble, his eyes narrowing with faint surprise. A mid-realm cultivator actually blocked my arrow. Interesting, but nothing more. He froze mid-stride, redrew the intoAwakeners, his aura swelling once more. "One arrow you endure, but what of 3? In an instant, 3 black arrows streaked forth like falling meteors, locking onto Gutsong. On the opposite edge of the forbidden zone, Qin Jiang stirred awake, Kong and tending carefully to his wounds. Weakly he gazed toward the distant battlefield, where fire raged like a second sun, and his expression hardened with disbelief. Chief Qin Jiang, has this fire affinity awakened one truly lost his mind? To strike precisely when all 4 lords gather? Lao Ping whispered, incredulous. Qin Jiang coughed twice, his voice hoarse. Right now? I suspect my deduction may well be correct. Yet even so, I cannot fathom what could inspire such absolute reckless confidence. Chief, then what do we? Kong Nan began, but Qin Jiang raised a hand silencing him. Watch. And wait. He paused, then added, find shelter, somewhere concealed. This place is far too exposed. Elsewhere. Gutsong gasped for breath, earthen walls rising rapidly behind him. What the hell? Does this arrow have homing guidance? This isn't combat, it's cheating. Wall after wall shattered under the arrow's onslaught. Gutsong barely deflected half. The final bolt hurtled toward his skull, trailing death itself. Damn it! Gutsong roared, slamming his fist into the ground. A circular earthen prison sealed shut around him, just as the arrow was about to pierce it. Clang! The Wujia staff struck the arrow Hedon, Ning Mo staggered backward 3 steps, the arrow clattering harmlessly to the ground. Stop hiding, Gutsong. Move now. He glanced at the earthen sphere, his lips twitching. It dissolved. Gutsong's face lit with relief. Brother, you're... No time for chatter, Ning Mo cut in. We'll distract the head enforcer. He seized Gutsong's arm and sprinted toward the outer perimeter. Wait, hold on. Hundreds of gray robes and 3 monsters beyond comprehension. You really trust him that much? Don't waste breath. Outer zones are safer. Tonight the Forbidden Zone city is exceptionally lively, Ning Mo said, voice low and steady. Gutsong blinked. How so? Are there others besides you? Kill. 100 gray-robed figures surged forth, blades flashing cold light. Damn right. I can't beat those monsters, but you lot? You don't even deserve the honor of standing in my way. Soil erupted beneath Gutsong's feet, countless stone spikes bursting upward, ensnaring and crushing the charging figures. Gray mist swirled fiercely around Ning Mo, engulfing enemies like a devouring tide. Behind them, Shaoli wove through the ruins, Insha bow in hand, his lips curling into a chilling smile. What a bountiful catch tonight. A true harvest. Elsewhere, Lin Mu blazed like a crimson sun, flames roaring skyward. His form blurred into afterimages, darting between shattered walls and crumbling ruins, with every punch igniting conflagrations that spread like wildfire. The cane-wielding elder danced amid the wreckage, black lightning crackling wildly, scorching black scars into broken stone. The monk moved like a golden deity, each block effortlessly dispersing roaring fire dragons. Their 3 forms collided and parted in dizzying succession, shockwaves rippling outward, hurling debris, choking dust, and shattering stone in every direction. Lin Mu streaked toward the outer perimeter like a crimson comet, each footfall leaving scorched trails upon the earth. A faint knowing smile touched his lips. So far, far easier than anticipated. Yet why does that inexplicable sense of dread persist? Gutsong should hold his own. But even as the thought formed, unease flickered, and Lin Mu pivoted sharply, surging back toward Gutsong's path. Simultaneously, he swept his arm backward, launching dozens of crimson fireballs like a meteor shower behind him. They detonated, boom, boom, engulfing the rear in a vast, roaring inferno. Monk, do you intend to merely observe? The elder demanded, slamming his cane down, black lightning spreading like a web across the ground. The monk stood immovable, golden radiance undimmed, even as his voice cut through the chaos. If he flees without pause, we truly have no means to stop him. Now it becomes clear why Zhang Qing was forced to relocate his kingdom's headquarters. He is formidable, but in direct confrontation, I do not believe he surpasses any one of us four. That is irrelevant. The elder snarled, black lightning flaring violently in his left palm as he hurled it toward Lin Mu. If all 3 of us engage, and still let them slip away unscathed, our dignity would lie in ruin. Amidst the remnants of broken walls on the outskirts of the Forbidden Zone, nearly 100 gray-robed figures lay lifeless across the battlefield, dark red blood oozing through the cracks of the ruins, filling the air with a pungent stench of blood. Only a few dozen men clad in black robes stood silently, exuding a chilling aura of death. The sound of hurried footsteps grew closer as Chun Yong rushed to a man with a square-shaped face and said, "Boss, all the gray-robed men at the exit of the Forbidden Zone have been completely annihilated." He paused for a moment before adding, "However, just now 2 black-robed figures suddenly darted past us with incredible speed, making it impossible to distinguish friend from foe." "Are there still others?" Zhao Shan's expression darkened slightly as he gazed towards the direction of the blazing fire deep within the Forbidden Zone, whispering, "Just how many powerful beings are hidden in this Forbidden Zone? The foundation of the kingdom is far more terrifying than expected." Boom! A series of explosive sounds suddenly shattered the night sky, and the 3 of them simultaneously looked towards the darkness ahead. Damn it! Guyi really cannot stand this old trickster. He is already ridiculously powerful, and yet resorts to remote attacks. Gutsong cursed angrily as walls of earth rose before him, while he and Ning Mo retreated while defending, racing towards the outskirts. The ruins behind them were shattered by arrows, sending debris flying. "It's just one person, and he's using a bow and arrow. With the 3 of us joining forces, we should be able to fight him." Ning Mo spoke in a deep voice as he maneuvered through the chaos. 3 people? Who else? Gutsong was taken aback. "Look ahead. Zhao Shan's men have already arrived." Ning Mo pointed into the distance. Gutsong followed his gaze and saw several figures becoming clearer in the distance, a grin suddenly spreading across his face. "Then let's do it. Damn it, this escape has been too suffocating." Behind them, a steady stream of black arrows flew accurately towards them. Shaoli pursued relentlessly, his tone casual, yet mocking. "These 2 mice actually have some skill. They wouldn't be naive enough to think they can escape from me, would they, eh? As he spoke, he suddenly halted, fingers drawing back like a full moon, as 5 black arrows transformed into streaks of light, shooting towards the 2 men, instantly piercing the walls of earth behind Gutsong. Damn! Gutsong shouted angrily, slamming his right palm into the ground. A 3-story tall wall of earth erupted, suddenly blocking the incoming arrows. His chest heaved violently, his eyes burning with rage. 3 against 1. Let's take him down. Endless gray mist suddenly erupted from Ningmo's body, surging outward like a tide. He gripped the Wujie staff tightly. The moment this wall of earth is breached, that will be our time to counterattack. Let me take the first punch. You guys flank from the sides. Zhao Shanha had already landed between the 2 men, slowly clenching his right fist as the air around him began to swirl, clearly gathering strength. Boom. The giant wall of earth collapsed under the impact of several black arrows, raising a cloud. Shaoli watched the dust swirling in front of him, a disdainful smile creeping up on his lips. Just as he was about to draw back his bow, a look of surprise suddenly flashed across his eyes. Power, 7-fold. Zhao Shan's figure suddenly leapt out from the dust, shooting towards Shaoli like a cannonball, his right fist carrying the force of thunder aimed directly at his face. You overestimate yourself. Shaoli snorted, coldly brandishing the hidden kill bow in his hands, and collided with the heavy punch. Bang! With a tremendous sound, he was actually knocked back 7 steps. Shaoli's pupils constricted sharply, filled with disbelief the strength of this person. And Zhao Shan's eyes widened in astonishment. He hadn't expected the opponent to take his 7-fold strength punch heat in and only be pushed back 7 steps. In the next second, the soil beneath Shaoli suddenly burst forth, transforming into sharp earth spikes rushing towards him. At the same time, Ningmo's endless gray mist surged like a tide, engulfing Shaoli. Ha ha ha! Shaoli suddenly threw his head back and laughed, his voice dripping with unrestrained mockery. This is so interesting. Who gave you the courage to turn back? As he spoke, the pitch-black hidden kill bow in his hands suddenly twisted and deformed. The bowstring retracted, transforming into a blade, instantaneously morphing into a cold, gleaming scimitar. The aura of a 7th-tier high realm erupted explosively. The surrounding gray mist swept away like a gale, dissipating into nothingness. The 3 of them were simultaneously shaken. The longbow in this person's hands was actually a sacred artifact. Power, 7-fold. Mist rise. Earth burial. 3 furious shouts burst forth almost simultaneously, and in an instant all 3 released their auras and charged fiercely at Shaoli. Shaoli maintained a calm expression as he wielded the black knife to block the attacks. Sparks flew from the collisions of the blade, and he spoke disdainfully. The new generation of Awakeners has a bit of skill, but unfortunately none of you will survive in my hands. The sounds of collisions suddenly grew dense, and Shaoli's knife shifted from defense to a torrential onslaught, each slash of the black knife accompanied by a piercing sound of air being split. He spoke with a hint of impatience. I have no time to waste with you. There's a big fish waiting for me over. Boom. A blazing fire dragon suddenly charged from the side, aimed directly at Shaoli's face. Shaoli raised an eyebrow, swinging the black knife horizontally, instantly cutting the fire dragon in half, sending sparks flying. You two can't even hold back that fire-type awakener. Useless. The next moment, several fireballs erupted like meteors, crashing towards Shaoli. The explosion's heat wave instantly engulfed the ruins, transforming it into a sea of flames. Lin Mu's figure flashed like a red meteor, appearing before the 3 men, his voice solemn. Go. They'll cover the rear. The 3 were momentarily stunned as Ning Mo was about to speak, but Lin Mu sharply interrupted. Ning Mo, this is an order. Understood. Ning Mo gritted his teeth in response. Gutsong stomped angrily, and together with Zhao Shanha and Ning Mo transformed into 3 fleeting shadows, rapidly racing towards the exit of the Forbidden Zone. Want to escape? Wishful thinking. An old voice suddenly boomed as the elder's cane struck the ground, and several bolts of black lightning tore through the air, crashing towards the backs of the 3 men. As Lin Mu was about to turn back to provide support, 3 black arrows shot towards him like black meteors, the arrowheads producing a sharp sound as they tore through the air. Flame burst. Endless crimson flames surged from Lin Mu's body, forming a dazzling fire shield around him like the sun. The moment the 3 arrows penetrated the fire shield, they were instantly incinerated by the intense heat, leaving not even ashes behind. Earth prison. Gutsong stomped heavily on the ground, and several walls of earth erupted, but due to his heavy breathing they became thin. The walls had just formed when they were struck by black lightning, creating cracks. Swish! Dozens of green feathers suddenly broke through the air, striking accurately at the black lightning aimed at the 3 men. The moment the wings collided with the lightning, a dazzling green light erupted. In the next second, a figure clad in black robes suddenly appeared before them, two faint green tail wings unfurling behind him, followed by hundreds of green feathers raining down upon the elder. The elder frowned, his expression serious. Disaster. Given this aura, it's the top-tier S-level disaster. He thrust his cane into the ground, and black lightning surged wildly around him, colliding with the green feathers, the explosive aftermath sweeping outward, causing the ground to crack. Ningmo's gaze sharpened, his voice tinged with caution. Why are you helping us? What the hell? Is there still time to chat at a moment like this? Gutsong abruptly grabbed Ningmo's arm and rushed towards the exit. Zhao Shanhe looked at the chaos behind him, his heart racing as he spoke. It is truly fortunate. If it weren't for you today, my forces would likely be wiped out overnight. Ningmo, while moving swiftly, repeatedly recalled the figure clad in black with the faint green tail wings in his mind. He had confirmed the other party's identity, one of the two strongest under the Red King. Boom. On the other side of the battlefield, flames soared as Lin Mu moved like a ghost, evading the siege of the monk, and Shaoli, the crimson flames swirling around him like a living entity. Lin Mu's eyes flared with fire as his right fist, enveloped in raging crimson flames, met the monk's palm. Boom. The shockwave. Lin Mu's eyes flared with fire as his right fist, enveloped in raging crimson flames, met the monk's palm. Boom. The shockwave swept out like a shockwave, the ground cracking like a spider web under the residual force. Both sides retreated 3 steps. Lin Mu shook his numb wrist, raising an eyebrow in contemplation. This bald monk actually has some skill. Indeed, fire elements are not as easy to handle as ice. If he were to use weapons and ice abilities, he would truly enjoy outmaneuvering these 3. But why does that inexplicable sense of dread still linger? These 3 before him clearly posed no lethal threat. The monk was equally shocked this fire element awakened being actually dared to take his Buddha-like palm, heat even matching his power. In an instant, Shao Li's aura surged, and the black, curved blade in his hand transformed into a pitch-black longbow. He drew the bowstring taut, and 5 arrows suffused with deadly intent shot out, with a hum aiming directly at Lin Mu's vital points. At the same time, several twisted black lightning bolts shot in from the distance, precisely locking onto Lin Mu's figure. However, a faint smile appeared on Lin Mu's lips. They should have retreated by now. There was no need to linger. Boom. Dozens of fireballs suddenly gathered in his palm, crashing toward them like a meteor shower. The ruins in this area were instantly engulfed by a raging sea of flames, the scorching air causing bricks and stones to crackle. Taking advantage of the chaos, Lin Mu transformed into a crimson afterimage, swiftly moving towards the exit of the Forbidden Zone. Not far from the exit, in the darkness, a man dressed in a black cloak quietly stood atop a pile of corpses, his feet resting on cold, severed limbs and broken swords. He casually picked up a blood-stained longsword, his deep gaze sweeping over the distant sea of flames, his voice deep. Fire elements, huh? Heh. Just like ice elements, they are both annoying abilities. In this world, only 3 people can make me take action in secret. You should be proud. Lin Mu looked at the Forbidden Zone exit within reach, letting out a quiet sigh of relief, pondering why have these 4 people appearing today, never been heard of in the world. But it was not a wasted trip. The amount of information tonight was overwhelming. Behind him, black arrows shot toward his back, one after another with precision. As Lin Mu dodged to the side, his palm ignited with crimson flames, shattering the arrows completely. He knew that if these arrows were not utterly destroyed, they would continue to pursue him, as if they had a will of their own. Just as he smashed the last arrow, a strong sense of dread suddenly pierced his heart. In the next moment, an overwhelming sense of pressure descended like a mountain. Time seemed to slow at that moment. Lin Mu's movements froze instantly, his pupils shrinking in terror. There was indeed a hidden power lurking. Sure enough, that feeling of dread was not an illusion. A long sword wrapped in chilling, murderous intent had pierced the air, aimed straight at his chest. Swish! The long sword sliced past his shoulder in an instant, blood splattering into the night like red threads. But this blood was not Lin Mu's. Lin Mu was suddenly tackled to the ground by a figure in a black cloak, his back crashing heavily onto the cold ground. Su Nianhe let out a muffled groan, blood from her shoulder trickling down the black cloak. Her voice carried a hint of reproach, clearly reaching Lin Mu's ears. Lin Mu, you really don't make it easy for people. Lin Mu's expression froze in disbelief, his tone filled with incredulity. How are you here? Before he could finish, Su Nianhe raised her jade white hand, lightly touching his lips to interrupt him. We need to leave first. I'm injured, and you must take responsibility for me. They'll wait for you at home. As her words fell, the 2 figures became an afterimage, swiftly darting towards the exit of the Forbidden Zone. Behind them, dozens of red fireballs exploded indiscriminately, completely engulfing the ruins of the Forbidden Zone in flames. The man in the black cloak frowned tightly the blood-red lotus that suddenly appeared beneath my feet. Why does it always feel so familiar? This ability does not seem like something an awakened being should possess. He muttered to himself, a hint of confusion in his tone. Suddenly, he raised his eyes to the distance where three figures wrapped in a powerful aura were rushing towards the exit of the Forbidden Zone. A cold smirk appeared on the man's lips. The former four kings have truly been spoiled by time. But today is a good day. Those remnants hiding in the shadows can no longer resist exposing their cards, starting to test the waters. As he spoke, his figure silently disappeared into the darkness. Behind the cloaked man, Xiao Li the monk and the old man had already reached the exit of the Forbidden Zone. They gazed at the sea of flames that consumed everything before them, the broken walls crackling in the fierce flames, thick smoke swirling with sparks shooting straight into the night sky, the veins on the three men's foreheads bulging. The old man's cane struck the ground heavily, a black lightning bolt exploding like a web on the surface. He sighed heavily, his voice filled with defeat. What a disgrace. We three couldn't stop him. Xiao Li scoffed, his tone tinged with a hint of helplessness. Tisk, tisk, this feeling is like being outsmarted. Zhanqing, that kid really has no way to deal with this fire element user. You feel happy about being outsmarted. The old man said in a deep voice, his tone carrying suppressed anger. What else? Do you think he would stand still and face us heathen? Xiao Li turned and left, calling back. Without looking, forget it, since the other side has already shown their cards, a war won't be far off. Well, wait for Zhanqing's news. The golden Buddha lights circulating around the monk gradually dissipated as he clasped his hands together and said, I take back my earlier words. If it were an unknown confrontation with that fire element awakened being, I would only have a 50% chance. After the two left, the old man stood alone before the sea of flames. He recalled the sudden appearance of the S-level disaster, murmuring to himself that mist element awakened being is undoubtedly Ning Mo of the Zhen court. But why would that S-level disaster help them? The Zhen court would never ally with disasters. Did I miss some crucial detail? He stared at the burning ruins in silence for a moment, then sighed self-deprecatingly, forget it, I'm old, why bother worrying about these trivial matters? As he finished speaking, his figure gradually faded, ultimately merging into the shadows of the night. Outside the Forbidden Zone, the roar of dozens of engines echoed simultaneously from different directions, deafening. A long line of black commercial vehicles sped towards the holy capital. In the night, the convoy formed a black streak of light, the headlights piercing through the darkness with an intimidating. In the front commercial vehicle, Chen Yong sat in the driver's seat, pressing the accelerator to the max, his voice cutting through the engine noise. Boss, should we destroy all the vehicles? No need. Zhao Shanhe leaned back in the rear seat, lightly tapping the armrest with his fingertips, and added, the surveillance system here was notified to be destroyed by Ning Mo before we arrived. After all, the authority of the Zhen court still looms over the major cities. As soon as he finished speaking, he seemed to think of something and changed his mind. Forget it, let's destroy them. For problems that can be solved with money, there's no need to take risks. Yes, boss, Chen Yong immediately replied, his gaze growing more serious. The voice of the co-pilot Lu Mingzai was respectful. Boss, the foundation of the kingdom seems too terrifying, far beyond our expectations. Zhao Shanhe nodded. Indeed, this time I acted rashly. Fortunately, they are here. Lu Mingzai's eyes were curious as he asked, boss, is that fire element awakener also one of ours? You've never mentioned them before. Yes, boss, having such a powerful ally truly astonishes us. Chen Yong echoed with a hint of excitement in his tone. Zhao Shanhe laughed meaningfully, leaving them in suspense. You will know in the future, and it will definitely surprise you. Chen Yong and Lu Mingzai exchanged glances, a moment of contemplation flashing between them, but they did not pursue the question. Lu Mingzai then asked, boss, since the kingdom has revealed its trump card, no rush. Zhao Shan's expression paused, his eyes dimmed slightly as he sighed, it's not yet the final showdown. I understand, boss. Lu Mingzai replied immediately. On another main road, a red SUV roared towards Jiang City like a beast, the engine sound particularly piercing in the empty night. Yulan was driving, her voice respectful. Your Highness, your injuries. Just a scratch, Sun Yinhe interrupted. At this moment, she had already removed her black robe, revealing a clear tear on the right shoulder of her black casual top, where blood was seeping through her fair skin. Your Highness, going to Jiang City is. Before she finished speaking, Yulan's peripheral vision caught Sun Yanni's cold gaze in the rearview mirror, and she instantly fell silent. She quickly changed the subject and asked, do we need to send people to the outskirts of this forbidden city? Sun Yinhe interrupted again, her tone carrying a hint of sarcasm. Surely, after being exposed, the forces hidden here will move again. Truly cowardly, the Qing King. As she spoke, she gazed out at the rapidly retreating night scenery, her expression growing more serious. A man who had stood in the night and secretly attacked Lin Mu flashed through her mind, and she felt a sense of familiarity with his aura. Thinking of this, she looked down at the sword wound on her shoulder, a faint smile appearing at the corner of her mouth, as she asked Yulan how much longer until we reached Jiang City. About 2 hours, Yulan replied immediately. Sun Yinhe closed her beautiful eyes. As long as safety is, drive at full speed. Lin Mu looked at the night scenery outside, his voice calm. In the smoky car, Gutsong's hand on the steering wheel paused, surprised. Why so anxious, brother, at this hour? I'm pushing the accelerator to the limit. Lin Mu replied indifferently, then let it explode completely. Gutsong's confusion deepened, followed by a flash of gossip in his eyes. Brother, something seems off with you. He deliberately elongated his tone, as if pondering seriously, then slapped the steering wheel. Your current feeling is exactly like when we went zen baking. Suddenly his eyes widened in surprise. Wow. Brother, could it be that someone is waiting for you at home with a warm... Lin Mu's expression darkened as he said in a deep voice, there are some private matters I need to handle urgently, and also, don't be too confident in the future. Gutsong's teasing words were caught in his throat. He pouted and sighed, truly narrow-minded. I thought I was strong enough to be proud, but those 4 people we encountered tonight. As soon as he finished speaking, he couldn't help but steer the conversation back. Brother, what private matters are you so anxious about at night? It's not about your girlfriend waiting for you, is it? As soon as he spoke, a chill swept through the car, and Gutsong's lips twitched as he quickly extinguished his cigarette. But all right. You don't say. Brother understands. Lin Mu fell silent, his expression grave as he gazed at the rapidly retreating night scenery, inwardly pondering that feeling should not be an illusion. In that moment he indeed felt his actions slow down. Could it be? But how could this be possible? Thinking of this, his brows furrowed, deeper confusion filling his eyes. Inside the walls, deep within the forbidden zone. After waking up, the Qing King, bearing a body wrapped in bandages, walked slowly into a small courtyard in the corner of the walls. He raised his hand and lightly knocked on the door, and a deep voice came from inside. Come in. The Qing King took a deep breath, slowly pushed the door open, and stepped lightly, making almost no sound. Inside the room, several candle flames flickered in the darkness, and under the dim yellow light, every shadow exuded a hint of a sinister aura. As he entered the room, a man in a black cloak walked steadily towards the central couch, the hem of his cloak sweeping the ground, creating a faint breeze. Once the man was seated, the Qing King bowed his head and respectfully said, Master Jinzuan. Zhanqing, you are too disorganized. The man spoke in a low voice devoid of any unnecessary emotion, yet carried an invisible sense of oppression. The Qing King hurriedly lowered his head, his tone becoming even more respectful. Master, I really lack the ability to make the 4 kings under your command obey the kingdom. Especially that Blood King, she is simply a madwoman. Suddenly a powerful aura enveloped the man, and the weight of his voice increased. They are all people who have fought their way out of a sea of corpses and blood. Being forceful will only backfire. As for your so-called threat, it's merely a joke in their eyes. He paused and continued in a low voice, moreover, you are too impatient. Just because one remnant with some strength has emerged, you are hastily summoning the 4 kings, which is inherently wrong. You are prematurely exposing part of the kingdom's trump cards. The Lord is correct, but... The Blue King hesitated, words on the tip of his tongue, but swallowed back, seemingly burdened by some concern. When speaking with me, there is no need to hide anything. The man's voice softened slightly. In this world, only you and I are truly trusted by the Lord. Oh, otherwise, do you think that with your strength back then the Lord would have entrusted the kingdom to you? As for those 4 kings, they are merely machines of slaughter. The Blue King's expression paused, finally mustering the courage to speak. My lord, during our encounters at the headquarters in the holy capital, I fought in close combat several times with that fire-type Awakener. I always felt he resembled someone, but that person... Who? The man interrupted coldly, his tone suddenly turning icy. It was that person who followed you 3 years ago. The one who should have died, Zhen Yitings by Ju. Zhanqing. The man's voice turned abruptly cold, an overwhelming pressure emanating towards the Blue King. Bai Ju is already dead. The Lord is right. It must be Zhanqing's misconception. After all, how could one person awaken to ability? The Blue King quickly agreed, but still pressed on stubbornly. But, my lord, may I ask once more, did you truly see Bai Ju lose his life with your own eyes? Is there any possibility? Absolutely not. The man interrupted coldly, his tone filled with undeniable certainty. He had fatal wounds all over, and when he was on the verge of death from fighting the Black King, I pierced his heart with a single sword strike. Moreover, his sacred artifact was exposed in the central view by a reaper who resembled me. The Blue King immediately breathed a sigh of relief, bowing his head. My lord, if the kingdom is led by you, surely those 4 kings would fear your strength and submit. Submit. The man scoffed lightly. How could there be such a concept of submission in the hearts of slaughter machines? Zhanqing, have you forgotten why I remain in the shadows? He paused, his voice becoming colder. The final battle is meant to be a reshuffling beneficial to the kingdom. The goal is the annihilation of Baiju the Red King and the Awakeners and mutants under their command. At the same time, I used this war to create a facade of death and remain in the background. Everything should have been flawless, but who would have thought that the Black King would ultimately betray me? Unfortunately, she was gravely injured by the higher-ups of Zhun Yiting, leaving only one arm behind. Otherwise, the experimental value of an SS-level disaster would far exceed expectations. Zhan Qing understands now. The Blue King nodded, but then questioned with confusion. But my lord, the central authority is merely our puppet, and we have the kingdom's power in our grasp. Why must you deceive everyone? Your thinking is utterly foolish. The man's voice carried a hint of impatience. Zhan Qing, you have been living too comfortably. In this world other than you and me, one cannot trust anyone, not even the confidants who have followed you for years. Everyone is subject to the law of strength. If one day they believe their power is strong enough, they will replace the kingdom. However, what I did not expect was that the final battle would have unexpected effects. Those remnants of the previous dynasty believed there were no 8th-tier Awakeners left in the world and began to stir. The man suddenly laughed maniacally, his voice filled with intense killing intent. I truly look forward to these remnants hiding in the shadows, speeding up their actions. When their trump cards are fully revealed, it will be the moment I personally lead the kingdom's army to annihilate them. You may go now, Zhan Qing. The experiment must continue. The blood of ordinary people is no longer sufficient. We need pure. The Blue King paused slightly, raising his head to cautiously ask, My lord, do you mean? If Awakeners go missing on a large scale, could the situation spiral out of control? The man suddenly sneered, his tone filled with disdain. Out of control. In the face of absolute strength, all public opinion will vanish. The Blue King took a deep breath and bowed his head, responding, Zhan Qing knows what to do. As the Blue King left, the National Protector's eyes flashed with a hint of reminiscence, muttering to himself, what a pity. I truly appreciated that young man I met 6 years ago, full of passion. He slowly walked out of the courtyard, gazing at the waning moon in the sky, his voice deep. Baiju, if your talent had been mediocre, I would have genuinely considered bringing you to a higher position. But you were too dazzling. Dazzling enough to make me fearful of the future. Thus you can only die. I will never allow anyone who poses a threat to me to thrive in this world. As a master, not destroying your body is my final kindness to you. 2:00 a.m. Outside the Duansha Tavern in Jiang City. The black Maybach had not yet come to a full stop when the front passenger door was suddenly pushed open. Lin Mu almost bounced out of the car, his figure transforming into a fleeting shadow as he rushed towards the Yunjing community. After Gutsong turned off the engine, he looked at the open passenger door, and then in the direction Lin Mu had disappeared, feeling somewhat bewildered. He silently lit a cigarette, the smoke swirling as he muttered to himself, Damn. Brother, aren't you tired? After fighting all night, is it still not enough? Do you have to continue battling at home? Damn it, we are all single dogs, how come you suddenly have a woman? Inside the Yunjing community. Ding. The elevator doors slowly opened, and Lin Mu's figure flashed, already appearing at his front door. Click. The door was pushed open, and as he quickly walked into the living room, his steps suddenly halted. He hadn't expected to catch up behind. Sun Yanha was sitting cross-legged on the sofa, resting her chin on her hands, and staring at the door, her adorably dazed expression maintained for quite a while. Only when Lin Mu appeared did she finally break into a faint smile. She straightened up, extending her arms towards Lin Mu, her voice soft. Lin Mu, hug me. But Lin Mu did not respond. His gaze fell on the blood seeping from her shoulder, and his brow furrowed instantly. Why didn't you handle your injury immediately? Didn't you think the sword might be poisoned? Sun Yanha was first taken aback, then suddenly laughed, retracting her arms, and rising lightly, her jade feet stepping on the ground as she walked towards Lin Mu. When you care for someone, can you not be so indirect? Without waiting for Lin Mu to speak, she wrapped her arms around his waist, resting her head against his chest, listening to his heartbeat, her lips involuntarily curling upwards. In the next moment, she suddenly lifted her head, her beautiful eyes locking onto Lin Mu's, her voice gentle. Lin Mu, I like the frequency of your heartbeat right now. As her words fell, Lin Mu's heartbeat quickened even more. He took a deep breath, meeting her gaze calmly, saying, Take off your clothes. Sun Yanha's expression suddenly turned adorably, dazed, her face flushing slightly. At that moment, her heartbeat also began to accelerate. Lin Mu, you, so sudden. Then should we take a shower first? Together or separately?